Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter awakens the Soulbinder? The power to resurrect people. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was with a collective gasp of gut-wrenching pain that every single living person with magic in their blood was awoken on July 28, 1995. Harriet lurched out of bed, coughing and grasping her throat as the memory of her blood pouring out from the gaping wound was fresh on her mind. Once she had caught her breath, she stared at the carpet and took a few deep breaths. Thank Merlin, it worked, she whispered as she looked around her childhood room. She hadn't seen this room since leaving Privet Drive for good in the midst of the Second Wizarding War. Though how Harriet could see it as war after what she had seen, she could barely grasp it. She shakily got to her feet as she heard yelling from the hallway. She walked to the door and scowled as she remembered the locks. She unlocked them with a wave of her hand. While she only had her 15-year-old core, she had long lived with wandless and wordless magic mastered. Relying on a wand was a dearth sentence. She pushed open the door to see Dewey and Petunia hugging in the hall. Petunia was sobbing as she held him close. Uncle Vernon came stomping out of the room, blurry-eyed and confused. "What's going on, pet? What's all the fuss about?" he asked gruffly. Dudley pulled away from his mother and gave a brief hug to his father before shaking his head. "Don't you remember, father?" he asked. Harriet loudly interrupted them. "He wouldn't. Only those of magical descent will remember. We designed the spell very carefully," she said briskly, her eyes moving over each of them. "What spell? What did you do, girl?" he asked loudly, getting ready to start on a tirade, but Petunia put a hand on his chest and shook her head. Petunia looked at him, her eyes slightly deranged if it wasn't for the clear determination in them. "No, she saved us. You need to accept magic, Vernon. Right now. They won't accept us if you don't. No matter how much we try, the Muggles will never accept us either. We need her, she's the only chance we have," she shrieked, her voice raising to sound like a harpy. Vernon stared at his wife in complete shock. She wasn't making any sense. Harriet shook her head. She didn't have time for this. "Listen to me. I'm going to ward the house. You three will stay here, pack some bags. I'll get you all to a safe house as soon as I can get one arranged. There has to be chaos happening right now. Every single person with magic in their blood now remembers the future up until their deaths. Some died in the Second War or even before it. Not enough people will have lived long enough to remember the true threat. I need to get control before this goes on much longer. Stay here," she said briskly. Before turning down the hall, she opened her bedroom window with a swing of her hand, letting her precious Hedwig out to fly. She quickly made her way down the stairs and opened her old cupboard. Pulling out her trunk, she grabbed her things. The only thing her relatives let her keep is her wand. So at least she already had that. She grabbed her invisibility cloak and broom, as well as the Marauder's map, just to be safe. Once she had everything she needed, she quickly shrunk the rest of her things and put them in her pocket as she put her cloak around and walked out of the house with a slam of the door. As soon as she was outside, she turned towards number 4 Private Drive and cast some of the strongest wards she knew. Once that was done, she was on her broom, flying into the night. She just hoped everyone else's part of the plan was progressing smoothly. Luna Lovegood awoke with a gasp before her entire face broke out in a grin. She jumped out of her bed, smiling like a loon, and ran to her father's room. She came upon him gasping for air and looking around in confusion. Before he could process what was happening, Luna jumped on him. "Daddy. I've missed you. But it's okay, we're back now. The Nargles can speak much clearer to me now. Things will be better this time," she rambled excitedly. Xenophilius looked down at his daughter owlishly before wrapping his arms around her in a secure embrace. The last thing he remembers was the war, not the Wizarding War, just the war. He knew he died during the early days, his daughter's words making that obvious. He had been trying to protect some of the last creatures left. It had cost him his life. Luna pulled away, whipped her tears and straightened her back. "We need to go to the Weasleys, then to headquarters," she said. A calm that was very unnerving to her father settled over her. She had died a general, a warrior. She was happy to be back, but there were things that had to be done. First, they needed to go to the burrow. Most of the Weasleys had died in the beginning. The rest died during the last attempt. Only Percy had been alive at the end, and if Luna was correct, he wouldn't be staying at the burrow right now. She needed to get them to headquarters and regroup with Harriet. She quickly packed a bag of her and her father's things before disapparating with him straight into the burrow. She was met with a wand to the face, but she only smirked. "Hello again, old friend. It's good to see you alive," she said, her voice too sarcastic for the sound of her younger voice. George smirked as he lowered his wand. "It's good to see you, old friend. You got any idea how this happened to us?" he asked Luna. One moment he had been holding the mundanes back as his nieces and nephews escaped, the next he had woken up to pandemonium. Everyone in his family was screaming and crying, even Gorg himself clung to Fred. He had missed his twin so much. Fred was more confused than ever, but they didn't have the time. They had to calm down the rest of his family as they had all woken from the dead. It had taken more screeching than he would have liked to calm down his parents. His father had kissed his mother with more passion than any of their children had ever seen. He remembered what he had been like after her death. She had died early, she was too weak to make the trip, she couldn't run after many losses, she had buried 2 sons, a daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. Her pain had weakened her over the years. Her heart gave out on her as the family was fleeing the country. It had broken his father, but he stayed strong, for the remainder of his children. He had died during the last attempt with Ginny and Bill. To see his family all alive again healed a part of Gorg's heart, a part that had never been whole after losing Fred. He was shocked by how nice it felt. He hadn't felt like this in over 40 years. He smiled at Luna, hoping she had some type of explanation for all this. Luna nodded. "Yes, we did this. Everything will be explained when we get to headquarters. It's the only safe place to regroup," she said, her eyes calculating. She turned to Mr. Weasley. "Do you have the flow address? We're sitting ducks here," she asked hopefully. Arthur nodded and herded his family to the fireplace. He told them the password and they were all quickly making their way to headquarters. Hermione quickly ushered her parents down the street in the dead of night. She had no idea what was happening, but she knew if she remembered, so did others. She knew Voldemort was still alive. He could restart the war at any second. She needed to find Ron, find her children. Wait, her children aren't alive anymore. A stabbing pain went through her heart at that knowledge. She mourned, but she didn't have time to cry. She had woken with memories of the future. Her father had also shared a similar experience, though he told a darker story, of a place where they threw anyone with magical blood. Her father, being a squib, was sterilized and then sent to live in a community. Her mother was also sterilized and sent to the community, apparently also being from a squib line. Since both of her parents remembered, neither fought her as she ushered them out into the streets in the dead of night. Hermione knew she wasn't going to be able to get into 12 Grimwald Place, but she hoped someone would open the damn door for her. She had considered going to the ministry but knew it would be pandemonium. Hermione and her parents eventually made it to number 11 Grimwald Place. They stood outside in the dark hoping for a miracle. Chapter 2. Harriet narrowed her eyes at the people standing outside of 11 Grimwald Place. That was until she got a look at the mass of curls. She smiled fondly as she landed and pulled the hood of her invisibility cloak off her head. She immediately pulled Hermione into a hug as the girl spluttered in shock. "It's been a long time," Harriet whispered into Hermione's hair before reluctantly pulling away. Hermione hugged the other girl, but when they pulled away she looked confused. "Well, for me it was about a week ago, so how long has it been for you?" she asked reluctantly. Hermione wasn't sure if she wanted to know the answer to that question, but she supposed she would have to deal with it. Harriet smiled, pain showing in her eyes. "It's been 23 years for me. Things didn't get better, Hermione, they got so much worse," she said, a haunted look in her eyes. Hermione nodded sadly. "My dad told me what he could, but we had to get here fast. I don't know anywhere that's safe," she said, her eyes shifting to look around the street. It was the middle of the night, but with everything that had happened it wasn't a time to let your guard down. Harriet nodded, her eyes also panning the street as she motioned for Hermione's parents to get behind them. Harriet glanced at the doors, hoping one of the order would have the courtesy to come out here and get them at some point. Inside 12 Grimwald Place there was screaming as Moody, Sirius, and Remus were trying to get their memories straight. They had no idea what had happened, each of them dying during or before the Second Wizarding War. Moody was desperately trying to keep Remus and Sirius at headquarters, not wanting any more trouble. Remus needed to find Tonks and Sirius wanted to find his goddaughter. As they were in the middle of a standstill, the entire Weasley family as well as the Lovegoods came through the flow. Moody started yelling about security, but most of them ignored him, just happy to see the grumpy asshole alive again. Gorg even smiled at him. "It's good death hasn't changed you, Moody, but Voldemort is the least of our problems right now. A lot happened after you three died," he said grimly. While this was all happening, Ron had snuck to the door, hell-bent on finding his wife. He actually made it out the door unnoticed, just to see both his wife and Harriet standing out there with his in-laws. Ron frowned worriedly before yelling back into the house. "Hey, Harriet and Hermione are here. Moody, you gotta let them in." He yelled back into the house as he walked out. He beelined to his wife. To Hermione, he suddenly just appeared and brought her into a bone-gripping hug. She squeaked before returning the gesture. She was relieved to be back in his arms. She just wished she had her children with her. At Hogwarts Castle was filled with unrest. The elves particularly were unhappy. They had been one of the few species spared in the beginning, though they were enslaved all the same. It would seem Muggles weren't that different from wizards in that regard, though they were nicer about it at first. The Muggles, while proving to be a kinder master, were crueler when they turned. It hadn't taken long for most elves to be slaughtered by their supposed masters, though the Hogwarts elves, in particular, had mostly died trying to save the children of the school. They had died warriors' deaths, in defense of the children they were charged to protect. The schools were one of the first easy targets when the executions were ordered. It was a slaughter, but some were saved. It had been on that day Minerva McGonagall had died, desperately protecting the children of the school. She had held them off long enough for some to escape, but how long can you hold off an army with weapons of mass destruction? By the end, Hogwarts, and most magical schools around the world, were reduced to ashes. So when Minerva awoke in her bed, in her old quarters, feeling while not younger than she had been in many years, she couldn't believe her eyes. She could barely process what was happening as she pulled on a dressing gown and slippers and made her way through the castle. She rushed up to the headmaster's quarters, hoping her old friend would be alive. She shifted to her cat form and ran desperately up the steps, through the castle, past the gargoyle until finally she entered her old office. She shifted back to her human form in the doorway as she saw Albus staring at his desk, his back turned to her. "It's been a long time, Albus," she said, her eyes hard. He turned around, his face hesitant. "Hello, Minerva. I don't suppose you have any answers, do you?" he asked, the twinkle gone from his eyes. Minerva scowled. "No, but I do have some questions. What were you thinking? Raising that girl like a lamb for slaughter?" she asked accusingly, her face turning a shade of dark red. Albus sighed deeply. "Her death was the only way," he said, a mournful look on his face. Minerva rolled her eyes. "Oh, don't act with me. You used that girl like a chess piece, but she proved you wrong, proved us all wrong. She came back from death itself, sacrificed herself for all of us. She came back though, was still alive when I died," she said while eyeing him scornfully. Albus shook his head. He knew no amount of excuses would placate Minerva. Albus just sat in his chair, a deep sigh coming from his chest. None of it matters anymore. All of it had been undone. "Tom will be back. He won't be so easy to defeat this time," he said, his eyes getting a far-away look in them. "Whoever did this must have been working for the dark. Why else turn back time?" he asked, not expecting an answer. Minerva scoffed loudly. "I'll tell you. The genocide of all wizarding kind. I died as they let one of their bombs down on the school. I and the staff held the explosion off long enough for some of the kids to get away, but not all of them," she said, her eyes looking haunted, the sight of children burning forever in her mind's eye. Albus looked at her in shock. He knew she wasn't lying. The look of pain on her face showed it was the truth. "Why would they?" he asked, trailing off. He wasn't able to comprehend it. Minerva wiped a stray tear. "The Muggles discovered us. It wasn't just a few of them, it was the whole world. First, it started with a registration, which seemed harmless enough. Then the hate crimes started to happen. Witches and wizards burned in the streets if they were caught alone. When the deaths went unpunished, some of the younger generation started to fight back. The Muggles didn't like that. Next, the governments outlawed marriage between magic users and Muggles. This just made it worse. The rebellion grew. Then some governments got stricter. started putting worse restrictions on their magical communities. Eventually it got so bad they started putting restrictions on where we could work, where we could live, where we could go. It just continued getting worse all over the world until eventually they went after our wands. You had to pass their tests to be able to keep your wand, Minerva said, her voice growing cold. Albus frowned. We have the NEWTs, what is so different? He asked, not getting the point. The look in Minerva's eyes as she looked at him might just haunt his nightmares. The difference was that 90% of the population couldn't pass their bloody tests. Not only did you have to pass, but the cost of wands was in the 10,000s. Only a select few were able to keep their wands. People started making their own, a black market was created, pressures increased. Eventually, when they realized we had figured out ways to still use magic, they outlawed rituals, religions. All that was left were potions, but with almost all of the creatures hunted to extinction, there wasn't many left. They just kept taking and taking, until eventually the most patient of us broke, she said, her voice going hollow. Minerva turned away from Albus and looked out the window, out into the Scottish fields and mountains. She had always loved the view from this window. Rebellions were at an all-time high. I think they were finally done playing with their food. They outlawed any and all magic use. Any magic was a cause for immediate execution. It was bloody. The children and some of their families ran for Hogwarts, thinking of it as a safe haven. It only kept them safe for so long. They had learned a long time ago how to get past our wards. We survived for as long as possible. But in the end, she trailed off, not needing to say it, he knew. Albus couldn't believe it, couldn't believe how wrong he was about the Muggles. Chapter 3. Moody came storming out of Grimmauld Place, his wand raised and pointed at the newcomers. As soon as he was past the boundary of the Fidelius charm, he was visible to Harriet, who immediately raised her wand defensively as well. Moody glared at them all. What the hell are you thinking bringing Muggles here? He yelled, as he glared at Hermione's parents. Hermione glared at him. I wasn't going to leave them. Not after what happened, she said as she pulled away from Ron. Moody scowled and looked at Harriet, still holding his wand. They stared at each other for a few moments before Moody let his arm fall with a huff before pulling out the paper. As each of them read it and the house became visible, they quickly made their way inside. Someone would stay posted at the door, keep an eye out for anyone else that showed up. As soon as Harriet was in the door, she was jumped by Sirius. She let out a small brittle sigh before hugging him. It had been so long since she had seen him. She had lost the last connection to her parents so long ago, but standing here, with her godfather, it felt like his death was a fresh blow. After Remus had died, she had completely put away the part of her that felt a connection to her parents. As she pulled away from Sirius, she was pulled into a hug from Remus. She couldn't meet his eyes, not after Teddy. Thankfully, there was a whole mess of Weasleys to hug. Once she was through with them, she saw Luna standing behind them. Harriet smiled as she walked up to Luna. Luna straightened, taking on the air of a soldier. Harriet did the same before offering her arm. Luna gripped her forearm and they both nodded to each other. Before the tenseness could go on for too long, both women burst out into large smiles and pulled each other into a hug. It worked. The Nargles said it would, but a part of me didn't believe, Luna said excitedly as she pulled away. Harriet chuckled. It was our best chance. Now we can fix things. Even if we will never get some things back, Harriet said, her voice getting quiet at the end as she glanced at Remus out of the corner of her eye. Luna smiled sympathetically. Remembering when Teddy died, Harriet hadn't wanted to join the resistance back then, thinking it would just lead to more death. When Teddy died, she joined to honor him. He had died fighting for what he believed in. It had broken a part of Harriet to lose him. She had raised him since Andromeda had died. It was 2 years after Voldemort's defeat. Some Death Eaters wanted revenge. Andromeda had saved Teddy, but it cost the woman her life. Harriet had been 19 at the time, had dropped everything to take in Teddy, had raised him as her son. Her love for him knew no bounds. His loss would always hurt her. Knowing even though they were in the past, she wouldn't see her son would kill Harriet. Luna gave her closest friend a sad smile. Not all hope is lost in that respect, she whispered, hoping to comfort her friend. Harriet sighed. She didn't want to hope. Even if by some miracle he is born again, it still wouldn't be her Teddy, the little boy she had raised. Teddy would be Remus and Tonk's son, the life he should have lived. It would tear her apart, but there was nothing to be done. Her son had died many years ago. She had long since come to terms with it, even if it still hurt to this day. She shook the painful memories out of her mind as she led everyone into the parlor. As she entered, she had a fond smile on her face as she loudly called out, "Creature, tea please," into the room. Sirius looked at her confused. "You a pup, there's no wa." Sirius trailed off as his jaw hit the floor as Cretchor happily made tea for everyone and made glasses appear before beaming up at Harriet. Harriet smiled down at Cretchor. "It's nice to see you, old friend," she said calmly as she crouched down to his level. Creature broke down in hysterics as he threw himself into her arms. "Miss Harriet, great mistress." Creature woke up and was with the scourge again. "Little master is gone." Creature is confused. "Yes, he is," he rambled in his gravely old voice. Harriet smiled sympathetically at the elf before standing back up. "It's okay, Creature. I know how this happened, and little master is gone. Do you have the locket again, old friend?" she asked as she spelled away his tears. Creature nodded and popped away before coming back with the locket. He offered it to her with a shaky hand. She took it gently, a grimace on her face before putting it into her pocket. "Thank you, Creature. I'm sorry I don't have the other one to give you," she said remorsefully as she spelled a word around the locket, hoping it would dampen the effects. Creature shook his head. "It's okay, Mrs. Harriet. Cretchor gets back to cleaning now," he said before popping away. "What the hell just happened?" Sirius asked in shock. Harriet smirked at her godfather, feeling no remorse. "That's Sirius, is what happens when you respect and get to know a house elf. I'm gonna want you to give him to me, by the way. You two hate each other anyways," she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Sirius sputtered. Remus pat his back with a fond smile on his face as he watched Sirius have a stroke. It made a pang go through Harriet's heart. She hadn't seen them so carefree, ever. Harriet quickly turned away. "Let's get down to business. Remus, why don't you guard the door? I'm sure Tonks will be on her way," she said, her voice commanding. Remus didn't even question it. The thought of his wife made him immediately move to the door. He wanted to look for her, but he didn't know where she was. Harriet felt relief once he was out of the room. His presence made it much harder to push the thought of Teddy out of her mind. She couldn't afford to be distracted right now. She took a sip of her tea, savoring the taste. She hadn't had tea like it since Creature died back in 2016. Teddy had just graduated from Hogwarts. She had been so proud of him. She remembered those days fondly. It wasn't long after that things went to hell. "While we all have a tea party, do you care to explain what the hell happened? Why would you bring us all back?" Moody asked gruffly, leaning on his staff, his eye whirling around to look everywhere. Luna smiled, a faraway look in her eyes. "If we didn't, every speck of magic on the planet would have been gone. There was only about 150 of us left at the end," Luna said, her voice not matching the haunted look in her eyes. Ron spluttered. "Bloody hell, how did it get that bad?" he asked as he held Hermione close. Harriet smiled bitterly. "You died in the early days of it, Ron. The Mundanes had only been putting restrictions on where we could work. It wasn't long before they took our wands, then our rights to practice magic at all. Until eventually it was a kill-on-sight order. Not even squibs were exempt. They would sterilize them before throwing them in a designated community," Harriet said, her voice hollow. Howard Granger nodded his head. "It's what happened to us. They didn't care that we lived in the mundane world. That I had no way to access my magic. It was in my blood. That's all that mattered to them. It wasn't so bad, you know. We had homes, had jobs, well, if you can call it that," he said, trailing off, his eyes haunted with memories. Hermione looked at her parents in shock. She hadn't fathomed it would get to that point. Though she also hadn't thought she would be killed either. Jean closed her eyes in pain. "They used us as hard labor. Sure, you got to pick your job, but only the most demeaning menial jobs were given. We weren't allowed to leave the community. There were 10-foot electric fences. Men with guns would guard the walls. We wouldn't have stayed if we knew that was what would happen. We were sure it wouldn't get that bad. We lived in modern society. We had learned our lessons after World War II, but I was wrong. Sure, it wasn't as straightforward as a concentration camp, but it sure wasn't freedom," she said as she met her daughter's eyes. Hermione flinched at the empty look in her mother's eyes. She had never seen her parents like this before. It was terrifying. Harriet sighed. She felt pity for them, but it wasn't the same. They were still better off than what she saw happen to so many others. No one deserved that. She had truly thought it wouldn't get to that point, but nothing makes mundanes band together and forget their differences more than a common enemy. Chapter 4. Draco walked down the halls of his family manor exuding calm. He had known what he was getting into when they cast that spell. He could still feel the blood running down his body as if a phantom limb that just wouldn't let go. He knew his part of the plan, probably the most difficult. He didn't know if he would even get out of this alive. He couldn't know. Not with the perilous position he was in. He encountered his mother and father as he was walking towards the Lord's study. Draco. We must go. It's not safe here, Narcissa hissed, her and Lucius both holding their wands out, waiting for anyone to attack them. Draco leveled his parents with an even look. It's not safe anywhere. I need to talk to the Dark Lord. I must play my part. You both should leave, get to the villa in France. If I survive, I'll meet you there, he said, his calm demeanor still intact. Narcissa narrowed her eyes. Draco, you're not making sense. What happened after we died? She whispered, hoping not to draw any attention. Malfoy Manor was currently crawling with Death Eaters, her sister being one of the ones she was desperately avoiding. If Bellatrix remembered her betrayal, she will not be forgiving. She knew there was something wrong with her sister. There had always been something wrong with her. Draco finally met her eyes. Everyone died. This is our only chance, and as loath as I am to admit it, we need the Dark Lord too. There's no more room for dark or light, Mother, just magic and mundane, he said before moving past her. He walked down the hall and knocked on the large oak door. He didn't wait for an answer before entering. He knew this wasn't going to be pretty no matter how hard he tried. Wait, you're telling me the Muggles, what? Killed everyone? Cyrus asked in disbelief. Harriet rolled her eyes. By the time they discovered us, their technology had far passed anything we thought possible. Even now they could kill entire cities of people with their weapons. They outnumber us at least 1,000 to 1. Sure, it took them 20 years, but they wiped us out to the last. They went from safe haven to safe haven. They didn't care if it was children or elderly, creatures, or wizards. Magic was the enemy and was met with death. I truly didn't know they had it in them. Mundanes have always fought, though I suppose it's just human nature to have our petty squabbles. I never fathomed they could get over their differences so fast, but when mundanes fear, they kill, Harriet said, her voice hollow as she remembered the carnage. Hermione shook her head, a pleading look on her face. Are you telling me no one helped? Not all Muggles are bad, she said, her voice breaking. A pained smile crossed Luna's face as she shook her head sadly. Of course there were some mundanes that helped, but the war lasted 20 years, we were losing more and more. The mundanes that were caught helping were treated just as harshly. Eventually no one was willing to help. They weren't willing to risk their families for a losing fight, Luna explained. Howard nodded. Half the people in the community were sympathizers. Though by the end they stopped bothering to send them there and were just outright killing them. It got very bloody towards the end, he said quietly, not liking to draw attention to himself after so many years in the community. The guards were very heavy-handed with people that spoke out. It wasn't strange to just find someone dead in the street, their body left out as a warning after they had spoken out about the treatment they received there. Moody shook his head. While that explains why you cast the spell, I still don't understand why you chose now, he asked gruffly. Luna laughed, her voice sounding like bells. What came out of her mouth next, though, did not match the light, airy tone in which she said it. We needed to come back when Voldemort was still alive, silly, she said casually. The Order members in the room all stiffened. You would come back now on purpose? To bring him back? Sirius screeched, looking at both Luna and Harriet in horror. Harriet scowled. Do you think I'm happy about that? I sacrificed my life to kill him. But we need him. We can't win without him. We did the calculations. We thought of everything. We have to work with him. There is no dark or light anymore. Just mundane and magic born. Harriet snapped, standing up angrily. Power was coming off her in waves. No one was loather to work with Voldemort than her. Well, maybe Dumbledore, but she wasn't very excited to work with him either. Moody scowled. You better be right about all this, he grumbled, obviously not very happy. She knew she had not heard the end of this. Harriet rolled her eyes. Well, if we fail, we all die again anyway. What's there really to lose? Harriet asked bitterly, her eyes hardening. Andromeda Tonks shot up searching for her grandson. She was so frantic in her search she didn't even realize that her husband was miraculously back from the dead. She had frozen stock still as she saw him, also sitting up in bed looking confused. Andromeda stared at him, gaping. She had never looked so improper in her life. Ted looked around the room before meeting his wife, confusion in his eyes. "Andy, what the hell happened?" he asked, his hand clutching his throat. Andromeda shook her head as tears started rolling down her face before she jumped at Ted. She had missed him so much. Their love had been so strong. She had allowed herself to be disowned for him. She had never regretted, well, until she was left with only a grandson and a distant niece that she had never known to call family. She had actually reached out to Narcissa shortly before she had died. She had wanted to reconnect with any family she had left. They had only exchanged a few letters before Death Eaters had stormed her home. She had fought with everything in her. In a last-ditch attempt she called for Creature to take Lil Teddy. She hoped with everything she had been on time as she clutched her husband. It hadn't been long after that Nymphadora had come bursting through the door, her eyes wild as she looked around. Tonks had frantically hugged her parents before asking about her son. She had been horrified by what her mother said, but she held out hope. It hadn't even dawned on the women that Teddy's life had been undone. She was in battle mode as she assessed the situation before getting her parents to pack a few bags so they could make their way to headquarters. Draco was immediately met with a Crucio as he entered the study. He wasn't surprised. He would have been more shocked had he not been cruciate on sight. He groaned in pain but summoned all his strength and stood back up on his feet and met the blood-red eyes of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was glowering. "It's brave of you to come to me, after your betrayal," he hissed, his voice bordering on Parseltown. He was so enraged. Draco met his stare unflinching. "Nothing can be worse than what the Muggles did to us," was the first thing out of Draco's mouth. He had discussed extensively what to say to the Dark Lord to get his attention. Harriet knew the most about him. With her coaching he was hoping he would at the very least survive this encounter. Tom Riddle felt a moment of clarity as one of his fears was confirmed. It was only a moment before it was swept away in the turmoil of his mind. "My lord, me and a select few cast the spell to bring us all back. It has been many years for me since your defeat," Draco said, no lie in his voice. Voldemort snarled, reminded of his defeat yet again at the hands of the Savior. "And who do I have to thank for my resurrection? Besides you, of course," he spat out as he paced the office. Draco didn't move a muscle as he simply answered, "Harriet Potter, Luna Lovegood, Percy Weasley, Theodore Nott, Pansy Parkinson, Victor Crumb, Fleur Weasley, to name a few. The truth is that everyone with magic in their blood left alive at the end helped perform the spell. It was our last hope," he explained. Voldemort stiffened, his mind not being able to make sense of the words he was hearing. Draco, seeing the turmoil, sighed. "When we performed the spell I was 79 years old. I have seen things that would turn even your stomach. We must move past the wars of old. We must all come together. There is no more light or dark, only magic born and mundane," he said, his eyes thinking of all the horrors he had experienced as he brought them to the forefront of his mind before meeting Voldemort's eyes for the first time, letting the Dark Lord see what would be their fate if he could not move past old grudges. Chapter 5. Remus threw open the door at the sight of his wife walking towards the house with her parents trailing behind her. He immediately ran out to her as she herded her parents as close as they could get to the barrier. He pulled her into his arms. At first she fought him before seemingly releasing who he was and relaxing into his arms. He quickly handed the slip of paper to Andromeda as he held Tonks close. He never wanted to let her go again. Tonks pulled away and whipped her eyes as she took the paper. Once she could see the house she quickly walked in, dragging her parents and Remus along. Once she was safely inside she turned towards Remus. "Where's Teddy?" she asked, a frantic edge to her voice. Remus looked at her confused. Doesn't she understand what happened? He didn't even think they were officially married yet. He knew for a fact Teddy hasn't even been conceived. Staring at her eyes he realized that no, she didn't understand. She had probably been panicking since they all woke up. He looked at her sadly. "Nymph, Teddy hasn't been born yet, it's 1995, he said remorsefully. She shook her head in denial before the realization finally hit her, especially when she actually looked at her father. She felt like an idiot for not realizing, but she had died in battle. She hadn't thought past get her family to safety. She felt as if her heart was torn in two. What had happened to her son? Tonks could now clearly remember her mother telling her about her own death. At the time she had barely been listening as her head spun. She shakily let her husband lead her to the living room, her head running over the possibilities. Her mother had said she died, so then Teddy would have gone to Harriet. She was his godmother. The Dark Lord pulled out of Draco's mind with a scowl. He could barely comprehend everything he had been shown. He glared at the blond boy in front of him, though he was loath to call him that after everything he had seen. It had been like something out of his nightmares. He had been driven mad trying to prevent something like that from happening. He could see now that his madness had led to what he had feared most. He had a stark clarity, though he knew it wouldn't last. As loath as I am to admit it, you were right, but I can feel instability in my mind. It won't be long until I am swept under it again. Voldemort gritted out, barely keeping his thoughts in order. Draco nodded. We expected as much. Harriet already has plans for you to absorb some of your Horcruxes. You have barely 1% of your soul. As resilient as we are, we need at least 25% of a soul to think clearly, Draco said resolutely, knowing as he spoke that Harriet was collecting the locket and then the diadem would be next. The Dark Lord snarled at the mention of his safeguards. How do you know about those? He asked enraged, all sanity he had been desperately fighting for leaving him in an instant. Draco looked at him unrepentant. It was well known after the war, the Unspeakables did extensive research on the topic after your death. They wanted to make sure you were gone for good, he explained simply. The Dark Lord scowled. Leave me, I have much to consider, he ordered. Draco nodded. Of course. Harriet should be in contact soon, then we can perform the ritual to return a portion of your soul back to you, he said, his head bowed slightly in respect. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. And you are so sure this ritual will work? He asked suspiciously. Draco gave a single nod. We worked on it for years, it's perfected, was all he said before turning and leaving the office. Tonks came storming into the room, her eyes immediately finding Harriet and walking towards her with a purpose. As soon as Harriet saw her face, she felt a flash of pain. Nymphadora looked so much like Teddy. He had truly taken after his mother in more ways than one. What happened to Teddy? I need to know, Tonks said resolutely as she met Harriet's eyes. She was surprised at the amount of pain she saw there, but it didn't deter her. She needed to know what had happened to her son. Harriet let out a tired sigh. You would be proud of him. He fought for what he believed in, and like his parents he died for what he believed in, Harriet said, her voice going hollow. She watched as Remus and Tonks both flinched back from the knowledge before turning back to her. Harriet shook her head and stood up. I can't, was all she said before storming out of the room. Luna stared sadly at her retreating back before turning to the two shocked parents before her. She gave them a sad smile. She doesn't like talking about him. She raised Teddy since he was 3. He'll always be a sore spot for her, Luna explained, trying to get Remus and Tonks to understand. Ron shook his head mournfully. Teddy died a year before us. It killed her. She loved that kid so much. She was right though, you should be proud he fought for what was right, before any of us did, Ron said. He remembered what Harriet was like after Teddy's death. The light left her eyes that day and he hadn't lived long enough to see her get it back. Though unbeknownst to Ron she never got it back, something had died that day with her son, a part of her she would never be able to feel again. Remus looked between Ron and Luna, not grasping what they were saying. Their son had died. His baby boy had died. Luna shook her head mournfully, seeing the confusion on their faces. He was 27 when he died. He had been one of the first people to join the resistance. Harriet told him stories about you both. She didn't want him to know nothing about his parents like she did growing up. So he grew up hearing stories about his heroic parents and godmother who fought for what was right even against the worst odds. She wanted him to be proud of being your son, and he was. So much so that when he started seeing witches and wizards getting treated like savages he couldn't just stand by. Harriet tried to get him to stay out of it, but he was a grown man. He could do as he pleases. He died protecting a werewolf family who were escaping the country. If you thought the restrictions on creatures were bad before, when the mundanes discovered us it got so much worse. Teddy couldn't stand it, not with all the prejudices he had faced. You really should be proud. He saved so many lives, helped so many families, Luna explained, trying to get the two grieving parents to understand. Remus felt pain, but even he couldn't deny he was proud. His son had stood up for what he believed in, and risked his life. He had been a good man, and that would always fill him with pride. His death, however, made him loath to have any more kids. He could feel Mooney howling at the loss of their cub. Tonks could barely stand. She had never wanted her children to follow in her footsteps. She fought so they didn't have to. To know that her son had followed in her footsteps hurt. She couldn't help but glance at her own mother. Is what she had felt after her death? Left alone to raise her grandson? Tonks shook her head, tears falling from her eyes as she tucked herself into Remus. She didn't want to face the fact that her baby was dead. She couldn't. She didn't have a choice though. Life was as it was. Harriet stormed throughout the house. She scowled at the poor state of things. She had redecorated before moving back into the house. She found she quite missed her design. Maybe Sirius would let her redecorate. The house was too doom and gloom for her tastes. She found herself in front of a familiar door. She smiled ruefully before opening the door and walking into the dueling room. The place was covered in grim and dust. Sirius, it's not that hard to cast some cleaning charms, she grumbled as she vanished the dust from everything. It wasn't perfect, but it wouldn't make her die from lack of air anymore. She summoned two of the dummies forward and turned them onto high before starting to throw curses at them. She moved with practiced ease, though stumbled a few times. Harriet wasn't used to being 15 again. It was a very strange experience for her. She felt more limber than she had in years, but also weaker. Her body hadn't gone through the years of war to harden it like it was in the past. She was skin and bones again. She would need to brew some nutrition potions and put herself on a good diet. Currently, she was trying to hone her magical strength. The quicker she can strengthen her core, the better. She would never rely on a wand again. It was a death sentence. Chapter 6. Sirius watched in shock as Harriet destroyed the practice dummies over and over again. He was having a hard time coming to grips with who his goddaughter had turned out to be. Not to mention the fact they would have to work with the same people they had been fighting. He couldn't believe Harriet wanted to work with her parents' killer. He just couldn't fathom it. He dreaded the day he would come face to face with the man and have to stand there like he didn't want to murder him with his bare hands. Sirius just didn't have the capabilities to come to terms with everything that had happened. Azkaban had left its scars on the man. Though his blood had doomed him to madness from birth, he had never been considered stable. He wasn't as bad off as dear cousin Bella, but he wasn't spared. He had never had good impulse control. He would never admit it to himself, but he also had a mean streak, the things he had done to Severus Snape being an example. He stood there in shock as he watched Harriet's skills. She wasn't even using her wand. He didn't even realize she was fully aware he was there. She knew when someone was watching her. Her survival instincts were something she always had. A lifetime of abuse will do that to a person. It had taken Harriet years to realize she was actively watching her surrounding with her magic, letting her know who was around her. She had done it since she was very young, and it had never stopped. She destroyed the last dummy before catching her breath. "Are you just gonna stand there?" she asked casually as she grabbed the water bottle creature had placed there when he realized she was in the dueling room. Sirius jumped, before shaking his head and putting his hand on his chest. "Don't scare me like that, pup. I don't know if my heart can take it," he said, in a joking voice, trying to lighten the mood. Harriet smirked at him. "Well then, don't watch me like a creeper. What are you doing down here anyway?" she asked as she patted her forehead with a towel. Sirius smiled sheepishly. "You were upset. I wanted to check on you. We haven't had much time to chat, well ever," Sirius said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Harriet smiled, but her eyes held a bitterness to them. "Yes, we were never given much chance to bond before you died. Dumbledore wouldn't want me to make too many connections, especially ones that won't want me to sacrifice myself for the greater good," she said, her eyes hard. Sirius sputtered. "What the hell are you talking about? Sacrifice yourself?" he asked, alarm going through his entire system. Harriet scoffed. "Of course, I had to be willing to sacrifice myself. The good of the many outweighs the few and all that bollocks. Long story short, I have a piece of Voldemort in my head. I have to die for it to be removed. Dumbledore knew that. It's why he kept such tight reins on my life," Harriet explained as she sat down in a huff. Sirius stared at her in shocked horror. He couldn't believe it. James and Lily are turning in their graves. They were going to haunt him from the afterlife for his failures. Harriet, seeing the turmoil in his eyes, patted his shoulder awkwardly. Don't get too upset. As loath as I am to admit it, I understand why. I don't agree with his actions, but I've been a commander, and I understand what it's like to make hard choices with lives on the line," she said, trying to be comforting. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. "You agree with him? You would have done the same thing?" he asked incredulously. Harriet scowled. "No, I understand his choice, but I've never been willing to bring children into war. He specializes in children soldiers. He picks and chooses who he wants to turn into his weapons. Why do you think he favored you and my parents so much? I will never, and have never brought a child anywhere near a war. It's a line I refuse to cross. Dumbledore has crossed that line and many more. I don't agree with his actions, but from a pure numbers point of view, it makes sense," she explained with a shrug. Sirius shook his head, not being able to comprehend the choices Albus made. Harriet shook her head sadly. He would need time to come to terms with the man he thought he knew. "I'm going to go and take a shower. Why don't you go lay down? Tomorrow's gonna be a big day," she said as she passed him on the way out. Sirius nodded, numb to anything at this point, as he walked up the stairs to his room. Harriet laid in bed, having taken over her old bedroom and made it as comfortable as possible for the night. She was dreaming listlessly, memories flashing behind her closed eyes. She could feel herself getting pulled like a river going downstream. Her consciousness floated until she started seeing unfamiliar images. An orphanage, a boy, huddled outside of a metal door. He was flinching as loud banging was going on outside. The boy whimpered as he tried to shy away from the explosions going on outside. He went from crying to banging on the door, begging to be let in. The images shifted, the boy, laying in a pool of debris as the door opened, an older woman scowling at him as she led children out of the shelter. She didn't even spare the boy a glance as she left him in the rubble. The memories shifted again. This time she was in a familiar place. Dumbledore's office. She could see the boy clearer now. It was Tom Riddle begging an unfamiliar man to stay over the summer only to be denied again. She watched as the boy left in a rage as he stormed down the halls she knew so well. She followed him to the second-floor girls' bathroom, through the chamber entrance down to the chamber itself, where he let go of his anger, screaming in rage. Eventually, Tom wore himself out and just sat hunched over on the cold floor, looking at the ground with empty eyes. Harriet let out an audible sigh, making the image of Tom Riddle turn around sharply, his eyes bleeding red. "What are you doing here?" he shrieked, his voice shaking with rage. Harriet held up her hands in surrender. "Didn't do it on purpose, got pulled in while I slept." "So how you doing, Tom? How does it feel to be back from the dead?" she asked sarcastically. Tom scowled. "I should kill you for this," he snarled. Harriet rolled her eyes. "You can't do that, Tom," she said mockingly, knowing she was grating on his nerves but not being able to help it. Being around him made the rebellious teenager she was at heart come out to play. Tom glared at her, hate entering his eyes. "And why is that?" he asked, his hands clenched at his sides. Harriet smirked and moved her hair, showing her scar. "'Cause I'm your Horcrux, would be kind of a moot point anyways. Just weaken yourself further and all that," she said as she waved a hand dismissively, letting her hair cover the scar again. Tom Riddle shot up from where he was sleeping in bed. He couldn't believe it. He knew it had been real, that the blasted girl had been in his head. He was horrified with the reason why, but it explained so much. He shook with a murderous rage and apparated to Little Hangleton. He had tried to rest, that had failed, and now he had to find as many of his safeguards as possible. First he retrieved the ring, that had been easy to dispel. Next he went to the cave. He brought a Muggle he stole off the street, some college student coming home from a bar in the middle of the night. He forces the potion down the boy's throat and spelled him silent as he withered in pain until eventually the potion was drunk. He threw the Muggle to the ground dismissively. He would deal with him later. He let out a relieved breath as he saw his locket, until he picked it up. It felt wrong. He checked it over with his magic and found his soul not inside. He stared at the locket in disbelief before prying the thing open. He stared at the note in shock. He couldn't believe it. His locket hadn't been here for years. Where was a piece of his soul? The Dark Lord didn't even realize he was radiating fury until his magic burst around him, killing the Muggle and making the cave around him start to crumble. When he finally noticed the cave around him being destroyed, he disapparated and fled back to Malfoy Manor. Chapter 7. Harriet woke up suddenly as she was thrown from Tom's mind. She snorted as she realized what happened. she would need to strengthen her occlumency shields. She shook her head amused as she got out of bed. She could tell it was still the middle of the night making her scowl, but she was too amused to really care. Harriet was surprised by her one amusement. Tom had never brought on such feelings of humor before. She just couldn't see him the same way anymore. When she faced him as a child, he was a scary monster. She was a woman grown now who had done much worse than Tom. Sure, it was to enemies on a battlefield, but it didn't mean much. She could understand his fear now. She had lived it. She knew he didn't start out so bad. He had turned into an extremist after being pushed too far, not to mention destabilizing his damn soul. It wasn't till the 80s that he really started being violent. Before that he was much more politically inclined. She shook her head, knowing he wouldn't be happy about this newest fact. Probably throw more than a few hissy fits. She pulled the locket out of her pocket and ran her thumb over the large S. She felt the pull to it. It had never affected her like the others. She had become angry, yes, but it was more than that. Her darker tendencies came out, but they were still her. She never did anything she regretted while wearing the locket. Even now she didn't regret any of her actions. When Ron and Hermione wore it, they changed completely, more strongly than she ever did. Most likely because she had grown used to being around Tom's soul shard. She did have one in her mind. She shook her head and put away the locket. She took a deep breath before calling out, "Dobby," into the empty room. She had missed her friend. He would still be at Hogwarts now. Harriet heard a pop and saw Dobby, one of her oldest friends, standing in the room looking at her with his big eyes filled with admiration. "Hello, old friend," Harriet whispered, a smile on her face. Dobby burst into tears and hugged Harriet. "Dobby is so happy you are okay. He was so worried about his friend Harriet Potter. Dobby is happy not to be dead anymore." "Yes, Dobby is," the little elf wailed as he hugged his first ever friend. Harriet grimaced at the reminder before nodding. "I'm happy you're not dead too, Dobby. I've missed you," she said as she pulled away. Dobby smiled as he dried his tears with one of his many hats. Harriet couldn't stop the nostalgic smile coming to her face at the action. She crouched down to his level before asking, "Dobby, do you think you could take me to Hogwarts undetected?" she asked, an idea coming to her mind. Dobby nodded. "Dobby can. Why does Harriet Potter need to go to Hogwarts?" he asked curiously. Harriet nodded and stood up. "I need to get something before anyone else can get their hands on it. I also want to talk to McGonagall. Hopefully I can get in and out within an hour or two," she explained as she found something more appropriate to wear and put it on behind the privacy screen. She had taken over Walburga's old room. It had all the splendor a lady of an ancient house would want. None of the clothes were to Harriet's style, but she did find a nice dragonhide battle robe in the back of Regulus's closet, which she had stolen before going to bed. She quickly put on the battle robe, grabbed her invisibility cloak and wand and walked back to Dobby. The little elf offered his hand, which Harriet took with a smile. "Outside the come and go room, please," she asked gently. Dobby smiled back before they were both gone with a quid pop. Severus Snape paced his home in Spinner's End. He didn't understand what was happening. One moment he is dying, the next he is alive. In his childhood home, no less. He knew he didn't have much time till someone comes looking for him. Could he go to the Order? After killing Dumbledore, would they even listen? Did he have a choice? He couldn't go back to the Dark Lord's forces. They would kill him on sight. It had taken him all night to realize when Dumbledore would still be alive. He had to get to Hogwarts. Find out what was happening. He quickly fled into his chambers at the castle. He stormed through the halls, determined to get to the headmaster's office. Every time he tried, the stairs kept bringing him to other places. He eventually ended up on the 7th floor somehow. Just in time to see Harriet Potter being apparated right in front of him by a house elf. Severus scowled. "What exactly are you doing here, Miss Potter?" he asked drily, playing the part as he always had. Harriet simply smiled. "Well, seeing as we all woke up from the dead, I thought I should come and get some insurance before Tom tries to get back his pesky tiara," she said casually as she paced in front of the wall. Severus stared at her, almost not comprehending what she said, so that meant everyone remembered. He had thought it a possibility, but for it to be confirmed was daunting, to say the least. Harriet just ignored him as the door appeared to the come-and-go room. Dobby had already left, most likely to go and see what the other elves were doing. She made her way into the room as she called out, "Well, are you coming or not?" behind her as she examined the walls of discarded items. Snape narrowed his eyes but followed the impatient brat into the room. He was surprised. He had never seen this part of the castle. He rarely came up to the 7th floor, so it wasn't that shocking. He had however heard of the Room of Requirement. He knew that was where Neville and Ginevra were hiding themselves and the other students away. Severus had no idea that this room was there though. He scowled at the sight of perfectly good cauldrons just lying around. He had students burn through cauldrons every year. He wasn't deluded enough to think that every student had enough money to buy new cauldrons every week. On more than one occasion he had paid for their replacement. "What is this place supposed to be?" he asked as he eyed the discarded things all over the room. Harriet smirked. "It's called the Room of Lost Things. I personally think it's the room of things that people could really use. If I had known about this room I would have been picking it clean for years. One of the first things McGonagall did after Reconstruction was to have this room cleaned out. All the supplies went to good use, the rest was donated. Believe it or not, there were some really valuable things in here. It hasn't been cleaned out since the founder's time," she said, distractedly as her eyes moved over everything. It had been over 50 years since she had found the diadem. She knew it was far into the room, but she was relying more on her instincts than anything else. She had always felt drawn to Horcruxes, being one herself. Snape nodded. "It's good to know Minerva took over. How exactly did the war end?" he asked, following behind the girl at a distance. "Well, I walked out into the forest, took a killing curse to the face, had a fun little chat with Dumbledore. Why it couldn't be my mother I'll never know. Came back from the dead. Before this time, me and Tom dueled it out. He died because of some technicalities. Do not screw around with wand ownership, by the way. Then we had a good 30 years give or take. Then the Muggles wiped us out. Took 20 years for them to do it, but they did," she explained, not pulling back any punches. She may not hate Severus anymore, but that didn't mean she would treat him like an old friend. He had bullied children. She had a son. If someone had treated him the way Snape had treated her, well, let's just say it's best that no one ever tried. She continued making her way through the room, not caring if he followed her or not, until eventually, she felt a pull. She made her way closer to see the diadem on top of a cabinet. She remembered it being in a different place before, but it must have been moved at some point. She gently picked it up. "Got ya," she said as she put it into the big pocket of her battle robes. Snape watched this in confusion. He had barely processed what she said. At least her demeanor made more sense. She looked at him as if she had absolutely no fear of him, wasn't intimidated in the least. It was slightly unnerving. Even other Death Eaters were intimidated by him. Harriet Potter just looked at him as if his attempts were laughable. She had a bite to her words that he could recognize in his own. She was obviously battle-hardened. He could see that. She carried herself with an assurance of her place in the world. Long gone was the shy Gryffindor girl who had no idea where she belonged. Chapter 8. Why exactly does the Dark Lord want a tiara? Severs asked as he followed Harriet out of the room and down through the castle. Harriet smirked. "Oh, nothing. Just a piece of his soul in it. No big deal," she said sarcastically. Severus faltered, barely processing what she had just said before he rushed to catch up with her as he glowered. "And what exactly are you going to do with it?" he asked as he glared at her. "Well, for starters, it will be a great bargaining chip. We'll have to see which one has the biggest concentration of soul in it so we can use it for the ritual. I am not going to work with Tom if he's still unstable," she said as if it was obvious. Severus looked at Harriet in dumbfounded horror. "What could ever possess you to do that? It's plain idiocy," he said scathingly. Harriet rolled her eyes. "Not when faced with a bigger threat. I need a sane Tom Riddle on my side. It's the only way we're going to survive this," she said, her voice taking on a dark tone. "It couldn't possibly be that bad," Severus said, his head spinning. He couldn't fathom a world where they needed the Dark Lord, that he had been right all along. Harriet turned towards him suddenly, glaring daggers at him. He wished he could say he wasn't at all intimidated. "It wasn't that bad. I miss the days when all I had to worry about was Voldemort and his pack of monkeys. They were nothing compared to the mass hysteria, the bombing of every safe haven. There was no escape. Sure, there was running, but if you stopped, if you let your guard down for even a second, you were dead. They had no mercy for children. They decimated Hogwarts, ripped right through the wards. I received refugees that day, all younger years. The older years had stayed to hold off the explosion as much as possible with the teachers. Some of the children barely made it, were burned through half their bodies, most died. We had no respite, there was nowhere safe. So don't tell me it couldn't be that bad, because it was so much worse, Harriet said through gritted teeth. She was sick of having to explain saving people's lives. She understood they didn't know any better, but she just wished people would get with the program so they didn't all die. How hard was that? Did they not want to live? You think you've seen the worst it can get. Yes, you've seen war, but you haven't seen an extinction of a species, Harriet said coldly as she stared at him. Harriet just shook her head in exasperation and continued her trek to Minerva's office when she didn't get a reply from the man. She wanted to see the woman, let her know the plan. She had always been there for Harriet, even looked out for Teddy while he was in school. McGonagall would always hold a soft spot in Harriet's heart. She loved the women. She had always been kind even when she was stern. Neville stalked through Longbottom Manor. He knew Harriet had something to do with this. He just knew it. She had been running the United Kingdom's resistance. She had been very high-ranking when he had been alive. He remembered how he died. He remembered the last-ditch effort to wipe them all out, to destroy as many as they could. They had made a dent. Approximately 1 billion mundanes had died that day. But they crushed them after. In retaliation, every country, everywhere, set their weapons to destroy them. It had been a week of crushing attacks. Weakened from the mass spell, they were easy pickings. They never stood a chance. At least they had done them damage, made them feel the hurt that they inflicted, made them understand the pain. Neville had never been the same after his wife's death. She had been left defenseless with the wand restrictions and had been at the wrong place at the wrong time. Authorities had found her burned the next morning. Her death had caused Neville to turn bitter, violent. He joined the resistance with a vengeance. He wanted those who would see his kind dead to feel his pain, to feel the emptiness he had felt since that day. When Neville figured out what had happened, he had flowed Abbot Manor and no one had answered. He knew personally that their flow system was locked to travel at night, so he couldn't force his way in. He had paced until his grandmother had found him. She had been shocked at the boy in front of her. She couldn't reconcile him with the man she knew before she died. Augusta Longbottom hadn't lived long enough to see the last war. It was one of the few things that gave Neville peace, that she never had to see the decimation of everything she loved. It would have killed her inside and out. Augusta and Neville had spent time explaining what had happened, Neville explaining what he knew. Augusta was rightfully upset, but she had always been a strong woman. She could handle it. She wasn't pleased with her grandson's actions at the end of his life, but she understood them. They had been in a war after all. Harriet found Minerva in her office, nursing a rather large glass of Scottish whiskey. Minerva stared at Harriet in shock. It had been so long since she had seen the fiery girl she once was. She remembered her as a grieving mother, a vengeful battle commander. She had sent what students she could to her in the end, trusting her former student to do what's right. Minerva drank her entire glass in one gulp before rushing to her feet and pulling the girl into hug. Harriet smiled, one of genuine happiness. "I missed you, Professor. It's been years since you've been this spry," Harriet said as she pulled away from the hug. Minerva glared at her, a teasing edge to her eyes. "Watch your tongue, girlie. We both know I'll spell it off to dance around the room," she said, her voice serious but her eyes shining with humor. Harriet just laughed. "If it didn't work on Teddy, it's not going to work on me, Minerva." "We both know I'm your favorite student," Harriet said cheekily. Minerva rolled her eyes. "Oh, you. Stop saying that before you make the others jealous. Now, do you have any idea what in blazes happened? How are we back from the dead?" Minerva asked as she sat back down, Harriet sitting in the other chair in her office. Harriet nodded. "We did this. By 2049 there were less than 200 of us left. This is a last-ditch attempt. This was our last chance. Otherwise all magic from this planet would have been eradicated," she explained. Minerva nodded. "You did the right thing. I'm proud, so proud of you, and I'm sure James and Lily would be too. Now, how many of my students survived that day?" she asked, getting down to business. Her first concern would always be the students. Harriet sighed, remembering the day Minerva died. It had always been one of her more painful memories. Almost all of the first and second years survived. It was the third and fourth years that took the brunt. About 70% of the third years survived. 40% of the fourth years and a few fifth years. Here and there. You would have been proud of your students that day, Minerva. They stayed to buy the rest of them time. Because of their sacrifice, at least 100 extra kids made it out of. They're alive, Harriet said, taking Minerva's hand. She could feel Minerva's hand shaking before Minerva stood up and began pacing. I should have never listened to him. He leads us to ruin, following his example, Minerva said scathingly as she paced her office. And who would that be, Minerva? Severus asked drolly from the door. Minerva turned towards him suddenly, her eyes widening before she pulled an unsuspecting Snape into a hug. I'm so sorry, Severus. I should have never thought so horribly of you, should have never believed you would join him, she said, emotion entering her voice before she pulled away and whipped her eyes. Severus looked stunned, his entire body frozen in shock before he shook his head. I played the part one had to play. If I wasn't good at it, I would have been dead a long time ago, he said, trying to desperately change the topic. Harriet snorted. Oh, you more than played a part. It's not hard for you to be an ass when you were one. You just hate Tom, she said sarcastically. Minerva narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. Harriet had her reasons for being angry at Severus. Snape glared at the impotent brat, almost scolded her before remembering who she was on. The inside, this wasn't some student. This was a battle-hardened old bitter woman who could and would knock him on his ass. The look in her eye was reminiscent to Augusta Longbottom, though with a disconcerting amount of black madness thrown in the mix. Severus had spent a long time staring into eyes with that particular brand of crazy, and he could always recognize the signs. Chapter 9. Theodore not burst into his grandfather's study. He knew the man would be awake. Unsurprisingly, he found his father there as well. They were both in what looked like a heated debate before he burst in. Theodore, what in Merlin's taint do you think you're doing? You know better than to burst in here. Without knocking, no less, his father hissed, his eyes turning to slits as he started pulling his wand out. Theodore waved his hand, casually drawing his father's wand from him before discarding it across the room. His grandfather stood up, staring at him inquisitively. He had always been closer with him than his own father. There is much we need to discuss, but first I want some answers. Answers I couldn't get from your corpse, Theodore said, his magic lashing out angrily around him. Corvus not assessed his son. He couldn't believe the little whelp was standing up to him, radiating such power. He knew wandless magic as well. Not even Corvus could perform wandless magic. Theodos not looked between his grandson and son. He knew his son wasn't a good man, but neither was he. He had been one of Tom's first knights. He was one of the first and last loyal to his lord. One of the few that knew him by his given name. He mourned for the visionary he once was and feared the dictator he became, but he would always be loyal. Theodore glared at his father, the man who he had hated since he was 10. The year his mother died. His last happy memories of his family died with her. His father was never the same. Theodore had mistaken that for grief in his ignorance. He never realized it was because his mother protected him from his father, took the beatings, and shielded him from the horrible side of his blood. Once she died, he always thought something of his father died with her, and that was why he was cruel. How wrong he was. He didn't find out how wrong he was until well after both his father and grandfather had passed. After his grandfather died in 2012, Theodore inherited everything. His father had already been killed by Andromeda Tonks in his failed attempt at revenge. He had discovered documents hidden away by his father, an agreement. His father had arranged for his mother's death. She had become too much of a nuisance, and when she failed to produce a spare, he disposed of her. As if she was nothing and not the mother of his child. He had never been able to get his answers, his father being long dead by the time he discovered it. But now, he was standing before him, defenseless and so utterly weak to a now battle-hardened Theodore. You didn't last as long as he did without plenty of blood on your hands. Funny thing, father, when I took over the estate I found your little stashes. All the secrets you kept from grandfather, your dirty dealings. About your secret shame, Theodore said suggestively, winding his father up. He could see his grandfather getting angry. The man obviously wanted to know what was going on. Corvus noticeably shifted. He did not like the words coming out of his son's mouth. If he still had his wand, the boy would be silenced and withering on the ground already. Theodore, seeing the going in his father's eyes, smirked, satisfied to have the upper hand for once. Ah, you see the boy I was. Not the man I am. If you think you're going to get one over on me, you are sourly mistaken. Now, Why did you kill my mother? I expect a straight answer, Theodore said, focusing his magic, making it more threatening. Theodos blinked, taken aback. Ariana had been murdered? By his son? He remembered the girl fondly. She had been an amazing mother, a dutiful wife even. Corvus glared hatefully at his son, the disappointment of his life. I did no such thing, he spat out, knowing he couldn't lose face with his father. Theodore rolled his eyes. I saw the papers, the missives. You ordered her killed. Paid a pretty penny for it too. Why? She was kind. And good. And you murdered her. For what? Huh? Answer me, Theodore yelled, his restraint snapping. Corvus went to smack his son but was thrown back and bound to a chair instead, Theodore seething above him. I said I want answers. You're a pathetic excuse for a wizard. You would have been slaughtered in the war. Now, you're going to answer me, father, one way or another, he said before pulling out a vial. He had raided the family stash before coming here. He knew what he was doing. This was not his first interrogation. Corvus fought the ropes magically binding him to the chair. He knew what that potion was. He couldn't let himself ingest it. He could not let his secrets come to light. Corvus didn't have much of a choice, however, when Theodore pried open his jaw with his bare hands and forced the man to take 3 drops directly to the tongue. Once the potion took effect, Corvus immediately slackened, relaxing in his chair. Theodore smiled, a predatory look in his eyes. Now, father, I think it's time to hear all of your little secrets, he said, his voice taking on a sing-song quality. Theodos looked at his grandson with hesitation. He had never seen the boy like this, even when he had grown into a man. Theodore, seeing this look, straightened, becoming serious once more. Why did you kill my mother? He asked, waiting with bated breath for the answer. She was coddling you. I needed my son to be strong. She couldn't do her duty, so I got rid of her. She was getting in the way of raising you correctly. You needed a firm hand, Corvus replied, no emotion in his voice. Theodore flinched back as if slapped. You killed her so you could abuse me? He asked incredulously. Corvus shook his head. No, I had her removed to raise you properly. You were weak. You needed to be strong. No son of mine would be weak, he said, his eyes empty. Theodore shook his head, not believing the man in front of him was so idiotic. Is that why you abandoned my sister? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Theodos stiffened, before turning to his son in horror. What had he done? She was a stain. She had to be removed, he said, as if that was that. Theodore remembered the squib woman he had met later in life. She had been older than him by a few years. She had been an amazing woman, had kids of her own. One of her children was born a normal wizard and had attended Hogwarts. He never got to know her properly, but he honored her by protecting her children. What is this about a daughter? Theodos spat as he glared at his son. Theodore grimaced. Father had a daughter. She was a squib. From what I understand, her mother was a victim of one of the raids. I met her later in life. She remembered meeting father. He had killed her mother before abandoning her on a street corner when he figured out she was a squib. Thankfully, the Muggle authorities found her and got her back to her aunt. She lived a good life, had children of her own, he explained to his raging grandfather. It was a stain on the family to have a child by force to begin with, but Knots didn't believe in abandoning squibs in the Muggle world. They would normally set the child up with a good life abroad. Keep track of any children with the magic gift popping up later on down the line. It was by no means a kind thing to do, but it was better than most pureblood families. They respected blood. Theodos had thought he taught his son that, but he was wrong. His son was nothing like him. He still remembered being informed of his death by the Aurors. He had sent a formal apology to Harriet Potter on behalf of the Knot family. He had been taking his son to task when his grandson had burst through the door. He had thought Corvus simple before. Now he knew the man didn't have a lick of sense in him. Now he knows he has a granddaughter. He couldn't help the tinge of fondness that thought brought, even if the girl was a squib. He wanted to know her desperately, though he would understand if she had reservations, after everything his damn son had done to the poor girl. He glared at his son, still under the effects. What else have you hidden from me? He asked, dreading the answers he would receive. Over the next hour, Corvus Knot spoke all of his secrets, things he had never admitted out loud. By the end, Theodos Knot was barely restraining himself from killing his own son. Chapter 10. Percy stalked through the ministry. He could see people crowding, desperately hoping for safety. Notably, it was mostly those who had died early on. Anyone who had lived to see the last war had a healthy distrust of all governments. They had seen how the ministry responded to atrocities against their people, then they saw the fall of all magical governments. The Muggles had no use for wizard politicians, sure. During the first 10 years they played nice. Let there be an air of cooperation, but by 2030 the Ministry of Magic was a powerless figurehead. By 2037 it wasn't even in existence anymore. The building was left empty. Percy stalked past officials, secretaries, bystanders. He barely saw any of them. He had an objective: get all competent figureheads into one room and explain the situation. It was his role in the plan, and he hasn't gone through all that not to do his part. It took Percy over an hour to get everyone he needed into one room. Mr. Weasley, there better be a good reason you have us all in here and not out there dealing with whatever this is, Amelia's Bones said, her voice having an edge of warning to it. Percy nodded. Yes, this is a matter of great importance. I took part in the spell that brought us all back. All of us have roles to play. All over the world people are being put in rooms much like this and having this same conversation, he said, his head held high. Scrimminger furrowed his eyebrows. Why exactly did you all perform this spell? He asked, his voice hesitant. The last thing he remembered was being killed by Voldemort. Percy sighed, knowing they would have a hard time believing him. The Muggles discovered the wizarding world. It happened all over the world. It was too quick to counteract. It wasn't so bad in the first 10 years, but by the end there were only about 150 of us left. We pooled all our power, everything we had to send us all back. This was planned very carefully. If we are not careful we will all die again, he said, his voice holding power they had never seen from the man before. How on earth do the Muggles discover us? Someone in the back sputtered out. Percy sighed and shook his head. During 2020 there was a worldwide Muggle pandemic. Not being affected by their illnesses, witches and wizards still operated as they did before. We are much easier to spot when the streets aren't crowded with Muggles. Not to mention their technology, by then every street corner had a camera on it. We were sighted all over the world. Britain being one of the worst. One of the first things we need to implement is mandatory training on how to blend in with Muggles, he said, scowling at the memory of finally learning about Muggles. It had been an enlightening experience, to say the least. Many of the people in that room sputtered, not being able to fathom Muggles being able to discover them. Percy just shook his head. It happened, but it's been undone. We have a chance to do it right this time. We won't get a second chance, he said, making any naysayers quiet. After Harriet had left both Minerva and Severus to their drinks, she wandered down through the halls of Hogwarts. It had been so long since she had been in these halls. She made her way to the second-floor girls' bathroom. They had often theorized that there was more in the chamber that they had never explored. They could never find out, as by the time they thought of the prospect Hogwarts was already long gone. She made her way silently to Myrtle's bathroom. Harriet didn't even need to think. She just walked up to the sink and told it to open. Immediately once it was open, she just slid down the pipe, using magic to slow her descent so she could land on her feet and not on the pile of bones. She grimaced as she looked around at all the bones, though she would definitely be collecting them for potion ingredients. Who knew what kind of creature bones were down there? After the complete decimation of all plants with magical properties, potion ingredients became very valued. It was almost impossible to find them out in the wild. Only those who had greenhouses already had any potion ingredients at all by 2035. So Harriet knew the value of a good potion ingredient. It meant life or death. It's one of the few reasons she would stand Severus Snape. She was mature enough to see his value. Though it's wasted on Hogwarts, the man doesn't have a teaching bone in his body. Harriet shook her head as she made her way further into the chamber until she came upon the carcass of the basilisk. She could see it for what it was now, a waste. They could have used a 60-foot basilisk in the war. She wished the creature would have listened to her, but it only followed Tom, and she had been too young at the time to focus on anything but getting out of there alive. Harriet is one of the first to admit she did not make the smartest choices as a child. Though she had learned from her mistakes and she refused to make the same one twice, something Dumbledore could have learned from. Harriet ran her hand down the still intact hide of the basilisk. She would need to harvest this as soon as possible. It would make amazing battle armor, maybe a peace offering to Tom? She shook her head and made her way deeper into the room. She couldn't see any doors or other entrances, but she knew there was one place she hadn't checked. She grimaced as she crawled through the still open passageway in the mouth of Salazar Slytherin. Harriet hated every moment of it, but it was worth it. She found a large den area, a large nest to the side. Most likely for the basilisk. But the other side of the room held a wall of books, and a cauldron. Harriet walked up to books, a look in her eyes that normally only Hermione could muster. She immediately started scanning the books before plucking one off the shelf and sitting down in the green stuffed armchair in the corner. It took hours before Harriet pried herself away from the stash of books she had found. She made her way silently back through the chamber, to the entrance and then back into the bathroom before calling for Dobby. "Did Harriet Potter find everything she wanted?" Dobby asked, fiddling with his pillowcase. Harriet smiled and nodded. "More than I thought. What I found will help us immensely. Would you mind giving me a lift home, Dobby? If I'm not there in the morning, I think Sirius might have a heart attack," she said, a fond smile on her face as she thought about Sirius. Dobby nodded and took her hand before they were both gone with a pop and back in Harriet's bedroom at 12 Grimwald Place. "Thank you, Dobby. Would you mind terribly keeping an eye out on Hogwarts for me? I need to know what Dumbledore's planning," she asked as she opened a drawer and warded the thing with as many wards as she could think of before delicately placing the diadem into the drawer before closing it and locking it with a parcelock. No one but her and Tom could get in that thing now. The little elf nodded eagerly. "Of course. Dobby will be happy to watch over Hogwarts for Harriet Potter," he said excitedly before leaving with a barely audible pop. Simultaneously, all over the world people were being told about the last war. Power was being consolidated. Magical governments were informed about the coming disaster by various members who participated in the spell from all over the world. Some didn't believe, others knew it to be true. While the magical governments from around the world were told there was panic on the streets, people killing others. Many secrets were revealed after all. People fought viciously in the streets while others hid in their homes or went to well-known safe spaces. Some went to their ministries, desperate for some form of protection. Surely no one would attack at a ministry building? They were wrong? Magical blood spilled all through the night, governments desperately trying to control the chaos. When morning finally broke, people were still hiding, desperate for some type of answers, some type of news. Then the wizarding wireless started playing emergency issues of newspapers going out early. All over the world the bare minimum of answers were given to the people, mostly telling them that the issue was being worked on, the cause of the spell had been found, and they were doing everything in their power to ensure the safety of everyone. Many old families holed themselves up in their manors, erecting the war wards. They refused to fall victim again. Other families were reunited, their loved ones long dead to them. All over the world there was death and new life and families being torn apart and sewn back together. It was a time of great change for every being with magic in their blood. Chapter 11. The next day Harriet made her way to Gringotts. She needed all her power behind her and it was time to take up her titles again. Part of her felt a tinge of pleasure knowing Dumbledore would hate this. He never wanted her to fulfill her potential. Well, that's not strictly true. He never thought she would live long enough to use it. The old man probably assumed she would find a reason to want to live if she had access to all of her power. Though he wasn't fully wrong. If she knew she had properties, she would have been long gone from the Dursleys. At the age of 15 she hated them with a passion. She would never love, or even like, her aunt or uncle, but she had grown fond of Dudley. His daughter had often played with Teddy. They were never close, but the man had grown. He was no longer the bully he was during childhood, and Harriet was mature enough to know he was raised to act like that. When he matured he had realized his mistakes and became a good man, and that's what mattered. She would place the Dursleys at one of her smaller properties. They would be safe there. She might also offer a place to Hermione's parents. She walked into Gringotts, her head held high. The goblins looked fiercer, more intimidating. It was obvious to Harriet they remembered as well. She walked directly up to a teller. "I need to speak with the Potter account manager." Immediately, she stated formally, knowing goblins detested weakness and did not like to waste time. The goblin nodded and led her to a familiar office, while Dumbledore tried to hide her inheritance from her. She did discover it later in life, though it was severely drained after paying reparations for the whole dragon incident. "It's good to see you again, Lady Potter. I hope you have some explanation for how we are all back," Alrock said as soon as Harriet had entered the office. Harriet bowed her head in respect before taking her seat. Yes, it was the only thing we could do. After the last attempt there was no fighting back. The only option was to hide. I know many of the goblin race survived. Their ferocity was legendary. Though many fled to the underground with what other creatures that could, if only humans could survive the heat, she said, her eyes taking on a faraway look. She remembered how fiercely the goblin nation fought, for once not against wizards. They had been a force to be reckoned with, but it wasn't enough. Nothing was. Alrock nodded sadly. The deep wasn't a place for those with human flesh, only the toughest hides could stand the heat. Not even house elves could survive where the goblins dwelled underground. It had been the one thing that protected their race and some others. The humans couldn't reach them even if they tried. Though the nation still fought, but they couldn't let themselves die out, so while the warriors fought, the young and old stayed in their homeland, safe and able to carry on the next generation if all else failed. That is one question answered, I suppose, but the king will want a meeting to get more details. Now, what brings you here? Alrock asked. Knowing Harriet as he did, he knew she was here for a reason. Harriet sighed. I need to know what I have in my name. I also want to take up any titles I have. I need to get ahead of this thing as soon as possible, she said as she ran her hand through her hair in stress. The reality of what was in front of her was daunting. She had already fought so hard, now she must do it all again. She was an old woman, she might not look it but she felt it. She was tired, but she would do what she has to save those she loved. Even if she would never get some of them back. Alrock nodded. That's easy enough. I need 5 drops of blood on this parchment. It's been dipped in a potion. This will tell us anything you own, titles, properties, Wizengamot seats, and vaults. Anything belonging to you. We can do a separate one after for the properties you have access to, he said as he casually pulled out a piece of parchment from a drawer. Harriet stared at him in shock. Why haven't you told me about this before? She asked shrilly. This could have saved her so much time. Alrock just looked at her unimpressed. You never asked, was all he said. Harriet pinched the bridge of her nose. It was because of the dragon, wasn't it? How many times am I going to have to apologize for that? I gave you 5 billion galleons for Merlin's sake, she asked, desperation in her voice. How long was she expected to pay for that? Damn it. She had done it to save everyone. Alrock just smirked. It was forgiven long ago. Now do you want to give the blood, or are we going to do this the long way? He asked, almost joking for a goblin. Harriet blinked in shock before nodding and cast a small cutting curse on her fingertip, letting 5 drops fall onto the parchment before spelling the wound closed. She watched as the blood was absorbed by the parchment and started forming words. It kept going until the words glowed a burning red before leaving behind a deep black ink. Titles: Lady of the most ancient and prestigious house of Gryffindor, Lady of the most ancient and honorable house of Lefay, Lady of the most ancient and honorable house of Peverell, Lady of the most noble house of Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Vaults: Vault 26 Main Potter Vault 7,821,686,245 G 1,644,915 S 35,487 K Vault 38 Secondary Potter Vault. Artifacts, diaries, paintings, jewels, wands, furniture, etc. Vault 687 Potter Trust Vault 28,235 G 6,487 S 3,182 K Vault 17 Peverell Family Vault 2,284,629,534 G 4,853,352 S. Artifacts, diaries, paintings, jewels, wands, furniture, etc. Vault 3 Gryffindor Lord Vault 67,348,631,256 G Artifacts, diaries, paintings, jewels, wands, furniture, etc. Vault 12 Gryffindor Family Vault 6,458,134 S 24,245 K Wands, furniture, diaries, paintings, etc. Vault 7 Hogwarts Vault, shared access, 963,924 G 35,646 S 96,344 K Vault 2 Lefay Family Vault 37,348,984,139 G. Artifacts, diaries, paintings, jewels, wands, furniture, etc. Vault 483 Black Air Vault 50,000 G. Journals, personal effects. Properties Potter Cottage, Godric's Hallow, Potter Manor, Glenweig, Scotland. Beach House, Caribbean, Potter Cabin, Tuam, Ireland. Peverell Castle, Wales, 1/4 of Hogwarts, Scotland. Godric's Hollow, West Country, England, Lefay Island, off the coast of Greenland, unplottable. Wizengamot seats Gryffindor 4 Wizengamot seats Lefay 6 Wizengamot seats Peverell 2 Wizengamot seats Potter 1 Wizengamot seat. Well, this was more than I expected, Harriet said. She was in a state of shock as she handed the sheet to Alrock. His eyes roamed over the parchment, widening in shock as he continued reading. It seems, there is more to be discussed, he said as he put down the parchment. Harriet left Gringotts, head spinning with all the new information she had received. A true Gryffindor indeed, she said to herself as she walked down Diagon Alley, her hood covering her face. She did not want to be recognized right now. Her head was spinning with everything she learned. She had been the first able to get into the Gryffindor Lord Vault, having to meet specific requirements set forth by Godric himself. Half of which was getting that damned sword out of the hat. The other half was to face death with pride or some such nonsense. Either way, she had a treasure trove of both money and knowledge at her fingertips now. Her father's blood would give her much, not only the Gryffindor name but also the Peverell. Who knew what kind of secrets that family held? But her mother, she had given her something completely unexpected. She had been descended from Morgana Le Fay herself. It had taken a lot of digging on Alrock's part to figure out where the Le Fay bloodline had come from. In the end we resorted to doing an extensive family tree. It had taken a hell of a lot of blood to figure it out, but after a blood replenisher she had been fine. It was well known by the time Harriet cast the spell that Muggleborns came from 2 squib lines meeting, but she had never in 1,000 years thought that her mother descended from the Le Fay line. Apparently, her grandmother had been of the Le Fay line and her grandfather had been part of the Pruitt line, though very distantly. Harriet knew this would shake the very foundation of the Ministry and Pureblood Society. It might actually give her enough power to get things done. Chapter 12 Harriet walked back into Private Drive. She knew she needed to get the Dursleys to a safe place. More specifically Dudley, but she knew he loved his parents, so she was impartial to their presence. She entered the house without knocking, only to see a few bags waiting by the door. She could see Vernon sitting on the couch, looking angry. He most likely wasn't happy with the arrangement. "So I have a place for you. Do you have everything you think you'll need?" Harriet asked casually. She was surprised when she saw someone she wasn't expecting. Dudley's future wife. She actually smiled at the sight of the woman. "Jennifer. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I thought I was gonna have to hunt you down," Harriet said, a friendly smile stretching across her face as she greeted the short curly-haired girl. Jennifer looked like a cross between Hermione and Luna. She was a small girl who would grow into a Lilith woman with soft curls. Harriet genuinely liked Jennifer. She had really kicked Doodooly into shape. She wasn't going to be treated like Vernon treats Petunia. She was a very strong woman who had earned Harriet's respect a long time ago. She had even trusted the women to watch her son, and for Harriet it was the ultimate show of trust. Jennifer also came from a squib line. It's why her and Dudley's daughter became a witch. Though he was a strong squib, he probably would have had a wizard child regardless. Dudley was just under the range of being a full-blown wizard, having the Le Fay and Pruitt blood in him as Lily Evans did. His daughter had been a very strong witch. "I still don't like any of this. It's nonsense," Vernon said dramatically, standing up from the couch, his entire face going red. Dudley glared at his father. "How many times are you going to make me and Mom tell you what happened before you believe us? This isn't some joke, Dad. You need to pack a bag now," he said, gesturing to the stairs. Petunia came bustling down, bags in her hands and stuffed under her arms. "No need. I packed everything he's gonna need. Is everyone ready?" she said as she dropped the bags she was carrying on the ground as soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Vernon looked ready to blow a gasket, making Harriet narrow her eyes. "Look, come if you want to. I can just as easily leave you behind. It's up to you," she said, her eyes showing exactly how much she liked that option. "You dare, after everything we did for you?" Vernon yelled, puffing up. Harriet rolled her eyes. "Don't act like the way you treated me was kind. It wasn't normal, it was abuse, plain and simple. If you had treated my child the way you lot treated me, I would have strung you up. So get this through your thick skull. I will never like you. I can barely stand you. The only reason I am even willing to save your sorry ass is because of Dudley. So either shut up and take my help or shut up and go away. Either way, shut your mouth before it spews any more shit," she said, her voice barely restrained from yelling. Harriet was finally saying all the things she has wanted to her whole life. She was no longer holding back, for anyone. Vernon looked like he was about to start yelling when Petunia rushed towards him and put a hand on his chest, shaking her head. Petunia knew Harriet wasn't bluffing. She would leave him there, probably her too. Petunia had been thrown into one of those horrid camps with Vernon the first time around. They had thought the other normal people would protect them, but they only saw them as magical. A part of Petunia knew Vernon wanted to leave her, but he resisted arrest, making him not have a choice. But that part of herself was so buried she could barely hear the girl she once was before she let the hate and jealousy consume her whole. Eventually Petunia got Vernon to listen after dragging him to the kitchen to talk in hushed whispers. Harriet shrunk their bags and put them in her pockets, then she quickly went outside and shrunk the car as well. Once she had put up a temporary Muggle repelling ward, it would dissipate in about 30 minutes. Once they were all ready, she had them grab hands before side along apparating them to Potter Cabin. It was a 3-bedroom cabin in the middle of 30 acres of Irish countryside and forest. It had beautiful hunting and fishing grounds in a small town about a 30-minute drive away. While the Dursleys got settled, Harriet went to work putting up wards, making sure no one would be able to get anywhere near the property. Once that was done, she quickly unshrunk the car and gave them a quick map of the area. "So no one will bother you here. If you need to get in contact with me, use the flow. Dudley, I know you remember how. There's powder on the mantle. You're lucky. This place was obviously renovated by my mother. There's electricity in the place. No tele connection, but at least there's heat and running water. There's a town about 30 minutes east. Should have everything you need. I'll have some necessities delivered every month, but otherwise you're going to have to get jobs in town, or maybe raise some livestock. The land could be used for some grazing animals, make some money butchering or breeding livestock," Harriet said casually as she looked around the cabin. There was a small kitchen, a nicely sized living room, and thankfully 2 bathrooms. One bathroom was on the bottom floor, as well as a single bedroom with 2 bedrooms upstairs with a bathroom. The cabin was by no means luxurious, but it was a nice home, somewhere a lot of people would actually love to live. Harriet had at one time dreamed of having a place like this, her own kids, maybe a husband. She just wanted a simple life of peace and happiness. It was what got her through the Second Wizarding War, got her through her childhood with the very people she was now protecting. She had killed that dream a long time ago though, as well as the naive girl waiting to be saved. She had learned how to save herself. Once the Dursleys were dealt with, Harriet made her way back to 12 Grimmauld Place. It was obvious everyone was tense with worry, most likely not knowing what would happen now. Harriet shook her head as she came upon them all looking miserable in the kitchen. "Cheer up. We have a second chance. Stop being such Debbie Downers and get your asses up and do something," Harriet said loudly, surprising some of them. Sirius glared at her from where he was nursing a cup of coffee. "Pup, while your enthusiasm is great, some of us were up all night, so we just woke up and are trying to come to terms with the fact that everything we thought we knew is now changing," he said, looking at Harriet with a deadpan expression on his face. Harriet sputtered. "Did Sirius just use common sense?" she asked in befuddlement. Remus snorted, and his mirthful smile behind his cup of tea. "It's a very rare phenomenon, only happens when he is severely sleep deprived, so best leave him be," he said, humor shining in his eyes. Sirius just glared at him but couldn't be distracted from the steaming cup in his hand. "What exactly do you propose we do? Since there isn't going to be a war with Voldemort anymore, what do you want us to do?" George asked, his back straight. Ready to take orders. His stance was actually concerning some of his family members, especially his twin. Fred had never seen Gorg like this before. He had always been the more closed-off twin. Fred had always been the outgoing one, the first to get into a fight. To see his twin looking so different, truly showed him how different he was now. When Fred had been alive, they had always been able to mimic each other seamlessly, what one knew the other did. They preferred it that way. To be so off balance was disconcerting, to say the least. Harriet smiled, knowing that those who had been with her the longest would always trust her judgment. For starters, we should all take out exams. I'm sure by now we could pass simply enough. Then go to Gringotts, find out what you can bring to the table. George, I want you and Fred making anything you can think of. I'll fund it all. Sirius, why don't you help them? Remus, you can as well if you're so inclined. Possibly remake the Marauders map, she said, her mind thinking over the possibilities. She couldn't believe she would have to retake her practicals. Though she supposed this time she will get much better scores. The last time had been in the midst of almost losing her life every year and dealing with psychotic teachers who liked to torture her for fun. Chapter 13. Over the next week things settled all over the world. Everyone stood at a standstill. The ministries were being flushed out of any corruption and being placed under steady hands with the new information that has come to light. In Britain, Fudge was quickly removed and Screamonger put back in his place. Umbridge was also quickly removed from her position. Surprisingly, it was Percy Weasley who was given the position of Undersecretary. He knew the most of what would happen, and everyone was in agreement that they needed someone who knew what was coming to be making decisions. One of the first things Percy did was get working on exonerating Sirius Black, including giving his testimony, Scabbers being his pet before he was Ron's. It was slow going without Pettigrew, but Harriet had some plans for that. With that in the works, he moved to start bringing back up the Auror department. It was atrocious, little to no funding, underpaid and overworked Aurors, most of them about to retire, and very few new recruits. Fudge had been running the ministry to the ground. Scrimmanger had done some damage control, but he wasn't minister long enough to fix everything before Voldemort took advantage of the weakness. They had found many dirty dealings done by Fudge, not to mention blatant theft. Once everything was sorted, they immediately began budgeting properly and writing up a new funding proposal for the next Wizigmont meeting. Hogwarts was oddly silent the week after the awakening. Dumbledore hid in his office in both fear and shame. Minerva knew he was dramatically wallowing, but she couldn't concern herself with it. She had to work on getting in contact with her past and present students and making sure they were safe. Severus spent his days brewing up a storm in the dungeons. Harriet sent him an official order and he needed something to keep his mind busy. Apparently the girl wanted to stock up for a lifetime, but Snape wasn't complaining. She was going to pay him well over price for the order. He took the time to reflect. He couldn't hide behind his anger any longer. He had never liked facing his emotions. He knew he could no longer hide behind his masks. He had made mistakes, especially when it comes to Ms. Potter. He would need to face his mistakes, or inevitably end up repeating them. Other members of staff visited with their families or worked on prying answers from Minerva, much to the woman's chagrin. In 12 Grimwald Place, the twins worked on their inventions with an excited Sirius and an overall mother-henning Remus. Tonks threw herself back into her work. She just needed the distraction for now. Andromeda and Ted took up residence in headquarters for now, as well as Hermione's parents. Neither couple were particularly happy about the arrangement. Andromeda loathed the house almost as much as Sirius, though when Harriet told her about a redecoration, the women seemed to find a new appreciation for the space. Even Sirius had been excited when Harriet started discussing her plans, mainly doing the renovations she would have done about 10 years in the future, with some added improvement. No one ever said you couldn't learn from mistakes, after all, not to mention Sirius and Andromeda have an opinion, while the first time Harriet did the renovation designs herself. Well, that's not strictly true. She had a 5-year-old menace who had some pretty steep demands. It was the reminder of that time in her life that had Harriet pulling away from the project. She gave her input. This was no longer her home. She was going to create a new home of her own. Being in 12 Grimmauld Place was proving to be too difficult. Everywhere she could see images of Teddy. Every corner held memories she had long buried. After he had died, she hadn't been back often. She had dived head first into the rebellion. At that point she lived more out of her tent than anything else. Molly worried most days and busied herself around the house. Thankfully Bill, Charlie, and Percy had all been in contact. Bill was busy trying to get hold of Fleur, but Charlie would be coming back home for a bit once he had everything secured. Things almost seemed to fall into a resemblance of normal, if not for the subtle differences in everyone, or the glaring ones in others. Ron, Hermione, Harriet, Ginny, and Luna worked on studying for their OWLs, making sure they were refreshed. As much as they were all well experienced, there were certain things you didn't do in real life outside of school. They couldn't remember the last time they made a pineapple dance for Merlin's sake. Hermione had a hell of a time quizzing them, actually being very surprised by how much Harriet and Luna knew the coursework. She had never remembered her friends being very book-driven, though to her it was yesterday. To them it had been around 20 years. Harriet herself knew she had never had an academic mind, but when knowing where to find naturally occurring potion ingredients can save your life, you learn fast. As much as she hated to admit it, Snape had been right. There was so much you could do with potions. When the mundanes came after their wands, it was potions that they leaned on, of course. That didn't last long with the surplus of need and only so much supply, not to mention mundanes themselves hunting for ingredients. Well, let's just say they ran out of supply rather quickly. Knowing how to find your own was something that saved Harriet on multiple occasions. She had quickly come around to potions and herbology. Harriet had learned to accept all the help she could get, no matter the source. She had even come to accept her gift of Parseltongue. She had many snakes as familiars in the end days, and even more as pets. The mundanes never suspected a snake, and the sneaky little things made greater intel collectors. Harriet still held a firm belief that her gift had kept her group alive. They had always had warning before they were found. It had been an amazing asset in the war, one she fully embraced and had come to accept within herself. It had taken her a long time to accept that she was Grey-aligned, though after all the people she had killed she should have gotten a clue much earlier. It wasn't as if Harriet was ever given much of a choice. She was placed firmly on the light side from birth. Well, that's not true. From that Halloween night, Dumbledore had decided she was going to be the light's champion. No one had ever asked her what she wanted. Now they didn't need to ask. She would take what she wants, and anyone who has a problem with it can just go and suck on Merlin's saggy balls. She no longer asked for permission. She was who she was, and if people couldn't love her for herself, then they weren't worth her breath. She had come a long way from the girl who sought everyone's approval desperately. By the end of the week, Harriet and Luna had both taken their practicals, both the OWLs and NEWTs. They had spoken with the testers, and they had seen a record-breaking amount of people coming in to take their tests during the summer. Though even the ministry predicted it with everything that happened, while repeating school was some people's dream, it wasn't a good idea with everything on the horizon. As much as people were hoping for peace, they knew something was coming, one war or another one. Magicals all over the world were waiting for the next shoe to drop. Harriet had been sharing her dreams with Tom all week. It seems neither of them can keep the other out while dreaming. They have had a few conversations, mostly Tom throwing hissy fits and Harriet riling him up, but they were speaking, so progress. He had agreed to the ritual after thoroughly going over it with Draco. Not to mention Harriet holding a total of 3 of his soul containers, including the one in her head. Voldemort was still furious about that particular fact. Even if it explained so much, it still angered him that he couldn't kill the girl without weakening himself. Eventually they settled on using the ring, it being the second Horcrux he made, and the cup being the third he had made. Since they held the largest soul fragments, they would be used in the ritual. He was still furious over the loss of his diary. He hoped he could retrieve the memories he has stored in the diary. He knew the soul fragment was lost, but there was hope for the memories held within. They would meet and perform the ritual during the full moon, taking place in 2 days' time. The Dark Lord was dreading it. Chapter 14. You know, Tom, I always wondered why you trusted that rat with your resurrection anyways. He obviously botched it, Harriet said sarcastically from where she was perched on the sofa. They were in Tom's mind space, in a comfortable office which she had already become comfortable in, much to Voldemort's consternation. Voldemort rolled his eyes. I had little options at the time, he grumbled, long past the point of yelling at the insipid brat to mind her business. He was truly beginning to loathe this connection they have. It was a constant source of annoyance for him. The girl had obviously learned how to manipulate it, leaving Voldemort to constantly listen to the girl's rambling. Harriet rolled her eyes. Snape was right there. I know you didn't trust him, but Pettigrew? The man can't tell the difference between a Bombarda and a Reducto. He's useless. Yet you trusted him to make you a new body. And look how he botched the job. You used to be quite the looker, now, Harriet said, looking over the snake visage with a shudder of disgust. Voldemort glared daggers at the girl, mostly because she was right. He had seen how even his own followers cowered from him. And not in fear like he wanted. No, in disgust. It was one thing he was happy to change with this ritual. Harriet scrunched her nose up in obvious disgust, and put on some shoes. Seriously, what is the barefoot thing about? If you're gonna have the tootsies out, at least shave down the damn talons. She screeched, her voice actually sounding as Walburga Black's once did. Voldemort glared at the girl, wishing he could curse her in his mindscape. Is there a point to this? He asked in exasperation. At the point he was just tired of the constant comments. The girl had no filter. Harriet nodded. Of course, I'm just saying, Pettigrew is pretty useless. He screwed up your body, not to mention you can never trust him. Why not give him over to me? She asked with fake sweetness. Voldemort rolled his blood-red eyes. So what? You can use him to exonerate Black? No, I'm not losing a servant over something as insignificant as him, he said scathingly. Harriet glared at him, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Well, yes, the Ministry would get his body. Once I was done with him, of course. The man owes me a pound of flesh. Then I would let Padfoot have a few bites before leaving him at the Ministry to get things done quicker. She said, her smile feral. Voldemort found himself surprised. He couldn't believe the brat was talking so openly about torturing someone. It was very uncharacteristic, though what did he know? This wasn't the same child he fought. He knew that better than most. He could see in her mind on occasion as well. Had ran through a few battles in her memories. She had been vicious. Though that had been against enemies, not a personal vendetta. Though he of all people could understand hate. I'm surprised. I know you're no stranger to violence, but that has been on the battlefield, or for the people you love. I wouldn't have thought you had it in you to torture someone for anything less, Tom said, his eyes calculating. Harriet snorted. I have my reasons for wanting him. He is the reason my life was hell. You killing them was one thing, it was war. I understand that now. I don't agree, but I understand. He was their friend, their confidant, their family, and he turned their back on them, betrayed them. For what? I know you're powerful, Tom, but you aren't exactly known to be kind to your followers. How could that man give up his family for that? She asked rhetorically. That man is the reason I grew up without parents, why I grew up with the Dursleys, why my godfather spent years in Azkaban, why my life was empty for 19 years. That's not even bringing up his proclivities, she spat, getting up to pace the mindscape. Tom furrowed his eyebrows. What proclivities? He asked, confused. Harriet shuddered. He masqueraded as a children's pet. Slept in the same bed as little boys, watched them change, watched them go through puberty. What would you call that? She asked incredulously. Voldemort shuddered in disgust. He had never let his people do such things. He frowned upon any type of forced intimacy. Even at his most unstable, he had never allowed his followers to participate in such activities. He knew some tried to get away with such things, but he had punished them publicly, and mercilessly. It was one of the few lines he refused to cross, and he wouldn't allow it to be crossed in his name. Though unbeknownst to him it had gone under his radar more than a few times, he had been too far into insanity to ensure none of his followers got any ideas. Corvus not being a prime example. Tom was so angry he hadn't realized he pulled himself out of sleep only to sit up suddenly in bed, his chest heaving. He scowled as he summoned his robes and made his way through the manor, searching for Pettigrew. He needed to know how far the depravity went within the man. Charlie walked through Diagon Alley, a letter clutched in his hand. He was looking around almost frantically. He felt like he had a gaping hole in his chest from the moment he woke up. He was desperate to fill it again, with the only person who ever could. Charlie found himself getting more desperate as moments passed. He needed to find him. Needed to hold him, reassure himself that he was alive and okay. He was so busy panicking he didn't see Oliver run up to him until said man had his arms wrapped around his neck as Oliver's body went crashing into his. Charlie didn't even have time to smile before Oliver was kissing him. Charlie melted into the kiss. He wrapped his arms around Oliver, clutching him close to his body. He was terrified to let go. Waking up at the reserve in Romania without him had been horrible. He had no idea what had happened to him, where Oliver was. Oliver pulled away from the kiss, tears streaming down his face, and he cupped Charlie's face in his hands. Don't you ever leave me again? Do you hear me? I don't ever want to do this without you again, he said angrily, his eyes narrowed with determination. Charlie nodded and gently wiped the tears off his face. Never again, he whispered gently. Oliver deflated and let out a shaky breath. I missed you so much, he said, his voice vulnerable. Charlie smiled sympathetically. I know, I'm sorry love, never again, I promise, he said quietly before drawing Oliver back into his arms, and the man shook slightly. Charlie had no idea what his love had been through, but he could tell it hadn't been good. He remembered dying while trying to get one of the last dragons to safety. He remembered as the dragon fought against the mundanes viciously, but it wasn't enough. They were all still overwhelmed. Charlie wasn't certain if they had been aiming for them or the dragon, but the result was the same. He had never known the Muggles were capable of such things. He learned rather quickly though. It was after Charlie and Oliver joined headquarters that Harriet started considering a different venue. 12 Grimwald Place was magically enlarged, but there was only so much space, and more people keep showing up. She also knew while Dumbledore was keeping his distance for now, it wouldn't last. The old man always has to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. Harriet sent a letter to Gringotts. She wanted Potter Manor updated and their wards strengthened. She wanted to make the place impenetrable. She also paid for a state-of-the-art training center to be put on the land. She wanted everyone to get in shape. It was their best chance for survival after all. She had the works put in, everything they would need to both strengthen themselves physically and magically. She also had the construction started on some smaller homes around the property. While she didn't mind sharing with everyone, Harriet knew most people would eventually want their own space. Harriet could already see that Molly was getting on both Andromeda's and Sirius's nerves. Keeping all these people together was asking for problems. Not to mention how utterly uncomfortable both the Grangers were being in headquarters. Giving them somewhere a little more Muggle to live might be a big help. This way singles or couples can stay in the manor and families can live in the new houses she was getting built. Harriet was fully aware that she would have many more people wanting to live with them. By the last 15 years being alone was a death sentence. Something like that ingrains safety in numbers into people. She had already gotten letters from people she had known closer to the end wanting to join her at headquarters with their families. It had been the main reason to change locations. She knew some would want to go back to their lives like the Grangers and the Tonks, but others, like her, were too used to living a certain way, too used to being on guard. They wanted to stick together, and Harriet was most definitely encouraging it. She would take all the help she could get. Chapter 15. Harriet apparated outside of the prepared ritual circle to see Voldemort, Draco, the Lestrange brothers, Theodore and Thodas Knott, as well as Pansy Parkinson and what looked like her father. Harriet smiled at the sight of half of them as Luna and Neville apparated to her sides. She could tell Tom was surprised at the lack of backup, but he was sorely mistaken if he thought for a second if this came to a fight that Pansy, Tho, and Draco would fight for him. Harriet didn't even question their loyalty for a moment. She didn't need to. They had fought too many battles besides each other. She walked straight up to Draco, offering her arm. Good to see you, Blondie. Everything ready? Harriet asked as Draco clasped her arm in greeting before pulling her into a full-blown hug. Draco nodded as he pulled away. All is prepared as instructed. I followed the instructions to a T, he said as his posture stiffened, falling quickly into old habits. Harriet nodded. Good. Now Theo, I expect a full report after the ritual, but for now get your scrawny ass over here, she said as she pulled him into a hug, laughing as he scowled. Yeah, everything went as planned. A few hiccups, but nothing I couldn't handle or that would affect the objective, he said, his voice fondly annoyed. Harriet just rolled her eyes. Known Tho hated being picked on, but it was their way. They insulted each other constantly but would die for one another. Harriet pulled away and turned towards Pansy, who scowled. I see you're all scraggly again, she said, judgment in her voice as she looked Harriet up and down. Harriet just raised an eyebrow. Oh Puggy, you're just sad you could never reach my levels of fabulous, Harriet said with the same tone. They both stared at each other for a moment before breaking out into large grins and hugging each other. While all this is happening, Tom and his men are watching in bafflement. It was like they weren't standing in front of an enemy. The group didn't act threatened at all. It was slightly insulting. Harriet pulled away with a large smile before her shoulders straightened and she turned to Tom. He met her eyes unflinchingly, though not surprised at the complete lack of fear in them anymore. The same could not be said by the Lestrange brothers. They were shocked at the lack of fear in any of them, especially the Longbottom boy. Whenever they had come in contact with him before, he had stared at them with fear. Now all they could see was an all-consuming rage. They knew to be wary. Neville glared at the Lestrange brothers, bitterness still festering inside him, but he knew not to do anything rash, even if all he wanted to do was murder the two men in front of him. Luna was making her way around the ritual circle, making sure everything was as planned. She knew Draco didn't do shoddy work, but they had learned a long time ago to always double-check. Once Luna had checked the ritual, she made her way to the others. She had seen them before the ritual took place, but she had still missed them. She wasn't used to not living in a group anymore. Luna had grown used to being surrounded by friends, well, more like family. Related through blood and pain, but a family nonetheless. Her father, on the other hand, barely left his room in headquarters. He found so many people a stressful experience. Luna was hoping he could go back home soon. She just needed to make sure the house was warded properly. She did not want to lose her father again. Harriet smiled casually at Tom. "Are you ready to be pretty again, Tom?" she asked sarcastically, wanting to rile him up. Part of her wanted an excuse to show him exactly how much stronger she was now. Voldemort scowled, rage coursing through him. He wanted to crucio the brat so badly, but he wouldn't. Not when she held more than one piece of his soul. He knew she was playing a game. He just needed to figure out the rules. "Show some respect." Sebastian Lestrange spat out, raising his wand. Harriet let a shark-like smile stretch across her face. "Why would I? I did defeat him as a baby, then again as a teenager. Me and him are prophesized equals after all," she said, her voice dripping with sweetness. All composure left Voldemort completely. "You know the prophecy. What is it? Tell me, now," he spat, raising his wand, an ominous red glow lighting up the end. Harriet rolled her eyes. "After the ritual, you're nowhere near stable enough yet," she said, unimpressed. Voldemort's fragile sanity broke. He couldn't believe he was this close and it had escaped his grasp again, that blasted prophecy. He couldn't help the raging anger that sent out his intentions towards the brat. The words hadn't even fallen from his lips. His intentions were so great, his rage indescribable. Harriet saw it coming. She didn't fight it. She just took the crucio sent towards her. She didn't drop to the ground. She didn't whimper or scream. She just stood there, stiff but glaring. Voldemort felt himself stumble. This was unheard of. Not even his strongest could bear the curse like this. Harriet focused on her pain. She so badly wanted to crumble, to scream, but she had been through much worse pain before. She would turn her pain into power. She focused her pain into hate. As it built and built, she glared at Voldemort, remembered everything she had faced because of his actions, the actions of a madman. With a show of incredible will, Harriet focused the pain of the curse back onto Voldemort, sending his curse back on him. Harriet watched with satisfaction as the same pain she had bared with strength caused Voldemort to scream and drop to the ground. Voldemort stared at the brat in absolute shock. He couldn't believe she had done that. It shouldn't have been possible. "I don't recommend you try that again, Tom. Otherwise we will have a problem, and you don't want a problem with me," Harriet said as she stood above him, a picture of strength and power. She would not bend to him, ever. Voldemort quickly got to his feet, not letting his followers see him weak. He was considerably more cautious now. He hadn't quite believed her when she said she had no fear of him, felt she could defeat him if it came to that. He believed her now, though. Harriet scowled. "Get in the circle, Tom. Let's get this done so maybe we can have an actual conversation," she said, an angry edge to her voice. Voldemort scowled but entered the circle. He wanted his sanity back. Even he could tell something was not right. He had been getting glimpses of sanity ever since waking up. Harriet nodded and went to her place around the circle, Luna, Neville, Draco, and Theo doing the same. "Did you bring the ring and cup?" Harriet asked, keeping herself from stumbling as she tried to calm her body. She may not look like she took an unforgivable, but she had. Her 15-year-old body wasn't as used to the pain as her older one had been. Voldemort scowled but pulled out his ring and cup from his robes. "I want to add the diadem to the ritual as well, but I found myself unable to retrieve it. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts it was too much of a risk," he said tensely. Harriet scowled and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Luna, would it work?" she asked. Luna seemed to stare at nothing for a few moments before nodding. "Yes, it should strengthen the ritual. Number 3 is mystical after all," she said in her faraway voice. Harriet nodded. Not needing any more reassurances, she reached into her robe and pulled out the diadem. Voldemort sputtered, his composure failing him. "How?" he asked loudly, taking a step towards his Horcrux. Harriet smirked. "Because I'm just that good. Now let's do this thing. The moon is full. We have 3 minutes before it reaches its apex. Now is the time," she said as she snatched the ring and cup from his hands before putting them in their proper placement inside the ritual circle as well as the diadem. Voldemort barely held onto his sanity, knowing snapping again would not end well for him. With barely any restraint he stepped into the middle of the circle and prepared himself, both physically and mentally. They all waited with bated breath, ready to begin as soon as the moon had reached its peak. While spells weren't reliant on natural events, rituals almost always fed off of some sort of powerful natural magic. At least the strong rituals anyways. In this case the full moon, the moment it reaches its apex in the sky, is the natural magic that will both strengthen and steady the ritual. Immediately as the moon reached its apex they began chanting, letting their powers flow through the earth. Chapter 16. Theodos watched everything with a face of stone, though inside he was brimming with worry. He couldn't believe everything he had learned the last week. It had been one discovery after another, everything with his own family, and then even more with his lord. He had known his lord did something to lose his mind. He had been present during the decline, one of the first and few knights still living. Theodos had never once lost faith in Tom Riddle, the boy he saw so much potential in, who could have done amazing things, had the drive to do them as well. He was proud to follow that man. He could not say the same for the creature he had become. He had never had as much loyalty to Voldemort as he did to Tom. Tom was his lord, his beacon. Voldemort was his nightmare. He had feared the day his son had joined the ranks. It had been the idea of his grandson joining that had him fully pulling away by the end. While he loved his son, they had never been close. His grandson and him on the other hand shared a profound bond. He had honestly considered skipping the line of succession in favor of Theodore after Corvus's failures. That had been before he knew the man's secrets. Now the scourge was disowned, and rotting away in what Theodore called a psych ward. Whatever Muggle contraption that is. Theodore had filled him in on the ritual they were planning. He had personally had conversations with his lord about it, reassuring him that it wasn't a trap. He had been frank with the man for the first time in years and told him the truth. When Voldemort had doubts, Theodos had sat him down and told him very frankly that he couldn't recognize him from the man he once was. He could see glimpses occasionally, but they were overcome by what the madness became. It was with this stark clarity that Tom truly started considering the ritual. Now here they were. He was watching as his lord gained back his soul fragments. Hadn't that been a shock? But it explained so much. What was more shocking was the newcomers. They were obviously not what they seemed, and close to his grandson. He had been dumbfounded beyond comprehension when Potter just stood there under the Cruciotus. He had shared a look with Parkinson as it happened, neither believing what was happening. They had been in a right state when they saw the girl throw back the force of the curse at their lord. He had been frozen stock still as he felt like the rug was pulled out from under him again. He looked over to his grandson, only to find him staring at her unimpressed, like he was used to the sight. Theodos would need to have a talk with his grandson, find out exactly what had happened. How strong were these children? None of them seemed surprised at the sight, or concerned. Their leader had been put under the Cruciotus curse and they hadn't even flinched, just kept on doing what they were doing. He could see they cared about Potter, so the only explanation was they weren't worried about her in the slightest. And wasn't that a daunting thought? How powerful is she? What was even worse was Tom's reaction to her. He seemed to be intimidated by her. Most wouldn't be able to tell, but he could. He had been with Tom for a long time. Theodos had barely processed what he saw when the ritual started. He watched as his lord started thrashing in pain in the middle of the ritual circle, clawing into the ground as he withered. He could see the Lestranges getting antsy, but this was to be expected. It was never going to be a painless process. He noticed Pansy keeping an eye on all of them, making sure they didn't attack during the ritual. While the girl didn't look intimidating, Potter's show of strength had definitely shown they should not be underestimated. Theodos saw as the Horcruxes started shaking until a glow seemed to emanate from them and travel into Tom. As each absorbed into his skin, Tom withered and screamed in gut-wrenching pain. He and the other Death Eaters present were all deeply uncomfortable, not to mention growing concerned, but the others just continued the ritual. It took over 15 minutes for each of the Horcruxes to be fully absorbed. After a few minutes Tom had just laid there twitching as the glow seeped into his body, surrounding him in light until it was so bright they had to turn away. When the ritual reached its apex, the light absorbed into Tom, blinding anyone who was looking at the time. Thankfully the ritual participants were protected by magic, otherwise they would have lost their ability to see. When the light receded they saw a man laying where his lord once was. He looked young, around 25 if he had to guess. Theodos knew who it was. He had shared a dorm with the man after all. Harriet let out a deep sigh as her body slackened from pure exhaustion. The ritual had severely depleted her reserves, especially after that oh-so-fun unforgivable she took before it even started. But it was done. She could see Tom laying knocked out in the middle of the ritual circle. He looked about 25 and he had most definitely gained back his good looks. Harriet let out a deep breath and centered herself. She could tell the others were tired as well. They leaned against each other or sat down to collect their bearings. While they recovered, Theodos and the Lestrange brothers fussed around an unconscious Tom. He should be awake by tomorrow. He'll be out until his mind settles. When he wakes up, make sure he eats something, and tell him to lay off the magic for at least a day, Harriet said as she finally felt herself stabilize again. She was nowhere near full strength, but she didn't feel like she was about to fall over anymore. Luna and Neville both disapparated, going back to headquarters, most likely to have a long nap if the others would let them rest before getting their knickers in a twist. "You're just going to leave?" Pansy's father asked incredulously as he stood with the other men, looking worriedly between his lord and Harriet. Harriet nodded. "There's nothing to be done. He just needs sleep and I have other things to do. If you're so worried, get a healer to look him over. You have to have had one in your ranks at some point," she said sarcastically before disapparating, leaving behind a bunch of Death Eaters who had no idea what to do. "So you just helped strengthen Voldemort. Great, just great," Sirius said dramatically after Harriet, Neville, and Luna had explained what happened at the ritual. They were trying to relax after the tiring event, but as usual the fates weren't in Harriet's favor. He was, for lack of a better term, losing it. He couldn't believe his goddaughter had helped her parents' killers. He just couldn't accept it. He had tried, truly he had, but it just wasn't working. Harriet rolled her eyes. "We've been over this, Sirius. I'm not explaining it again," she said, exasperated. She had spent a week having the same conversation again and again. She was done trying to explain herself when he was unable to listen. Remus shook his head. "We're just having trouble wrapping our heads around this whole thing. It's just hard to consider Voldemort being anything less than insane," he said, trying to be the voice of reason. Remus could see Sirius was starting to get on Harriet's nerves, and Luna's, come to think of it. He was surprised at how close the two were now. It was like they could read each other's minds. Hermione seemed to hate that fact, whenever she wasn't trying to distract herself from her grief, that is. Harriet just shook her head and didn't deem them with an answer. She was tired, and when she's tired she gets cranky. She had just performed a very taxing ritual and she should be asleep, but instead, here she was defending her decisions, the decisions that will save everyone's lives. Luna glared at them. After hearing their complaints for a week, even she was tired of this. "You all need to get your heads around this. He's back, he's sane, we need him. Get it through your skulls. Don't you get it yet? It's this or death, that's it. That spell could only be done once. There isn't another do-over," she said angrily, her voice going hard. It was very disconcerting coming from Luna. Everyone stared at Luna in shock. Only Harriet and Neville really knew this Luna. Everyone else remembered her as the girl who always talked about strange creatures. Seeing her glaring them into submission was truly a sight they had never imagined seeing. Neville pulled Luna back down and shook his head fondly. "Just let us sleep. We just did a ritual, and not an easy one either. Go think about what we've said and leave us to rest," he said, scowling at the people who had been bugging him since he entered the house. Eventually, they all left, some being dragged by others, but in the end the three finally got to rest. They had a big day after all. It's not every day you restore a Dark Lord to power. "Okay, I know, I fucked up. I just realized I had the breakout of Azkaban way too early. The Lestrange brothers should still be there, but let's just say for the sake of this story, it happened straight before they came back. 'Cause I don't want to go back and change it, and I also have ideas for the plot with them in it, so yeah, I'm sticking to it." Chapter 17. Draco and Theo spent 2 days keeping the Dark Lord's forces calm as he recovered. They knew he would be fine. It would just take his mind time to heal. In the meantime, the Death Eaters were getting very antsy. Small fights were continuously breaking out. Bellatrix was periodically bloodthirsty, not understanding why they couldn't immediately continue the war. She had also been particularly violent and bitter with him, most likely not very happy about his desertion, though Draco gave as good as he got. The Death Eaters had learned quickly that the younger generation were not to be trifled with. Any that lived past 2035 would be proficient in wandless magic, otherwise they would have been dead long before that. Most of the elite had been knocked on their asses, showing exactly how powerful they were now compared to their parents. Not many of the older generations were happy with that fact. Even Gregory Goyle was surprisingly deadly. His father had been keeping a close eye on him, most likely expecting a hostile takeover at any moment. For those that died early, this was very disconcerting. Everything had suddenly changed. Many of the younger generations were present at the manor, showing a united front to their parents. They were no longer children even if they looked it. They would not be treated like them. They all looked to Draco and Theo. Most had died during the last attempt. They remembered Draco as high up in the ranks, they trusted his orders, and Theo was beside him through the entire war. They even respected Pansy, knowing the girl may not look it but she was vicious. It led to an uneasy situation. The older generation was waiting, trying to reconcile what they once knew to what their new reality was, while the younger was showing they would not be cowed by their parents. Most had been parents themselves. All this while Tom Riddle slept, his mind healing from the damage inflicted on him. Nagina warped around the bedpost, keeping a protective vigil. The snake had not been happy when they had come back with an unconscious Dark Lord. While Tom slept, his mind and soul slowly fluctuated, slowly merging back to a semblance of what it once was. His soul had been very unstable after everything he had done. His mind even more so. It took him 2 days before his eyes snapped open. He let out a pain-filled gasp, his mind finally realizing what he had done to himself. He had felt a semblance of sanity before, but now, having his mind clear and free for the first time in over 30 years, he couldn't believe what he had done. Tom Riddle was horrified. He hadn't ever wanted this, to be this type of leader. He would fix it. He has to. He couldn't believe he let divination be his downfall. He had never put any stock into the subject before. He could barely fathom what he had done. He was forced to face it though, as the memories were scattered in his mind, while his thoughts were clear. His occlumency was in disarray. He focused inward, searching through memories, sorting them. The more he saw, the more he hated what he had become. He had wanted to help the magical world, not destroy it. It had been the memory of Hogwarts on fire that truly hit home. Quite literally, Hogwarts had always been his home. He had destroyed the one thing he was desperate to protect. He had fought so long to get back to that castle, back to when things had been good for the first time, until the memories were swept away and all that was left was a magnetic feeling, drawing him to the first place he had ever called home. Tom had stared at that memory in horror, his home, in flames, in ruins. Not to mention the students' bodies littered around the school. He had never wanted children to die. Well, he hadn't until the prophecy. It took Tom a long time to pull away from that memory. It took everything inside him not to chuck it into a dark corner, but he couldn't, he wouldn't. He placed it right at the forefront of his library, where he stored most of his memories in the form of books. He wanted to remember, he needed to. It would keep him from falling like he had before. He would not let himself resort to madness again. Once that was done, he began sorting again. It took him hours in the outside world. In his mind space, it felt like days as he sorted through the memories that were once placed into the Horcruxes, not to mention the memories already in his mind that he hadn't had access to. Because of his insanity, his mistakes were truly laid bare that day. He would never be the same again. The next day Tom Riddle met with his elite and any remaining knights. He needed to get the message across. They would be doing things differently this time. He stood at the head of the table, staring down any defiance. I'm sure some of you are surprised with my appearance. The ritual used to restore me did more than restore my body. It restored my mind. I am thinking clearer than I have in years. And with that, I now realize how far we have fallen from my original goals, Tom said, leaning forward domineeringly. Those of the former knights of Walburgus were excited, recognizing the man in front of them as the man they chose to follow in the first place, though some would miss the violence. They knew this man could lead them to true greatness. On the other hand, there were those such as Bellatrix, who was looking at Tom in disbelief. My lord, what do you mean? We were winning, she sputtered. Tom narrowed his eyes on those who he saw agree with her before meeting her unhinged eyes. It may have appeared on the surface as if we were winning, but we were defeated for a reason. Glaring weaknesses were overlooked. Extreme violence will no longer be tolerated as it once was, he said pointedly to Bellatrix, knowing she would have the most trouble with the new order of things. Bellatrix shifted between incredulous, angry, and adoration. She was so confused. When she saw her lord's new body she had been slightly disappointed. She had liked his old visage better. It screamed power and put fear into all those that saw, but not her, never her. Her love and devotion for him was too great for him to ever disgust her. She would worship the very ground he walked if he so much as wanted it. But now, here he was, breaking her very heart and mind. How could he want to stop the war? They were winning. They were unstoppable. How could he want to change that? Tom, seeing the internal debate, glared at Bellatrix, his red eyes darkening. We will not be stopping the war in its entirety, but we have bigger things to consider. You will commit to these changes. Disobedience is not an option, he said, his magic flaring around him. Bellatrix lowered her head in submission and nodded, but she still looked confused. She just couldn't see past the madness. Tom knew she was a rabid dog, and without something to tear apart she was likely to turn on her master, and he couldn't have that. He would have to find something to point her at or get rid of the problem, though he supposes he could just throw her in the same room as Potter and see who comes out on top. Tom had his bets on who would be coming out of that room. Tom let out a resigned sigh and stopped leaning against the table and stood up straight. I understand this may come as a shock to some of you, but it must be done. I did not set out to subjugate the wizarding world. I set out to save them, even if it's from themselves. I lost sight of that goal. I have it back now, he said, standing high. He could tell most of them agreed, while some would need a bit more convincing. If they can't be convinced, well then there was no use for them anyways. With that said, Tom began giving orders. He wanted progress reports. He needed to know exactly what each of his people brought to the table. He couldn't believe his idiocy before. No matter, he would make up for his mistakes. He would do it right this time. Chapter 18 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Dumbledore finally came out of hiding when news got back to him that Voldemort had been restored by Harriet of all people. Doge had heard about it when he visited headquarters and had immediately written Albus. Maybe he could talk some sense into the girl. Dumbledore was intent on doing just that, only to be met with a blank stare. Well, my girl, what do you have to say for yourself? Why would you bring back a madman? He asked Harriet, who was casually sitting on the couch sipping her tea and looking at him unimpressed. Harriet casually put down her cup, took a deep breath to center herself before turning to Dumbledore. She had been waiting for this. She knew it was only a matter of time before he came out of the woodwork. First off, he's not mad anymore. That's what the ritual did. It fixed him. Second, I do not answer to you. Do not stand there all high and mighty with me. I may not look it, but I am a grown-ass woman who knows exactly what you did to me. Do not play innocent like you aren't just as bad as Tom, if not worse. At least he has the excuse of actual madness. You just do it for the greater good, Harriet said, her voice staying carefully controlled, but anyone could hear the underlying anger. Dumbledore shook his head mournfully. Whatever he has done to warp your mind, you must see sense. Tom Riddle is a madman. He always has been, he said, completely missing the point. Albus had never been able to see past his preconceived notions. Harriet glared as she slowly stood up from her chair. No, Tom Riddle was a small abused boy who was treated terribly by the people meant to care for him. You hated him simply for speaking the snake language. A completely genetic family gift. He was a child whom you sent back to a hellhole every summer to be mistreated and then wondered why he came out a broken man bent on revenge. You made your own bed, now lie in it. But you didn't just make that mistake once, did you, Albus? How many children did you leave in the care of unsuitable guardians? Huh? How many Dark Lords did you help create? Harriet asked, her voice turning bitter. She saw how Dumbledore was looking at her, like she was the delusional one. It made her laugh, a bitter, resentful sound that made Dumbledore's hairs stand on end. It was like he hadn't heard a word out of her mouth. He was too wrapped up in his disillusions. You know, Albus, I could forgive your oversight, really I could. I understand your place. I've held people's lives in my hands. I've sent them out to battle. I see how they can be of use. The difference is I never forgot they were just people beneath it all. They deserve respect. They deserve to make their own choices about their lives. You seem to forget you have a problem with power. It goes to your head. Guess what? In my book you have become even worse than Tom. You groom children from the age of 11 to see you as their savior, so that they never question your meddling ways. The people who see it all get labeled as dark, but most just finally smell the shit that spews out of your mouth on a regular basis, Harriet said, not holding anything back. If Dumbledore thought he could control her, he had another thing coming. Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. Child, you just don't understand. There. He was cut off mid-sentence by Harriet. She snorted and shook her head. I may look like a child, but I was 78 years old when I died. You're not going to be able to use the grandfatherly image on me, or any one of my people. All your secrets were laid bare for the public after your death, Albus. You haven't been out of your rooms lately. You're a little out of touch. Everyone knows about your affair with Grindelwald. Trust me when I say, no one forgot about it. You're going to find it harder to convince anyone of your bullshit. Sure, you may get some of the older crowd, but by the end of our lives everyone knew how to use wandless magic. The days of everyone blindly obeying you are long gone, she said, taking great amounts of pleasure as her words finally sunk in. The look of panic in Dumbledore's eyes will fuel her for weeks. He turned to the others in the room, who all nodded, confirming what Harriet had said. Luna stepped beside Harriet. Neville, who had been spending a lot of time at headquarters, also stepped up. Luna looked at him with a blank stare. You need to stop living in the past. Dark does not mean evil. You have warped your mind for so long, you have weakened generations of our people. That ends now. The war with the dark is done. It's war with the mundanes now, she said, her voice losing her floaty nature more and more these days. Dumbledore shook his head. They can be reasoned with. War is not the answer, he said almost desperately. Neville rolled his eyes and scoffed. But it's necessary against Tom Riddle. He would have never turned into Voldemort if not for you. Why don't you but out before you create another Dark Lord? Neville said, a scowl on his face. Neville was so tired of hearing the same argument. He was already avoiding his gran so he didn't have to hear it, and now here comes Dumbledore. They just wouldn't understand. He didn't blame them for that. They couldn't understand. He wouldn't have believed everything that happened if he hadn't lived it. Albus looked between them, before shaking his head, the twinkle gone from his eyes. If that is your attitude, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the order, he said, as if that mattered in the slightest bit. As if he could hold that over his head. Harriet smirked and looked at him unimpressed. Do you really think we are in the order anymore? The order isn't some badge of honor, it's a death sentence, she said casually. A lot of the people in the room winced, but they couldn't exactly refute her. Most of them had died fighting for the order after all. Dumbledore seemed to be grasping at straws as he realized how little power he truly held over her anymore. Well then, I am going to have to ask you to leave headquarters. If you are not a part of the order, then you have no place here, he said as if he got to decide such things. Harriet laughed in his face. I think you will find I'm the heir to the House of Black. I belong here much more than you do. How about you ask Sirius how he feels? It's his home, not yours, though I know you have issues with people thinking for themselves. Thinking yourself above the rest after all, she said mockingly as she saw Sirius walk into the room, not looking very happy either. This may be headquarters, Albus, but this is my home, and my goddaughter will always have a place here. If you have a problem with that, you can find a new place for headquarters. Sirius said, scowling at the man. He may not like his goddaughter's choices right now, but he still loved her. Not to mention he was not very happy with the man after Harriet explained his plans for her. Dumbledore had always said he wanted to protect Harriet, sure, until he wanted her to die. Luna smiled brightly, but her eyes told another story. Shouldn't he do that anyways? There being no war anymore. There isn't much reason for an order anymore. It's irrelevant now, she said sweetly. Sirius nodded. You're right, Dumbledore, this is my official notice. Get your shit out of my house. Oh, and consider this my resignation from the order, Sirius said, a smirk on his face as he leaned against the doorframe. Harriet smirked at seeing Sirius's inner black come out to play. He would deny it till he was blue in the face, but she could see it. Dumbledore looked at Sirius, his eyes filled with growing horror. It only grew as several of his members nodded as well. Remus and Tonks are some of the first as they moved to stand beside Harriet. Most of the Order had seen her lead the last week. They had seen as she actually planned, took in ideas from others, respected them even. Most had seen with stark clarity that she was a much better leader than Dumbledore. Her physical age took some getting used to, but otherwise she had proven herself. Only the most deluded stood with Dumbledore, mostly the old crew. Dumbledore left that day with half his Order members deserting him. He just couldn't understand it. How could they have all fallen so far? Chapter 19 Chapter Notes. If I haven't been clear, this book has not been edited yet. I'll go back and edit later when I need a refresh. So no judging my damn spelling and grammar. I'm actually kind of impressed at how many there are for no editing. Lol. Minerva had been witness to the tantrum that followed the Order splitting up. Albus had acted like a 3-year-old who got their toys taken from them in her opinion. She had watched, wondering how she ever truly respected him in the first place. She would always hold a certain fondness for him after years of friendship, but it would never be the same. She had discovered exactly how much damage he had done to the school, not to mention the students. She had always loved her students, been protective of them. When she taught, it had been mostly her Gryffindors she looked out for, but when she became headmistresses it was her job to protect them all and further their education to the best of her abilities. She had, though. Albus also felt this way. She had been sorely mistaken. When she took over Hogwarts she had found his neglect. She always knew he pushed a lot of his work on her. She had thought he was at least doing the majority. No, she was doing less work as the actual headmistress than when she had been deputy. At least as headmistress she didn't also teach, not to mention being a head of house. She had found the job of headmistress relaxing, to tell the truth. She could tell Hogwarts agreed with her. She could feel the connection to the wards like she did before. Albus hadn't even said anything leading Minerva to believe he had never been truly connected in the first place. You had to be accepted by the school to feel the connection. She had felt it immediately upon returning. At first she was too used to the feeling to note it with everything happening so suddenly, but she had felt it more and more as the days passed. It explained how the wards were so bad while she was teaching. A troll shouldn't have ever been able to get within the castle. The Forbidden Forest was one thing. The wards didn't extend that far. It was why it was forbidden in the first place. The wards had still been standing, but not at their full capacity, without a headmaster to ground them and feed them with magic. It had left the school vulnerable. How Dumbledore was headmaster without being connected to the wards was a mystery, but it meant that once again Minerva was headmistress. She was dreading telling Albus that fact in the wake of his hissy fit. How would he react when he realized he lost dominion of the school? Not that it matters much, with most of the students that would have come at the end of summer were now adults with full educations and years of practice. It would be a very empty few years at Hogwarts. Harriet smirked when she saw Tom in his mind space. She had just fallen asleep and was immediately drawn in, almost like she had been invited. She smirked and looked around his mind space. It had changed. I see you moved things around. I suppose with the new look outside, one inside was due, she said teasingly. Tom's only reaction was a small smirk. Yes, well, I thought it fitting. I have many things I still want to change, he said, his voice trailing off. Harriet nodded. I understand more than most, she said quietly. Tom nodded. I suppose you do. I truly must thank you. I had no idea how much I was missing, he said. True emotions, besides anger, were obvious in his eyes. Harriet couldn't believe it. She had never expected this level of progress from Tom, at least not without more time. She supposed he might be a little more reserved mentally than she assumed. She had figured he always had darkness inside him. Though he most assuredly had darkness inside him, she might have over-exaggerated the degree a bit. She leaned back and looked at him strangely until eventually he snapped slightly. What? He asked, his hackles rising, so to speak. Harriet just tilted her head. I didn't expect this much regret from you, or better yet, I never expected this level of sanity from you, she said casually, not caring how her words felt. She would always be honest with him. Lies would get her nowhere. Tom scowled. Oh, I'm surprised you believe Dumbledore's redirect so easily, he said, a scowl on his face. Harriet shook her head. That's not it at all. I'm just speaking from experience, she said as she stared at him evenly. Tom looked at her confused, his eyebrows scrunching. What do you mean experience? He asked, looking at her almost doubtfully. Harriet rolled her eyes. I also had a childhood orchestrated by the old goat. Trust me, he never learned his lesson, she said, meeting his eyes. Tom barely held back the wince as their eyes met. He could see his own emotions reflected back in her eyes. He could see his own pain. It was probably the first time he truly regarded her as an equal, in more than just power. Even mad as a hatter, Tom always held respect for Harriet's power, but he never understood the woman, the monster that lurked beneath. He shook his head, hoping it wasn't true, that this wasn't another thing to regret. "You can't mean," he said. Harriet laughed bitterly. "Oh, that Dumbledore stuck me with abusive Muggles and then sent me back every summer to be hated? Yes, he likes to make that mistake. Don't worry, Tom, I don't blame you for that. I should have never been placed with those people. That particular decision was all Dumbledore. Hell, I'm related to the fucking Weasleys or even the Tonks if he wanted me with a light family. But no, he wanted me desperate and willing to listen to his every word," she said, a bitter smile on her face. Tom shook his head, a scowl on his face. "This is why I wanted to make it a law that magical orphans could not be placed with Muggle relatives. No magical child should ever be left in the hands of Muggles," he spat out angrily. Harriet nodded, a look of respect in her eyes. "I agree. If you would like to have your people propose the bill again, you will have my support behind you. We need to get things moving as soon as possible. I officially control all my inheritances, so we can start getting things done at the next Wizengamot," Harriet said, sitting up straighter. They were finally getting something done. She had never expected that opinion from Tom, though knowing his childhood it wasn't fully unexpected. Tom looked at her confused. "How did you manage that? I thought you had to be legally considered an adult before you could access your inheritance?" he asked. Harriet snorted. "That would be because of you. Well, and Dumbledore. The moment my name came out of the bloody cup, I was legally an adult. It was in the magical contract. Of course. Dumbledore could have fought it and gotten it reversed if he had acted right away, but seeing as he left me out to dry all year, the magic solidified and became binding. I can't wait to rub that in his crooked nose," she said, a vindictive gleam in her eyes. Tom looked at her doubtfully. "Why would he care about that?" he asked. Harriet snorted. "Well, he kept my inheritance from me for a reason. Didn't know why till we all got back. Found out he's been using my seats. He could only access my trust vault, so he didn't bother with my money. Though he definitely didn't want me knowing about the money, or the properties. I would have left the Dursleys in a heartbeat. It would have given me a reason to live, and we wouldn't want that. It would go against his greater good," she said mockingly. Tom nodded, his eyes gaining a calculating gleam to them. "I suppose the old fool would use that logic. I will begin working on it in the morning. I'm surprised you're so willing to work with me, after everything," he said with fake casualness. Harriet smirked. "Well, I did bring you back, plus we were planning this thing for a year. I had a lot of time to get used to the idea, and as long as you don't go batshit insane again, we'll be fine. I know you won't kill me since you're aware of the Horcrux, so really what do I have to be so afraid of?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Tom narrowed his eyes slightly. "I could kill you," he said, more testing than actually serious. Harriet guffawed. "Because you haven't tried that before. I think we both know I'm your equal, Tom. In more than just power, but especially in strength," she said sarcastically. Tom narrowed his eyes. "And what makes you think that?" he asked skeptically. Harriet rolled her eyes. "How about the prophecy?" she said, mostly to see how he would react. Chapter 20. "So you know the prophecy in its entirety?" Tom asked calmly. Harriet was surprised, though she didn't show it. She had expected a bit more mania behind that question. She nodded. "Of course. Dumbledore thought it was best to tell me right after losing my godfather, had to kick me while I was down. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark her as his equal, but she will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Quite dramatic if you ask me. I'm sure you can figure out what the power the Dark Lord knows not is," Harriet said sarcastically while tapping the scar that ran across her forehead. Tom nodded. His mind was running over each word, dissecting them. He was surprised at how little he reacted. It was truly eye-opening to how much of his mind was impaired by his youthful mistakes. He supposed his state of madness could be described as surviving. He did circle around on the equals part of the prophecy, but even he couldn't deny to himself that he saw her as an equal already, though he would deny that to her. It's fulfilled, it has to be, he said, meeting her eyes. She nodded. I figured as much. I had no plans to kill you either way. At most I would just ignore you. I have bigger fish to fry than a group of maybe a few hundred witches and wizards. The older generations need to learn how to stand up for themselves. I'm not saving them. They did this to themselves. They can deal with the consequences, she said unremorsefully. Harriet had saved them once from Tom. She wouldn't be doing again. Especially now that she knew he was sane. They could fight their own bloody battles. She had been born into the war and she no longer wanted any part in their wars. She had her own to fight and her opponent was a much bigger issue. Seems rather callous for the savior, Tom said sarcastically. Harriet rolled her eyes. I never wanted it. All I ever wanted was to live my bloody life. Instead they throw me at a problem they created. My generation has no part in this. We don't have a problem with your original goals, and those that do are mostly brainwashed by the Ministry and Dumbledore. You will find them much more open now, she said casually. Honestly, if they wanted to stop having Dark Lords pop every 50 years they should actually change something. Obviously the system's broken. Though I suppose those who don't know history are destined to repeat it, Harriet said sarcastically. She had spent years trying to understand magical Britain. She had come to one conclusion. They made no bloody sense and were just a bunch of bureaucratic idiots who lined their pockets in the suffering of the people. Though the people, they're even worse than the government. They know it's happening yet stick their heads in the sand. Instead of fixing the problem they created, they throw children at it. Harriet had grown tired of them. If the war hadn't broken out she probably would have secluded herself somewhere, just the people she could tolerate and some creatures. She would get as close as she could to that idea with Potter Manor. Another one of the old man's failings, Tom spat out, getting Harriet's attention from her train of thought. Tom, seeing her confusion, carried on. Our history should be taught properly. Not by some blasted ghost who bores all children to death. He teaches about the same thing every class. Why is it even still a class at this point? He asked, his voice going up a few octaves as he started getting angry. Harriet rolled her eyes. Because this way he can say they're learning history without teaching anything that might corrupt their impressionable young minds, Harriet said sarcastically. Tom nodded as he fell back into his chair, surprisingly acting his physical age, making Harriet smirk to herself. He pinched the bridge of his nose. This is going to be a busy few years, isn't it? He asked, his voice resigned. Harriet snorted. A few. Try the next 20 at least. Don't worry, you get used to it. It helps if you don't fantasize about some end goal. Just do what you need to do next. I'm not saying don't plan ahead, but don't sit here thinking about, one day I'll be able to retire and sit on my ass. Because the likelihood you're gonna get there is ridiculously low. Stop dreaming and accept the reality of life as never-ending pain. You think it can't get any worse and it always does. One year after another, we do what we can to have good moments and numb it, but at the end of the day, this is life, she said. Her voice even as she looked at something he couldn't see. Tom looked at her shocked. He would have never thought in 1,000 years he would hear those words come out of her mouth. The absolute lack of hope, the certainty that all that would be of her life was pain. It was truly sad, even to him. If that was your opinion, why try this hard to fix it? He asked, not seeing the point. Harriet smirked. At this point, I don't even know. Sometimes I think life is pain, and then you see those little moments. The things that make life worth living are sweet enough to fight for, I suppose. Or maybe I'm just bitter and wanted revenge. Maybe I just wanted to see some people survive. Who the hell knows anymore? She said rhetorically, her eyes far away. Tom looked at her, truly looked. You don't even know, why do you? You simply did it, he said. Harriet shrugged. Maybe, or maybe I'm in the middle of a mental breakdown. Who the hell knows anymore? Honestly, it probably comes down to saving the people I loved. It's always been about that for me. I could give a shit about the greater good. I don't fight for that. I fight for those I love, she said, seemingly not caring anymore. Tom supposed what she said was true. She had always been a stronger opponent whenever someone she cared about was involved. It was why he had taken the Lovegood girl, well, that and to keep control of her father. Not one of his finer moments, though he didn't have many fine moments in his mad state of mind. Tom couldn't help a small part of him wanting to be one of those people she cared about. The thought caused his entire body to stiffen in his mind space. Thankfully the thought had not slunk through to Harriet, otherwise he would have been mortified. He shook his head, not understanding where the feeling came from, maybe some lingering possession over his Horcrux. He threw the thought into a dark corner, not to be dealt with till much later. I think we should both meet with the minister and explain the situation fully. Try to come to some kind of understanding. We all need to be able to stand each other if we're going to save magic, Harriet said, bringing back Tom's attention from his strange thoughts. Tom sighed but nodded his head reluctantly. I agree, though it won't be pleasant by any means. If you can set something up that's reasonable, I will be there, with some of my more tame followers, he said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Harriet smirked. Of course, I'm sure Percy can set something up, he's been doing his job perfectly, loving it too. Though Bones might be a problem, she's a reasonable woman, but you all did kill her last time and I don't think she would forget that. Susan certainly didn't, she said, thinking about the girl she grew up with. She had become a very bitter woman. Tom grimaced. Yes, I suppose there is going to be a lot of people like that. Part of me wants to apologize, but that could weaken me in their eyes. I do regret most of my actions, but it does not mean I won't restart a war if I can't make the changes that we need legally, he said. Harriet could tell he was sincere. Truly she didn't know what was best, but he would need to make a decision soon, otherwise it would be too late. The populace was at a standstill right now, but it wouldn't be long before they start making moves themselves. She could only imagine the schemes Dumbledore was coming up with. Chapter 21. Percy stared at Harriet gobsmacked. You want me to what? He asked, his voice going high. Harriet shook her head with fond exasperation. I said I need you to set up some type of meeting between the minister, Tom, and me. We need to start talking this shit out, at least get some basic plans down on paper, Harriet said as she looked over the building progress on Potter Manor. The property was almost ready to move in, just needed a few more details. The project shouldn't take more than a few days to complete. Percy stared at Harriet in disbelief before shaking his head. In what world am I going to convince Scrimgeour to have a peaceful chat with Voldemort? He asked, gripping his hair in stress. Harriet rolled her eyes. Explain the ritual, how he's no longer batshit crazy. We all need to work together, you know this. You knew this going into this. So what's the problem now? I know you can do it, Percy. You've come a long way from the people-pleasing pencil pusher, she said while grabbing his shoulder in a show of support. Percy gave her a deadpan look. Flattery will not make this any better, Harriet. We both know you just dumped a pile of shit in my lap. Don't expect me to thank you for it, he said sarcastically. Harriet let out a cackling laugh as she fell back into the couch behind her and picked back up the building papers. Okay, maybe it's a small pile of shit, but I have faith in your capabilities. We all need to put our cards down on the table, a peaceful meeting. No violence, just talking. We each get some backup for security, but nothing ridiculous. See what they say, get back to me and we can fine-tune the details, Harriet said as if it was that straightforward. Percy rolled his eyes. Yes, because getting people to have a peaceful conversation with the man that killed them is just easy peasy, Percy thought drooly. Percy pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long sigh through his nose before turning to Harriet. You make my life difficult. I thought you should be informed, he said primly before walking out of the room. Harriet just snorted and rolled her eyes and yelled, at least I'm not boring, at his retreating figure. It took 2 days, but eventually everyone settled on terms. They would meet at the Leaky. Each of us were allowed 1 advisor and 5 guards. The location meant if this broke out into a fight it would expose all of us. After everything they had learned, none of them wanted that. So on the day of the meeting, Harriet arrived with Luna as an advisor and Neville, Ginny, George, Draco, and Pansy were standing in as guards. Normally people their age wouldn't look intimidating, but the way the group stood in full battle armor ready for the worst to happen spoke of strength. Scrimgeour was already present with Amelia Bones as his advisor and Percy, as well as 4 others that Harriet didn't know personally. They were most likely killed in the Second War or sometime after. They all seemed to be trained Aurors. Scrimgeour and Bones were already seated with their security placed behind them when the group entered. Harriet and Luna immediately took their seats with a small nod in greeting. Amelia eyed the group of teenagers shrewdly. She knew they were stronger than they looked. Being around her niece, she could see the same changes as her Susan in these teens. I was surprised at this meeting request, Miss Potter, or more aptly all those invited, Scrimgeour said, as he met Harriet's eyes. Harriet just stared at him, no emotion on her face. Well, it's not as surprising when you realize we chose the time to come back carefully. We need him, it's that simple. Though we do not need an insane megalomaniac, we need the genius that he once was and the leader he could have been if he hadn't fallen into the pitfalls of youth, she said evenly, not breaking eye contact for a moment. Harriet knew he was trying to be intimidating, to figure her out. While he was a better choice than Fudge, he was extremely heavy-handed when it came to the war front. Someone who wouldn't be a good long-term match for the position of minister, but he would make a good seat holder for now. Thank you for that glowing endorsement, Tom said from the doorway. Harriet smirked slightly when both Scrimgeour and Bones jumped at his entrance, as well as all the oars. None of her people had moved an inch. They knew he was here before he had said a word, just like she had. Calm down, minister. I did agree to the terms of no violence, he said without any emotion, but Harriet could hear the mocking edge. Following him was Theodos Knott as his advisor. Corbin Yaxley, Thorfinn Rowell, and Antonin Dolohoff walked in behind him as security. Harriet was impressed at what Tom was doing, seemingly appearing humble while really fully assured of his place. He was coming off as if trying to make a real effort, show them he had changed. It was particularly brilliant. Tom also made sure to bring some of his less-known Death Eaters for backup. None had done anything notable, at least. Though Thorfinn was definitely giving Harriet the evil eyes, but she didn't react in the slightest. Scrimgeour and Bones both sat down slowly as Tom and Theodos did the same. You could tell all of them were on edge, waiting for Tom to lash out. Harriet rolled her eyes and decided to begin. It was obvious this would just be one long staring match if she didn't. Well, I think the first thing that needs to be said is we are all here for a common goal, to save the magical population, more specifically the British magical population. It was agreed upon by all of us that performed the spell that we would focus on our individual areas, and then after a year we will all get together and see what we have. Now, any questions? Harriet asked calmly. Scrimgeour nodded. How do we know you won't start another war? He asked Tom. Tom for his part didn't react, he just answered calmly. I might, if I don't think you are doing enough for the people, but I have found recently that I have a problem with Dumbledore, not the wizarding people. His influence is what I find issue with, Tom said evenly. Bones shook her head. You understand that he's the chief warlock, we can't simply get rid of him, she said incredulously. Tom shook his head. I don't expect you to. I expect for you to legally remove him from his positions. He has systematically weakened our people and it has to stop now, he said, not taking no for an answer. Harriet nodded. I agree. We pinpointed the biggest problems and weaknesses that lead to the discovery and fall of magic, and about 80% of those led back to Dumbledore. He's lost touch with reality with his age, or maybe he was never in touch with it, but his influence directly leads to Muggles discovering us, she said while desperately pushing her anger behind her occlumency shields. Bones furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. How so? She asked. She believed them, but she wanted the facts. She had never been overly fond of Dumbledore, being one of the few not in Slytherin that could see his meddling for what it was. Luna laughed lightly. Well, for one, the Muggle Studies class at Hogwarts is about 80 years behind the times. That class is there so that witches and wizards hold up the statute of secrecy. At the state of the curriculum, the whole class could qualify for breaking the law at this point. It was one of the direct reasons we got caught in the beginning. We have no clue how to actually blend in, she said in her wispy voice. Both Scrimgeour and Bones looked at her with wide eyes. They had no idea about this. Harriet laughed. Oh, that's just the Muggle Studies class. How about the fact the only thing we learn in history is about the Goblin Wars? Most students fail their OWLs and NEWTs. Because of it. That's just the curriculum. How about sending first years alone out into the Forbidden Forest for detention? Or keeping a priceless artifact in the school behind security? First years were able to get through all to lure in Voldemort. Oh, let's not forget the troll incident. Yes, a troll got into the school, and this was only my first year at the school. Would you like to hear about the 1,000-year-old basilisk? Or how about the petrification of about 20 students in my second year? Let's not forget the Triwizard Tournament. Wasn't it Dumbledore who ensured people couldn't put their name in if they were underage? Are you telling me any of the older students could have put in a first year's name? All these are only things he did as headmaster. What other things has the man done in all his other positions? Harriet said, her voice deadly serious as she met both their eyes. Chapter 22 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After Scrimgeour and Bones came to terms with everything they heard, they were much more open to listening. Things were still tense, but the meeting commenced. Some issues were brought up about the Death Eaters. Tom made it clear there would be no war if he could help it. He was hoping to get changes made legally. With everyone being much more open to suggestions after dying, it would hopefully be easier than before. He even explained some things about his past, how he had tried to make changes, and what they were, including the child welfare laws he wanted passed that were blocked by Dumbledore. The more Scrimgeour and Bones listened, the more they found themselves agreeing with the changes being suggested. There was nothing wrong with any of these laws he wanted passed. Why would Dumbledore block child protection laws? Scrimgeour asked. He was having a harder time wrapping his head around Dumbledore's actions than Amelia was. Harriet snorted with bitter humor. I could think of more than a few reasons. Dumbledore likes to stick children in abusive situations because he thinks they're easier to control. Or maybe he simply doesn't care. No one truly knows his reasons but him, but the end result is the same. Those children grow up abused, she said, her voice cold. Bones sat straighter, concern coming off her in waves. How many cases do you know of this happening? She asked as she flipped to a new page. She had been taking notes the entire time. Harriet turned to Luna, knowing if anyone knew the actual number it would be her. Luna stared off for a moment before blinking. 83 children have been sent back to unsuitable homes by Dumbledore during his time in Hogwarts. 17 of those cases ended in the death of the child, she said, her voice empty. Harriet closed her eyes with a sigh. She had not been expecting that many, though it did make sense. Those children would go to a figure they thought they could trust, only to be turned away and diminished just like she had been. Scrimgeour looked at Luna suspiciously. How do you know that? He asked skeptically. Luna just smiled. The Nargles told me, of course. They used to whisper things. Now I can hear them clearly, she said simply. Harriet nodded. What Luna says is always true, just leave it at that, she said suggestively, basically telling him to back off. He received the message clearly and nodded while Bones handed Luna a paper and quill. Do you think you could write down their names for me? Amelia asked politely. Luna nodded and took the paper and immediately began writing out names. The meeting continued from there. It was much more relaxed once everyone involved understood they were working towards the same goal. That was until Albus Dumbledore in all his flaming audacity walked through the door. Scrimgeour narrowed his eyes at the entrance of the old fool. I do not remember sending you an invitation to this meeting, Albus. He snapped as he looked at Dumbledore incredulously. Albus looked at him and Amelia with disappointment. I am surprised you are entertaining this meeting at all, Dumbledore said as he eyed Tom. Amelia Bones narrowed her eyes. This meeting is not your concern. You will leave immediately, she retorted angrily. Albus just looked at her dismissively, as if he couldn't believe he wasn't wanted. Do you know who you're hosting? He asked, superiority in his voice. Tom rolled his eyes. Yes, you old fool, they know exactly who I am. It doesn't change the fact this was an agreed upon meeting of peace that you were not invited to. Leave or you will be escorted out, he said, not even rising to his feet. Tom refused to show any respect to Albus Dumbledore. He simply couldn't stomach the prospect. Dumbledore turned to Scrimgeour and Bones with horror written across his face. And you're meeting with him? You should be arresting him. He's the Dark Lord, he said dramatically. Harriet just shook her head and shared a commiserating look with Tom as Scrimgeour looked at Dumbledore incredulously. Eventually, Bones had enough of the back and forth, which consisted mostly of Dumbledore talking a lot of shit. That is enough. We are in the middle of a political meeting. You are not invited. Either leave of your own accord or you will be removed. Amelia snapped as she glared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore continued to try and act superior until eventually Tom stood up. Don't you get it, old man? This doesn't involve you. You are not the leader of the British magical population. You're the headmaster at a bloody school. How far have you come from reality? Tom snapped, his magic starting to snap around him. Dumbledore had been disparaging him since the moment he walked through the door, and he was done listening to judgment from that man. Dumbledore just looked at Tom with hatred, a hatred that only Tom was able to achieve from the man. Tom, I don't know how you infiltrated the ministry, but I won't stand for it, he said as if he was the hero. Harriet groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. Albus, he hasn't infiltrated the ministry. This is a bloody meeting. to talk about peace for Merlin's sake. But if you want to talk about everyone's wrongdoings, tell me, why were first years able to get past the security guarding the stone? For that matter, why was it set up like some obstacle course instead of hidden behind a Fidelius charm? Harriet asked, exasperated. Dumbledore stumbled but shook his head, choosing not to answer. My dear girl, how have you fallen so far? How could you have joined the dark? He asked, again with the fake disappointment. Harriet just groaned loudly and banged her head against the table. It's like he can't hear a word any of us say. He's living in his own fantasy land. Are you senile, Albus? Because I'm really starting to think you should be in a damn nursing home, she groaned out loudly. Tom had to stop himself from laughing at Dumbledore's expression. He had not been expecting that. Amelia motioned to the door. Leave, now Albus, she said, not taking no for an answer. Albus looked at her mournfully before walking towards the door. Unsurprisingly, right before he exited, he spun around and sent a spell at Tom, one he immediately blocked. Harriet shot up from her seat as Tom and Albus threw spells at each other, sending sparks of light around the room. She hastily put up shields protecting the ministry officials until her own people could do so. Those Tom had brought with him were already frothing at the mouth and sending out stray curses towards Dumbledore. The old coot was blocking curses left and right, sending them flying all throughout the room, not caring who they hit. Eventually Harriet had enough. When a stray chair flew past her head, she sent out a pulse of magic, sending both Albus and Tom flying back against the walls. Enough, she said loudly, power emanating from her voice, as she stood in the middle of the room, blocking any further attacks. Neither of you are going to win. You've proved that time and time again. Dumbledore, you need to leave. This meeting does not concern you. You are no longer involved. Go assemble what's left of your order, and see how far that gets you. But if you come at Tom again, you're going to have to deal with me. Harriet spat as she faced Dumbledore, who had slowly raised from the ground as he dusted off his maroon robes. She had her back turned to Tom, not worrying about him attacking her, as strange as it was to say. They had developed a strange friendship through all the time they spent together in their mind spaces. Dumbledore looked like he was debating for a moment until Luna, Neville, George, Pansy, Draco, and Percy moved towards them, both ready to join the fight. Dumbledore glared at them all. You won't win. The dark never wins, he spat. All of them simultaneously said a single phrase. There is no light or dark, only gray, they all said as if it was a mantra they repeated to themselves often. Dumbledore looked at them slightly unsettled before glaring at Harriet, who hadn't moved an inch. She wasn't afraid, and Dumbledore could see that. Tom slowly moved to stand beside Harriet, the two of them making an impressive opposing force, something that almost terrified Albus as he watched them. So much so that he apparated away on the spot, knowing he wouldn't win against the two of them together. Son of a bitch, he actually ran, Tom whispered in Parseltongue. Harriet snorted. Of course he ran. Who would want to stand against us? She asked with a sarcastic edge to her voice. Tom barely processed what she said as he realized she also spoke Parseltongue. He couldn't believe it. He had never met another who spoke the noble language. To now know Harriet held the gift was astounding, and only spoke more of her equality to him. As he thought about it more and more, he couldn't help but agree with her. Who would want to stand against the two of them together? Chapter end notes. Okay, I wanted to make something clear. The relationship of Tom and Harriet is not gonna be lovey-dovey and full of passion. Well, maybe down the line, but it's not gonna start like that. Now, Tom will definitely not be a dick. I don't write about toxic relationships. He's gonna be protective and possessive, but he will respect her as an equal and treat her very well. But it's not gonna be a whirlwind romance. This is more a world-building book than a romance. They're going to have a relationship of convenience that will turn into more, but for a while there it's gonna be more like a friendship. Just wanted to clarify before anyone built this up a bit more than it's supposed to be. Chapter 23. The meeting ended quickly after the blow-up that was Dumbledore's entrance. Tom was pleased with the meeting nonetheless. A completely new avenue had opened up for him, one he didn't ever think he would be able to take. He couldn't believe all this time that the girl had been a Parseltongue. How had that happened anyways? No, he wouldn't question it, not yet at least. He had things to do first. He wouldn't want to stare a gift horse in the mouth. He knew what he needed to do. He just hoped he would be able to convince her. He quickly apparated into one of his bunkers. He kept all kinds of valuable things in bunkers such as this all over the world. It wouldn't do to leave his valuables for others to take. know they were his, and like anything that was his he would protect them. He made his way through the small bunker until he came upon an old wooden trunk. It held very important documents that were passed down the Slytherin line through the heirs, until eventually they made it to him. He had originally found them in the chamber. He fished through the papers until he came upon the one he was searching for. He grinned as he found it and disapparated, going back to Malfoy Manor, parchment clutched in his hands. After the meeting had ended, Harriet motioned for Percy to stay. She needed to speak with him. She waited as everyone else left, even her own people left besides Luna. Once everyone was gone, Percy sat down where Amelia once had. "Report," was all Harriet said. As soon as the word came out of her mouth, Percy was immediately listed what had happened, every action he had taken, the ones they had planned and the decision he had to make at the time. Harriet was actually quite impressed by what she was hearing. He had made quick work of their plans. Though she was annoyed by the state of the ministry, the corruption runs deeper than expected. Thankfully they had planned for this and everything was moving at an acceptable pace. "Umbridge has been removed, correct?" Harriet asked once Percy had finished explaining. He nodded. "From the ministry, but we weren't able to take up legal action against her. Technically it has all been undone. Even if we did try, there is no evidence," Percy explained. Harriet nodded, but a frown marred her face. "At least she has no influence. We'll deal with her eventually. For now, we need to focus on the corruption inside the ministry. Speaking of which, keep an eye on everyone who attended the meeting." One of them leaped it too. "Dumbledore, and I want to know who it was," she said as she thought about the disaster that is Albus Dumbledore. Percy nodded. "I will keep an eye on them. Any news?" he asked, relaxing as they were done talking about his duties. Harriet smirked. "Well, Charlie finally came back, found Oliver on the way. Those two have barely left their rooms, lots of making up to do apparently. Bill hasn't been back, but he's been in contact. He finally found Fleur and they are settling her family matters before making their way here. Oh, and a room has already been prepared for you at Potter Manor. It's gonna be our new base of operations. Grimwald Place is starting to feel cramped," she explained casually. Percy laughed. He had missed his brothers. His family hadn't been whole in a long time. He couldn't wait to finally be with them all again. It felt like a lifetime since that had happened. Luna laughed, her voice sounding like bells. "Brimming with people is a better way to say it. Potter Manor will be a much better option. The wards are stronger too. And no old goats to interfere where they don't belong," she said airily. Harriet snorted. "Well, at least creatures willing to clean this time. Grimmauld is a big place, but not big enough for the amount of people we have shoved in there. It was never meant to be the main home to the Blacks. Originally it had been the Spares' residence, but when the manor burnt down they turned it into the stronghold for the wards. They built a few more properties after the fire, but by that point the wards were already in place. It was only ever meant to hold the main branch of the family," Harriet said, sprouting out facts neither of them cared about in the first place. Percy snorted. "Well, I'll have to take you up on that room. I have my apartment, but the rent is outrageous and I find myself missing the company," he said, his voice trailing off at the end. He didn't love admitting his weakness, but he knew they understood. Both Harriet and Luna nodded. "It's strange, we haven't been alone for so long. I find myself waking up in the middle of the night waiting for the attack," Harriet said, her eyes staring at nothing. Luna tilted her head to the side. "Do you ever hear the alarms?" "I feel like I always hear them," she said, her voice quiet, but they both heard and nodded. It was of some comfort that they weren't alone in this, that they all were feeling the effects. They had gone from a war zone to relative peace. As much as they seemed fine, they were all spiraling. They weren't the only ones either. Harriet got a constant stream of letters from others who had lived through the last war and wanted to join her. It had been the main reason she pushed for the renovation of Potter Manor, so they could all be together but have their own lives. It would make them feel safe again, to be together. Being together had meant their survival in the past. Harriet felt herself falling again. She knew she was dreaming. She knew she was being pulled to Tom, and she let herself go as she fell into his mind space. She took a deep breath when she was finally in his mind space as she centered herself. She looked around and found herself faltering slightly. It looked more inviting, almost as if he was more willing to let her in. Tom himself was also acting strange, eager almost, but also more nervous than normal. "Okay, what the hell is going on?" Harriet asked in alarm as Tom actually smiled, like a real smile. not one of the psychotic ones. It was extremely unnerving to Harriet. Tom shook his head. I saw Dumbledore run with his tail between his legs today. It's been a good day, he said wistfully. Harriet nodded, but she could sense there was something more as she sat down, watching Tom as if he was Viper ready to strike. So, what made you so eager to leave the meeting? I would have thought you would stick around. Try and make an impression, Harriet said casually, trying not to seem like she was prying. Tom smirked, seeing straight through her. He knew his attitude had changed regarding her. Now knowing what he knew, he couldn't find it within himself to continue the charade of hatred. He hadn't actually hated her since the moment he had his sanity returned. Sure, he hadn't been overly fond of her, but even he couldn't deny that there wasn't any dislike in his thoughts about her. Sure, he still found her abrasiveness and willingness to insult him to his face annoying, but it wasn't any true feelings of hate, only an acceptance. He had even begun to appreciate the sarcastic barbs she would throw at him. Not many had dared to speak to him like an equal, but she had never deemed herself below him. He found himself slowly growing to appreciate that fact more and more as things began to reveal themselves. I was quite shocked with your ability to speak the snake language. How is it I did not know about this before? He asked as he sat down across from her in his armchair. Harriet shrugged. Honestly, I have no clue. The entirety of Hogwarts knew in my second year. I'm surprised none of your miny Death Eaters told you, or at least told their parents who told you, she said, her voice filled with confusion. Tom blinked. He had not been expecting that. Had no one thought to inform him of this? He would need to have a discussion with followers. This is not the type of information to keep from him. It would seem they thought it irrelevant. I'm surprised at your ability to speak the language. Do you think it comes from the Horcrux? He asked, a glass of brandy appearing on the side table beside him. Harriet shook her head. It couldn't have. I was born with the ability. We have a specific texture on the roof of our tongues that let us speak the language, as well as unique bones in our ears. I have to have been born with the ability, she explained. Tom sat up, his eyebrows scrunching. How did you get the ability then? There is no way there is Slytherin blood in the Potter line. Harriet snorted. Oh, you'd be surprised. Potter used to be Peverell. It's how we are most strongly related actually. We both descend from different Peverell brothers, Harriet explained. Tom's world felt like it twisted on its axis, but he continued with grace. That still doesn't explain you having the ability. Otherwise more Potters would have been Parkletongues, he said, evenly after taking a swig from his glass and putting it back down. Harriet smirked. Well, my mother also had Slytherin blood in her line. Apparently a Slytherin daughter had been married into the LaFay line before Salazar Slytherin was even born, she explained, knowing it would make Tom's head spin. Chapter 24 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Tom stared at Harriet in disbelief. Your mother was a Muggle born. How is that possible? He asked in a state of shock. Harriet smirked, knowing she was shifting his worldview, but it needed to be shifted. Well, Muggleborns are just descendants from squibs. Sometimes the magic comes back after a few years without inbreeding. Other times two squib lines meet. My mother was descended from the LaFay line. I'm sure I don't need to explain why that's significant, she said, having too much fun torturing him. Tom spluttered. His brain was quickly thinking of the ramifications. How many dead lines could now be revived? So many of their oldest lines had died out, the magic thought lost, but it could be sitting right there, in any Muggle born walking the street. He stood up and started pacing, his mind working over the details. We will need to get every Muggle-born tested at Gringotts. We can't keep calling them Muggle-born either. Squib-born would be a more apt description. How did you discover this in the first place? He asked, turning towards Harriet. Harriet shook her head fondly, already knowing he had found his latest hole to fall into. The Mundanes actually, they figured it out with science. They found a way to identify magic in blood. Entire families were sterilized. It wasn't a good time for anyone. By the time they finally cracked the code, it was beyond the point of reason. Any magic was stamped down, even if those people had no idea they were magical in the first place. If they could pass down the gene, they were a threat. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't a time where anyone was wanting to have children, but to have that choice ripped from you is heartbreaking for some. Harriet explained she couldn't help but think about the women who were forced to be sterilized. They had felt pain she would never be able to understand. While many people were forcibly sterilized, many more chose to willingly forego having children. They were in the midst of a war, in a war camp where supplies were limited. They just couldn't afford to have a newborn around, not to mention the likelihood of survival. If the child did survive, it would be hunted for its entire life. She couldn't help but flash back to the women she had helped, the desperate witches who had come to her because they had fallen pregnant. The women who had no choice but to abort their children because they couldn't afford to have any more children than the ones they had already had at camp. It was never forced, but most people didn't want to bring a child into a miserable world of only pain. By the end there was very little hope. It had been very common in the end days for herbs to be grown around camp, teas to be passed from tent to tent. At one time they had potions, but the ingredients had run out quickly. Some women had even ended their own lives at the thought of bringing a child into the world when their methods of abortion didn't work. Or even worse, those that bled out from a botched medical procedure that they had no qualifications for. It had been a bloody time for women, especially those who were caught by the wrong mundanes and managed to escape. Those instances almost always ended badly. An experience like that wasn't easy to get over, especially in the midst of a war. One of the first things she wanted to get done was laws on safe abortion and protection for the children that weren't wanted. Harriet knew firsthand what it was like to be raised by people who didn't want you. She also knew how difficult it was to be a parent. A child was a massive burden, and if you begin to resent them, it can lead down very dark paths. Thankfully, she had never felt that way about Teddy. He had always been her little ray of sunshine, the light to her life. She had given up on having her own family after the Second Wizarding War. He had become her family. Harriet abruptly shoved her thoughts away as they began to go down dangerous roads. She turned back to Tom to see him mumbling to himself and writing things down. I think the best way to do this would be to get the word out. Let the Muggleborns get tested at Gringotts. If you force them, they will resist, but if they think it's their idea, they are more inclined to participate. Maybe offer to pay for the first 1,000, put an ad out in the Prophet? Harriet suggested, not wanting to think about darker times. Harriet would much rather focus on the future than wallow in the past, though it seems her thoughts don't agree. Tom nodded. That could work, though I don't know about paying for the tests, he said hesitantly. Harriet rolled her eyes. I'll pay for it. I want this more than you do anyways. Get rid of some of the divides before it gets us all killed, she grumbled. Tom looked at her confused. Are the tests expensive? Why would you offer to pay for something that most can afford? He asked, genuinely confused. From what he remembered, the tests were only about 7 galleons. Harriet rolled her eyes. You haven't been in the Muggle world for a while. Most people live paycheck to paycheck, and the conversion rate for Muggle money is about £6 a galleon. £40 may not be a lot to some people, but to a mother struggling to feed her children working 3 jobs, it's a lot. When you lived in the Muggle world, one income could support a family of 6. Those days are long gone, she said, her voice bitter as she thought of all the people she knew were struggling at this very moment just to put dinner on their tables. Tom scowled. Don't assume you know me. I grew up in the Blitz. It wasn't exactly the time of prosperity. Pay for the tests if you wish. I'm the Dark Lord. I can't be seen being generous to the masses, he said, a cross look on his face as he turned back to the parchment he had been writing on. Harriet rolled her eyes. A bit of generosity might actually help your case, you know, prove you're a good leader, someone who does what's right over what's comfortable. Might be exactly what you need. But I suppose your ego is too large. You couldn't possibly handle doing something nice, she said teasingly, enjoying the look of contempt that crossed his face before he chose to ignore her. It took 2 days for the Prophet's headlines to read, Muggleborns descended from squibs, followed by an article explaining that Gringotts offered tests free of charge for any Muggle born. People had flooded to Gringotts, multiple deadlines were discovered as well as families reunited. Some families were disgusted by their new members, their prejudice running too deep. Others welcomed their new members, desperate for new blood after several articles going into the effect of inbreeding had been released days earlier. With Tom's support, many of the more dark-aligned families got on board. Tom agreed to keep an eye on each of the reluctant families. None of us wanted more children dead. Hermione had even gotten tested. She had surprisingly been descended from the Malfoy line. She had been horrified, though Ron might have been even worse. He looked like he was going to be sick when he saw the results. Luna and Harriet had a good laugh about it before telling them to calm down. Draco was a good man and a close friend. Though Draco's reaction had been laughable as well, he was possibly even more upset than Hermione was. He was dreading telling his parents about it. They were still in the French villa, though they were coming home soon. It had taken a lot of convincing to get his parents to re-enter the dark circle. Lucius in particular was scared shitless of Tom at this point and didn't want to step foot into the same country as him. Though in his defense Tom hadn't treated his loyalty well, even Harriet couldn't imagine what the old Tom would do to him given his betrayal. Though Draco wasn't dreading telling them because they would be angry, no, they would be almost manic to get a hold of her. A female Malfoy was almost unheard of, not to mention his mother had always wanted a daughter to dote on. He knew Hermione would want nothing to do with them and that would kill his mother. She had always valued family above all else. She had even mourned Sirius Black when he died. Draco could still remember her after that. She had even snapped at him. She never snaps at him. She had always been smothering with her love. Not in public of course, but at home he had been favored by his mother. He could admit to himself now that he had been spoiled rotten by her. Chapter end notes. Okay, so eventually I'm gonna wanna have the other wizards and witches that took part in the spell come into the story, but they are supposed to be from all over the world, so if you guys have name suggestions I would really appreciate it. Honestly, go ahead and write yourself in. If you guys give me character descriptions and shit I'll probably use them. Just don't get super specific so I can still write around them. Also, if you can specify which country they are supposed to be from I would very much appreciate it. I'm not picky. I need to figure out at least 15 to 20 of these. I know technically like 150 people participated in the spell, but everyone doesn't need to be in the story lol. But if you guys want to make a character and give them a job and a personality I would use it. Admittedly I might have to change a few things to fit the story, but I'll try and keep it as close as I can. And don't feel limited to other countries and stuff. Like it can be American or British, I can always use character suggestions cause I am seriously bad at that. But for this specifically I would appreciate some names and characters from other countries cause I do want to be accurate instead of just googling names from a certain country and making shit up. Chapter 25 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. In the days that followed the Muggle-born reveal, things started getting tense in Grimmauld, some of the older generations not liking the direction Harriet and her people were taking things, more specifically who they were working with. Many of them had a deep-seated loyalty to Dumbledore. In the end, Harriet and most of the people who had been staying at headquarters vacated in favor of Potter Manor. Sirius had been pissed as hell about it. He may not love what Harriet was doing, but he wanted to be with her and they had chased her out of his home. She had more right to be there than anyone. She was the heir to the Black name. Sirius had subsequently kicked the old bigoted farts out of his home and joined Harriet at Potter Manor. He always hated his childhood home anyways, though apparently the elf was also coming. Its fondness for his goddaughter is uncanny. Creature would have never willingly left Grimmauld for anyone but his brother. Not even his mother could stir that kind of devotion from him. Potter Manor was unrecognizable to him now. He had quickly claimed his old room, which was probably one of the few things that hadn't changed. The manor had been given a total revamp. It had been old-fashioned when he lived here as a child, but now it was modern and sleek. Not to mention brimming with teenagers. Most of the older folks had chosen to live in some of the outhouses. Harriet had them especially built for families and those who didn't want to stay in the manor. He would have wanted to live in one if not for the fact he was probably the most immature person inside the entire manor. He thought living with a bunch of teens would be amazing, only to find out they all had oak trees stuffed up their asses. None of them appreciated his pranks. Not even Harriet. At least he was never bored. The manor had a library, 2 potion labs, a dueling room, a parlor that Harriet converted into a game room, and a greenhouse when it tickled his fancy. Harriet also had a state-of-the-art training center built on the property, and there was a massive field for them to play Quidditch. He spent most of his time with the twins. They had converted the smaller potion lab into a creation room. He felt useful helping them create things. He actually found he had the skill for it. When he wasn't with the twins, he was at the training center or in the dueling rooms trying to sharpen his skills, gain some of his old strength back. Sometimes he spent the evenings with Remus and Tonks or his cousin Andromeda. He had seen Sis's son walking around a few times and he couldn't find it within himself to approach yet. He looked too much like his father for comfort. Sirius was shocked as every day more people showed up, mostly teenagers, but sometimes they brought family with them. Harriet welcomed each one of them. He couldn't believe it. She seemed to flourish around these people as well. He could see her relax in a way he hadn't seen while she stayed with him in Grimmauld, most likely because of all the people giving their constant opinion. He could tell she felt more comfortable around these people than him. While it hurt, he couldn't deny he hadn't actually been there for much of her life, while these people had probably been with her for years. It was so strange coming to terms with everything. One moment he was falling through the veil, the next he was waking up in his childhood home. Sometimes Sirius felt like he would wake up back at Azkaban, that this was all one big dream he had concocted, that he had finally gone mad in his cell. Though even the likes of his mind wouldn't be able to consider this a possibility. Hermione was spiraling. Everything had changed. She had lost her children overnight, and now here she's finding out she had more family than expected. The worst part was they were the Malfoys. While she no longer held a childish rivalry with Draco and they could stand to be in the same room as each other, she knew his parents were incredibly bigoted. She knew it wouldn't change overnight. She knew that hate was a learned behavior, and Draco had grown once he was mature enough to see that. His parents hadn't. She wasn't happy with the news, but Ron's reaction had truly been what threw her for a loop. He had been angry at her. It wasn't her bloody fault. So while they should be grieving their children together, they were fighting all the time, and Ron was acting like a teenager again. Hermione couldn't even go and talk to Harriet about this. They used to be the best of friends, but now it felt stilted, forced in a way. Harriet no longer saw her as a confidant, and it hurt. Harriet was closer with Pansy Parkinson than her. She felt like she just kept losing people by the second. It was why she practically clung to her parents. They had moved into one of the smaller two-bedroom homes on the property, and most nights she stayed with them when the fighting between her and Ron got too bad. They were different now, but they were still them, and slowly it was starting to feel like old times again. Molly and Arthur, as well as Ron and her, all share a four-bedroom home. Harriet had most likely given them a bigger place in case she and Ron had more children, but Hermione couldn't see that happening anytime soon. Hermione knew Molly was trying to talk sense into Ron, but he just wasn't seeing past the Malfoy blood. It was like who she had been. The woman he had married didn't exist anymore, and now all she would ever be was a bloody Malfoy. She was getting sick and tired of waiting for him to see sense. She had even asked Ginny for help. She had always been able to knock sense into Ron before. That just ended up with him having a black eye and even more pissed off at her. Molly and Arthur hadn't been very happy about that, and it was one of the main reasons Ginny had a room in the manor and not with her parents. Not that Hermione could blame her. She was a grown woman now. She probably didn't want to live with her parents. She didn't exactly love living with Molly and Arthur, but she also knew they were kind, and if she truly had an issue they would take her into consideration. It was just their pig-headed son Hermione had a problem with. She had gotten to the point where she didn't even try to speak with him anymore. She was just too tired. She felt like she had a gaping hole in her chest. She found herself constantly listening for her kids or calling out their names. Hell, even waking up to the sound of them having a nightmare, only for her to realize she was the one living a nightmare. As days passed, people began to fill in the rooms at the manor. Tracy Davis was one of the first to arrive, eager to join back up with the group. She loved her family, but they just wouldn't understand. Tracy had been one of the few to survive the last attempt. She had traveled from hideout to hideout for about 2 years before she was found. She had died fighting, giving a few people the time to escape. She had been quickly welcomed in the manor and given a suite in the family wing. Her room was next to Pansy's, which she loved. The two had gone way back from their Slytherin days and had bonded through the war. Pansy had been one of the people that escaped the day she died, and she would do it again in a heartbeat. 2 more Slytherin women arrived, but they preferred to stay in their own house. Lily Moon and Millicent Bulstrode had quickly moved in together away from the group. The abundance of light-oriented people made them uncomfortable. Neither girl hated anyone in the light. They had just been prosecuted by them long enough to be cautious. They had both died in the last attempt. They had been in one of the larger hideouts, so they were targeted much easier. After the ritual they had all been practically defenseless, their cores completely drained as well as their energy. There had been no running. The lucky few who survived the last attempt were in remote enough resistance caps that they flew under the radar. Both women were proud of what they had done. Even if it didn't work, they had gone down swinging. They had tried. They had woken up and been confused, but both had been relatively sure this was part of the plan. Their families had not been. Lily's parents had downright dismissed her before she had thrown some wandless magic at them to get their attention. It had ended in huge flight, which they didn't recover from. Not that she was ever very close with her parents. Millicent, on the other hand, her parents did believe her, and when the dust settled and they heard from the Dark Lord, they had immediately began trying to make another marriage. contract, and after how the first one worked out for her, she had quickly rode to Harriet and had jumped at the opportunity to leave. Her parents had not been happy, but without her signature in blood on a contract they couldn't force anything. They thought they could force a grown woman who had died for something she believed in to get married to another asshole who would treat her like her first husband did. There was a reason he had turned up dead and she had never married again. She had much preferred the life of a spinster to a life with a man who thought they could control her. And if she and Lily occasionally fooled around, it was none of their business. Chapter end notes. Thank you all so much for the name suggestions. They all went into a folder for me to use down the line. And for the record, you can never have too many. Lol. Chapter 26. While the Slytherins were some of the first to appear at the manor, they were nowhere near the last. Mandy Brocklehurst arrived shortly after Tracy. While a Ravenclaw, she fell right into the group of Slytherin women by her sheer bloodthirstiness. You could often find all 5 women in the training center beating each other to a pulp in training. They did not hold back, their enemy wouldn't. They had all learned that the hard way. Lisa Turpin came next. She was much less violent and spent most of her time with Ginny or Harriet. Or she was in the library running numbers. She had died a year before they cast the spell. She had actually helped with the arithmetic of the spell. She was a number genius. She just understood them. She had even taught herself Muggle math before the war had begun. Numbers made sense where people didn't. Numbers couldn't hurt her, couldn't hunt her, couldn't take anything from her. Numbers were her solace. Harriet had quickly given her the job of running numbers for half the laws she wanted to get passed, while the twins would often come to her for advice in their experiments. Harriet had given them unlimited funding to see what they could create. All this kept Lisa busy enough not to have to think about everything she had been through. Terry Boot came next. He quickly made himself busy in the libraries or helping Lisa look up information Harriet needed on the laws she was writing. He would also spend time helping Luna take care of the creatures on the property. Terry had a similar mentality towards animals as Lisa did towards numbers. Animals are straightforward. After Terry came Cho Chang. It was slightly awkward for Harriet given the girl's obvious crush on her, but they had both moved on years ago. While Harriet swung both ways on occasion, she found men more to her tastes. Maybe why. She had always had small flings with the more masculine women she knew. It had been a fun night, but it hadn't led to anything, and both women quickly moved on to better horizons. They had only had a heavy make-out session and some fondling. It was nothing serious in the first place and only really happened because both women had drunk a bottle of fire whiskey. Cho had always made it more than what it was. She did love her crying after all. She had gotten over it during the war though. Genocide does have a way of making people get over the small stuff. After Cho came Ernie with his future wife. She was a Muggle born from America. They had met during the war effort. They chose one of the small houses to live in for now, wanting their privacy. Michael Corner and Anthony Goldstein came next. Some of the last to arrive. Michael constantly flirted with both Ginny and Cho, being an ex-boyfriend to both, but was having very little luck at it. He knew better than to flirt with Harriet. The woman had beat the shit out of him one time and he had learned his lesson quickly when she made it clear she would kill him if it happened again. He did not want to find out if she was lying or not. Anthony kept more to himself, but he did spend most days training with Michael, Terry, and Ernie. If they weren't training, they were playing a game of Quidditch, anything to keep them from thinking. The manor was full to the brim with emotionally addled war veterans with PTSD. It did lead to some interesting days, both good and bad, and sometimes bloody, but they were a fucked up family and they would always be one. The parties were great though. Days turned into weeks at the manor and relationships both strengthened and weakened. Harriet and Tom had been talking extensively every night. He had even been what she could describe as kind, and she was starting to suspect there was more to it than him just relaxing around her. He had been considerate of her, and that was not like Tom no matter how sane he was. She couldn't say she minded, but she didn't want it if it was fake or to earn her trust. While Harriet grew closer to Tom, she also grew closer to Sirius. They had never truly been given the chance to bond before, and now that she wasn't a teenager anymore, they could talk on a new level they weren't able to before. She had spent multiple evenings with him and Remus tinkering in the twins' lab. While Sirius and Harriet grew closer, it seemed as if the relationship between Sirius and Remus also was healing and getting back to what it once was in their youth. Remus seemed more carefree and accepting of himself. He wasn't hated here, even with the Order he had felt like an outsider, but here they treated him the same as everyone else. Sure, most of the time it was being treated with sass and asshole behavior, but half of the teens in the manor acted like that with everyone. It made him feel like everyone else, and it had been so long since he felt like that. Though Remus's relationship with Sirius had grown stronger, his relationship with Tonks was rocky. They were both grieving in their own way, but she was pulling away from him. Whenever he tried to just be with her, she would pull away. Tonks spent most days either training or with her parents if she wasn't at work. It took a while for Remus to realize she just needed some space, but he just wished they could grieve Teddy together. He was grieving too, and he didn't want to do it alone. Hermione had gotten to the point where she stays with her parents more than her husband, well, boyfriend now, as they weren't technically married yet, and at this rate she doubted they would ever be again. Ron continued to be disgusted by her mere presence, making her shrink more and more within herself. She no longer had her best friend to lean on, so she leaned on her parents. It had gotten so bad between Hermione and Ron that even Arthur stepped in. He had yelled at his son. Told him he had raised him better than to treat his wife like he was. That he would never treat Molly that way, and that he should be grateful to have Hermione. That girl had loved him through thick and thin, put up with his bitterness, given him 2 beautiful children. She was grieving, and here he was taking out his unjustified anger against her. It was one of the few times Arthur was truly ashamed of his son. It had fallen on deaf ears as Ron continued to stubbornly hold his ground. He couldn't even look at Hermione anymore, let alone touch her or sleep in the same bed as her. She was a bloody Malfoy. How did no one see this? They were all snakes. His parents eventually gave up. He just wouldn't see sense. They just hope he came around before it was too late and he lost one of the best things that had ever happened to him. They loved Hermione as a daughter and knew she was great for Ron. She made him his best self, and what parent could want more for their child than someone who loved them as much as Hermione loved their son? They were starting to wonder if it was fair on her, though. It didn't seem like Ron had the same degree of feeling for her as she did for him. Neville also claimed a room in the manor. He was finding his grandmother and Hannah hard to deal with recently. They just didn't understand the threat like he did. At first, reuniting with her had been like a dream. He had wanted it so much for years. He had joined the rebellion after her death after all. He needed to avenge her. Things had been great for the first few days, until he started explaining what happened after her death, what he had done. She hadn't been able to look at him the same since. His grandmother understood to some degree, but he could feel her disappointment and he just couldn't deal with it on a regular basis. He still loved them both deeply, but he couldn't look them in the eyes and keep seeing the judgment. He had done what needed to be done. It was that simple. They just didn't understand. They hadn't lived through it as he had. Didn't see friends die every day in front of their eyes. Sure, Hannah had lived with the fear of your family member being found burned in the morning, well, until she became that family member. He hadn't wanted to join at first, she had, but he resisted. Said they should wait, and then she died and he had nothing left to lose. He joined for her. He did all that for her, and she was disgusted with him because of that. He knew he had done awful things. He wasn't denying that, but it had all been for a cause. They had been wiping them off the earth. It had just gotten worse and worse as the days went by. The looks in their eyes. He had to leave. He didn't always stay at the manor, but on the days it got too hard he came and stayed in his room. He seemed to spending more and more time at the manor each week. Chapter 27 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As Hermione fell deeper into depression, Harriet decided it was time to step in and dragged the poor woman to the manor and showed her the library. It had been the first true sign of life she had seen in Hermione for days. Once she was suitably distracted with books, she made her way to the Weasleys' home. It was time for her to talk to Ron. Enough was enough. She stalked through the manor grounds all the way up to the Weasleys' door. She had made sure the place looked and felt like the burrow, just a bit safer. She knocked on the door loudly. She heard rustling before the door was opened by a haggard-looking Molly. "Oh, Harriet dear, I'm glad you're here. Maybe you can talk sense into him," she said, voice coated in exasperation as she glared towards the sitting room. Harriet nodded. "Oh, he's gonna get the message across one way or another," she grumbled as she walked in and straight up to Ron, who was sitting on the couch drinking. Harriet grimaced at the smell of alcohol and sweat wafting from Ron. "Oh, you're hurting your wife. What the hell are you doing?" Harriet said loudly, making Ron jump slightly as he turned towards her. He waved a dismissive hand at her and scoffed. "You don't know what you're talking about. You just don't get it," he said loudly, getting angry as he stood up suddenly. Harriet just glowered at him. I know Hermione looks half dead. That's what I bloody well know. What the hell is wrong with you, Ron? That is your wife. Have you forgotten everything we went through together? How many times Hermione saved your sorry ass? And this is how you treat her? Harriet said loudly, her face going red in anger. She may not be close to Hermione anymore, but she was still her friend and she still loved her. She was just a different person than the women Hermione knew. She had grown and changed, and they were both having a hard time with that adjustment. Ron's face got redder and redder as Harriet yelled until eventually he burst out. She's a bloody Malfoy. They're all bloody evil. How can I love a woman like that? He asked, swaying slightly. Harriet could only laugh at the audacity of the idiot in front of her until eventually she sobered up and shook her head at Ron, a look of judgment in her eyes. Blood doesn't mean shit. She's the same girl who we grew up with. She's the same woman you married. You're punishing her for something she had no control or knowledge of. For what? She's grieving. She just lost her children. You should be grieving together, but instead here you are, making this time so much worse for her. Can you imagine how she feels right now? Even for a fucking minute? Harriet asked, completely done his shit. Ron seemed to deflate before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. There's no way to go forward. She's a bloody Malfoy. There's no getting past that, he said as he slumped back down on the couch, looking both defeated and bitter. Harriet shook her head, an incredulous look on her face as she stared at Ron. So what? You're just going to let your marriage go because you can't get over who her distant relatives are? She asked, getting tired of his excuses. When he didn't respond, she shook her head mournfully. You know what, Hermione doesn't deserve this. You're a pig-headed piece of shit. I truly hope she wisens up and leaves your sorry ass, she said, disgust dripping from her voice. She turned away from him dismissively and walked right out of the house past a disappointed Molly who was staring at her son in exhaustion. Harriet was too angry to go and talk to Hermione. She deserved her time in the library anyways. She made her way to the training center. There were people working out in the gym area, so she walked past them into the armory. She saw two of the rooms full and being used for either magical or weapon practice, so she grabbed her weapon of choice, a spear, and walked into one of the open rooms and closed the door. Outside of the room, a light at the top of the door glowed, signifying the room was in use. Harriet walked into the middle of the room in the center of the rune circle. She took a few deep breaths and turned all her emotions off before stepping on the rune, activating the dummies to start materializing and attacking her. Things started slow. First one, then when she had killed that one, another two appeared, and it continued from there. On and on it went as her mind shut off her and her survival instincts rose. Slash, kick, stab. A repeating process that didn't stop until Harriet was panting in exhaustion and double-tapped the floor, signaling the magic to stop. It would have also stopped if she had stepped out of the circle or her life was in danger. She had made sure these rooms had every safety precaution in place. Harriet sighed as she felt her emotions settle. After about 15 minutes of deep breathing and letting her muscles relax, she stood back up and restarted the simulation, this time using her magic instead of a weapon to destroy the dummies. Once Harriet was finally calm, she made her way to the library where she found Hermione neck deep in a book. Harriet smiled at the sight as she sat down next to Hermione at the table she was sitting at. How you doing, hun? She asked gently. Hermione jumped, not hearing Harriet approach. She turned towards Harriet and felt her heart sink. She didn't look like she was bringing good news. Hermione let out a resigned sigh as she closed the book. That bad, huh? She asked, her voice defeated as she thought about the man she loved. Harriet grimaced. Apparently she was easy to read, at least for Hermione anyways. She shook her head sadly. Honestly, Hermione, I think you should cut your losses. I know you've lost a lot and you don't want to lose anymore, but can you honestly say you could be with Ron again and not have some part of you feel like he hates you? She asked, hoping Hermione would see sense. Hermione shook her head sadly. Before all this I would have never doubted my answer, but now, I just don't know, she whispered, obviously not wanting to admit it. Harriet looked at her remorsefully. You do. But you also love him. Let's try this from a different perspective. If I was in a relationship and someone I was with was acting like Ron, what would you say? Harriet asked, knowing Hermione was willing to take a lot of abuse from the people around her for validation. She always wanted to look out for others but didn't ever look out for herself. Harriet could relate. Hermione seemed to think about it. At first she seemed dismissive until a look of concentration came over her face. Harriet could see the moment she realized it, that she was better off without him. Hermione's face crumbled and she curled into herself and started sobbing. Harriet pulled her into her arms and let her cry against her as she mourned the loss of her family. Harriet remembered how much Hermione loved her kids, and Ron, hell, her life in general, and now all that was just gone. It was sad to say Harriet could relate, almost all of the people living in the manor could. They all knew what it was to lose everything, so Harriet knew all she could do was be there. So she stayed with Hermione until eventually she cried herself out, where she helped her back to her parents' house and ensured her that she would check up on her tomorrow. Once she made sure Hermione was safely in her room, Harriet had to explain to her very concerned parents what had happened. They had been noticeably angry. Howard was to the point of going over to the Weasleys himself to give Ron a piece of his mind, but Jean held him back. That wasn't what Hermione would want. At least she wouldn't want that yet. Both Harriet and Jean knew it was only a matter of time before Hermione became bitter. Then she would probably go and beat him to a pulp herself. As the old saying goes, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and Hermione had definitely been scorned. Harriet was almost eager for the time to come. Ron deserves nothing less. Chapter end notes. I'll be honest, I really wasn't prepared for Ron and Hermione to go down like this. It was not in my plan. But the muses went where they went, and now we're here, and I am open to suggestions. Chapter 28. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. On the night after the confrontation with Ron, Harriet was in her own mind space when Tom found her. He was hesitant to approach as he found her shooting things with some type of Muggle gun, but he continued. It seems you needed to let out some anger, he said behind her when she had stopped shooting. Harriet just chucked. Well, of course, Ron's decided that since Hermione has Malfoy blood running through her veins, something she can't control, he can't stand the sight of her. Can you believe that? That's his bloody wife. He's supposed to love her, yet he's punishing her for something she has no fucking control of. Her blood. She didn't even know about it till a few weeks ago. Harriet ranted as she put the assault rifle down with a grunt. Before Tom could even say a word, she continued. Hermione just lost her children. And here he is making her pain that much worse. I swear I will never marry a man like that. If I get married, it will be to someone who fucking respects me, she said angrily, her curls flying all over the place as she yelled. Tom couldn't help but think she looked attractive when she was this mad, especially when it wasn't directed at him. Not to mention she was basically giving him a damn roadmap. He had started thinking over the possibilities after he looked over the contract. He was still considering his next steps, but once the option was open, he kept finding himself liking the possibility more and more. She kept catching his interest in different ways, from her mind to her passion, even her body. Though it was only because in the mind space where they spent the most time she looked to be in her mid-20s and not the age she was physically. He was many things, but interested in children was not one. He would have never considered it if not for the fact she was on an even playing field with him. Both of them were much older in mind than they appeared. Both equal in power, both coming from similar backgrounds. He found who she was quite alluring, and more he could see actually building a life with her. He may not be able to love, but that didn't mean he couldn't have happiness, and the extra power from an official marriage contract was just a bonus. He just needed to get her on board, show her he could be good for her, be what she wanted. So what exactly does a future spouse have to do to earn a place at your side? He asked casually. Harriet narrowed her eyes at him before shaking her head dismissively. For one, he can't be a pig-headed bigot. I guess I don't need romance or anything like that, but I would need a real partnership. A marriage is signing up to live your life with someone, thick and thin, that's now your person. I suppose there is something to honesty. I don't know. Why are you asking? She asked, stopping the road she had been going down. She did not need to be going down those dangerous paths. Harriet couldn't afford another person to lose right now. She shouldn't even be thinking about the prospect. She had way too much to do. Tom shrugged. You seem to have an opinion about the subject. Call me curious, he said, expertly feigning casualness as he looked around. They stood in the center of a battlefield. He could see people bleeding, fighting going on in the background. He found himself impressed by the display of pure intent these witches and wizards were using. Magic like that hadn't been used since the Founder's time. They were creating things by sheer force of will, things even he couldn't achieve. He had thought he mastered wandless and wordless magic, but these images were showing him the opposite. He was intrigued. "How exactly did you learn to wield your magic in such a way?" he asked as he stared transfixed by the background fighting happening in the memory. Harriet snorted. "Pure unadulterated need, there wasn't a choice. Think of it like accidental magic. When a child is in danger, their magic will instinctively move to protect them. You yourself learned to harness that energy into what you wanted, learned how to use your intent. Most children don't harness it, they just let it flow as it will. Harnessing it at a young age gives us a leg up from others. Made it easier to tap into those same feelings in a moment of desperation as an adult. Not everyone did it, a lot of them just died. But those that survived that long either learned to harness it or, if they were lucky, had people around who did. Though people like that became few and far between after the last attempt," she said, her eyes getting a faraway quality as she watched the battle going on around her. Tom turned to her, his eyebrows furrowed. "You've referenced this last attempt multiple times. What exactly was it?" he asked. He kept hearing the phrase, but no one had actually gone into detail. Harriet let out a deep sigh. She never liked looking back, but it seemed that's all she would be doing for a while. "The last attempt is exactly what it says. It was our last attempt to win, to fight back. In the year 2039, all beings with active magic participated in a spell. Some prayed, some did rituals, but all had one intent in mind. Destroy them all. It was 2 years in the making. There were still so many of us. At least 700,000 beings participated in that spell. At that point they were crushing all of us, so we all tried. And it failed. Sure, we killed about 1 billion mundanes around the world, but in the end, they had 6 billion more," she said, her voice going hollow as she remembered that time. It had been full of so much death, on all sides. After the spell we all were weak, sitting ducks. They found a way to track likely hideouts by the concentration of the dead in certain areas. Since the mundanes in the area were already dead, they just started dropping bombs. It felt like they lit the world on fire. Of course, some of us were hidden well enough to survive, but it only took them a week after the event to wipe out 95% of us. In the next 9 years they picked us off, one hideout after another. Around 2045 we started creating the spell. It took 4 years of precise planning, getting what experts that we could into one room. Well, you know the rest, she said, her voice empty as she compartmentalized that point in her life. By her 50s, Harriet had numbed herself. She had turned off all emotions but survival. It had gotten her to this point, but sometimes when she got sucked up in the memories she would fall back into that mindset and it would take her a minute to get out of it. Tom stared at her, calculating. He was surprised at their magnitude. He would have never predicted them to make a move on that scale. He couldn't help but be curious. "So are you planning to take a mass extinction plan into action again?" he asked. Harriet shook her head. "No, not if I can help it anyways. There are just too many of them. They have nuclear plants that need to be manned, otherwise they will blow the hell up. Trust me, it's not a pre-sight. It's a last-ditch option. Let's call it Plan G," she said, a smirk on her face as she laughed at the morbid reality. Tom sighed. "I suppose I can live with that. I am surprised you of all people were willing to participate in the spell in the first place. I know you're no stranger to blood on your hands, but mass murder seems a bit much for your tastes," Tom said as he gave her the side eye before turning back to watch the magic going on around him. Harriet scowled. At that point, it was us or them. They had already proven themselves unredeemable to us. They made Hitler look like a nice fucking guy. I'll admit at first I had some reservations, told them to calm the hell down, and then I watched so many people die in horrific ways, over and over again. Eventually you stop giving a bloody fuck about them. I was done finding children's bodies. I was done burying friends. We all were," Harriet said with fire in her eyes. She meets Tom's stare unflinchingly before deflating when she saw the lack of judgment. She let out a bone-tired sigh as her shoulder slumped and she turned away from him. "I'm not saying it was right. Hell, especially since it bloody failed, but we were desperate and shit out of options. It was act or surrender and let them kill us all. We chose to fight back, it failed and they slaughtered us anyways. I'm trying to avoid that happening again. I really am, but at the end of the day, if they leave us the hell alone, there won't be a problem, but if they decide to attack us, you can be damn sure I'll be prepared for it. I'm not watching kids die again," she said, her voice resolute. She met Tom's eyes and he could clearly see the warrior behind them, the queen. Chapter end notes: I did change a passage in this to make Tom have no pedo vibes. I wasn't happy with how it originally came out, and Lady_Rhea gave me the brilliant idea to make her more mature in the mind space. Which actually made way more sense. So if you noticed a difference, that's why. Chapter 29 chapter notes: I edited a part of last chapter to bring down Tom's pedo vibes, cause I really wasn't happy about it and the perfect solution was recommended to me, so I did change it if you want to go back and see what changed exactly. Otherwise I'll just tell you lol. Harriet looks older in the mind space, so when he found her attractive it was like 25-year-old her, not 15-year-old her. See the end of the chapter for more notes. So what have you been scheming about? Harriet asked as she was perched in her designated chair in Tom's mind space. It was days after the whole Ron incident and Tom had continuously asked weird questions, enough to make it undeniable. The bugger was up to something and Harriet wasn't going to beat around the bush. Tom raised an eyebrow as he leaned back in his chair, a smirk growing on his face. How do you know I'm scheming? He asked. Harriet rolled her eyes but smiled, playing whatever game he was playing, besides the constant questions about my marriage preferences. I don't know, you tell me, she said with a raised eyebrow. Tom guffawed, making Harriet's smile turn a bit more genuine before she wiped it off her face. Tom shook his head with a resigned look on his face. I suppose you caught me. I didn't want to bring it up like this, but I have a proposition for you, he said, sobering up slightly, but he still seemed in a good mood. Harriet sat up straighter. I'm all ears, she said, her nerves rising. There had been a reason she denied anything going on for so long. She didn't particularly want to know what was going on, but she knew denial only worked for so long before reality pulled the rug out from under you. It was best to get the truth when you can still deal with any possible backlash. Tom pinched the bridge of his nose. I have never been able to claim the Slytherin lordship. There are multiple clauses in place preventing me that I thought I would never be able to fill, he said with reluctance. Harriet felt her hairs stand on edge as a few different thoughts ran through her head before she let out a resigned sigh. And these requirements? She asked. Tom looked at her. Harriet thought she was insane, but she thought she saw some desperation in his eyes before she dismissed the prospect. First was that the lord in question had to be a Parselmouth. That was easy enough to get past. The second is not so simple. The lord must have a magically binding marriage with a female Parselmouth that was not closely related to the lord, Tom said, watching Harriet. The entire time, he was desperately trying to gauge her reaction. Harriet only felt acceptance, not at the proposal, which she can clearly tell that's what this was, but she had figured something along these lines was going on. For Merlin's sake, Tom had been asking about her ideal husband at least once a day. Not directly, of course, he would never be that brash, but in different ways, and Harriet was smart enough to pick up on it. What is so important about the Slytherin lordship in particular? Harriet asked, wanting to know what exactly Tom was going to get from this if she participated. She was seriously doubting this whole thing. A magically binding marriage is permanent. There is no divorce. If she did this, it would be a lifelong commitment, and she knew she couldn't sign herself up for misery. She had been through enough to last a lifetime already. Tom straightened his back. It wasn't a downright refusal, but it also wasn't acceptance. He could work with this. Access to the main Slytherin vault. I know of at least 2 unfloatable properties that haven't been touched in over 700 years, not to mention the seats and control of Hogwarts this will give me. I cannot claim any ownership of Hogwarts. I can make suggestions, even have a place there as an heir if I ever need it, but I have no true say. With the lordship I could oust Dumbledore. There won't be many students for the next few years, but I don't need to tell you why I detest his influence in the school, he said, noting how she reacted to each of his points. Harriet couldn't help but agree on the Hogwarts front. Having 2 lords of the founder houses would give them considerable sway in with the school. Not to mention the Wizengamot seats. It definitely was something to consider. Harriet herself also knew how valuable access to the founder's vault could be. She had barely begun going through the books from her vault, and already she had found a treasure trove of knowledge. She had passed on some of the books to Hermione, Lisa, Terry, and Pansy to go over. Predictably, they were having a ball finding everything they could. It had really helped Hermione out of her depression. Harriet shook her head. I can't just sign up to a lifelong commitment for that, Tom. Trust me, I'm considering it, but I can't just say yes, she said as she stood up and started pacing. Tom scowled, obviously disappointed before his eyes widened. What about a betrothal contract? If at the end neither of us see it working, we don't need to sign an engagement contract, just end it right there. This will at least give it a chance, he said as he hoped she couldn't hear the desperation in his voice. Harriet fiddled with her lordship rings in a rare show of nerves. I don't know, Tom. Could you really see it working? She said, her voice unsure. Tom looked at her baffled before he realized honesty might be what's best in this situation. I don't know if I could ever love you. I don't know if I'm capable of the emotion, but I could see us having a very happy life together. You're the only person who I can consider my equal. I'm not asking you to stand behind me, Harriet. I'm asking you to stand beside me. At least give it a chance. That's all I ask, he said, showing his true emotions for once. He could tell he had hit some of her fears on the head as she relaxed marginally. Harriet looked at him, reading him. She knew him well enough to know he wasn't lying, which surprised her. She had never thought Tom would be capable of an equal partnership, but did that mean she could be with him? He killed her parents for Merlin's sake. How is she even considering this? She met his eyes and felt her decision become made. I will agree to a betrothal contract. I, however, have multiple stipulations, Harriet said, the steel entering her as the unsure girl faded away into the self-assured woman she truly was. Harriet wasn't ashamed to show some vulnerability. It didn't make her weak. She was all the stronger for showing it and not giving a crap what anyone else thought about it. Tom nodded, showing he was willing to listen as he sat down behind his desk. Harriet sat in the seat directly across from him, not at all intimidated. If at the end of the betrothal either part chooses to not go through with the marriage, it will never be brought up again, Harriet said, her voice turning to steel. Tom nodded. With the amendment that each gives the better hotel a true effort, he said, not wanting her to enter the contract just so he could never bring it up again at its end, knowing it was something he would do if he truly didn't want any part in this. Harriet nodded. I would like a clause of honesty and transparency put in the contract. If this is to be a test of compatibility, it will be a true test, she said, her eyes narrowed. Tom smirked but nodded. It was a smart move to make with him. Harriet, seeing the smirk, narrowed her eyes jokingly before turning serious again. Obviously we will need to hammer out the details of the betrothal, but if we do go through with the marriage, I want it written into the contract that we are equals in all decisions, but we each have control over our own individual seats and power. Of course, it can be lent to the other for use, but ultimate control is up to each of us respectively, she said, her voice showing how serious she was. That was non-negotiable to her. She wouldn't allow him to use her for her power, and she wanted to make that clear at the get-go. Tom nodded. Those are all acceptable stipulations, so does that mean you agree to enter a betrothal contract? He asked. Harriet stared at him for a moment, really considering whether she could go through with this after everything they had been through with each other. Sure, she had been friendly with Tom, but it didn't mean she was in love with him. Could she truly forgive him for everything? For all the times they had fought each other? All the friends and family he had killed? Could she forgive her parents' killer? Could she consider marrying their killer? What upset Harriet at her own questioning was the answer, because yes, she could. She had done worse things than Tom, killed countless of parents, and killed innocents that were caught in the crossfire. She understood him and she could forgive him for it all, given time. Harriet nodded, her decision made. Yes, Tom, I accept your request for a betrothal contract, she said, surprisingly accepting of the fact. After all, it was only a betrothal contract, it doesn't have to lead anywhere. Chapter end notes. If you guys have any other clauses to add to the contracts, let me know your ideas. Chapter 30. Upon waking, the first person Harriet sought out was Luna. As with any big decision, she would always check with her before moving forward. She didn't ask for elaboration, just confirmation on if the course of action was the right one. Harriet had entered her room without knocking. It was directly next to Harriet's own room. Both women often found themselves wandering in and out of the other room due to nightmares. It wasn't strange for one of them to wake up with the other beside them in bed. They had spent years sleeping at each other's backs, keeping a lookout. Harriet was surprised to see Luna sitting in bed, seemingly waiting for her as she entered the room. Well, I suppose this was a big decision then, Harriet said wryly as she walked over to the bed and sat down as Luna gave her an incredulous look. You think? A betrothal to Voldemort? Really, Harriet? Luna asked in exasperation. Harriet shrugged. Not my best move, I give you, but does it work out for the better? She asked, almost dreading the response. Luna sighed, her shoulders slumping. I can see this ending multiple ways, but most are positive. Even if the contract isn't seen through, you wouldn't be in any danger, she said, pointedly looking towards Harriet's scar. Harriet nodded absent-mindedly before turning to Luna. Worry obvious in her eyes. I just want to know one thing. Can we be happy? She asked in barely a whisper. Luna smiled reassuringly. You too can be very happy. You're well suited. Leave it at that. Luna said, a devilish twinkle in her eyes as Harriet dramatically groaned and threw herself back on Luna's bed. You not going to tell me a thing, are you? Harriet asked, a pout on her lips as she gave Luna puppy dog eyes. Luna just laughed and shook her head. Not a chance. You got yourself into this mess. I just get to watch the show as you deal with the mess, she said teasingly. Harriet threw one of the pillows at her as she groaned dramatically. Why do you hate me so? She wailed jokingly as she looked at Luna with fake pain written on her face. Luna just looked at Harriet primly before turning her nose up at her. It's what's best for you, she said in a prim and proper voice. Harriet snorted as Luna's composure broke and she laughed. It was nice to have these moments where they didn't have to be serious. With them being in charge of so much, the moments were few and far between. Harriet walked into the training center and through the armory into one of the training rooms to see Pansy, Millicent, Lily, Mandy, and Tracy all beating the crap out of each other. It seemed like Millicent and Lily were on one team while Pansy and Tracy were on another, and unsurprisingly Mandy was on her own. That girl loved to cause damage. She didn't need a partner. Well, none of them did, but out of all of them, Mandy's even more bloodthirsty than Pansy. The girls immediately stopped fighting as Harriet entered the room, though they didn't exactly look pleased about it. What the hell, Harriet? We're busy trying to kill each other if you couldn't tell, Pansy said sarcastically as she helped Millicent up from where she was laying on the mat. Harriet guffawed. Yes, I could tell, but I'm in need of your expertise, she said as she looked between the group of women. Mandy raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by Harriet's dramatics. And that is? She asked pointedly. Harriet smirked. Well, I need your help getting together a proper betrothal contract, she said, waiting for the squealing. When no squealing commenced, Harriet looked at the girls confused. They used to go on and on about that type of thing, and here they were looking at her aghast. What in Morgana's tits are you thinking? You can't enter a marriage contract. Give up your power like that. Millicent screeched as she looked at Harriet horrified. She had ran from her family because they tried to do that to her, and now here Harriet was trying to willingly jump into one. Harriet shook her head. Not gonna happen. That's why I need your help. Tom already agreed to equality in all things and keeping our own respective powers. I just need you guys to help me put together the official contract. I have no clue what I'm doing, Harriet said with a huff. Immediately the 5 women herded Harriet back into the manor, where they proceeded to take over the strategy room, which had once been the heir's study, and spend hours making the contract. Luna had eventually joined them to help, as well as Lisa. They worked for hours until eventually they had done it. Now all that was left was to meet with Tom and make any amendments, then to sign it. Within a week the betrothal contract was signed by both parties and agreed upon. The contract requires at least 2 hours to be spent together a week, in person. No gifts are required, but they are not prohibited. All parties will agree to speak the truth, though abstaining from answering is allowed. Besides that, it was mostly just trivial matters that wouldn't affect the day-to-day. There had been talk of a faithfulness clause, but it was dismissed rather quickly with the agreement that any engagement or marriage contract would have one, but as this was a betrothal it was meant to see compatibility, and if someone else did truly become more compatible, the betrothal contract would simply be seen to the end without any further contracts. Harriet was actually surprised on how much didn't change with the signing of the contract. Her and Tom still bantered like they did before. It almost seemed like nothing changed until her first betrothal gift was left gift wrapped in her dungeons. She had just received a note telling her to go down to the floor of Potter Manor that not many know about. Harriet was pretty sure her father never even knew it existed. What she found down there pleased her greatly. It truly showed that Tom listened to what she wanted, and it was a truly good sign for their relationship. On the floor was a squealing rat inside an impenetrable cage that Harriet would find locked with parcel magic, for inside that cage was Peter Pettigrew. Harriet couldn't keep the sickening bloodthirsty smile from growing on her face as the rat started throwing itself against the walls of its cage. She could also see that he wasn't in the best shape. Tom must have been doing some damage himself the last few days. A week later, Peter Pettigrew was delivered bloody and broken in the middle of the Ministry for Magic with his dark mark on full display. It wasn't long until Sirius was officially declared innocent, and Amelia Bones herself met with him and had him questioned under Veritaserum with a few Wizengamot members for an impromptu trial. Sirius left the Ministry that day a free man with his record cleared. It wasn't long before news got out of his lack of trial in the first place, and the public was not happy. The Daily Prophet had a field day with this knowledge, and the Ministry found themselves under some heavy fire for not giving a hire to an ancient and noble house a fair trial. More Ministry cover-ups continued to be uncovered, as well as a fair share of other secrets. So many people remembered others' secrets, particularly Dumbledore's. He had not been very happy to learn about Rita's book. He had spent years burying that part of his life. A lot of his dirty laundry was still being aired as people who were once loyal to him turned towards Harriet instead. Dumbledore just didn't compare to the leader she had proven herself to be. He was more of an order you to do something and give you nothing in return type, and only his most loyal sycophants couldn't see that. There were still many people who didn't have a problem with Dumbledore, but they still believed Harriet and her direction. It was clear to everyone that a war between wizards was not a good idea. Though some of the old crowd did question their loyalty to Harriet once word of her betrothal got around headquarters, or more importantly who she was betrothed to. Molly had been incensed, but Arthur had managed to talk her down. He had faith in Harriet. She hadn't steered his family wrong before. Ron, though, had not taken his father's advice and had been continuing to run his mouth. Eventually it had gotten to the point where his siblings had threatened to kick him out of headquarters. It had only made him more enraged until eventually he had been beaten the crap out of by Ginny and left to sulk and heal. He didn't leave the house much, to say the least. Admittedly, the Weasleys weren't the only ones unhappy by the betrothal. Both Sirius and Remus were not impressed, though their opinions were met with derision and a very hard-cutting talk that left them running with their tails between their legs to lick their metaphorical wounds. Sirius did end up coming around reluctantly, but it was slow going. Remus, on the other hand, kept giving Harriet judgmental stares, which she proceeded to ignore as she had bigger things to worry about, like saving the damn wizarding population. Chapter 31 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As time passed, Harriet started getting a network together for information. It was much like the one she used to have, but a lot more connected since, everyone isn't dead yet. She had a secure line of communication with everyone that participated in the spell. It was bare bones at the moment, but once they can get their Muggle technologies set up to be around magic, it would run a hell of a lot smoother. Currently, it's Gorg's entire job to get that set up in at least the strategy room. He had done it originally, but Muggle technology was a lot less advanced during this time, so he was having a few problems getting the technology and magic to mix. Currently he was debating about creating an entirely new magical communication based on the Muggle ones. For now they had sent out a bunch of protean charmed journals and mirrors, but it was a hell of a lot of different things of communication. It would be easier if they had a central place where they could all communicate like a Muggle chat room. Sirius was currently working on a new version of the mirrors that would allow for multiple calls to be connected at once. Eventually, he had to get Remus's help, and the wolf had not been happy in the slightest. He was still protesting the betrothal and was having a hard time coming to terms with it. While they worked on a solution, for now one member of headquarters worked sending messages through the journals and taking any important information to the others. Victor in particular was making much headway with his already quite famous status. His family wasn't very high up in the Bulgarian ministry, but the minister remembered both Victor and Harriet from the World Cup, and they had been in contact. Their connections with both France and Bulgaria were the easiest to set up with so many allies in both countries. They had also connected with a few of their American contacts, both North and South, and they were finally opening up contact with India and Japan. They were finally setting up a reliable communication channel between most of the spell's participants and with them a line into their country's ministries. It wasn't much, but it enabled them to start organizing, which was a big step. It wasn't long after communication opened up that Harriet started reaching out to the mastery guilds, both for those in headquarters who had already achieved masteries and what the process would be to get them back, and for possible ideas. While most guilds were willing to reinstate any people who had gained their masteries in the future, some were being sticklers and were making them regain their masteries, though most had allowances. The mastery guilds were also open to discussing possible solutions to the upcoming wars. They had officially started sending out word, requesting masters from all over the world to submit their ideas. The guilds would then sort through them and send the best on to higher powers. Some guilds sent their ideas to headquarters while most of them sent them to respective ministries or the ICW. The defense, potions, and transfiguration masteries were the most willing to work with Harriet as she had connections to some of their best and brightest who put in a good word. Both McGonagall and Snape had contacted their guilds upon request, though Severus had to be persuaded by Draco, but he did send it nonetheless. The Defense Guild was where Harriet had her own connections as she had gained a defense mastery which had been gladly reinstated. Her previous mentor, who she had a very good relationship with, was very high up in the guild and had made things smooth on that front. Wizarding communities from all over were beginning to be overwhelmed by squibs who had woken up as well. Most of them had no idea magic even existed until the big discovery. Most of them had suffered horribly for their blood and knew the mundane community wouldn't protect them, so they were flocking to the magical communities. They weren't exactly being welcomed, but the ministries were hesitant to turn them away. Especially given their knowledge, and technically they did have magic in their blood, they just couldn't harness it. It had caused quite a few problems all over the world, so Harriet eventually started releasing statements about what squibs were qualified for in the magical communities, jobs they could easily do without issue. Things that prejudices had made impossible before. It hadn't been a miracle worker, but it had helped lessen the pressure and the prejudices against squibs in general. She had even taken quite a few into the houses around headquarters. Mostly teenagers who hadn't been believed by their families and children who had nowhere else to go. It wasn't permanent, but it was at least somewhere safe for them to stay temporarily until she could figure out something better for them in the long run. In the meantime, Harriet had Peverell Castle go under construction to turn it into apartments. She also was having buildings built on the surrounding property in hopes of making another magical shopping center, so hopefully it could become a real community. Somewhere with no mundanes and only those with magic in their blood. Though she wanted the shopping center to be both mundane and magical, she knew the squibs who moved there would find more comfort if there was a balance. The castle itself was on 250 acres of land. She was going to give the castle about 20 acres in the surrounding area and make some community gardens as well as maybe a pool and a small park for any children. Harriet was having the shopping center made on the other side of the property with a small primary school and park between the castle and the shopping center. The shopping center itself was going to have about 15 pre-made buildings and room for people to build their own if they had something specific in mind. She also had plans to eventually sell some of the land on the other side of where the school would be. There was plenty of land for some family houses or maybe some farms. All that would come after the apartments, with the influx of people to the magical communities. Britain, in particular, was having a hard time coping since their magical communities were already so small. Some of the squibs who had more money in the Muggle world exchanged it for galleons and bought themselves wizarding tents to live in. They had made a little camping community in Hogsmeade or in the corners of Diagon and Nocturne Alley. Not many people were happy with this, but it was better than them sleeping on the streets, as most of them were heavily traumatized and couldn't stand to be in the mundane world. Some went back to their Muggle dwellings for now, but had made it clear they wanted to move their residence to the magical community. All things considered, prejudice was better than the hell that the mundanes did to them. They couldn't continue living around the people who had turned them in, sent them to that hell on earth. It had been their neighbors, their friends, their co-workers, hell, even some of their in-laws, as long as they knew they weren't of magic decent themselves. They couldn't stand to watch them live their lives, smile at them, or be anything to them after everything they had been through at their hands. If they had stayed, they would have gone to prison. There was no in-between. They had been betrayed and bitter, so coming to the magical communities where they were looked down on was better than facing people every day who betrayed you in the worst ways possible. When people got tired of everyone camping, the allies, some wizard and witches with less prejudice and a good amount of land, offered their land to be camped on until construction was over with. The Weasleys and Lovegoods both offered their land, which let down the pressure immensely since there was no longer camping in the streets. There was still a small community of tents at Hogsmeade, but that wasn't too much of an issue, to most people at least. Ron did take the excuse to move back to the Burrow for now to keep an eye on the house with so many people around. We all knew he was just running from the judgment he received at headquarters. No one was on his side there, not even his own family, so if some squibs living outside can give him an excuse to leave, so be it. Though he would have a rude awakening. He had never had to take care of himself before. He had always had Molly and then Hermione to take care of him. Now he was on his own. At first, he had attempted to get some of the other people's help. They were staying on his land after all, and they had agreed, for the first 2 days. They had quickly realized he was just being lazy and refused to do a single thing for him personally. They had agreed, however, to manage the farmland on the property for the boy's parents, not him. It hadn't been maintained since the Weasleys left and was in need of some care, and Arthur and Molly had agreed for them to take care of it as long as they still got 20% of the harvest. They could have the rest. It was their work after all. Everyone was happy with this agreement, besides Ron, of course, who just took it as another lousy thing that wasn't at all his fault. Chapter end notes. Okay, absolutely no hate to the commenters. Cuz I love when you guys comment, but I got anxiety, so my annoying ass brain feels like it's gonna disappoint you guys, and so I gotta say this because I am neurospicy and sometimes it's easier to just say it so then it's said, and then my brain can stop fucking bugging me about worries that I know aren't true. Cuz no, you guys are not gonna get upset at me for writing my book a certain way, but my brain won't fucking stop, so if I say this it will get it to stop. Please no one be offended or take this personally. None of your comments, besides just hate bullshit, ever annoy me or anything, but I have this whole thing about not wanting to disappoint people, and I need to say, for every comment that says they want more world building, there's another asking for more of the relationship sides of things. So I'm just gonna write what I'm gonna write. Cuz all of you guys have different opinions and my people pleasing ass gets his dopamine from making people happy and wants to make everyone happy, but I can't do that when everyone has different opinions, so yeah. FYI, yes, this a me problem, not a you problem, but like I said, if I state it, it's no longer a me problem and my brain will shut the fuck up so I can actually get some writing done. Oh, and hope you liked the chapter, lol. Damn, if you couldn't tell I was neurospicy before, you sure as shit can now. But you know what, it worked, and now my brain has stopped bugging me about this, so problem solved. If you're neurotypical, you're probably reading this and wondering if something's wrong with me. Yes, but no one can do shit about it, so I funnel it into books that you enjoy. You're welcome. Enjoy Mount Brain Vomit. You gotta laugh, otherwise you'll cry, lol. Chapter 32. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It took a month before the construction of the castle apartments was finished. The property was nowhere near finished, but they could at least begin moving people in and starting to work on other aspects of the property, such as the school and shopping area. The wizarding populace was in a tizzy over the news of a new magical shopping area. Besides Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, there was only a small shopping district in Ireland to go to, and it was only about 7 shops. People were very excited about the prospect, and Harriet had even been contacted by a few businesses that wanted to open a second location on the land. Honeydukes apparently was very eager for a spot and had requested to build their own shop, which Harriet was quick to give the go-ahead. Elop's Owl Emporium also wanted to open a small shop and was excited to build their own store so they can make sure there is proper facilities for owls. There were also people wanting to open their first business and wanting to lease one of the buildings that Harriet herself was building. So far the town square is expecting an apothecary, a bakery, a pub, a pet store, and even a small bookstore. And those were only the people who Harriet had signed the paperwork with already. This whole thing was not only going to help boost the wizarding populace but also her own accounts, so she can continue to do what she was doing. She felt bad for renovating the castle, but it had just been sitting there collecting dust and it was too degraded to be able to live in, so it was better if people got more use out of it. Not to mention the money going into the Peverell accounts. Though with it being a new magical area, it couldn't continue being called Peverell Castle, as it was much more than that now. Harriet had spent days trying to come up with a suitable name before Tom got sick of her complaining and named it for her. The new area was now called Peverell Hallow, an ode to their ancestors, as it was the land in which they were building on. Harriet had loved it and immediately put up a large sign in what will be Town Square. The castle would now be called Castle Apartments, since Harriet was still shit at naming things and went for the obvious, but it worked, so she didn't spend time obsessing over it. Since the apartments were now move-in ready, Harriet had a flyer printed out that she would have passed around both the allies and the squibs who were living in various groups around England. Castle Apartments located in Peverell Hallow, a wide variety of apartments available for rent. Studio 45 GA month, 1 bedroom 1 bath 60 GA month. 2 bedroom 1 bath 75 GA month. 2 bedroom 2 bath 85 GA month. 3 bedroom 1 bath 100 GA month. 3 bedroom 2 bath 115 GA month. 4-bedroom 2-bath 130 a month. The castle apartments also share a pool, gardens, and a small play area for children. If interested in renting, please send a letter addressed to Castle Apartments Inc. with specifications on which apartment option you are interested in and if you would like a viewing. It only took a day before letters came flying in. By the end of the week, the paperwork was signed for 57 apartments and people were already moving in. Both wizards and squibs were very interested. With more people interested in living in Peverell Hallow, more shops started sending in requests. Especially some of the better-off squibs who were some of the first to sign for an apartment. One such squib was opening up a corner store where people could buy some groceries and things they would need of both magical and muggle variety. Harriet was thrilled with the idea. She wanted Peverell Hallow to be a mix of both worlds. By the end of the month, about 100 of the apartments were being lived in out of 175, and stores were officially about to open their doors. The corner store was one of the first to open with all the needs from everyone living in the apartments. Next to open was the pub because like food people needed their drink. Next was the apothecary, then the post office, followed by a second-hand shop and a small mom-and-pop restaurant called the Hogpodge, ran by a couple in their 30s who had lived just long enough to be thrown in one of those damn camps. A potion shop opened next, then it was the salon, barber shop. Before long, Peverell Hallow was bustling with people. It was something Harriet was immensely proud of and wouldn't have been possible without Tom helping her along the way. Whenever she was stressed about the build or some contract or hell, even just naming everything, Tom was there to calm her down. Not in some lovey-dovey way, but by telling her how it was and calling her on her bullshit. They balanced each other out quite well because while Harriet was dealing with Peverell Hallow, Tom was dealing with his followers and getting back control. Not to mention those who were unhappy with the new direction he was choosing. Especially the betrothal. Oh, there were many of his followers that were not happy about that information when it finally got out. Tom had been in a mood until Harriet had set him straight so he could set his followers straight as well. He may not be insane, but he was the Dark Lord and they were his followers, not the other way around. Eventually, he had to make an example. Bellatrix had been one of the most adamant about them returning to how it was before. She had kept her opinion at bay until she found out about the betrothal, then she had been frothing at the mouth. She had directly gone against him. He had no choice but to make an example out of her when she openly went against him. He had seen many of his followers moving to join her and he couldn't have that. As Bellatrix had screamed in a rage about his supposed betrayals, he calmly walked up to her before grasping her arm, which had been flailing. He grabbed her directly above her mark, her promise to follow him in perpetuity. She must have seen the look in his eyes, the decision, because she had pleaded with him, beginning forgiveness, but there was none to be had. See, people thought the mark couldn't be removed, but that wasn't strictly true. When his followers willingly take the mark, it's a sign of them giving themselves to him, and as such the mark wrapped itself around their very magic, so if he were to remove it, a large portion, if not all of their magic, would come with it. So as Bellatrix Lestrange pleaded in front of a hall full of his followers, he cast the spell to take the mark in Parseltown, ripping his mark away from the witch as she let out a blood-curdling scream as her loyalty and her magic was ripped from her being. Tom simply stared at her before letting her drop to the floor as she whined in pain and humiliation. He turned to the others in the hall. "Anyone else have something they would like to say?" he asked, only contempt in his voice as if daring them to say the words. Unsurprisingly, no one said a thing, and Bellatrix Lestrange was left with barely any magic inside her. She would find herself barely above a squib, though luckily still able to use a wand, for now. Harriet was quick after the removal of Bellatrix's mark to have Sirius disown her. Part of her would never forgive the bitch of a woman for what she did to Sirius, and apparently, he was of a similar mindset because when Harriet brought up the disownment, he had a vindictive look in his eyes that Harriet had only seen when he tortured Pettigrew. Tom's betrothal gift to her had actually been what made Sirius come around, if only slightly, or so he likes to tell himself. The truth was, he discovered a bit of his own darker side when he had his own shot at Pettigrew. Harriet had even said she was impressed before showing him her preferred method of torture. It had been a screwed-up bonding experience, but a bonding experience nonetheless, and Sirius had a new appreciation for his goddaughter, and a new fear of her, but that was a give-in after seeing the things she was capable of doing to a man with the proper motivation. Sirius, being extra vindictive, also had decided to have Bellatrix's marriage dissolved so she couldn't have any access to the Lestrange magic either. With a single swipe of a blood quill, Bellatrix Lestrange was stripped of the last of her magic. first going from Bellatrix Lestrange to Bellatrix Black and then further onto Bellatrix Number Name, as she was officially disowned from the Black family. The shock to her system had been too great, and Bellatrix No Name was pronounced dead the next morning as her body was found in a corner of Nocturne Alley. Chapter endnotes first. If anyone wondering, here is the same list but with the conversions into American money. 25 studio 45 GA month, $300. 25 to 1 bedroom 1 bath 60 GA month, $400. 25 to 2 bedroom 1 bath 75 GA month, $500. 25 to 2 bedroom 2 bath 85 GA month, $575. 25 to 3 bedroom 1 bath 100 GA month, $650. 25 to 3 bedroom 2 bath 115 GA month, $750. 25 to 4 bedroom 2 bath 130 GA month, $850. Second, thank you all for being kind. I wasn't upset or anything, but I have this thing where I over-justify myself cause I have anxiety and never want what I say to come off wrong. I have ADHD, so a lot of the times people will take what I'm trying to say very wrong, so I grew up over-explaining myself and basically justifying everything I do. Like, at this point it's not even anxiety, this shit is just my personality. I guess I reasoned if I explained why I was doing something before someone had to ask, I wouldn't have to deal with any bullshit from them making assumptions, so I just end up explaining everything I do to people and getting told I don't need to justify myself, but I don't feel like I'm justifying myself, just doing what my brain naturally does for everyday interaction. Does that make sense? God damn it, my Nero spicy came out again. I literally just over-explained why I over-explain. You know what, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. Thank you all for listening to my TED Talk. Hope you liked the chapter. Chapter 33. By December, Peverell Hallows Shopping Center was up and running and Harriet was just starting construction on the primary school. The primary school will have about 40 classrooms with a gym and a cafeteria and a small play area behind it. The school will teach children from the ages of 4 to 11. Thankfully, Harriet had plenty of time to build and create the school, as most of the children who would be going remember their lives and are therefore not really children anymore, which was very strange for their parents, but it was par for the course these days. There was a main road that went from the castle to the shopping center. In between, on one side of the road, was where the school will be, with a large forest behind it. Next to the school is a large park between where the school and the shopping center is situated. Across that road from the school and park was about 80 acres of land. Harriet had some smaller paths made through those acres and sectioned them off so that one day it can be a neighborhood of sorts. Each plot had at least 5 acres of land, though she had saved at least 2 plots of 10 acres for anyone wanting some farmland. Peverell Hallow was in the middle of Wales. The land hasn't been touched for centuries. The soil is primed for great farming for those so inclined. Harriet had already sold 4 plots. There was construction going on, but with some well-placed silencing spells it wasn't a bother. Thankfully, there was no reason to worry about Muggles. Harriet had changed the wards that covered the entire property to only let those with magic in their blood enter. Bill had helped adapt it to the wardstone, which was underneath the castle in a room only those of Peverell blood could access. Harriet did not want control of the wards to fall to just anyone. If the wars were prevented, she'll take down the enchantment, but for now she had learned better safe than sorry. All things considered, there are plenty of people with Peverell blood that could get in the room if people were motivated enough to find them. Any Slytherin descendant would do the trick. It was a better alternative to someone messing with the ward stone and mundanes walking right in. While it wasn't a direct plan, there is enough land and now resources within the wards to section this place off, and it could be self-sustaining in case of emergency. Harriet hoped it never came to that, but she had promised those people they would be safe at Peverell Hallow, and she meant every word. Bill sat with his head in his hands, staring down at papers full of equations. Surrounding him was Hermione, Draco, Lisa, and Terry Boot as they all ran through different numbers and flipped through various books. Eventually, Hermione huffed as she closed the book she was reading with a loud snapping sound. "So you're telling me the strongest ward we have does nothing? Nothing against nuclear weapons? Was there no testing done on this at all?" she asked, exasperated as she threw the book down, though carefully. She wasn't a heathen. Draco rolled his eyes. "I've already told you 1,000 times. The Muggles had some technology to track any nuclear blast around the whole sodding planet. If we had even tried, we would have been discovered instantly. We couldn't very well bloody a period, they could track that too, Draco said as he glared at Hermione. Lisa glared at them both, making them flush. We've had this discussion before. Rehashing it is moot and not getting us anywhere, she said sharply. Hermione and Draco both looked away pointedly while Bill shook his head. We need to stop looking for a solution. Maybe it's time to make one, he said, his eyes widening with an idea. Terry looked at him skeptically. Make a solution? You mean make a new ward? One stronger than any other ward out there? How exactly do you expect to do that? He asked as he shared an unsure look with Lisa. Bill nodded as he began fishing out a new parchment and writing with a fever. Exactly. There's obviously not a ward we can use already made, so what do? We make a new one, he said as he started writing out equations. Hermione looked over his shoulder, her eyes widening before she nodded and grabbed her own pieces of parchment. I see what you're doing, so what are some wards we can reconfigure? Our best ones. Which wards at least held up the best? She asked towards the others. Draco immediately started listing off wards while Hermione wrote them down. Once she was done, she put the list down on the table. Everyone pick a ward. Let's find everything we can on it, she said as she put an X next to 2 wards before going off to search the library. Lisa shrugged and did the same, followed by Terry. Eventually Draco huffed, rolled his eyes and followed the others into the stacks. You know, I was thinking, would you want to come by headquarters for Yule? Harriet asked Tom during one of their nightly talks in their mind space. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tom looked like a deer caught in headlights, making Harriet roll her eyes. You don't have to come, it was just an offer. I'm not talking about staying for the entire holiday, just a dinner, maybe lighting the Yule log, she said casually, but she couldn't lie to herself and say she wasn't slightly disappointed by his reaction. Tom floundered as he stared at Harriet. The truth was he wouldn't mind going, but being around her in person made him slightly uncomfortable. Here in their headspaces Harriet looked older, sometimes in her 20s and even looking like she was in her 30s, so seeing her in her current body as a 15-year-old confuses the hell out of him. He doesn't lie to himself and say he doesn't find her older self attractive, but when he gets reminded of her current physical age, it makes him have an existential crisis of some kind. He sighed, knowing he just had to own up to it, as they had always agreed on honesty and transparency. It's not that I don't want to attend, but it's strange being around you when you're physically 15. It's one thing at our weekly get-togethers when we go out to some restaurant or some public affair, but this seems like a more intimate family affair, and I don't know if we're ready for that, Tom said, telling her his true feelings on the matter. Harriet nodded. I see your point. I'm sure it's not comfortable being reminded that in physical age I am 15. Given your reaction to Pettigrew, I can understand why that might make you uncomfortable. Honestly, it speaks in your favor that it does. But on your other point, this betrothal contract is meant to see our compatibility. If we can't get through a single holiday dinner, how are we ever going to do it later on in life? Harriet asked. Tom conceded to her point. Yes, I suppose if we can't get through a small family gathering now, how are we ever going to when we have children? He said nonchalantly. Harriet immediately froze. She had no idea Tom would even want kids. She had assumed he wouldn't be the type to want to deal with a crying baby and changing diapers. I didn't know you wanted children, Harriet said calmly while she was internally losing her mind. Tom nodded. Obviously I never thought about it before, but now with my sanity intact, I would like them. Not anytime soon, mind you, but in a few years. Especially so the Slytherin line can be continued, he said as he eyed Harriet. He could tell something was wrong but couldn't for the life of him figure out what. All Harriet said was a quiet, "Oh," as she stared off into space. She couldn't help but panic slightly. She hadn't intended on having any more children. It would rip her apart to lose another child. Tom, seeing this, stepped towards her concerned. Harriet, I need to know what the problem is. Even if I won't like it, we need to address whatever it is that's upsetting you, Tom said as he sat down next to her on the lounger. Harriet sighed, the sound coming out tired but resigned. I already lost a son. I don't know if I can lose another child. It took me years to even be able to say Teddy's name, she said, her eyes showing her soul deep desperation to avoid that pain ever again. Tom sighed out his nose as he met her eyes. He could tell this was a soul-deep fear of hers. We could protect them, Harriet. Neither of us is exactly a slouch in the power department, he said, trying to calm her fears. Harriet shook her head. We're going into a war that we don't know we'll win. Sure, we have an advantage and I hope we do, but this is still going to be a bloody 10 years at least. Are we supposed to raise children during that? Harriet said as she ran her hand through her hair. Tom didn't have an answer for her, he just didn't. He looked at her pained before resolve filled him. How about this? Let's get through the betrothal and talk about this again if we get to the engagement contract. There's no use getting this worked up over something that might not even come to pass. We have too many concerns right now, he said as he looked at Harriet pointedly. She nodded. Yeah, I suppose you're right, and I guess it's something we can talk about later. But I will say this, I'm not having any children till I know there's a safe place for them to go to. Harriet said, giving Tom a look that said she wasn't budging on this. Tom nodded, conceding to her point before they began discussing Yule plans. Chapter 34 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet eventually wore Tom down into coming to headquarters for at least the small Yule celebration she was having with her closest. She had pointedly not invited him to the bigger Yule celebration, which would include many ex-order members. She thought that might be a bit much for everyone involved. The celebration Tom was invited to was an intimate dinner that would include Harriet, Tom, Luna, Draco, Pansy, Theo, Tracy, Lisa, Mandy, Ginny, Percy, George, Millicent, and Lily. Neville was also invited, but he had a dinner with Hannah and his grandmother he was going to. It was basically all the people Harriet trusted the most in one room, or better yet a room full of her generals if you had to put a name to it. She trusted each and every one of these people at her back and would die for each of them. They were those she trusted to put in a position of power. Each had led communities of people during the war. She hadn't spent time with just them in so long, and she wanted to get them all in one room together, not to plan but just to laugh and have a good time. They had all worked too hard to get to this day, we all deserved to enjoy it. They would exchange cheap gag gifts and laugh about old times. Harriet was actually looking forward to it. Tom was somewhat reserved, finding it a horrible way to truly get to know some of those closest to Harriet. He felt like he was intruding. Harriet had sensed this and assured him that he wasn't intruding. This was a part of her life she wanted him to be a part of as well. None of the people in that room would judge him. They had all done their fair share of evil deeds for what they believed to be the right reasons at the time. Tom had considerably warmed to the idea after that, to the point where he wasn't dreading it. Tom had misspoken. He found himself dreading it more than anything else on the day of the actual dinner. He was searching desperately through his wardrobe trying to find what to wear. He had to look approachable, but he was the Dark Lord. Nothing he had was approachable. He was having a conniption until Theodos Knott had come storming in, threw one of his plain dress robes at him and pushed him towards the showers. Tom would have been greatly offended by the behavior if he had not been steadily running out of time. Thankfully he had fled into Potter Manor just on time and wasn't late. Tom hated being late, he just couldn't stand the very thought. Harriet smiled when she saw Tom. She could tell he was nervous just by looking at him. She immediately took his arm and led him to the small dining room that she had decorated for the evening. When she entered the room she saw most of them already there and chatting. They all nodded in greeting as Tom and Harriet took a seat. The only ones missing were Pansy and Mandy, who both came and sat down about 3 minutes later. As soon as everyone was there, their plates all appeared before them filled with food, as well as glasses of their choice alcohol were placed in front of them. It took approximately 2 hours for the group to start drunkenly telling war stories, well, more embarrassing stories that took place during the war. Tom was actually finding himself having a good time as he laughed at some drunken tale of Harriet running out butt naked from her tent to shoot some trespassers that had made it into camp. The mood was slightly dampened as Neville came walking into the room and immediately summoned himself a glass of whiskey. "It seems I don't have to miss the dinner after all," he said with fake cheer as he stumbled his way into a chair. Luna shared a commiserating look with Harriet before turning to Neville. "What happened at your dinner?" she asked quietly as she squeezed his arm in concern. Neville let out a bitter chuckle. "Oh, par for the course these days, judgmental stares, speeches about doing better, how what I did was wrong. I lasted an hour before getting myself out of there. I just up and left. I think it's over," he said, emotions brimming in his voice before he drank down the entire glass of whiskey before tapping the table getting the glass to refill. Harriet looked at him concerned. "Are you sure? You and Hannah have been through a lot," she said hesitantly. Neville just scoffed. "Apparently I'm not the man she married or some bollocks. I just can't take it anymore. My grandmother isn't so bad, she can understand to some extent. She was never that much of a fan of the Muggles in the first place, but Hannah just can't get her head around it. If she reacted that way to what I've already told her, what is she gonna say when we have to start fighting again? He asked, his words slurring slightly as he continued drinking copious amounts of whiskey. Neville could see the contempt and judgment in her eyes every time she looked at him, and it killed him a little more each day. He wanted to blame someone else, but the truth was he grew into a different person after she died, and she doesn't seem to like that person. Says he's not the man she married. What does that even mean, not the man she married? He was the same bloody guy he was before. Sure, maybe he had killed some people, maybe not all of them had strictly deserved it. Sure, he had committed a few genocides, almost every leading officer in the war did. Hell, everyone in that room had a kill list in the hundreds. It took Neville 2 more glasses to start ranting about this with Mandy, who had a similar thing happen with her own family, which was one of the reasons she was living at headquarters now. Eventually, the night continued as everyone drank more and more. Well, the others did. Harriet had stopped after 3 drinks and Tom had only had 2. Tom turned to Harriet before he stepped into the flow to go home for the evening. I had a nice time tonight, probably one of the better holidays I've had. Your friends are interesting, he said with a small crooked smile on his face as he glanced back towards the family dining room and hearing laughter and music. Tom had never been to something like this, just a relaxing dinner with friends. All the dinners he had been to had been political or had been too formal to truly enjoy. Harriet snorted. That's one way to put it. I think batshit insane might be a better way, but to each their own. Good night, Tom, she said with a genuine smile on her face. She had had a great time tonight. It had been so long since she had just let herself have fun and truly unwind. Tom chuckled. I really did have a great time. I didn't expect them to be so open, Tom said as he stared off towards the dining room. Harriet rolled her eyes fondly. I told you there would be no judgment. Trust me, there were more than a few conversations about how we might have survived if you had been alive. Though I do like this sane version of you much better than the old one. He was a right ass, she said jokingly with a sly smile on her face. Tom looked at her in surprise before nodding. He supposed it makes sense in a way. They did bring him back to sanity and all. I'm still surprised. More than a few of them have personally fought against me, Tom said as took in this new information. Harriet snorted. Yeah, and I killed you, yet we're betrothed, she said, giving Tom a pointed look. Tom guffawed before shaking his head fondly. Good night, Harriet, blessed Yule, he said with a charming smile on his face. Harriet just smiled back with genuine fondness. Good night, Tom, blessed Yule, she said in a little over a whisper as she watched him leave. Tom smiled at her before entering the flow. He was gone with a burst of flame. Harriet just laughed as she wandered back up to her room, though she did stop and stare wide-eyed as she saw Mandy and Neville leave the dining room drunkenly laughing as they leaned against each other. They were hanging off each other, making flirty comments as they wandered down the hall towards Mandy's bedroom and away from Neville's. Harriet just raised her hands and walked to her room as that was none of her business. Chapter end notes. I was gonna write and then update last night, but my dog got skunked, so I was a bit busy. Hope you all like the chapter. Chapter 35. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next morning Harriet smirked as she watched Neville and Mandy stumble into breakfast, noticeably avoiding each other's eyes as they both went to opposite sides of the room. Harriet and Luna just shared a look before Harriet turned to Draco. So any progress on the new wards you guys are trying to create? She asked as she took a sip of her coffee. She liked tea as much as the next Brit, but the mornings called for coffee. It's one of the few, if only, things the Americans got right. Bill groaned from where he was sitting with Fleur, Charlie and Oliver. It's gone bloody awful. Everything we try either fails or blows up in our sodding faces, he said in exasperation. Fleur rubbed his back with a pitying look on her face. Bill had spent weeks searching only for nothing to come of it. Harriet nodded. Have you lot tried looking at wards that can take mass amounts of pressure, like the glass they use in subs and spaceships? Have you tried applying the same principle to wards? Harriet asked as she took a bite of toast. Bill looked at her confused. He had never been all that into Muggle items and he didn't recognize those strange terms. Hermione definitely recognized them though as she shot up out her seat. Meal half eaten? Harriet, you're brilliant. We've been looking in the wrong places. How could I not think of this? She said loudly as she rushed from the dining hall. Draco scowled and followed her. Bill tried to go with them, but Fleur pulled him back down to his seat and motioned to his breakfast. It will still be there in a few minutes. Finish your breakfast. You haven't been eating properly the last month, she said in hushed French, not wanting to embarrass him in front of any of the others. Bill nodded, knowing she was genuinely concerned for him. He hadn't realized his skipping a few meals had worried her so much. He quickly finished his plate, kissed Fleur before running after the others to go and do more research. Mandy looked towards Neville before grimacing and following behind them. Wait up, she yelled as she raced behind Bill. Neville just put his head in his hands, completely ignoring breakfast as he instead chose to wallow in self-pity. He had woken up next to Mandy. Don't get him wrong, she was a beautiful woman, but he was technically still with Hannah, though could he really say that was true anymore? Either way, he had a lot to figure out and he needed to sober up and maybe shoot a few things to blow off some steam. He picked his head up and looked around the room until he saw Anthony and Michael huddled together talking. Hey, wanna go beat the hell out of each other? Neville asked loudly towards them. Anthony immediately nodded, followed by Michael. Once all three of them were finished, they made their way to the training center to go let off some steam. Michael gave both Cho and Ginny flirty looks as he walked out, only to receive unimpressed stares. Harriet just snorted. He's really still trying that. How long is it gonna take for him to get the hint? She asked sarcastically. Ginny smirked. Probably a few more years, or until one of us drunkenly lets him cop a feel, she said while hiding a coy smile behind her cup of tea. Cho rolled her eyes. Yeah, that will be a cold day in hell for me, she said sarcastically. Luna snorted. Well then, hell is gonna be freezing, she said with a knowing glint in her eye. She quickly pulled Harriet from the room before Cho could respond. Unlike the others who were either researching or training, Harriet and Luna spent their days combing through the Gryffindor and Lefay vaults. Today they were neck deep in the Gryffindor vault. They still had barely had time to see how valuable these things would be. There were piles of old books and priceless jewels, and admittedly a fair share of cursed items. Currently they were decursing items, then putting them away in some expanded trunks to be taken back to headquarters and combed through more thoroughly. For right now they were just giving everything a quick look and see if anything caught their interest. Harriet was flipping through a few family diaries to see if they were useful before deciding that they all were and putting them all into the trunk. Suddenly she heard a sound of surprise come from Luna's direction. Harriet. This is a copy of the original treaty with the Goblin Nation signed by Godric himself, she yelled from further in the vault. Harriet nodded, impressed, but was confused on why Luna was so shocked. It's only a copy. What's the big deal? She asked distractedly as she flipped through a diary written by Godric's wife. Luna stared at Harriet in annoyance. It's a copy of the original, but the signature is real. When contracts were drawn up back then, there was always one original and then every participant received a copy, but they were all signed and sealed and could be used in place of the original if the original was ever lost. This is as valuable as the original, especially since there are only two signatures, Godric's and most likely the reigning Goblin King at the time. The Goblin Nation would probably pay you a lot of coin for this. It could even be used to loosen the ministry. Regulations put on them, she said, her voice awed as she stared at the large parchment. Harriet nodded. Seeing this was definitely something to explore. How about we call that your project, huh? You seem excited about the whole thing, and I have way too many plates spinning already, she said as she looked over at Luna and saw the reverential look in her eyes. Luna immediately nodded and gently put the document into her own personal expanding bag so she could get to work on it right away when she returned to headquarters. She shook her head as she saw Harriet just casually turn back to what she was doing, as if Luna hadn't just made an amazing discovery. Luna just shook her head, acceptance written on her face, and turned back to the bookcase full of scrolls. She pulled out another large scroll and gently unrolled it to see what it was. She simply raised an eyebrow before images flashed before her eyes and she heard whispered words in her ears of conversations that would come to pass. Or they wouldn't, depending on what paths were taken. The future is ever-changing. Luna, now having years of practice interpreting her gift expertly, took in details from what she was seeing. She had learned to scan the images extremely fast as they flashed before her eyes. Luna watched as different futures flashed before her: burning, salvation, people thriving and dying. So many possibilities laid before them, So many possible lives saved. Luna finally felt herself come back to reality as a smirk came across her face as she read over the document again. "Hey Harriet, didn't you say you wanted to start working on another magical community?" Luna asked slyly as she looked over the scroll towards Harriet, who turned to give her full attention. "Yes, I have a feeling I'm either going to love or hate what you say next," Harriet said cautiously as she saw the look in Luna's eyes. It was reminiscent of a mad scientist. Luna smirked and turned the scroll around so Harriet could see what it was. Harriet's eyes widened as she looked over the official deed for the land, which was now Godric's Hallow. Harriet found herself thinking over possibilities. Peverell Hallow had been a place for the squibs who needed homes to go, as well as a future revenue source and possible safe haven. If Harriet could do what she did with Peverell Hallow to Godric's Hallow, it would be a much larger magical community. While Peverell Hallow gave a lot of people who were living out of tents real homes, it didn't negate the fact that Harriet was quickly running out of available apartments and plots of land to sell, and there were still a lot more people looking to leave the Muggle world. This was also already a small town, so she doesn't need to start from scratch like before. As Harriet continued to think things over, a smirk grew on her face that matched Luna's. Both women quickly looked for anything else useful before leaving to go and do more research. They had a brand new project to plan. Chapter End Notes. Sue, does anyone have any idea how it would work if you found an old deed to land that was currently being used? Like, I know it can't be as simple as, "It's my land, bitch. Get out." Though if I can't think of anything too creative, it might just boil down to that. Chapter 36. Harriet and Luna brought everything from the vault up to Harriet's office, which was connected to her suite. She had taken the ladies' suite as it was the same size as the Lord's, but it had a much more airy design with lots of windows. It even had a small sunroom connected to the balcony. The Lord's suite was very drab. Don't get her wrong, the views were still beautiful, but the placement of the windows meant it would almost always be dark in there, and it just seemed much too reserved for her tastes. She had left it empty for now. She hadn't known why then, but she had kept the space empty now, hoping one day Tom would be comfortable enough to use the rooms. She knew he was nowhere near ready for that yet, and neither was she, but she had figured even if it wasn't Tom, the space could be for her future partner. Both the Lord and Lady's suite had a bedroom, sitting area, bathroom, clothes, and adjoining office. Harriet had turned the heir's office into a strategy room or a meeting room, but she had kept her office for herself. She was letting Luna use the Lord's office for now, as she had a lot of side projects going on and for all intents and purposes was Harriet's second in command. Harriet immediately pulled the deed back out and gently put it on the desk. "So how exactly does one go about claiming land that has already been built on by Muggles?" Harriet asked as she read over the deed again. Luna blinked. "You know, I have absolutely no clue," she said lightly with a chagrined look on her face. Harriet laughed. "Well, we better figure it out," she said as she continued to inspect the deed. Harriet and Luna were eventually pulled out of the office for Molly's big Christmas party she had organized. Harriet knew from experience there was no getting out of a party Molly was throwing, though she had missed them very much after the woman's death, so Harriet was quite excited for a Weasley holiday like old times. Everyone in headquarters came, even the few teens who hadn't gotten apartments for themselves and found they quite liked living at headquarters. There were only about 5. Most had quickly gotten one of the studio apartments at Peverell Hallow and were living quite happily. It's not like they were actually teenagers. Most of them were mentally at least 40. Some of them have even offered to help catalog things from my vaults as well as help in gardening and brewing. Lucy Chambers was helping Harriet inventory everything she brings from the vaults. She was actually very helpful as it cut down significantly on figuring out everything's value and usefulness. Peter Davies, on the other hand, sorted through the mass amounts of mail Harriet received every day, from people asking for sanctuary to death threats to people just sending random shit. Someone needs to sort through the lot. Everything was decursed before Peter got his hands on it, since as a squib he couldn't decurse them himself. Isabella Taylor was a licensed therapist. Well, at least she used to be licensed. It wasn't as if she could walk up to the Muggle licensing board and tell them the truth. She had made her services available to anyone who needed to talk. Quite a few people had taken her up on her offer. No one at headquarters was lacking trauma, to say the least. Harriet hadn't brought herself to do it yet, but mostly out of pure bitterness than anything else. Well, and she was rather busy day to day. She liked it like that though, no time to think, or remember. Okay, Maybe she did need therapy, but she didn't have the time. Victoria O'Neill helped brew some of the more basic potions they needed in the manor. She was rather good for having no formal education on the subject, but apparently, it came naturally to her. Oscar Walsh helped maintain the greenhouses. Occasionally Neville would wander in to help him when he needed to calm his mind. It helped him find some peace with everything going on in his life. Everyone at headquarters agreed for the need to stock up on any and all potion ingredients. They'd seen what it was like without them and they were not going to do that again. So in the meantime Oscar and Neville mainly took care of the greenhouses with the occasional helping hand from Ernie and his wife. Though Ernie and Neville never worked during the same time, Ernie was a friend of Hannah's from their days in Hufflepuff together, and he had made his feelings towards Neville very clear with everything that had been happening. It had started off as concern, but he just couldn't see past Hannah being hurt. In the end Neville just avoided him. It wasn't like Ernie hadn't done the same things Neville did. They had both died during the last attempt. Everyone from headquarters was sitting around the ballroom having a good time. Even Ron had been dragged by his mother from the burrow where he stayed now. He wasn't happy, but he seemed to be in a fine mood until he saw Draco and Hermione actually getting along. They had been discussing the warding with Bill when Ron had drunkenly insulted him and Hermione, causing Bill to quickly pull him away and make him go sober up outside away from Hermione. At this point even the Weasleys knew it was over. They just felt bad about Ron's behavior. The Weasleys had all made it clear to Hermione that they still considered her family and would be there for her, but the woman was still having a hard time. It was one of the reasons she was putting all her brainpower towards the warding project they had going on. Though her parents had convinced her to talk to Isabella once a week, which was helping, she was slowly coming to the realization that none of this was her fault. Ron being an idiot was on him. It didn't make the pain disappear though. She had loved him so much. She had lost her children and now any chances of getting them back was now gone. She hadn't wanted to come to this thing knowing Ron was going to be here, but her parents had dragged her and Hermione would never want to offend Molly even if the woman was no longer her mother-in-law. She did find herself having a decent time, besides Ron being whatever this new version of him was. Some small part of her hoped it was his way of showing grief and the man she married would come back one day, but the longer she talked to Isabella the more she realized he had been this man all along and she had been looking at him with rose-colored glasses. After Ron's dramatics, Harriet pulled Hermione onto the dance floor with her and Luna and proceeded to pull her into some horrific version of a dance battle she was waging against Pansy, Millicent, and Lily. Cho was drunkenly talking with Michael, being a bit too flirty, causing Luna to smirk knowingly as she shared a look with Harriet, who just cackled. Ginny was sitting at a table with Victoria. They were both looking very comfortable as they obviously flirted before Ginny stood up and pulled Victoria out of the ballroom and down the hall, all the while both women giggled like they were doing something secret even though it was quite obvious what they were doing. Sirius and Remus were drunkenly singing some old Scottish song in the corner while Tonks cheered them on and Andromeda just shook her head mournfully, most likely at what the House of Black had fallen to. Bill was dancing with Fleur looking quite adorable. Harriet wouldn't be surprised if they started popping out kids right away. Molly sure would be happy. Molly and Arthur were sitting at one of the tables with the twins and Percy, looking very content as they all laughed at some joke Fred made. Neville was notably avoiding Mandy in the corner as she joked with Anthony and Terry at the other side of the ballroom from him. He seemed to have pulled Ron aside and was keeping him from making another scene while he hid from Mandy. Mandy for her part didn't really care if Neville was avoiding her. She hadn't meant for the other night to happen, but she hadn't thought it was a mistake. She liked Neville, but he obviously had issues to worry about and she had too many people she needed to kill to worry about it. They had ended up sleeping together because they had gotten along so well. He had been telling her about his arguments with Hannah and how she couldn't see why he did the things he did, but Mandy understood completely. She had plenty of blood on her hands and was fully expecting there to be a lot more. They had gotten to talking about their greatest kills and it had spiraled from there. She found his bloodthirstiness extremely attractive. All the things Hannah hated about the new him she found attractive and appealing. She hadn't wanted things to escalate that quickly, but when you mix alcohol into the equation things happen. And then he had run from her like a spooked deer the next morning and avoided her since. Chapter 37. Over the next few days Harriet tried to find information on how to get proper ownership of Godric's Hollow. It was tricky since Muggles were involved. It wasn't as much the Muggles living in houses but the government-run building like the post office and police station, even the firehouse. She couldn't simply obliviate and send them all on their way. Eventually, Harriet finally settles on going to the goblins for help. If anyone knew how to do this, it was them. She stalked through the lobby and straight to Alrock's office. She had set up an appointment first thing and he was expecting her. She did the customary greeting before getting straight to business. She gently placed the large withered scroll on the table. So I knew I held ownership of Godric's Hallow, but I found the deed to the land. I was hoping with all of your expertise you would know how to go about reclaiming this land from the Muggles who believe they have ownership, legally of course, Harriet said casually as she picked a non-existent piece of lint off her skinny jeans. Alrock nodded as he read over the deed. I can certainly get this recognized by the Muggle government. It might take us some time, but I'm positive I can get them to see sense, Alrock said, a predatory smirk growing on his face. Harriet smirked, amused. That's a relief. We've been discussing turning Godric's Hallow into another fully magical community. With the influx of so many magic-born, we need the space, Harriet said as she let out a sigh of pure exhaustion. Alrock nodded. Yes, there has been an influx of accounts being opened. It's been quite good for business. I will warn you though, while I can handle the Muggle government and get you the ownership of the land, the Muggles who are currently living there have bought the land and hold deeds of their own. You will have to find a way to get them to vacate on your own, he said shrewdly. Harriet nodded. Easy enough. Offer enough money, people aren't likely to refuse, especially Muggles. They're the greedy sort. Admittedly, their government makes them that way so they can dangle the carrot and get them to comply, she said, trailing off. Harriet didn't have very fond opinions of any government but the Muggle ones who had subjected her people to please their own, completely forgetting that they lived here as well. She wasn't very fond of mundanes in general, but she did understand that they weren't the ones that created the laws. As long as they left her people alone, Harriet had no issue with them. She had seen their capacity to hate though, to be bigoted against anything they couldn't understand themselves. She had been hunted by mundanes with guns, saw children be brutalized while their parents were forced to watch before they were shot between the eyes. She had seen the worst of humanity and it had scared her like nothing else could. She had thought the wizarding populace was backward, but the mundanes were worse. They just wrapped it up in a polite smile so you would never see the knife they were holding behind their back. All you have to do is look at how they treat their own people to see how evil they could be. They murdered each other regularly over the stupidest of reasons, the color of their skin, the genitals they had, and the religions they follow, as if they hold any actual proof of what they believed, but they still murdered for it regardless. When those same hateful people saw what the average witch or wizard could do, they were outraged. They feared us, but they could never understand the fear they had inspired in us. Children were afraid to leave their homes, to simply go to school. They feared us, yet we weren't the ones doing the killing. They were, at least in the beginning. It only took 3 months after the burnings started for rebellions to start. Mostly the younger generations, the ones who thought they could change the world. The rebellions only made it worse. The mundanes cried, what if they hurt us? Who could be one of those freaks? What if one is going to school with our children? They could kill us with a single utterance of a word. They're uncontrollable. Eventually, as the unrest got worse, the registration was called. Each and every witch or wizard had to be registered, their names, their addresses, their families, all online for the Muggles to find if they truly tried. It had only gotten worse from there. As you could predict, the killings got worse, and the response to the murder of innocents was more murder and terrorism until it all spun out of control. With every law it got worse and worse. Harriet regretted not joining Teddy when she had the chance. She had known he was following the example she set, to fight for what was right, but it didn't make it any better. She had truly thought it would get better. It was stupid of her given her own childhood. She was very familiar with the fear of magic and what it could do to people. She should have known better. You can always trust people's capacity to hate. The meeting with Alrock ended quickly as Harriet got sucked up in her own memories. She had left the bank with assurances that within a week she can start going to individual homeowners to buy their land back. She spent the rest of the day holed up in the training center, betting the absolute shit out of her memories until she could feel something besides rage. Everyone gave her a wide berth. They knew it was better to just let her cool off when she got like this. It didn't happen very much in their experience, given they very rarely had time to relax, but when they did, Harriet would often start having feelings she would rather not face. Harriet had lived the past 30 years of her life in an almost constant survival mode, so when She was no longer having to watch her back and can actually get comfortable. Everything she had pushed back to prioritize surviving ends up hitting her all at once. Killing things normally helped, but it wasn't a fix-all. Harriet didn't know how to fix it. She had been through a huge trauma, and it wasn't as if she could simply take those memories away. Well, she could, but even though she knew it was very unhealthy, and as much as the memories hurt, they also gave her knowledge. She wouldn't repeat past mistakes. Harriet especially refused to be like Dumbledore and erase the unpleasant memories only to keep repeating the same shit all over again. With the entrance of Dumbledore in her train of thought, Harriet threw the spear she was holding straight through the dummy's chest. As the dummy dies, she used the rune she had carved in the spear to call it back to her, making it fly straight back to her open palm. As soon as the spear was in her hand, she spun around and blocked an incoming blow from another dummy before putting the spear through its head. She quickly pulled the spear out from its now limp body, making the dummy magically put itself back together and continue fighting. This went on, kill one, kill the other, again and again, until Harriet felt herself slump to the ground, completely exhausted, as she tapped the mat, stopping the dummies and sending them back to their neutralized position along the wall. When Harriet left the training center, she walked out the door to see Draco standing there looking at her pleadingly. Harriet sighed. "What do you want?" she asked, resigned to whatever fate Draco had in store for her. Draco grimaced. "Well, I know he isn't your favorite person, but Severus really needs somewhere to stay. Dumbledore has been very pushy and, according to Severus, is beginning to get unstable. The Dark Lord is willing to take him back, but that doesn't mean he forgot the betrayal and is willing to hide Snape from Dumbledore," Draco said quickly as he walked with Harriet back towards the manor. Harriet sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "I don't see this ending well, Draco," she said with a pointed look. Draco held up his hands, stopping her from walking. "I promise he will be on his best behavior. Do you think he would have asked if he's not desperate? He said he's willing to brew for us and give us first dibs on any potion he creates," he said, desperately trying to convince Harriet. Harriet shook her head before she felt her shoulders slump as she gave in. "Fine, but he lives in one of the outer houses. That way he can set up his own lab and is not living in the same building as Sirius. But I'm saying this now, Draco. Any messes he makes are cleaning up," Harriet said as she pointed a warning finger at Draco. Draco nodded frantically with a relieved smile. "Deal," he said happily before speed walking back to the manor. Harriet barely saw him enter the flow as she walked in. She just shook her head. She was resigned to her life of chaos. Chapter 38 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Severus hated that he was resorting to asking Potter for help. It felt like a personal failure. Though a failure was better than dead, Dumbledore had been getting increasingly manic as he kept losing followers. Since Severus had no information to give him, he was starting to doubt his loyalty, though rightfully so, since he didn't exactly have much left. After everything Minerva and even Potter herself revealed to him, not to mention Draco, how could he ever side with that man? His path would lead to their doom, even though Severus hated to admit it. Potter was the best chance any of them had. What proved it above all else was the Dark Lord's return to sanity. He had actually forgiven him for his betrayal, though he definitely did not forget. He knew he would find no help for his Dumbledore predicament from him. As the Dark Lord said, this was his bed, he must now lie in it. As reluctant as he is to admit it, the man was right. It was better than the Dark Lord cursing him into insanity, though, so he wasn't crying over spilled milk. He grimaced before picking up his bags and flowing to his new home. Well, not exactly. He was flowing to Potter Manor. Thankfully, he wasn't living inside the place but in a small 2-bedroom house on the outskirts of the property. Severus had been immensely relieved when Draco informed him of this. As he stepped into the manor, he saw Draco waiting for him. Thankfully, only his godson was there. He didn't know how he was going to face Potter, or Black for that matter. He was not looking forward to being anywhere near Sirius Black. Remus Lupin was one thing, but Sirius had been his tormentor alongside James Potter. While he no longer wrongly blamed Harriet for her father's mistakes, he wholly blamed Sirius Black for the man's actions. It wasn't enough he was tormented at home, but Black had made even his school experience hell. Lupin had for the most part stayed out of things unless he was directly dragged in by the others. He didn't like the man by any means, but it wasn't the loathing he felt towards Black. He couldn't look at Black without seething with rage and feeling like the teenager he once was. Draco broke him out of his musings as he led him through the main level of the manor. So I know you probably won't want to spend too much time in here, but we do have a giant potions lab. Everything is state of the art. I figured you would turn your second bedroom into a personal potions lab, but you could always come here. The manor is open to everyone on the grounds, Draco said casually as he led him through the manor. There's a library, dueling room, dining hall, and even a game room. There's also a greenhouse out back used for potion ingredients. We have another for food and one for both, but I know you don't really care about those, Draco explained as he showed him the library and saw his eyes widen minusculely. Draco saw as Snape looked over to see Hermione and Bill debating about the wards they were working out. Without him, how rude. We're working on wards to sustain nuclear blasts. It's a work in progress, but we're getting there. Feel free to lend a hand if you find yourself so inclined. I know how smart you really are, Uncle Sev, Draco said with a pointed look toward Severus. Snape just chose to ignore the statement as he turned out of the room and followed Draco to one of the most beautiful sights he had ever seen. It had to be one of the nicest potions labs he had ever stepped foot in. The only lab he had seen better than this one was at the Potions Guild itself. Draco chuckled as he saw the longing in his godfather's eyes. You can work in here anytime. There's a list over there that shows what needs brewing if you ever just want to come and get your hands dirty. I might even join you. It's been a long time since we've brewed together, Draco said, a small bit of vulnerability leaking into his tone. Some of his fondest memories had been of his childhood when he and Severus would brew together. It had been peaceful and he had missed it immensely. Severus let a small smile grow on his face as he said gently, "It has been a long time, I'm sure even longer for you. I would be happy to brew with you after I've settled in," he said as he wandered through the lab. They didn't spend too long in there before Draco led him out of the manor and past what Draco called the training center and then to a more residential area where he could see quite a few houses. None of them were close together, but he could tell some were further out than others and meant to have more privacy. Draco led him past most of the houses and down a small path that led to the houses that were much more private. After walking a minute down the stone path, he led him down a gravel walkway towards a small one-story house that Draco had picked for him. Severus looked at the house in slight shock. It was much nicer than he thought it would be. "Thank you for convincing Ms. Potter to let me have this home. It is very nice," he said as he took in the pale green of the house surrounded by lush forest. Draco snorted. It was her idea. Most people don't like being this remote. She only had about 7 houses built down this pathway. The Lovegoods and Grangers both have a house further down. Harriet figured you would like the privacy, Draco said cheekily as he led Severus into the house and showed him around. It was nothing grand, but it had a sitting room, kitchen, dining nook, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. For a single person it was plenty. Severus was almost choked up. This was more than he ever thought he would get. He could already see the second bedroom as a functioning potions lab. With a few expansion charms he could even make it quite nice in there. Now that he wasn't living at his home in Spinner's End, he could sell the place. He would just have to get everything out of it and everything magic-related gone, and he could sell it to some unsuspecting Muggle. He could even have Gringotts do it on his behalf and place all his other possessions still in the house into his vault. Yes, this was shaping up nicely. He would finally have time to brew as he has always wanted to. With Horace coming back to Hogwarts, he wasn't needed anymore. It wasn't as if he had any students to teach, or that he ever enjoyed it for that matter. It had been something Albus insisted on, just another way for the old man to control him. He was done with that now. He was no longer under Dumbledore's thumb. It was freeing in a way. He hadn't felt this free since childhood. Though he supposed he was still indentured to the Dark Lord, but the man was much saner now, and he was actually proving to be the man he had signed up to follow in the first place. When he had joined, he had heard so many stories from his housemates about the great things the Dark Lord had been planning, his accolades, only to be met with an insane megalomaniac who spent more time crucifying his followers than leading them to the glorious victory he promised. He was finally that man again, and Severus found himself both exhilarated and wrong-footed. He was excited to see what the future held, but terrified about his place in it. He had been a spy for so long, and now what was he? He used to be a teacher. Even though he hated it, it was one more thing that's been stripped away. Though he wasn't going to mind not having to deal with children day in and day out. They had single-handedly taken 20 years off his life expectancy. It was never-ending job making sure they don't kill themselves or each other while brewing. That's not even mentioning his head of house duties and everything else Dumbledore had him doing. He had to brew all the hospital wings potions single-handedly and do any ingredient collecting that the school didn't grow themselves. He didn't even get paid for the extra time. And now here he was, everything he had wanted at his fingertips, all thanks to the girl he had loathed for no reason but his hatred of her father. Though admittedly he had played the part expected of him by Dumbledore, but he could have found a way around it if he had tried. The truth was that it was easy letting old grudges turn him into a bitter man who hated a child for no reason. It took no effort at all to make the wrong choices, as he well knew. However, for once he was sure he made the right choice as he looked around at his new life. Chapter endnotes. Okay. Fair warning, I have no idea when I'm gonna update next. I can only focus on one, maybe two books at a time for updates, and I can feel my inspiration drained from this book. For now, don't worry, I'll probably be back with a vengeance in a month or two. Honestly, I'm kinda shocked I almost got to 60,000 words before my inspiration dried up. Usually, I can only do 30,000 before I have to take a break to recharge the batteries, so to speak. Hope you liked the chapter though. I promise I won't be gone too long. I just desperately need to recharge my mental batteries. Chapter 39. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet was surprised at how long it took Sirius to realize Snape was living at headquarters. He had quite literally walked into the man before he noticed. Snape had been doing a pretty good job at avoiding him like the plague, but his luck was bound to run out eventually. Sirius had thrown a fit and now he has resorted to pouting about it. Harriet just told him to grow the fuck up and then proceeded to ignore it. He'll figure out how to leave Severus alone after he's met with one too many curses. Harriet wouldn't let it resort too far though. She was not going to have Marauders versus Severus round 2 in her home. Not happening. But at the end of the day they were grown men, and if Sirius can't take it he shouldn't dish it. Thankfully it hadn't resorted to that yet. They were both still choosing to avoid each other like the plague. It did help that Severus didn't live in the manor, so it's not like they see a lot of each other often. The only potions lab Sirius ever goes to is the twins, so they're not likely to run into each other often. Remus had taken to his old position of manager of Sirius's temper with ease, and so far it was going pretty well. Though they all knew it was just a matter of time. Harriet pinched the bridge of her nose as Sirius had his arms crossed as he glared at the floor. Sirius, honestly, you need to get over this. You are a grown man. You bullied him much more than he ever did you. Severus is simply trying to live his life. He does not care about what you're doing. He does not have a journal in which he writes his secret evil plans for you on it, Harriet said, exasperated. Sirius had continued to pout about Snape for over a month now. Harriet was sick of hearing the man rant and rave when Severus had been doing his level best to be mature and simply avoid Sirius. Sirius huffed and grumbled. He could have one, quietly. Harriet just raised an eyebrow. Sirius, she said calmly, sitting down in front of him, her voice calm but resolute. Sirius looked up at her, his silver eyes looking unsure. I understand that after Azkaban your emotions are hard to control. They were hard to control even before Azkaban, I'm sure. But you need to realize that most others do not think and feel like you do. While your growth was stunted by 12 years in Azkaban, everyone lived on. Severus has matured and just wants to move on from his childhood, especially since it wasn't a pleasant one at his home or at school. You are the only one trying to hash it back up, she explained calmly, her voice steady. She watched as Sirius fought with himself before his shoulder slumped. I try, I really do. But whenever I feel like I have control, something comes along and blows it out of my hands, he said quietly, not wanting to admit it to himself. Harriet nodded. I could see that. You should have received treatment after Azkaban, but instead it was just one thing after another. Have you thought about talking to Isabella? She asked gently. Sirius shook his head with a huff. No, it would be weird talking to a kid about this. I know inside she's not 15, but she doesn't look it. Besides, it's not just Azkaban. My blood doomed me from birth, he said, his hand clenching in anger. Harriet watched as Sirius slumped back against the couch, an arm over his face as he basked in his misery. Okay, you need to talk to Isabella. It might be weird at first, but you need it, Harriet said as she grabbed his wrist and began pulling him from the room and through the property. Sirius tried to fight her, at first making Harriet glare at him. Don't make me get the leash, Sirius, she said, making Sirius gasp in offense. Harriet's composure broke then and she laughed loudly. Sirius couldn't help the warmth he felt at seeing Harriet so happy. She so rarely smiled. She did more these days, but it was still rare. Sirius followed behind her willingly at that point as Harriet brought him to Isabella's house. She had one room turned into an office and her living room worked as a sort of waiting room if she was with someone. Thankfully she was available and Sirius reluctantly followed behind a reassuring Isabella into her office while Harriet left. LaFay Island had finally been located by the goblins. Harriet felt as she slipped through the wards, she was the only one that the wards would let through according to the goblins. The island itself wasn't on any maps, even in the wizarding world. The wards were so strong not even the goblins couldn't break them to do an accounting of the island, so Harriet had to go herself and open up the wards to others. She had her old holly wand in her hand. It still worked for her, but nothing was like the elder wand. She had yet to take it from Albus, but she knew the duel was coming. It was inevitable. Harriet took in her surroundings, raising an eyebrow at the expanse of land she saw. She could see a large castle and on one side she could see the coastline, but when she looked in the other direction all she saw was land that went on for miles. How big is this fucking island? Harriet looked around impressed. There was so much land, even a small lake in the distance that she could see. She made her way into the castle, but it was as she expected, deteriorated and not kept up. It had good bones, but it would need to be repaired and refurbished. Harriet made her way deeper into the castle, knowing without a doubt the ward stone would be below the castle, below Morgana's home. Harriet was stopped by a large ornate door. There was no door handle, making Harriet roll her eyes. She pulled out one of the smaller throwing daggers she kept in shoe and cut the tip of her finger before smearing blood on the door. Immediately there was a rush of air as if the door had been sealed like a vault as the door swung open with a loud bang. Harriet took a deep breath when she saw the dimly lit stairs leading down. Well, this is cliché, she grumbled as she cast a lumos and made her way down the stairs, her feet clicking every step of the way. She saw a low glow coming from the bottom the further she went, making her speed up a little. When she finally reached the bottom, her wand almost fell from her hands in shock at what she saw. She looked at the ward stones in shock. That's right, ward stones, as in more than one, which is something unheard of in the wizarding world. Any attempt to have more than one ward stone has caused massive explosions. People had tried to use more than one stone since the Egyptians, and the unspeakable have still been attempting it before the world fell apart. To see it working successfully here was a miracle in itself. It also explained why the room would only be accessed by someone of LaFay blood. Harriet cast a few spells, lighting the torches along the wall as she took a step towards the ward stone. She was no expert in warding, making her hesitant to mess with the wards at all. She took a step away and looked around to see if there was anything else in the room. For the most part the room was bare, but to the side was a single chair and a bookshelf created within the stone wall. It was filled to the brim with tomes, but it was what was on the wall that truly interested Harriet. She walked forward towards the painting cautiously. It looked like it hadn't been activated yet, but the woman standing in the painting could only be one person. Harriet let out a small gasp before she quickly pushed magic into the painting, bringing it to life. She watched as Morgan Le Fay, better known as Morgana, began to slowly wake as if from sleep. She cracked her eyes open before meeting Harriet's eyes. Morgana looked at Harriet up and down. "You aren't exactly who I pictured," was the first thing she said. Harriet raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize you were expecting anyone," she said carefully. Morgana laughed. "Oh, you wouldn't? A dear friend of mine shared a vision with me. She told me one of my blood would need this island, but she never exactly said what your appearance would be," she said as she looked Harriet over. "I was expecting someone more mature," she said carefully. Harriet snorted. "Looks can be deceiving, so this vision, I don't much like visions in prophecies, but did your friend happen to mention how I'm supposed to use this island?" she asked, doubt in her voice. Morgana looked amused, her hands clutching the large staff in her arms. "She mentioned a few ideas," she said simply, a smirk growing on her face. Chapter end notes. Okay, so it's been a bit longer than a few months. I'm back. On another note, do any of you guys also write on here and know how to get pictures into the story? I know there's a way to do it, I just don't know how. Chapter 40 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Morgana was being very tight-lipped about those ideas, but she did walk Harriet through unfreezing the wards. Unsurprisingly, it took more blood. Harriet bled on the final rune stone, marking the main rune with her blood. As soon as she had stepped away, the 7 ward stones raised into the air. 6 of them began circling the biggest one in the middle. The ward stones moved in no discernible pattern yet never touched each other. Harriet could feel as the wards connected to her, letting her control them. The wards should accept anyone entering the island now. There are Muggle repelling charms, but there is nothing that can keep out the determined ones. I assume you have fixed this problem. Harriet nodded. We've found a rune to only allow access to people with magic in their blood, but I don't know if we'll be able to apply it to the ward stones. No one has ever seen wards like this. I have geniuses in their field, yet none of them could ever pull something like this off, Harriet said, her eyes watching the intricate magic of the ward stones. Yes, it was only possible with the combined efforts of me and Salazar, my mentor, Morgana explained from her portrait. Harriet raised an eyebrow and turned to the painting. Salazar Slytherin? As in Hogwarts? Harriet asked doubtfully. Morgana snorted. Oh, it was well after he was forced out of the school. Nim told him some of what she saw. He knew a descendant of our shared blood would need the strongest warding possible. He helped and sealed away his vaults so his descendants would not be able to waste his fortune. I don't know exactly what she told him, but Nim scared him into compliance, she said, her voice amused as she looked at the ward stones. Everything we did to create the ward stones are on this shelf, as well as some of my stronger magics. You should find what you need there, she said, pointing to the bookcase built into the stone. Harriet nodded. She knew just who to bring while she surveys the rest of the island. Is there anything I should know about the island? Harriet asked cautiously before she left. Morgana smirked, her eyes glinting knowingly. Oh, there's a few surprises, but nothing too dangerous, she said. Harriet did not love that response, but before she could ask more, the woman was leaving her portrait, probably going to a connected portrait somewhere else in the castle. Merlin's saggy balls, Bill exclaimed upon seeing the swirling ward stones. Hermione had her hand in front of her mouth in disbelief while Draco was watching it impressed. Morgana barked out a laugh from her portrait. Oh, he would hate that. Is that what you kids are using for swear words these days? Morgana asked amused, her eyes alight with vindictive joy. Draco snorted. Hardly, even my grandfather used to say it when he got surprised. I was under the impression you never had a painting made, Lady LeFay, Draco said, exuding pureblood charm, making Hermione roll her eyes. What's the point of making a portrait if it's not kept safe? She asked casually. Draco nodded in understanding as he stepped towards the painting. Harriet mentioned books for the wards, my lady. Would you mind if we had a look? He asked politely. Morgana narrowed her eyes as she looked at him for a moment before nodding. The black leather-bound one at the top left, she said pointedly. Draco quickly got the correct book with a quick thank you. Once he had it, he conjured a table with a wave of his hand. Bill and Hermione moved to read over his shoulder while Harriet and Luna left to use brooms to survey the island. Harriet finally touched back down at the castle after 5 hours of flying. Immediately her eyes met Luna's as the blonde dismounted her own broom. This place isn't an island, it's a bloody country, Harriet said in shock as she looked around. Luna nodded, her eyes far away. Yes, it is, she said, making Harriet's spine stiffen. She looked at Luna carefully and immediately realized she was seeing the possibilities of this place. Luna let out a little laugh as her eyes cleared, a bright smile growing on her face. This place is the answer to all of our problems, she said in awe as she looked around. They had flown for hours and the place was massive, big enough for more than 30 towns. It was a country in its own right, and if the space was utilized correctly, it could house hundreds of thousands of people. Harriet looked at Luna for reassurance, unsure if she could do what she was thinking. Is it possible to create? She said, her voice trailing off as she motioned around. Luna laughed and nodded. It's more than possible, Harriet, it's the solution we've been looking for. Stop worrying so much, you're not doing it alone. We are all here to help, and trust me, everyone's going to want a piece of the action, Luna said as she nudged Harriet encouragingly. So what do you think? Harriet asked Tom, who was sitting there in a state of shock. She had just explained what her and Luna were thinking for LeFay Island and everything she had found there. Hermione, Draco, and Bill were still there now and working on adding the wards they needed to the stones. Tom was in a state of shock as he processed what she was telling him. It was the answer to all his problems, everything he had been trying to do for the last 50 years. He had at one point considered a new nation, but there was no unplotted land big enough for the project. From everything Harriet was saying, Le Fay Island was perfect. Harriet's eyes narrowed. I know that face, that's the evil planning face. What ideas are rattling around that head of yours? She asked cautiously, though there was no real worry behind her voice. Tom looked at her amused. I have many plans. This is everything we have been working for. A completely magical country. Somewhere the Muggles could never find, not even we could find the bloody place. Obviously it was never found before. It's off the coast of Greenland in the middle of the Arctic, he said, his eyes filled with ideas. Harriet smiled amused before shaking her head. Just promise me you won't bring the blood supremacy and bigotry there. If this is a new country, let's make it a good one. There are going to be a lot of squibs there. I refuse to repeat the mistakes that turned Wizarding Britain into the sack of shit it now is, Harriet said pointedly. Tom looked like he was gonna argue before huffing and nodding. I know you're right, but not all my people will like that, he said reluctantly. Harriet smirked. Then leave them here, she said simply with a shrug. Tom raised an eyebrow. I suppose that could work. Most probably won't be willing to leave their estates anyways, he said, his mind thinking over the possibilities. He would want to keep some of his people in Britain anyways, to keep an eye on things. You said there was already a wizarding village of sorts? Tom asked as he reclined back in his chair. Harriet snorted. Oh yeah. Morgana had it built herself before she warded the island. Apparently, it was to snub Godric Gryffindor. The man was very cocky about Godric's Hallow and loved to brag, Harriet said, her voice amused. Tom smirked. Let me guess, she built it out of spite? He asked sarcastically. Harriet snorted with a nod. Even had a sign and everything. Morgana's Hallow. She asked me to keep it how it is, so I figured it could be a wizarding town. It's like a mix of Godric's Hallow and Hogsmeade. There are even storefronts and a town square ready to go. It all had preservation charms, so it's still good as new, she said casually from where she was perched on her favorite lounge chair. They were in Tom's mind space like they meet every night to discuss what happened that day. Harriet had been deeply amused when she had found the town. It had taken an hour to get the explanation from Morgana, but she got it. Morgana had asked her not to change it, and as it only took up maybe 2% of the entire island, Harriet didn't have a problem with it. From what she could tell, the island was roughly the size of Rhode Island in the States. From what Harriet and Luna could agree on, the island was slightly larger than Puerto Rico. The fact that it was never discovered is a testament to how strong the warding is, and it's exactly what they needed to stay under the Mudnane's radar, and if need be and with proper preparation, the island should be able to hold the majority of the magical population. Chapter end notes. Okay. I know what you must be thinking. Pretty convenient, Amber. Suddenly an island that fixes all their problems. But I am saying for the record, this has been and is the OG plan that I have in my outline since I started this book. It's just kind of bad timing that I'm doing it now, cause it looks like I just came up with the plan, but nope, this was always the plan. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better way for them to do this shit without mass murder. I'm not opposed, but I feel like this might be a bit easier. Lol. P.S. Don't worry, there will still be murder. Chapter 41. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. With the added help of Severus and Remus, Hermione, Bill, and Draco got the warding up and running on Le Fay Island. While working on the wards, they had gotten an idea what wards were on the island. Harriet already figured there were weather-controlled wards on the island, seeing as it wasn't covered in snow like the rest of Greenland, but it was confirmed by Bill that the entire island had weather wards that would keep the weather at the same climate as anywhere in the world. Hermione had been intrigued by their ability to change the location and had begun researching the best locations to have it set at for optimum growth of crops and comfort for people. The wards were the strongest any of them had ever seen. It kept the island completely undetectable. The only way to be found would be for them to literally stumble upon us, and if that happened, the wards would alert us of anyone at the borders. All things considered, it was an incredibly advanced piece of magic that Harriet was astonishingly pleased to find. Once the idea of the island settled, Harriet found herself relaxing slightly. They had been searching tirelessly for months on a solution that wouldn't mean genocide, and they had finally found one, and it was Luna approved, which was always a good thing. Hermione even theorized that the wards would hold up against nuclear weapons, which was a relief. It wasn't tested, but from the strength they had found, they believed it should hold. More and more as the days passed and they realized how usable the island would be, the more Harriet let herself relax. Her guard wasn't down, but she felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders for the first time in what felt like years. Tom was even more pleased with the island than Harriet. He had been holed up in his office for days making plans and figuring out what was needed. From what they could tell, the island itself would easily be able to sustain at least 25 towns, if not 30. Tom wanted to take the best from both worlds and make a modernized wizarding community, but he knew not everyone would want to live like the Muggles had, so he planned for smaller wizarding towns as well as cities. They wouldn't be able to do something as big as London, but they could easily have a small city on the island able to house up to 200,000 people. They might even be able to have 2 cities eventually, though that was years down the line. Construction began on Lefay Island. Everyone at headquarters pitched in to help and plan. People were put into groups and each given an area to try and plan out some kind of settlement. Once they had blueprints ready, Harriet would go over them and see if they were ready for construction to begin. In the meantime, Lefay Castle was getting redone as Tom refused to let Harriet turn it into another apartment complex. Eventually he got her to agree with the argument that their family had to keep control of the ward stone. Reluctantly, she let Tom take control of the construction, hoping he wouldn't go too overboard as she focused on where future settlements would be. Both Harriet and Tom agreed that Lefay Castle should stay remote. Neither liked the idea of a lot of people around. They had found about 20 places for sizable towns, and Harriet was assuming people will also want farmland further out from each town. She still couldn't believe how much land there was on the island. It was unbelievable. What she wouldn't have given to have this place during the war. It would have been a godsend. With all the planning, discussion was had on what to officially name the island, as it would eventually become a country of its own once they get recognized by the ICW. It was called to a vote and headquarters voted on Avalon. It was meant to show us taking the best of our heritage while also moving forward. Morgana thought it was hilarious and approved, so they went forward with the name. They also decided to be stereotypically British and named the first town that they were hoping to turn into a large city and the capital, Avalon City. Harriet had already contacted the construction team she had used on Peverell Hallow, and they had begun constructing buildings. They wanted Avalon City to be an actual city. While construction was in the very beginning stages, Harriet hired an official team to map the entire island accurately. It would help when getting officialized by the ICW. While Avalon was in the begging stages, Harriet also hired a few squib realtor agents to begin buying properties back from the mundanes in Godric's Hollow. While that was happening, an apartment building was being built in an empty property on the town. Seeing how well Castle Apartments was going, Harriet wanted to continue making apartment buildings. She was making very good money and supplying much-needed homes. Though Godric's Hollow would be the last effort for Harriet to expand in Britain, she needed to put her focus into Avalon for everyone's sake. With the business coming from Peverell Hallow, Harriet decided to open another vault specifically for business transactions for Peverell Hallow. The majority of the Castle Apartments' profits would go into the vault Harriet had opened, while 1,000 galleons a month would go into the community vault for maintaining the community of Peverell Hallow. With the 2 vaults opened and money going in, Harriet left Gringotts satisfied and spent a few hours walking through Diagon Alley. Harriet knew she would be back at Gringotts soon to set up an official deal with the goblins and possibly to open up another vault once the funds from Godric's Hollow and Avalon begin coming in. She had already sold 5 of the homes in Morgana's Shallow and had another 15 interested buyers. She knew things would begin moving incredibly fast as soon as Avalon City was up and running. She was both looking forward to it and dreading it. Knowing hectic times were ahead, Harriet took the time to enjoy window shopping and walking through the shops in Diagon Alley. She bought a few things here and there that headquarters needed. She even bought a bottle of Tom's favorite red for their next dinner. Over the next few weeks, things continued to progress. 50 more people had bought houses or pieces of property surrounding Morgana's Hollow, and now that 10% of the construction of Avalon City was finished, people could begin moving it. Harriet didn't announce it to the public yet, choosing to instead send out missives to anyone who had contacted her about a possible place to live in the magical world. Sadly, she had to decline many of them the first time, since Peverell Hallow had filled up rather quickly and was at full capacity at the moment. Harriet was hoping to fix the problem with Godric's Hollow, but now she had a better solution. Harriet had letters copied and sent to each of those people. In all, about 2,000 letters were sent out to people all around the world, though mostly from the UK or the States. She invited them to come and buy either property in or around Avalon City or Morgana's Hollow, as well as the opportunity for them to invest and begin businesses of their own on Avalon. Harriet knew many of the people who would receive the letters would be squibs who had money in the Muggle world. More than a few corporate CEOs were outed as squibs in the later days of the war, and Harriet was sure they would want to at the very least open up branches of their companies on Avalon. For now, Harriet was only reaching out to those who had contacted her previously, but she was planning on getting the word out through the Daily Prophet, but that was months away at least. She wouldn't consider telling the mass public until she had Avalon City at least 50% completed. Harriet signed many contracts in the last week of March. Many of the young purebloods had convinced their families to build manors on Avalon, so Harriet had sold them rather large portions of land surrounding Morgana's Hallow as well as near Le Fay Castle. Draco particularly had his manor built near Le Fay Castle, not within sight but about 2 miles out. It had been easy enough to get the land from Harriet. She allowed those at headquarters and her closest to purchase lands around Le Fay Castle. Thankfully his parents were fully on board with whatever Harriet had planned, and his mother had given him all the money he needed to buy the land and build the manor. He missed when he was the lord with his own purse strings, but he would need to bring back up his investments and build a portfolio of his own. Draco had also bought a chunk of land in Avalon City with his trust fund and already had a construction crew working on building his own apartment building. His, however, would serve a higher class clientele than Harriet was going for. Harriet had been rather annoyed when she found out, grumbled for days about how he stole her idea, but Draco had just smirked and said she wasn't the only one who could build apartments. Pansy herself had gotten a gleam in her eyes that Draco could recognize. Chapter endnotes. Okay, genuinely, do you guys actually want me to go through the process of building up the towns in Avalon, or would you rather I kind of glaze by it, cover the important parts and move on? 'Cause I can go into it. I created the lore and made a plan, I just don't know if you guys actually want me to be like, this got constructed, and she green-lighted the building of this town. This town is beginning to accept people. It's a lot of shit like that for the next like 5 years of the timeline, so if you want me to just glaze past it and do more relationship shit, that's cool too. I'm planning to be pretty time skippy for like the next 2 years of the story, and then when Harriet and Tom get married I want to start slowing it down a bit more. We're just deep in the building and planning phase, which I don't think you guys find very interesting. Well, at least I wouldn't find it very interesting as a reader, and my rule of thumb is I write as if I'm reading it. Chapter 42. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. With things in Avalon progressing, Tom thought one of the first things we should get started was the ministry and what kind of departments we would need. Of course they would need a department of law enforcement, a department of international cooperation, and a department of immigration to handle everyone who is going to begin moving onto the island. Harriet and Tom also decided to have a department for game and wildlife to make sure that the island is still maintained and the animals on it would not be hunted to extinction. They would have an entirely new problem on their hands if that were the case. Harriet also brought up making a department for child welfare, to make sure the nightmare that was their childhoods never gets repeated. A small part of her still couldn't believe she was housing the bloody Dursleys, but she was doing it for Dudley. Her cousin had matured and they had become close. He didn't deserve to lose his parents, even if they were shitty ones. Though could Harriet really defend them while also opening a department to take children away from people just like them? The sad answer was yes, because she knew it was what Dudley wanted, and she knew it was what her mother would have wanted, or maybe she was wrong, but either way Harriet never wanted to see their faces again. When they set up Avalon, Harriet would send a notice to Dudley and the choice would be theirs. In the meantime, she needed to make sure that Avalon succeeded and become a self-sustaining country, and one of the first ways to do that is have an established ministry. She enlisted the help of Percy and Hermione to find qualified people to possibly head these departments. Tom happily took the job of figuring out what the hell the ministry should be doing. Harriet looked over everything knowing how sneaky he could be, but he hadn't tried to pull one under her nose yet, so she was taking it as a good sign. Tom had surprised her these past 2 months as they planned for Avalon. He was extremely open to more Muggle technology and taking the better things from both of the worlds instead of just the wizarding world. He held no judgment for the squibs, or those of magical decent as Harriet preferred to term them, as not liking the derogatory term all that much but having no other alternatives that weren't a mouthful. With Avalon coming along, Godric's Hallow also progressed. The apartment building Harriet was building was close to being finished, and most of the Muggles had sold their properties, letting Harriet begin tearing down some of the older cottages and begin building new homes that would be more modern. She agreed to leave the town square as it is and not tear down any of those buildings as they almost held historical significance at this point, but there was much more land than she had thought and was even playing around with the idea of building condos instead of another apartment building, somewhere for more families to live. She was hoping to turn Godric's Hallow into a more family-oriented community than Peverell Hallow. While there were kids at Peverell Hallow, most of them weren't mentally still children, making the community more of an adult community more geared to single people than families. While Harriet worked on her properties and Avalon, Luna focused on making agreements with magical creatures to move to Avalon, one of such creatures being the goblins. She had already made major headway, especially with Harriet's agreement to give the goblins mining rights under the south side of Avalon City for anything below 100 feet. Anything above that had to be kept to their Gringotts location, which the goblins agreed to. The goblins had already developed a sort of fondness for Luna and Harriet after they found the original treaty with Godric Gryffindor. Harriet had easily sold it to the manager of the British Gringotts branch, and they had been a thorn in the side of the Wizigmont since. It helped that Harriet had hired a solicitor to sit her seats. She was simply too busy to do it personally, but she reviewed everything and her solicitor did not make any moves without her say so. Her age was also a factor, as she could not sit her seats until she reached the physical age of 16, as was law in the British Isles. She was still able to use her seats, but she couldn't actually sit them, which pissed Harriet off, but she didn't let it stop her from getting what she wanted done. Harriet was already in the process of having a child welfare law drawn up with the British Ministry, but they weren't her focus at the moment, as securing Avalon was at the top of her priorities list. It was one of the reasons Luna was handling this for her. Harriet would be crushed under the weight of it all if she didn't have people to help her keep it bearable, to take some of that pressure off. Luna would always do that for Harriet. By May, Tom was beginning the process to get Avalon recognized by the ICW. Avalon was officially accepting new residents and had a ministry up and running. While Tom had doubted the Weasley and Granger to get the job done properly, they had found rather good candidates to become new chairheads from all over the world. It was bare bones as it is, but it was enough to be recognized by the ICW. Harriet had even green-lit construction for another settlement, as Avalon City had reached the 50% point in its construction and was coming along beautifully. They already had approximately 6,000 people living on the island in total, though a mass majority were the construction workers and their families, squib and wizard alike. The one thing Tom wasn't happy with were those who brought along their Muggle family, at least those that are accepting. Harriet had made a rune that gets tattooed into the skin that allows them to pass through the wards on the island. The only reason Tom was okay with it was because it also had the ability to expel the person if needed. The rune had magic in it, allowing the person to pass through the wards. Harriet hadn't been very happy with it either, but she couldn't simply leave them to rot just because they were mundane. It would be the height of hypocrisy, and that Tom agreed with. Since Harriet employed construction companies that used magic, Avalon City was almost completed by the end of June. LaFay Apartments were up and running and had over 300 apartments, though she had to compete with Malfoy High-Rise, which made Harriet glare at Draco quite often. The only reason she hadn't hexed the dunce was because Malfoy High-Rise was ridiculously expensive. Honestly, Harriet was shocked anyone would pay that much for an apartment, but to each their own. Draco had made sure to get a great spot with views of the cove in which Avalon City is situated, as well as views of the whole city. When Avalon City was finally finished with construction, the views would be beautiful. Harriet was surprised at how much Draco was undertaking, since he was also helping run the construction of a new community him, Pansy, Blaze, and Theo had come up with. Draco was in charge of the development of the town, which they had named Nightendale. While Avalon City will be a mix of Muggle and magical, Nightendale was more of a magically geared town. Harriet was considering greenlighting another settlement after they make the announcement in the Prophet. As the end of June crept up, Harriet was forced into several birthday celebrations. Miss Weasley and Sirius had gotten together and created a very stereotypical Weasley get-together with a cake and candles and streamers. Harriet had invited Tom, but the man had politely declined. He did not decline the invitation to the second party, though, this one hosted by Harriet's generals, as they like to call themselves. This one was much like the Yule dinner, where everyone got together and enjoyed a meal and drink. In the middle of the dinner, Gorg stood up and clinked on his glass, Draco standing as well. He motioned to Harriet, who was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "Now, Me and Fred enlisted the help of Draco and Severus to make a very special gift for you, our darling. Harriet, he said, his voice slightly slurred, making Draco roll his eyes and push Gord to sit back down. Really, it's a gift for everyone, but we all thought it was a good idea for your birthday. We came up with an aging potion. Normally the only way to age yourself takes a major toll on the body, but with the help of Severus we were able to get a working potion figured out. It's already been tested on a few willing participants. Each potion will age you physically 4 years, so I recommend only taking one for at least a year. Taking this potion will put your body into a state of shock and recovery for a while, and to do something like that too close together is not advised, Draco said as he pulled a small box from his robe pocket. We figured we would go public with the potion in a few weeks, but you get the first commercialized one. Happy birthday, Harriet, he said gently as he put the box down in front of her. Harriet gently picked it up and smiled. Thank you all, it means a lot to me and I'm sure it will mean a lot to so many others, she said as she gently slid the box into her robe pocket. Web links chapter endnotes. I added a link to the picture of Avalon. I have a bunch of maps drawn up, but that's the one that goes with the story, though it's a little ahead of the chapters I have uploaded. Chapter 43 chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Are you going to take it? Tom asked hesitantly from where he was perched on Harriet's couch in her office. They had both left the party an hour ago and Harriet had been silently staring at the unassuming potion bottle in thought. Harriet nodded. I believe so. I'm not really 16. It may have been my 16th birthday today, but inside I am a woman of over 70 years on this earth, and having everyone look at me like a child is almost insulting at times. It's one of the main reasons I use a solicitor with the Wizigmont. They wouldn't take me seriously looking like this even if I could sit my seats, she said as she motioned to herself. Harriet knew objectively she was still in her gangly phase. She hadn't fully grown into her body yet at this age, and she could see it and she could feel old insecurities cropping up. It's been better this time around, seeing as she is older mentally and physically. She had actual proper nutrition, so it was going smoother this time around altogether, but that didn't mean that Harriet wanted to go through puberty again. Thankfully she didn't worry about damaging her body by forcing it to age 4 years. Draco had sat down by her and explained exactly what the potion would do. While she would physically be 4 years older, it would not happen overnight. The potion will kickstart her body's natural aging process for a week. It won't be painless, but by the end Harriet should be physically 20 years of age. The potion was helped along by the fact Harriet's magic remembered being 20, remembered her body being 20, and it made it easier for her magic to mimic what it had already been through. It's why when they officially put out the statement about the potions, they would make it clear only those who had been through the remembering could take it, anyone else could have adverse side effects to it. I think you should wait a week, let the idea settle, and if you still want to do it, take the potion. Remember though that while physically you will be older, the ministry doesn't recognize altered ages, so legally you will still be 16 inches, Tom told her with a pointed look. Thankfully, with everything that happened, the ministry has made an exception for those who have successfully passed their NEWTs to not be tried for underage magic, since technically they weren't really underage and had proved themselves competent. Harriet sighed but nodded. While that will be true here, it won't be on Avalon. I'll make sure of it, she said with narrowed eyes. Tom nodded. It made sense. Harriet was already in the process of writing some basic laws for Avalon to be principal and unchangeable. She did not want the chance of Avalon becoming like the British ministry. Harriet considered her options for a week, even discussing things with various people at headquarters. Most were planning to take the potion themselves or had already taken it and were walking around exhausted from the potion's effects. It takes a lot of energy to age that fast after all. Sirius was the only one who wasn't all for it, well, and Mrs. Weasley. Mostly because both of them didn't want Harriet to grow up so fast, but that notion was quickly put to bed with a single look. Harriet was already grown. If anything, it made her more determined to take the potion. People seeing her as a child was the main reason she wanted to take it in the first place. It also helped that she and Tom would be on a more equal footing after taking the potion. Harriet knew he got uncomfortable whenever they were together in person because he began to feel like a pedophile, even though inside she was a 70-year-old woman. That didn't seem to matter, not that Harriet could blame him. She understood his reasoning, but it was hard building a relationship with the man outside of the mind space, and it wasn't cohesive to any future marriage, which Harriet had begun to consider more and more as her and Tom got along. It wasn't love, she knew that. Maybe one day it would be, but she found herself enjoying his company. His wit and his charm were endearing, and she could also see having a physical relationship with him. More than that, he understood her on a deeper level. They were so similar. She had remembered thinking it her whole life, but more and more she knew it was true as she spent time with him. They were equals in everything, and Harriet didn't know if she could ever find that in someone else. And she had no one to try and find it. She enjoyed being with Tom, and more she became comfortable with the thought of a life with him, but none of that was going to happen until she wasn't a child in his eyes anymore. It wasn't as if she was a child in any sense of the word anymore. She had lost her innocence of the world a long time before now. She hadn't been innocent from the moment she took a life at the age of 11. She had never been a child like the other children she had known. Her childhood had very little good and a shitload of bad, so Harriet would rather move past it as quickly as she can, because that innocence will never be regained, and there was no use lying to herself. At the end of the week, Harriet took the potion and went to bed. The following week was spent mostly in her office or her bed, as her body was exhausted from the growth it was doing in a short time, but by the end of it she was 20 years old again. Not exactly correct, but as good as it was going to get. Harriet wasn't planning on taking the potion again. She only wanted to get out of her awkward puberty stage as quickly as possible so she can be taken seriously again. With the aging potion, Harriet's hair also grew out of control to the point in which all she could see at one time was black curls. She had gone to a salon and had the majority chopped off and given to an organization that makes wigs for children with cancer. Her hair was now in curls going down halfway between her chin and her shoulders in a longer bob. Her hair was long enough to put up, but otherwise she couldn't do too much with it since she still had her signature Potter curls that were untamable, though she had figured out some tricks later in life. Once Harriet had her hair done, she went through the mundane shopping district and bought some new clothes to fit her body better before apparating to a magical shopping district in America and buying some modern robes. When Tom saw Harriet again in person for their weekly date, he stopped short. It took considerable control to keep his jaw from hitting the floor as she stood in front of him in a tight-fitted dress that hugged her body with her makeup and hair done to perfection. "Well, I'm glad I don't disgust you," Harriet said teasingly as she sat down. Tom narrowed his eyes as she smirked at him in amusement, but he couldn't summon any anger within himself, only an embarrassment with a hint of amusement. Harriet fought to keep the small smirk off her face, but she couldn't. She was so happy that Tom wasn't getting all awkward anymore. They continued their dinner, and Harriet felt herself relaxing as she realized this was the Tom she preferred, the relaxed one from his mind space, not the awkward, stifled, bumbling Tom she had been getting before. The next week, the Daily Prophet came out with an article about the potion and its effects, as well as where you could order it. The orders began flying in, and Severus, Draco, and the twins had spent 2 weeks straight brewing before it began to calm down. Almost everyone in headquarters took the potion, wanting to feel at least somewhat more like themselves. Even though the ministry had put out a statement saying they would not change the laws on legally changing your age, everyone was still overall pleased with the results. Things became even more hectic when the article about Avalon and Avalon City came out. Harriet was extremely thankful she had gotten the Department of Immigration up and running, and it was no longer her job to sell property and things directly. She had given permission for the ministry to sell the majority of the property surrounding the island as long as they put 55% of the funds into her accounts. The other 45% can go towards the ministry. For right now, they were limited to Avalon City and Nightendale, and as towns got constructed they would be given leave to sell more land, but for right now they were trying to keep it contained unless the people wanted to buy very large chunks of lands to open farms or build manors. By August, Avalon City had 30,000 people living on it, and Harriet was constructing another apartment building and condos in the city. LaFay Apartments had already filled to capacity and was bringing in profit, so she used the majority to fund the other builds. She was hoping to have LaFay Apartments and condos all over Avalon by the next 5 years. Harriet and others after potion. Chapter end notes. I put a link to a collage I made of a bunch of the headquarters people who took the potion, including Harriet. It's not everyone since I used BitCrew and the website isn't great with masculine features, so it's only the girls. Chapter 44. With so much time passing from when they all woke up, the time for the World Council finally came around in August. It was difficult to set up, but with the innovation of the twins, Sirius and Remus, they made the mirrors able to have multiple calls at once. Enough for representatives from each country's ministry to be able to conference together to discuss possible solutions. Before the meeting, people with viable plans had put forward requests to speak, No one was obligated to have a plan. This was more of a discussion of what would be the best way to move forward as one people. Most of the 150 witches and wizards that took part in the spell to send them all back were present in the rooms of their government officials, but Harriet stood with Tom at her side and her generals, not with any of the ministries behind her. No one disputed her right to this discussion. As each country stepped forward with ideas after ideas, from wiping out known officials who spearheaded the genocide, to making a colony on another planet. Many ideas were discussed. Many wanted to completely wipe out the mundanes, many more wanted to destabilize mundane governments, but in the end it was Harriet that spoke. While violence should always be an option, it should not be the first option. I believe I have found a viable solution to any mass extinction event. Some of you may have heard, but I have discovered a heavily warded island. This island is a country within its own right, and we are in the process of building and making sure it will thrive as we speak. The warding is the strongest I have ever seen, completely undetectable. Not even the goblins were able to penetrate the wards while it was sealed. Need be, the entirety of the magical population could fit on Avalon. It was never found by the mundanes before, and it won't be now, she said, her back straight. This wasn't the little girl, this was the warrior that had led people for years. How are you sure it won't be detected in the future? We believed that of our own warding before now, one of the Russian representatives asked. The wards have been edited to allow anyone with magic in their blood to pass through. The mundanes can pass through with a ward tattooed on their body that allows them access. No one else will ever be able to find the island. The wards mimic the area in which they are surrounding. They don't simply hide the island, they camouflage it, she replied, not taking any comments to heart. She knew they were all cautious, as they should be. Look, no one will be forced to move to Avalon, but it is open for anyone who wants to move there, and I request you have a statement announcing this in your media outlets. It does not matter what your blood status or creature status is in Avalon. Everyone is accepted. Everyone is expected to follow the laws like anyone else, but we do not believe in bringing discrimination to Avalon. It is meant to be a new hope, not repeating the sins of the past, Harriet said calmly. Luna spoke up at her side. Anyone who would like to get involved or possibly create a settlement of their own in Avalon, please get in contact with Harriet or the Department of Immigration in the Avalon Ministry of Magic, she said, her voice airy but her eyes not fogged at all. Harriet could see as a few people shifted with Luna's words. Now that Harriet had said her piece, the next person began speaking, but anyone could tell Harriet had shaken them all, and quite a few ministry officials, if not the ministries themselves, were considering making the move. One of the few ideas discussed actually interested Harriet. It was to have wizards begin making deposits at mundane sperm banks, boosting the magical population. If it was closely monitored and tracked, Harriet could see the idea being a good one, or it could end with a generation of mundane-born wizards who are strongly opposed to them as a whole. It would take some more consideration. After the World Council, the African Ministry, the French Ministry, and Makusa had all gotten in contact with Harriet and wanted to discuss setting up communities of their own. Makusa was denied in the end, as they refused to not have control of the governing of the country, and Harriet knew they had a reputation of their own with corruption, and she did not know who to trust. She made it clear that she is willing to take any citizen who wants to move to Avalon and be governed by the laws chosen by its ministry, but she refused to allow Avalon to be split up into different states like the US, which is what Makusa had been attempting to do. Thankfully, the president had understood and still agreed to have the media inform the public of Avalon and the option. The African Ministry and the French Ministry, however, learned from MACUSA's failures and instead just purchased large chunks of land to create a town of their own where the majority of their magical community can go to. Both countries had felt the brunt of the mundanes discovering magic and were looking out for their people, and what was best for their people was Avalon, but they could give their citizens somewhere familiar to go in the meantime. Harriet had felt a growing respect for both ministers and had offered them formal alliances once Avalon was recognized by the ICW. Technically, for the first 5 years Harriet was Avalon's minister. She just couldn't trust anyone else to do what was needed, and it was her bloody island. Once her term had ended, there would be an official election for minister. Harriet had made sure to instill founders' seats into the Council of Magic, and it would have to be enough. Both ministers agreed readily to the alliances and had even begun pushing the ICW to recognize Avalon going forward. It had only taken another month for the ICW to officially recognize Avalon as a country. By that point, discussion and preparations were being made for 3 more cities to be built on Avalon, and Avalon City was finally done with construction and fully up and running. LaFay Apartments was making a profit and LaFay condos were almost complete. Even Draco was seeing a rather large profit from Malfoy High-Rise and was discussing opening another apartment building in Nightendale. Pansy, that bitch, had opened up her own apartments along the waterfront when she saw how much profit Harriet and Draco were bringing in. Apparently everyone wanted to jump on Harriet's bandwagon. In the end, people needed places to live, so she gave up being grumpy about it, but she still gave both Pansy and Draco pointed stares whenever it's brought up. At this point it was almost like an inside joke between them. As August ended, so did the betrothal contract between Harriet and Tom. It was discussed between them both to move forward with an engagement contract, so they began writing one up. It was also when Harriet became aware of the specifics in the Slytherin marriage contract. They could make edits to it to get what she wanted, but some things were ironclad and unchangeable, one of them being the requirement to sleep together once a month until a child is conceived. Once a child is born, the obligation to sleep together ceases for a year until the process repeats again. Though apparently only until here was an heir and a spare. To say Harriet was angry about the stipulation was putting it simply. She had been pissed about it for days, but eventually came around when her and Tom came to the agreement to have a date every week, and if something happened, it happened. If something didn't, they had 4 date nights a month to try again. Harriet wasn't overall pleased, but it was one of the few unchangeable clauses to their marriage contract. Though with her agreement to see past that, she was able to get complete custody of any children in the case of a separation, as well as the majority control over parental decisions. Tom didn't really care either way, so he was happy enough to let her have that if it gave her some comfort. He could tell it meant something to her even if she tried to hide it. Tom didn't truly want children. He didn't not want them, he just had no opinion. It was more an obligation of the contract than anything else. He would love his children and he wanted heirs, but he had never been a very paternal person or someone who dreamed of a family. Tom was happy to leave the end call to Harriet. She has raised a child before and he trusted her judgment when it came to most things. He wouldn't marry her if he didn't. Chapter 45 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Writing up the engagement contract continued for another few weeks. It was mostly hashing out the actual marriage contract, as there wouldn't be another large period of time between contracts. As soon as the engagement contract came up, they would be signing the marriage contract. The longer you waited, the weaker the contract became. Not to mention Salazar Bloody Slytherin put it in writing. He put many things in the marriage contract, including a very ironclad fidelity clause, though it loosened after the heir and spare are born and allowed for other partners. Harriet didn't much mind that one, as she had some of the others. Salazar also stipulated that the Slytherin lordship would only be given to their firstborn son. No daughters could inherit the title. Harriet would have been angry had the LaFay house not also have a similar stipulation and could not be inherited by a man. Only a woman could be head of the LaFay line, and many families are both matriarchal and patriarchal. The Black family is patriarchal, and as such Harriet, while the heir, will never be Lady of the House of Black. Though if she had a second son, he would be able to inherit the Black lordship if Sirius agreed. Officially in the contract it was agreed that their firstborn daughter would be given the LaFay headship while their firstborn son would be given the Slytherin. The rest of her headships could be distributed as Harriet saw fit. She was still unsure about having a child, but she didn't have much of a choice, and even she knew she should have at least one heir. A small part of her that she refused to acknowledge. Missed being a mother. She had been a mother for so long. She still considered herself one in a way, and she missed it. She missed Teddy every day and she mourned for him, but that didn't mean she couldn't have any children of her own. Part of her was choosing to go through with the contract because she knew it would be the only way she could allow herself to have children. This was in writing, and if she wanted to marry Tom she had to follow the contract. Not that Harriet would admit any of this to herself, but a part of her knew deep down. By the start of October the contract was signed and in effect. It didn't feel any different than being betrothed, which made Harriet relax slightly. They were the same as they were before, and the only thing that changed is that they both knew they were actually doing this. Though when word got out to everyone that Harriet entered the engagement contract, some people made their displeasure known. They had been hoping she would come to her senses, as they said. Mainly Ramus and Molly. Sirius had accepted the engagement reluctantly and at this point had separated Tom from Voldemort in his mind. It was the only way for the man to deal with it properly. Harriet had made it clear that while she cared about all of them, she would not sacrifice her life and happiness based on their opinions. She had to learn that lesson the hard way years ago. Remus wasn't happy with it but begrudgingly came around as September rolled around. As September came to an end, both the African and French ministries were beginning construction of their towns. They had even begun moving in people and selling back the land they had bought to their own peoples. Harriet had visited Zonda, the town the African ministry was creating. The city was in the bare-bones phases now, but Harriet could already see the potential. She would be visiting Asura in the coming weeks, but for now was trying to focus on getting the Ministry of Avalon up and running properly. They had plenty of people applying for positions, and they even had the beginnings of a real Auror force coming along. Luna had even opened her own newspaper company that distributed to all the citizens of Avalon for free for the first month. It was called the Delphi Chronicle. Luna wasn't the only one to open their own company. With the money they got from the aging potion and an investment from Harriet for 20% ownership of the company, Weasley's Innovations Incorporated was opened in Avalon City. The twins considered opening another prank shop, but at this point they create much more than pranks. They were already selling the mirrors, as Sirius has also become an investor of his own. They hoped to continue creating things that would help them stay ahead of the mundanes in the years to come. They were even attempting to make a magical version of the internet. It was in the beginning stages, but it was something. Harriet stared at the shoebox-sized box in front of her cautiously. Tom looked nervous himself, as it was his first engagement gift to Harriet, and in pureblood circles this was rather important and meant to show his understanding of her. Harriet slowly opened the box, and as she did, the silencing spell was lifted and she heard the small voice inside the box. The Great One said it would be worth it to stay in this strange box, but he lied. A small voice hissed from inside the box. Harriet blinked in shock, a small smile growing on her face. "You got me a snake?" she asked, both pleased and immensely amused by the gift. Of course Tom got her a snake. "Hello, little one. Do you have a name?" she asked gently as she lifted the small snake from its box. It was obviously a hatchling from its size and the sound of its voice. "Another Great One? If you feed me tasty mice, I will be your protector, Great One. I am named Leviathan, Great One," the little snake hissed excitedly. Harriet chuckled. "Leviathan, I will feed you all the tasty mice your heart desires, little one, but you must listen to me. There are many dangerous things that can hurt you while you are still young," Harriet said in Parseltongue. Tom chuckled at the young snake's antics. "He is a boomslang snake. He will grow very large. He should rival Nagini when he is full grown," he said fondly, his shoulders relaxing as Harriet seemed rather pleased with his gift. Harriet's eyes gleamed. "When he sheds, his skin can be used for polyjuice. You're going to be so helpful, huh, little one?" she asked the snake fondly as the little thing wound itself around her neck and was currently trying to burrow into her curls. After Harriet received Leviathan, she began putting her curly black hair into two buns on her head that the snake would curl around. She had scared the shit out of Sirius when he hugged her and then heard the hissing from her hair. He had screamed like a schoolgirl. Harriet had died laughing, and it had thoroughly amused the majority of headquarters. Luna had bounced up to Harriet as soon as she had gotten back home with Leviathan and demanded to meet her new friend. Luna had thoroughly charmed the little snake with head scratches and mice. Harriet had brought the snake with her everywhere, even to the newest town, Remus, Tonks, and Luna were working on that would be named Wolfsburg. It was something Harriet knew Teddy would have loved. It would be a place for creatures of all kinds to live without the fear of prosecution. Anyone who had a problem did not have to live in Avalon at all, though Harriet thought it wouldn't be that hard for the idiots who chose to stay with their bigotry to stay away from the town named Wolfsburg. The name was purposely self-explanatory. Remus had even begun getting in contact with some of the packs he knew of and offering them the opportunity to move to Avalon, making it clear that they would not be subjected to any kind of discrimination in Avalon. They would be subjected to the same laws as everyone else, and Harriet had even created a permit they can get that would excuse them for 2 days leading up to the full moon and 2 days after from any job they got in Avalon. This way jobs cannot try and discriminate against them for this purpose, and if any company did, they would be dealing with the Department of Magical Creature Integration and Cohabitation, or more specifically the Workplace Discrimination Office branch of the department. Hermione was heading the department herself and was doing an excellent job so far. She would not deal with anyone trying to discriminate against any creatures. Her SPEW days had proved that. Hermione had taken the position with reverence. It had been the push to make her truly move on from Ron and stop mourning their marriage. She would always mourn her children but not Ronald Weasley. Chapter end notes. Thought I would give you guys an early update since I'm sure at least some of you are sitting at home bored out of your skull while your family watches the Super Bowl. Lol. Chapter 46. As September turned to November, a new town was being constructed alongside Wolfsburg named Hailing Cove, named after the fact it was close enough to the wards to see the weather outside of them. As they were in the middle of the Arctic, there was quite a bit of hail. The wards centered at Lefay Castle, and as it was on one side of the island and not in the middle, the other side of the island was only a little under a mile away from the wards. It did mean for a rather large portion of the ocean under the wards on the other side of the island. The town would be next to a river that drains off into the ocean, making it perfect for both freshwater and ocean fishing. With 2 new settlements being constructed by Harriet, there was also an influx of people moving to Avalon, with the various countries spreading the word of the new magical country. As such, many companies were being opened, rather large ones in fact, including companies building housing developments and some rather large corporate stores that had bought locations all around Avalon. Many of the wealthier squibs were taking the opportunity as they saw it, as well as quite a few witches and wizards. Avalon City already had 15 city blocks filled with stores, apartment buildings, factories, museums, and anything else people could think of. Someone had even opened up an art museum and a movie theater. Avalon City was quickly becoming a city in its own right now that construction was in its end phase, and at this point things are being added beyond what they had originally planned for. Harriet had been shocked to see how many companies kept buying properties, making the city larger and larger. As Avalon began running without Harriet's intervention, she turned her eyes to different projects like Wolfsburg. She had chosen the location of the town for the vast forest surrounding the area. She thought any creatures would enjoy the nature and the distance from others. Remus had been surprised by her eagerness with the project. It took him a while to understand why Harriet was so insistent about it being just right, but when he did, he felt an ache in his chest. Remus had only known his son for a few months before he died in the Battle of Hogwarts. To know he was raised by Harriet made it slightly better, but it didn't fix the hole in his chest. Nothing would. Tonks had been distant ever since they returned, but she was finally coming back to him slowly. It had taken a while, and giving her space, but they had gotten back what he thought was lost, and they were better for it. They weren't fighting anymore and could just be together. Neville watched Hannah leave the manor grounds with a tired sigh. They had tried to work it out, but it just hadn't happened. He had finally pulled the plug and told her it was over. He couldn't stand the look in her eyes, especially after Yule. He had told her what happened with Mandy. Hannah had been enraged, but eventually even she admitted they had broken up before it happened, if only just. There had been a lot of screaming and throwing things before that point though. Hannah had screamed so loud he was sure his gran could hear, but in the end they had agreed to try. They had attempted to salvage their marriage, but it had ultimately failed. They were different people. He wasn't the same man she married, and even Neville could admit that to himself. Now, he had changed. Who wouldn't after everything he had been through? He just refused to apologize for that change. He was who he was, and if she couldn't be with him, then what were they even doing? She had agreed and packed up her things, and now here he was watching her leave the grounds from a window in the library. Once he could no longer see her, he turned away from the window and walked back towards his office. He had work to do. Hermione blew the curl out of her face. It had fallen from the bun her curls were tightly wound in. She was reading over documents, her jacket strewn on a library chair as she leaned over the table in her perfectly tailored pantsuit that now fit her, as she had taken the aging potion with the majority of headquarters. She had waited slightly longer than the others, wanting to see what happened, but she had taken it about a week after the others. She trusted Severus to make the potion well. She had seen how brilliant the man could be when his mind was working. She had been more cautious of the potion because of the twins' involvement. She had always been rightfully weary of anything the twins made. A lifetime of watching Ron get tricked by them will do that to anyone. She was currently sorting through applications for the Department of Magical Creature Integration and Cohabitation. She had many people who wanted a position, and she had many positions to fill, but she was determined to only put the right people on the job. She didn't want to have to go through this all over again in another month when they quit or some such nonsense. She continued flipping through papers when she heard someone clear their through from behind her. Hermione immediately squealed and turned around, her wand already in her hand, only to see Severus standing there watching her amuse. Hermione put a hand to her chest as she let out a breath. "Severus, You scared me. Don't sneak up on me like that, she said as she calmed down, her heart racing under where her hand was on her chest. Severus cocked his head to the side and raised an eyebrow. I wasn't aware I was sneaking, he said in a drawl as he looked over the papers she was shuffling around. Hermione huffed, knowing by now he was teasing her. It had taken a while for her to learn how to speak Severus, but she had it down by now. I was looking over applications. Most of them are from other countries, and as such checking their credentials takes longer. Why do you find yourself in the library? Midnight reading? She asked curiously as she looked at her watch, realizing it was the middle of the night. She quickly began packing up the files, knowing she needed to get some sleep tonight. Her parents didn't hover per se, but she didn't want to worry them. They had been through enough. Severus chuckled. Midnight brewing would be a better term. I was leaving the lab to go home and saw the light on, he said casually, actually relaxing around her instead of putting up the front he used with the majority of people. Only Minerva, Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco had seen him without his masks. He still wore some when speaking with Hermione, but it was fewer than he ever dropped with anyone else. Hermione looked at him with a wry smirk as she grabbed her bag and began walking out the door, him immediately moving to walk with her. Couldn't resist the lab, huh? It is rather nice, she said with a smile on her face. The two of them continued to walk back to their homes in quiet conversation, Hermione giving a small wave before walking into her parents' house while Severus continued down the road to his own home. Nagina, mind telling me where Tom is hiding? Harriet asked the large snake draped over Tom's throne. He insisted on keeping it. She had searched for the man in his office and his rooms, and she wasn't going to keep searching around Malfoy Manor for this man. Nagina immediately lifted her large head upon seeing Harriet. The two had grown close, both commiserating about Tom. Nagini did like to mother Tom quite a lot, and Harriet found it adorable. He is in the gardens. The robed ones were being difficult again, and Tom won't let me scare them anymore, Nagini said as she slithered towards Harriet. Harriet smirked and picked up the rather large snake and began making her way toward the garden. She heard Leviathan and Nagini having a quiet discussion from where the snake was swapped around her curls. Harriet finally found Tom sitting on a stone bench looking out on the grounds with a tumbler of fire whiskey in his hand. Which of your minions upset you now? She asked as she sat down beside him. Nagini slithering off her shoulder and nudged Tom before going to chase mice, Leviathan following her. Tom let out a sigh through his nose before downing the rest of his glass. The usual. They aren't happy with how we've been handling Avalon. They like some things, hate others. Exactly what we expected. I made it very clear, either come to Avalon and accept the laws for what they are, or to stay here and continue the mission here, he said with an exasperated huff. Harriet rolled her eyes, the same argument they had been making for months now. You know, anyone who's willing to move is already building a property on Avalon. Even the Malfoys and the Knots made the move. Hell, even Raoul made the move, and he died before the Mundanes started the war, she said, exasperated beyond belief. Tom nodded. Oh, I know, and so do they. I had to threaten quite a few of them, but I think it might be losing the weight, he said, his voice getting slightly dark. Harriet smirked. Then remind them, she said simply. Tom looked at her surprised, but she just snorted. Tom, I know the man I'm marrying. I'm long past the days of thinking everyone can be peacefully reasoned with. Some people need a good nudge to go in the right direction. Even if it has to be kicking and screaming, she said, her voice going dark. Tom looked at her with a feral intensity before pulling her face to his. Harriet didn't squeak like an inexperienced schoolgirl. No, she leaned in, one hand going into his hair and pulling him closer and the other snaking up the back of his neck. The kiss wasn't sweet. No, it was claiming and steamy, and everything they had both been keeping in for so long. The kiss ended after a minute as they needed air. Harriet slowly pulled her arms away from Tom's neck, his arm leaving her waist as they both moved back towards their seats, acting as if they hadn't just had their first kiss, because it hadn't felt like a first kiss. It had felt as easy as breathing. There was no denying an attraction between them. If that could turn to love was yet to be seen. Chapter 47 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Luna walked through headquarters with purpose. She had many things she did day to day. She knew her place as Harriet's second. She was the one Harriet trusted above all others. If Harriet couldn't handle something personally, it was Luna that did it, and in a pinch Draco or Pansy. She had helped Harriet set up the Constitution and Bill of Rights for Avalon, making sure that all their ducks were in a row and that some idiot like Fudge.2 couldn't come in and ruin all the hard work they did. Harriet and her had made sure to cover everything they could think of. Every citizen in Avalon had the right to free speech, to marry whoever the hell they wanted, to practice whatever religion they wanted, and to express themselves however the hell they wanted as long as they weren't causing harm to others. A bunch of other things were covered, including prison standards to laws about body autonomy. They might have taken a lesson or two from what went wrong in the US in about 20 years. In the end, it would protect every man, woman, and child living on Avalon, and everything in between. Hermione had even helped Harriet and Luna with the Discrimination Act in the Constitution, making sure no one could be discriminated against for any reason. The only thing someone should ever be judged for is their actions. Controversially, they had also made all magic legal on Avalon, whether the darkest or lightest of magics, they were legal. Actions were judged, not magic. So while murder and torture was illegal on Avalon, magic wasn't judged for how people chose to use it. A Wingardium Leviosa could be used to kill as much as the killing curse could be. Many had fought this law, most of them from Britain, but in the end they still moved in, at least most. Some would be stubborn to the very end. It was human nature to be stubborn, Luna thought as she watched Mandy walk away from Neville's attempt to speak with her again. Luna knew Hannah and him were officially over, pretty much everyone did at this point. It had been the news of headquarters for 2 weeks before it passed. Neville had tried to talk to Mandy on several occasions, but the woman refused to be his second choice, and after Neville acted during Yule last year, Luna couldn't really blame her, not that she thought it would last. Luna just chuckled as she walked by them and up to the Lord's office. She had been working on getting the Vila community to come to Avalon. They were very reclusive, but she was hoping Fleur might be of some help. Luna had successfully gotten the vampires to make the move, and Remus had gotten the werewolf community, bar Greyback's pack and a few others, but most other creatures had already gone underground. It wasn't shocking, they had waited too long before and been screwed over heavily for it. Luna was just glad to have the goblins' support. They had been happy enough to make a new treaty with the Ministry of Avalon, and by extension Harriet. They had already mined several hundred feet underground and were opening new vaults. Harriet had snagged Vault 1, but Luna had been able to get the second vault. Draco had quickly opened up the third to have money of his own without his parents' influence. Luna had been impressed by how quickly he was building back up his portfolio. She had been working on bringing up the Lovegood accounts, as her father was never one to run finances. Her mother had handled that before she died. Luna had opened the Delphi Chronicle for her. The Quibbler had become her father's creation, but her mother had dreamed of having a real publication. She had plenty of whimsy herself, but her husband's head was always further in the clouds than her own. Luna had gotten her gifts from her mother. While the sight was difficult while young and made one seem rather absent-minded, as one got older it settled. It had taken a long time to learn control, but learned it she had, and she had been all the better for it. Mandy glared as Neville slowly approached her. She knew he was there. He had been constantly trying to talk to her, but it was a year too late, literally, as they were currently at another Yule party. Mandy could see everyone laughing and having a good time, and she had been as well until she felt Neville approaching. "Will you please let me talk to you, just for a moment? I promise, I'm not trying to get in your pants," he said as he held up his hands in surrender. Mandy glared at him, her hand gripping the glass of wine in her hand before huffing with a single nod. Neville let out a little breath of relief before coming to stand at her side, looking extremely nervous. He was cute when he was nervous. Mandy scowled at the stray thought as they both stood there awkwardly for a few minutes until Neville got up the courage to say something. "Look, I know I fucked up. I was so sloshed when it happened, and the next morning all I could think about was how betrayed Hannah would feel. She was my wife even if we weren't together at the time, and I owed it to her to try and work things out," he said, his voice weak but sure. He knew he did the right thing even if it had ended with them not being together. Mandy glared at him. "I'm not upset about that, Neville. I wasn't exactly sober, but I didn't think it was a mistake until you avoided me like the plague. You wouldn't even look me in the eye for months. You haven't even said a word to me until the last week. I am not some consultation prize, damn it, and I won't let you treat me like one," Mandy snapped, finally saying what she wanted. Neville winced and coughed awkwardly. Mandy could see he almost wanted to make a run for it before he huffed. "At first it was just me being awkward, I'll admit, but once I told Hannah part of her terms was that I didn't speak to you, like I said, I owed it to her to try. I made vows, he explained, not explaining what he meant because she knew. Neville was a man that took his word seriously. When he said he would do something, he would do it. It was one of her favorite qualities about him, but it didn't make all the anger and hurt go away. Neville, apparently sensing her weakness, spoke up. Look, I don't expect you to jump back into bed with me, but I would really like to be friends again. I missed that, he said, his eyes and voice sincere, only making Mandy's defenses crumble faster. Damn it, why does he have to be a good guy? It makes hating him difficult. She glared at him for a moment before huffing. Fine, but you ever treat me like that, AG, and I will beat the shit out of you. Clear? She asked sharply. She could not believe she was doing this. She had to be insane. Neville nodded, a smile on his face. I promise, and you know I keep those, he said as he nudged her with his elbow. Harriet snorted and shared a smile with Luna as she saw Neville and Mandy once again chatting it up. It looks like he finally broke her resolve, not that any of us thought it would last. Mandy was a tough bitch, but she also definitely had a thing for Neville, and it couldn't be denied he was a good guy, even if not always the smartest crayon in the box. Harriet turned back to Tom to see him discussing something with Gorg, which meant something diabolical was probably happening. Harriet just shook her head amused and let him be as she turned to Draco, who was standing beside her. So any plans to further the Malfoy name? She asked cheekily. Draco scowled at her. Oh, it's not bad enough my parents have begun badgering me again, but now you too, he groused, looking up at the ceiling in exasperation. Harriet snorted. Oh, is your mother throwing eligible women at you again? I thought you got her to stop that after your marriage with Astoria ended horribly? She asked as she took a sip from her glass. Draco rolled his eyes. My marriage to Astoria has been erased, as my mother says. She still hasn't given up on getting to Hermione. I don't see why she would give up on this, he said. Both annoyed and incredibly fond of his mother. He had lost her before and he had missed her for years. It was both a blessing and a curse to have her back in his life, not that he regretted it. Even if she drove him insane, he would always want her in his life. Harriet snorted. Really, she's still trying to convince Hermione to learn pureblood etiquette and find a proper match? Even after Hermione screamed at her. I'll give your mother credit where it's due, she is persistent, she said amused. Hermione had lasted 6 months of Narcissus' constant attempts to interfere in her life until snapping at the woman. Honestly, Harriet didn't think she would last that long. Draco smirked. My mother could win an award for her persistence. Granger will eventually give in. Though it will take my mother backing off some. Granger doesn't like being told what to do. But in the meantime I am more than happy to let it be a distraction from my mother trying to marry me off, he said, his voice amused. Harriet smirked. If she truly wants a baby so bad, why doesn't she have one? She's not even middle-aged by wizarding standards, Harriet said as she watched the people around the room. Draco made a disgruntled noise. You know it's not that easy for pureblood woman. My mom tried for years, he said, his voice going slightly sharp. Harriet raised an eyebrow. I know the magical world is archaic with advances in women's health, and that's compared to the mundanes, which aren't that great themselves. The mundanes have figured out fertility though, have a ton of ways to help couples have babies and promote infertility. Might be a bit barbaric by pureblood standards, but if your mother really wants that, it won't be difficult for you to create some false identification. It's not as if money is an issue, she said casually. Draco looked at her for a few moments, a bit shocked, before nodding. He would have to look into that further. Chapter end notes. So I'm actually very ahead right now. I finished chapter 56 last night and I'm now on 57. So you guys can expect pretty steady updates for at least another 2 weeks. If I get another big burst of chapters done, I might update every day instead of every other day, but I'm liking the pace I have going now. 'Cause it lets me take a couple of days off or go work on something else for a bit and still have updates coming out. But what did you guys think? Chapter 48. Harriet fiddled nervously with the tickets in her hand. She had told Tom to dress up fancy in mundane clothing. He had been dubious, but he listened from what Harriet could tell as he walked down the street, dodging his way through mundanes as they bustled around him. He looked at her dubiously as he walked up to her. Is there a reason you asked me to meet you here? Tom asked cautiously as he looked her over, his eyes trailing up her legs and the dress she wore. Harriet smiled, a little breathlessly, as she held up the tickets and motioned to the building they were standing in front of. Happy birthday, Tom, she said nervously. Tom looked at the tickets in her hands before looking at the building, his eyes widening slightly when he realized they were in front of an opera house. He looked at Harriet, his eyes wide with shock. "How did you?" he asked, trailing off. Harriet smirked. "Nagini may have spilled some of your secrets. Do you like it?" she asked, her voice unsure. This was the first real thing she was gifting Tom. He was incredibly hard to gift for since he had everything he wanted. Tom pulled her into him, bringing his lips to hers for a few moments before pulling away, smirking at the shade of red she had gone. "I like it," he said quietly as he grabbed her hand and led her into the opera house. As the new year began, Avalon continued to expand. Hailing Cove and Wolfsburg were now functioning towns, though there was still construction being done on both towns. Asura and Zonda were also both up and running. Harriet had been impressed by the speed in which they had begun functioning. She had thought the construction crews she hired were fast, but they had nothing on the African and French ministries. It made it that much more obvious how motivated both ministries were to protect their people. Everston was also coming underway. It was almost at the point of accepting new residents, and with more and more immigration requests it could only be a good thing. The town was named Everston since it was at the highest point on the island, not an actual mountain but more of a large rocky hill. Harriet still found it funny and named it as a nod to Mount Everest. With several communities on the island, Harriet began working on creating another department in the ministry to control transportation throughout the island. Thankfully, it was already greenlit by the council since they needed to get the flow activated on the island and a department to make sure it's maintained properly. Harriet was just squeezing in a few more offices in the department. Harriet needed an office that controlled the flow but also one for the railroad she wanted to be built, as well as one for the Muggle roads that had already been built in the towns and cities. Harriet was even considering a highway going through Avalon since so many people brought cars from their homes in the mundane world. Draco found Hermione in the library in the back corner that she had sequestered for herself. If she wasn't at the ministry, she was here doing paperwork or researching. Hermione looked up at Draco's approach and straightened up as he got to her table. "I need your help," Draco blurted out before Hermione could even say a word. Those words stopped her short as she stared at him, her mouth gaping slightly until she coughed awkwardly. "What can I help you with, Draco?" she asked, her voice coming out slightly high-pitched. Draco didn't often show any form of weakness, so for him to ask for help was very out of character. It wasn't as if the two of them were close, but they had worked together on the wards and for quite a few other projects, so they had gotten to an understanding. Draco pulled out one of the chairs and sat down, casting a quick privacy charm so any others couldn't hear as he discussed Malfoy business. And yes, he did see Hermione as a Malfoy even if she didn't acknowledge it. They never spoke of it, but Hermione knew. "Harriet mentioned some Muggle fertility treatments at the Yule party, and I was wondering if you knew anything about it. Or if you could help me find out. The Muggle world isn't exactly something I'm familiar with," Draco said casually. Hermione raised an eyebrow at him, not understanding why he would want to know about fertility treatments. Her thoughts must have shown on her face because Draco answered her unasked question. "It's for my mother. She has always wanted more children, but it didn't work out, and now she's pushing me for grandchildren, and chasing after you," he said pointedly, showing her what she could get out of helping him. He couldn't exactly be subtle with a Gryffindor. Hermione huffed but nodded, knowing this was probably the best way to get Narcissa off her back. "Fine. I'll help you," she said reluctantly, feeling like this would bite her in the ass in one way or another. Harriet spent the majority of January getting together a Department of Health and getting the first ministry funded and run hospital up and running properly. She had written it into the Constitution that every citizen of Avalon was entitled to government-funded health care. So far they had gotten by, and a clinic has been able to handle anything that came up, but a hospital was needed, and so the first hospital on Avalon was open and accepting patients in Avalon City. Harriet wasn't very original with names, so she just named it Avalon City Hospital, and moved on to the next thing in her agenda. The hospital would use both magical and mundane methods of healing, since forms of magical healing reacted badly to mundanes, and as they accepted mundane family members they needed to have both avenues covered. Not to mention mundane medicine was much further ahead in some departments, and whatever could save the most lives was what they would have. The welfare of the people living on Avalon was the only bottom line Harriet would have any part of. "There is no way my mother would subject herself to that barbaric surgery," Draco said adamantly, looking at the textbook explaining some of the fertility treatments and IVF. "Well, this is what they are, so unless you want to make a magical equivalent, I don't see any other way," Hermione said with a huff. Her arms crossed as she glared at the blonde Ponce. He had come to her for help, this is what she had. Draco's eyes widened as he nodded. A magical equivalent, maybe a ritual? Or a potion? He said as he pulled out a few blank pieces of parchment to write on. Hermione looked over his shoulder as he wrote before shaking her head. If we are going to do this, I recommend consulting Severus, she said reluctantly. He was much more adept at creating new potions and spells than either of them. Draco nodded and collected his papers and the books before herding her out of the manor and down the road to Severus's house. Draco didn't even knock, he just walked in. Uncle Sev, I need your help with something. He yelled into the house, kicking off his shoes on reflex as he walked deeper inside, all the while Hermione stared at him in horrified shock before very slowly moving to follow him. Why don't you make yourself comfortable? Hermione heard Severus say sarcastically from further inside the house. Hermione quickly took off her shoes and closed the door. She glared at Draco, who was spreading out the papers over the kitchen table. Hermione almost fell when she saw Severus walk out in slacks and a cable-knit sweater. She couldn't stop herself from gawking. She had never seen him in anything but robes. Hermione quickly caught herself staring and coughed awkwardly before stepping forward. I'm so sorry for taking up your time, Severus. We just wanted to get your ideas about a problem we were having, she said politely. Severus nodded and sat down, beginning to look over the papers. With all the growing communities, Harriet played it smart and began building apartment buildings in each of the new upcoming communities, besides Zonda and Asura, since the land had already been sold. Since it was technically all her land, Harriet was able to find perfect locations for the apartment buildings, and as one of the first places to live available, they always filled up rather quickly. She even began designing new buildings with more apartments for Everston and another apartment building she was having opened in Avalon City, since both the apartment building and condos had already reached full occupancy in Avalon City. She would have also had the new building built in Hailing Cove, but it was going to be a relatively small town and didn't need the extra apartments. By March she had the Hailing Cove branch of LaFay Apartments up and running and taking new leaseholders, while the Avalon City third building was almost finished. With those two buildings almost finished, Harriet Green lit the build in Everston to begin. Harriet kept herself busy most days with the ministry and the construction of LaFay Apartments and condos. Thankfully, at this point the ministry was self-sustaining and Harriet no longer had to hold hands to get things done, but as minister she still had a job to do. Chapter 49 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. While Avalon was advancing by the day, so was Godric's Hollow. As March came to an end, many new things began happening for both Avalon and Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow now had fully functioning condos and a primary school. People who weren't interested in moving to Avalon flocked to Godric's Hollow. Mainly those from Britain, since they weren't comfortable with many of the laws that govern Avalon. Mostly the laws on magic, or lack thereof. There would always be those that wanted to stay stuck in the past, and if they wanted to go to the grave stubborn, that was their choice. If magic was revealed, Avalon would keep the wards open for a single year before going into full lockdown and becoming self-sustaining. Harriet would allow for nothing less. She had made many precautions when it came to the future stability and continuation of Avalon, even in the face of mundane discovery. The Department of Defense had one of her trusted generals that had been in the States the past year as the head, and he was in charge of preventing the mundanes from ever discovering them and making sure they were properly prepared in the case it ever happened. Harriet was taking no chances this time around, and while she wanted Avalon to be a place of peace, she was a woman of war and old habits died hard. By April it was safe to say Draco had grown cocky. The community he had been in charge of with Pansy, Theo, and Blaze was now fully functioning and out of construction. It was predominantly wizards that lived there, as it had very little electricity or anything mundane in nature in the entire town. It was almost a mix of Godric's Hollow and a mundane city. Nightingale only housed 5,000 people at this point, which wasn't much compared to Avalon City, but for being 95% wizards, as well as rather expensive to live at in general, it wasn't bad. Draco wasn't ashamed to admit, even if he had got quite a bit of slack for it, the Nightingale was a more high-class town that served those who had a higher standard. Many of his younger Slytherin associates had bought apartments in the town. Draco was still in the process of building his second apartment building. Hopefully it would boost Nightingale's population, but he wasn't counting on it. Draco felt very proud of Nightingale overall, but he was also proud of his work with Severus and Hermione on the fertility potion. The three of them had been working on it for 2 months now and were finally beginning to make progress. He also felt like his mother might get even more good news. He had noticed the looks Hermione and Severus gave each other when they thought no one was looking. Draco had a feeling Hermione would be joining the family in one way or another. "Are you sure I couldn't convince you to make the move, Minerva? I will make you headmistress of a new school. There has already been discussion of opening a secondary school on the island," Harriet said persuasively to Minerva, who was standing firm on her denial to move to Avalon. Minerva just shook her head. "I can't leave Hogwarts unattended. If I gave up my place as headmistress, Albus would just slide right back in. I'm hoping to have Hogwarts back up to par by the time new students start really coming in. I'm already working on finding teachers to reinstate some of the old classes," she said as she took a sip from her tea. They were both sitting in Minerva's office, the headmistress's office to be exact, having a quick meeting over tea. Harriet always tried to schedule at least one of these teas a month. "Now, tell me, how is Tom treating you?" Minerva asked carefully. Unlike most others, she had never hated Tom Riddle when he had just been Tom Riddle. She had thought him standoffish, but then most of the Slytherins were that way. She had even shared a few classes with Tom back in the day, and she had found him rather pleasant until he turned 16, when the decline had begun. Minerva was one of the few who knew about the Horcruxes and could now connect the dots. She had cautioned Harriet after finding out about the engagement, but never tried to tell her it was a bad idea. Harriet smiled to herself, making Minerva relax. That wasn't a simple fondness. "Tom has been treating me fine, more than fine really. I hope you will attend the wedding. And keep an eye out for Albus if he tries anything," Harriet said, fondness when speaking of Tom which turned to annoyance as soon as she thought of Dumbledore. Minerva scowled. "I'll deal with Albus if he causes a problem. I may not be able to bar him from entering Hogwarts, but I can easily kick him out of your wedding. Honestly, the gall of that man. To insist you are evil incarnate and that we all treat you as Voldemort reborn," she said, her voice dripping with contempt. Harriet snorted, a smirk growing on her face. "Oh, I'm sure he had quite a shock when he realized his name certainly didn't hold the same weight anymore," she said, vindictive satisfaction coursing through her. Minerva rolled her eyes. "No, more like he underestimated how much you have done for the people while he chose to hide behind your image. He's been trying desperately to stop the bills you are pushing through the Wizigmont with no success," she said. She had grown bored of Albus's complaints within the first month of their resurrection. "That's because he has maybe 10 seats under his control. I control 13 on my own, not to mention Tom's considerable influence with the members of the Wizigmont. It came in handy when I got the Department of Child Welfare opened," she said with a snicker as she took a sip from her tea. Harriet had by no means abandoned Britain when she opened Avalon. She still worked for the betterment of magical Britain, but not directly. She wrote up laws she wanted passed and her solicitor did the rest. Minerva leaned over and squeezed Harriet's arms in a show of thanks. "I thought that law was brilliant, dear. How Albus could call it evil I will never understand," she said with a huff. Harriet let out an exasperated huff. "It's easy to understand when you realize he thinks anything that doesn't suit his greater good is evil. It won't be as easy to manipulate well-loved children that have been taken care of properly after all," she said, her voice gaining a sickly sweat quality. Minerva wanted to argue, but she couldn't, not after everything. She had always believed in Albus, but then again it was a belief stemming from childhood. Growing up being taught by him had been amazing. He had always seen her potential. Minerva's felt her blood run cold. Did he see her potential, or her usefulness? Minerva knew the answer, even if she didn't want to admit it to herself. Millicent rushed through headquarters towards the twins' lab. She had just received a Patronus saying they needed her and to bring her medical bag. Some days she hated being the best healer in headquarters, she really did. They were lucky she always had her medical bag shrunken and on her. Millicent sped up as she heard the screaming. She was almost running when she found Gorg trying to calm down a distraught Fred, even though Gorg was the one missing a bloody arm. Thankfully the arm was laying on the table, meaning she could fix it. "Fred, I need you to back up. I can handle this, but I'm gonna need space. Trust me, I've fixed up much worse, funnily enough on George himself," Millicent said as she pulled out what she would need and began the process of reattaching Gorg's arm. While Millicent was focused on her work, Lily pulled Fred to the side and began cleaning up the blood on the floor with a few waves of her wand. Wasn't the first lost limb she had seen. And it probably wouldn't be the last. How in Merlin's balls are you so calm? Fred asked loudly, his eyes blown wide in absolute panic. He had been terrified when he saw Gorg's arm lying on the table, not on his body. Yet Gorg had just scowled and put the wound in stasis as well as his severed arm. He hadn't even screamed. Lily snorted as she forced him to sit down and put a glass of water in his hands. She didn't have the best bedside manner, but she made sure her partner wasn't disturbed while she did her work and kept the others calm. It's not the first time any of us have lost a limb. He was lucky it was the arm this time. The legs hurt worse. The arm is pretty easy for Millie to fix. Won't take more than a week before he's good as new. The legs take more than a month before you can walk straight, Aegean, Lily explained, amused as she watched Fred finally start to calm down as his brother now had two attached arms again. Millicent did a few more spells on the shoulder to make sure the tendons were back in order. Now, you know the drill. 1 hour each day of exercises and then come see me in a week to make sure it all healed correctly, she said as she began packing away her medical bag. George smirked ruffishly. Thanks, Doc. I'll follow your orders. I'm more worried about my mom's reaction to this whole thing, George said as he hopped down from the table. His arm was now in a sling, so it wasn't as if he could hide what happened. Everything got around headquarters anyways, so if he even tried to hide it he would just be in for more shit. Then instead of coddling he'll be scolded. Chapter end notes. I want to say for the record, when the wedding does happen there won't be a big chapter detailing the whole thing. I'm sorry, I am just not the bitch who is into weddings. Honestly, I'm pretty tomboy in most things. I was raised by a single boomer dad from the ages of 3 to now. I'm not good at the romantic shit and all that stuff. Not even in real life. Also, don't mind Draco being the rich ponce he is. Draco is Draco. If I wrote him any other way it would be a disservice to the character. Lol. Chapter 50 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. To say Molly Weasley lost her mind when she found out about Gorg blowing off his arm would be an understatement. At first she had coddled him, tending to his every need even though Gorg insisted he was fine. His brothers and sister had a good laugh at his expense. While Molly fussed, Arthur could tell Gorg was fine. He worried, but he had been there to see Gorg recover from much worse than a lost limb. He had almost been split in half at one point if Millicent hadn't patched him up. It was when Molly started insisting that Gorg and Fred stop inventing that he put his foot down. Mom, I know you love me and you want what you think is best for me, but I am a grown man and this is my passion. I won't give it up. Everything in this world is dangerous. Trying to shield me from the world won't work. I've been through much worse than this. This is a week of recovery and I'm fine. You're making it a bigger deal than it is, George said, not letting his mother even begin a tirade about them getting a job in the ministry. Weasley's innovations was his passion. It wasn't just his and Fred's either. His father and brothers often helped them combine mundane and magical items as well as Sirius and Remus. They weren't just making pranks anymore. They were currently working on a way to filter the salt out of ocean water so they wouldn't just have to rely on the freshwater lakes on Avalon. If it worked it could help people all over the world. Amelia, I'm so glad we could meet. I know Susan isn't very happy with me at the moment, but she is still one of my most trusted, Harriet said upon entering Amelia's office in the British ministry. She had refused the offer to transfer to Avalon, which Harriet respected. Amelia smiled politely at Harriet as she shook the witch's hand before they both sat down. Susan speaks fondly of you. I've only heard favorable things from her about the runnings of Avalon, Amelia said, her voice friendly, if not a little stiff. Susan hadn't turned down the opportunity to help Avalon grow like her aunt did. Susan had taken a position in the ministry and was even on her way to receiving a seat in the council in a few years. Avalon is constantly growing. Everston is finally out of its construction phase, but now we are in the midst of beginning construction for 2 new towns. We're working on opening up a second hospital and have finally finished creating the standards for education. It's busy work, but Susan has been an immense help. She's doing the Bones name proud, Harriet said. She was sucking up, but everything she said was true. Amelia raised an eyebrow, amused. What do you want, Miss LeFay? She asked, not having time for the games. Harriet just smirked. I was hoping we could discuss getting an official pardon from the ministry for my fiancé, she said, her voice dripping with honey. Amelia spluttered. You can't be serious, she asked, absolutely gobsmacked. Harriet nodded. I am. Most of his crimes have been erased. And technically he died for his crimes before. Coming back from the dead was a tricky loophole, but a loophole nonetheless, she said suggestively. Amelia looked at her in shock. That does not account for everything he has done since his resurrection, she said pointedly, coming out of her shock. Harriet nodded. Agreed, but as this ministry is famous for, how much money are we talking? She asked, remembering how many of Tom's Death Eaters have made donations and suddenly their crimes were swept under the rug. Amelia glared, not liking to be reminded how corrupt her industry was. Ms. LaFay, a 17-year-old boy, lost his life. You yourself were cursed with the unforgivable. And that is only if we forget everything Voldemort did in the Second War, she said, looking at Harriet with more judgment than necessary. Harriet raised an eyebrow mockingly. As sad as it is, I think we both know that can be over. Looked, Harriet said, her own judgment showing clearly. She really did not think much of the British ministry, but Tom seemed to want to try and pull them back up to some semblance of greatness. Harriet sighed, seeing this was not going to go how she wanted if she kept this attitude. Look, there won't be a war. Tom is firmly against it, and his sanity is intact. I wouldn't be about to marry him if it wasn't. I mourned Cedric for a very long time, but we must all stop looking back and start looking forward. Tom can do a lot of good for Britain if you only let him. And honestly, you could use his help here, she said, her voice becoming reasonable. Harriet saw that Amelia wasn't going to budge, so she stood up and dusted off her robes. Give my offer to Scrimgeour. I'm willing to donate $5 billion towards the growth of magical Britain if he's willing to sign the pardon. We all just want what's best for the people, she said before leaving the office. Harriet wanted to do this for Tom. He would be gaining seats when they married, yet he wouldn't be able to use them if he was arrested on sight as soon as he entered the ministry. Plus she could just imagine the old fool's face if Tom got pardoned. Harriet didn't mention the meeting with Amelia Bones to anyone but Luna until September. Her 17th birthday had come and gone, even if physically she was turning 21. Harriet had been in her office, checking up on the construction of the core, Jaceera, and Cambria when a letter came through her window. She gave the barn owl some treats and water for its troubles as she opened the letter, only for her to drop it in shock before quickly picking it back up to read again. It was from the minister, stating that if Tom signed a magically binding contract that he would never again try and subject the British people to his rule or attempt to ignite another magical war, the minister would sign the pardon, with the donation of course. Harriet was honestly surprised. From the way Amelia had reacted, she had thought it would never happen. But apparently Scrimgeour was a more reasonable man. He understood what there was to gain and how little they would actually lose. Harriet was actually impressed the man could look past his own murder by Tom, though it put into perspective what kind of position the British ministry was in. They were so desperate for money they would pardon bloody Voldemort. Harriet smirked as she wrote back a quick reply that they would work out a time for the meeting before sending the letter back to the ministry. Once the owl was gone, she picked up Leviathan and the letter and apparated to Malfoy Manor, straight into Tom's office. At first she was met with a wand, but immediately it dropped as Tom scowled at her. I thought we talked about not apparating directly into my office, he said in exasperation. Thankfully he had not been in a meeting this time. Harriet snorted. You talked. I ignored. Now do you want to hear my good news or should I just go? She asked casually, knowing Tom would want to know. Tom rolled his eyes and made a motion as if to say, go on. Harriet smirked. You know how you mentioned being angry about not being able to access the seats you will gain through our marriage? Well, I may have found a solution, she said cheekily as she handed him the letter. He took the parchment doubtfully and began reading, his eyebrows rising as he read. You got me a pardon? He asked in complete shock. Harriet nodded, a large smile on her face. Yep. Now, it isn't free. You're going to have to swear an unbreakable vow not to try and go all megalomaniac again, but you weren't planning on it anyways, she said with a shrug. Tom blinked in shock, his eyes darting between the paper and Harriet before he dropped the paper, stood up and walked around his desk, bringing her into a steamy kiss. Harriet leaned in, a small sound of surprise coming from the back of her throat as he lifted her up onto his desk. When they pulled away from the kiss, Tom looked at her with heat in his eyes. Every day you make me more and more excited to marry you, he said breathlessly as he slowly backed away, taking back control of himself as Harriet slowly slid from the desk and corrected her dress. Harriet smirked and grabbed his tie, pulling him into another quick kiss before pulling away. "Consider it my wedding gift to you," she said cheekily as she pulled away and sat back down in her chair. Chapter end notes. For the record, I know it's hypocritical for Harriet to be asking for a pardon, but I can't see her not doing it either. And why she is judging them so much for the corruption while using it to her advantage is because she has ensured Avalon wouldn't have this shit. In the Constitution I put in a bit about people only being able to donate to the ministry through a goblin-monitored vault. Taking any other donation for any political reason is considered punishable by 15 years in prison. I feel like Harriet was not gonna take the chance for another fucking fudge to pop up. I am planning on posting the Constitution in one of the chapters, but currently I still find myself adding to it all the time, so I'm not gonna post it yet. Lol. Chapter 51 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. With a 5 billion galleon donation from the Gryffindor Lordship Vault to the ministry and a few unbreakable vows, Tom had his pardon. He got a signed paper and everything. Harriet had purposely had her and Tom take a mundane photograph with the framed contract and had it sent to Dumbledore through the owl post, not risking Hedwig and Dumbledore's temper. Apparently he had tried every trick in the bloody book to see the pardon thrown out, but it hadn't worked. The man had practically thrown a hissy fit in the Wizigmont chambers from what Harriet's solicitor told her. So it was with no little amount of petty joy that she sent that picture to Dumbledore and had the framed contract hung up in Tom's office. She had also framed the article from the Daily Prophet. Surprisingly, it was written in Tom's favor. It went into his original goals and the laws he had tried to get passed in the beginning. Before being blocked by Dumbledore, the article mentioned how they were eager to see what that man does with a fresh pardon. It only took one read-through for Harriet to know Tom either threatened or bribed the prophet, but she wasn't going to say anything. It was after the arm incident that Gorg recruited Bill to help him with a new project. They knew that within the next few years there would be thousands of people born with magic that haven't been affected by the spell to send them all back. If they could find a way to attract these people, it would be easier to integrate them into the magical world. Currently they only had a way to track children with active magic born in the world, but not for inactive squiblines. It took months of work, but October they had finally created a ward that would draw anyone with magic to it. It would be comforting to anyone with magic while repelling those without. Once they had it patented, they took it to the council. After a month, the Council of Magic had green-lit the opening of coffee houses all over the world that would work as places for the wards to be grounded. Harriet had even trademarked the brand, knowing that coffee shops were about to become insanely popular. Harriet saw it as a good opportunity to both bring in money for the ministry but also new people. Anyone magical didn't belong in the mundane world. If they chose to stay, that was their choice, but they deserved to at least get the choice. Harriet stood looking at the dress, her eyes glazed as she just stared at the beaded runic designs. It was a traditional handfasting gown apparently. Harriet wouldn't know. She had never even thought of getting married before, and now here she was, about to get married in less than a month's time. Was she ready to be a wife? Be a mother again? Was she ready for any of it? She knew she liked Tom, enjoyed his company more than anyone else's, bar Luna's. She found him incredibly attractive. Yet the man was her parents' killer. They had fought on opposite sides of a war, and here she was marrying him. Having second thoughts? Luna asked, making Harriet jump in surprise as she turned towards the silver blonde. Harriet narrowed her eyes. "Don't do that. You're lucky you didn't lose your head," she said with a scowl, knowing she had done it on purpose. Luna smirked as she sat down, looking at Harriet amused. "Like you could hit me, I'm your second for a reason. Now, stop worrying and freaking yourself out," she said pointedly. Harriet huffed and crossed her arms, turning back to look at the dress. "I'm not freaking myself out," she said with a grumble. Luna snorted. "Yes you are. You know Tom is right for you. You can feel it in your bones. Stop worrying about the opinions and feelings of dead people. They aren't here. You have to live for you," she said, not buying Harriet's lies for a second. Harriet's shoulders dropped. "I know I need to live for me, but am I ready? Once we get married, it won't be that long before we have a child. The contract is pretty unbreakable on that front. Am I ready to be a mother again?" She said quietly, her voice breaking at the end as the image of her beautiful boy came to her before it disappeared. She didn't even have photos of him anymore. He had been erased. Luna stood up and hugged Harriet from behind. "I know you miss Teddy. I know how his death tore you apart, but you can't bring him back. You need to live, Harriet. That doesn't mean letting go of him, but it does mean moving forward. she said gently, encouragingly. Harriet nodded. I know, what if one day I forget him? What if when I have more children he gets farther and farther away? She whispered, her voice trembling as tears came to her eyes. Luna shook her head. He will always be your child, Harriet, you'll never be able to forget him. And you will always have your memories, she said, her voice calm. Harriet nodded slowly, feeling a small part of her that had been latching onto the past finally let go. She would always have her memories, and while she would love to have her son by her side again, some things were beyond her power. Tom led her down to a familiar stone basement. The dungeons? Really, Tom? Harriet asked sarcastically. Tom hushes her. Do you want your present or not? I know something has been going on with you. I can feel it, he said gently as he led her past the areas she was familiar with and down another flight of stairs. Harriet shrugged. Just some cold feet, mostly about children. I thought I would never have kids after Teddy, she explained quietly. She wasn't going to hide her worries from him. He was her partner. Tom felt himself relax slightly, those worries he could work through. I see, it must be difficult to move past that, he said as he led her down to the lower dungeons in Malfoy Manor. Harriet nodded. It is, but I'm working on it. Now, I'm assuming your gift is a person. Want to give me a heads up? She asked sarcastically. Tom chuckled and shook his head. We're almost there. I thought I would thank you for your wedding gift with one of my own, he said as he stopped in front of a cell and motioned inside. As Harriet stepped forward and saw who was in the cell, a sickening smirk worked its way onto her face, one that screamed pain. Well, isn't this just a brilliant gift? Harriet said in a low sultry tone as she leaned towards the bars, enjoying the look of terror on the face of Dolores Umbridge. Tom had to subtly shift the way he was standing at the predatory look on her face. He had never been more attracted to her than in this moment. Harriet quickly had Dolores transferred to the dungeons at headquarters. She would take her pound of flesh, then throw the bitch to the others. Most of them had been tortured by the woman as children. You know, Dolores, I really hope you enjoyed those moments of superiority you felt while torturing children. Because I'll feel even more torturing a grown woman as disgusting as you. The only thing better is if I could have Bellatrix as well. Her death was much too quick in my opinion, Harriet said sweetly as she stood in front of Umbridge's new cell. I'm sorry, darling, but I couldn't just hand her over. It would make all of my minions rather opinionated, Tom said as he leaned against the far wall, enjoying the show. Harriet mock glared at him, not fully satisfied by the disownment and subsequent death of Bellatrix. She knew it was as good as it would get though, and it wasn't as if the woman had enjoyed herself. She had to be made an example of after the things she said about their impending marriage. To say Bellatrix hadn't been happy would be an understatement. She mockingly smiled towards Dolores. Lucky for me you have no friends within Tom's ranks. You haven't made many friends at all, have you, Dolores? I wonder, would anyone even know you had disappeared? She asked sweetly, enjoying the defeat in her eyes. Considering my associates found her hiding in the middle of Russia, I don't think anyone will be looking for her, Tom said casually, still perched against the wall, just enjoying watching Harriet toy with the woman like a cat plays with the mouse before devouring it. Harriet smiled sharply. Oh, you were hiding? From little old me? She asked, her hand going to her chest. Umbridge in a show of defiance glared. I would never run from you, girl, she spat out, only to be met with the Cruciatus. Harriet put a hand on Tom's arm, telling him without words to ease up the spell. Now, no need for her to get too comfortable yet. I think a few weeks in the dark alone will do her some good. It will be nice to enjoy our honeymoon knowing she is withering away all alone, don't you think? At least until we get back, Harriet asked as she wrapped her arms around Tom's neck. Chapter end notes. Sue, what you think? I had to make an edit. I forgot I already killed Bellatrix, lol. Chapter 52 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was finally happening, the day was here. Tom and Harriet were getting married. The ceremony would be relatively small, with only hierarchy members of both Harriet's and Tom's people, as well as anyone from headquarters. Harriet had put her foot down when it came to a large wedding. She never wanted one and she wouldn't be having one. It didn't help that it wasn't a wedding like Harriet had ever imagined. There were no bridesmaids or groomsmen, just her and Tom at the front as their hands were bound and their vows given. Then they signed the magical contract binding their marriage for all to witness. It was a typical magical wedding ceremony and Harriet found herself enjoying it more than she thought she would. Sirius and Remus sat in the front row. Sirius had a genuine smile while Remus was being as polite as he could. Tonks sitting by his side gripping his hand in comfort. Minerva sat next to them, a handkerchief in her hand as she dabbed away tears. The entire Weasley brood were a few pews behind while the majority of Harriet's generals were in various spots around the room. After the signing, Tom brought Harriet into a deep kiss which the majority of both sides of the room cheered for, even if some looked like they swallowed a lemon. They pulled away and then the party began. Tables were levitated out and drinks were dispersed. Harriet and Tom never got a moment to themselves the entire evening until the night ended. Hermione smiled at the sight of Harriet and Tom dancing. She was on her 4th glass of wine that night and was gently swaying to the music as she watched people. She laughed behind her hand as she watched Ginny pull Cho from the room, both women giggling and touching each other. Even she had called that one for months now. Hermione thought the ceremony was beautiful. She had her doubts about a Yule wedding, but Harriet had done a great job. Hermione's own wedding had been tackier than this one. Though it being Ron's wedding, that wasn't a surprise. At the thought of Ronald, she scowled and finished the glass, grabbing another from a waiter that was passing by. He hadn't attended the wedding, but she had heard Molly complaining to Arthur about his new girlfriend and how he had her over at the Burrow. Hermione was not jealous. No, not at all. Well, maybe she was jealous that he had moved on before her. She hadn't been with anyone else but Ron, ever. As if smelling her thoughts, Michael came to stand beside her. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asked with a charming smirk. Hermione looked at him cautiously before deciding to fuck it and smirked at him. "They're worth more than that, aren't they?" she asked, her voice flirty. Luna sighed sadly and shook her head as she watched Hermione lead a cheesily smiling Michael from the room. That would only end in disaster. Thankfully, Hermione wasn't looking for something serious and it was a mutual benefit type of situation. Luna's eyes moved over everyone in the room. She saw Charlie and Oliver dancing. Those two were adorable and Luna really hoped they lasted. They had something to get through first though. Bill and Fleur were also dancing. Those two were quickly making up for lost time. Luna knew Molly would be getting grandchildren again within the next year or two. Those two would only be able to hold off so long. They weren't the only ones either, Luna thought as her eyes shifted to Harriet and Tom, a smirk growing on her face. She was so happy for Harriet. Her friend would be so happy in the coming years. Tom and Harriet honeymooned in the Potter Beach house in the Caribbean that Harriet owned. Their first night there was interesting to say the least. Harriet hadn't expected coldness from Tom, but she also hadn't expected the passion the man had in the bedroom. To say she didn't mind that stipulation in the contract anymore would be an understatement. They spent an entire month away in their own little world. Harriet left Luna to handle it all. The only thing she directly dealt with was the Wizigmont and Council of Magic. Luna and Draco were both picking up the slack on her end while Thetis Knott took up the slack for Tom. The two spent an entire month of just spending time with each other without the politics and bullshit. At times they had gotten into tiffs, but in the end they settled and they were better for it. They had agreed that Tom would move into LaFay Castle and give the Malfoys back their manor. Harriet would alternate between headquarters and LaFay Castle. The two of them were not suddenly in love, but they enjoyed each other's company and to any outsiders probably looked like normal newlyweds. Even if they weren't normal, both of them were happy with the way they were, and that was all that mattered. With Harriet gone, Luna got to work. She checked over the first finished railroad in Avalon that went from Nightendale to Avalon City and then to Everstone. She opened up Jasira to the general public to move there and got the immigration department to start sending new people to Jasira. Luna was technically undersecretary for Harriet and was able to do her duties officially while she was on leave. With taking over Harriet's official duties also came taking over her unofficial duties, one of which throwing some food and water into Umbitch's cell once or twice a week so she didn't die. She also had the privilege to see the fallout from everything that happened during the wedding, best of all being Hermione's drunken hookup with Michael, which, fair towards Hermione, it wasn't as if she was the first woman around here to fall into his bed when they were looking for an easy lay. Luna had never taken him up on the offer, but Cho, Pansy, Ginny, and Mandy all had at one time or another. Now Luna could add Hermione to the list. While Michael was a player, he was also a good lay from what she heard and knew what he was doing. Plus he was a damn good lawyer, and now that he was working on getting his practicing license back, he would be even more useful around here. They were always having one legal problem or another. The first thing Tom did upon returning from his honeymoon was go to the goblins and get the Slytherin lordship. He had felt nothing but satisfaction as his account manager showed him the properties and seats he now controlled. Not a ridiculous amount by any means, but it was more than he had imagined. There were 2 properties now open to him, one a large estate and another an unplotted island. Apparently it had no structures on it and has simply been a place where plants and animals have grown freely for the past 800 years. It was the seats that satisfied Tom the most, 4 seats in the Wizigmont as well as 4 seats on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Once Tom was walked through his properties, he was taken to his new vault. He had almost stumbled when he saw the damn thing. He had immediately ordered an accounting of the vault to be done as he put all the books he could find into an expanding bag to take home and go through. Maybe Harriet would like to join him? He had been packing away the bag when he almost stumbled over a rock, only to look down and almost kick himself. He had almost tripped over a fucking basilisk egg. He crouched down and picked up the egg in a state of shock before making a small undignified sound at the sight of 6 more eggs lying behind it in the little nook he had found. He quickly packed the eggs away as well. He needed to find a safe place for them. He already knew he would gift one to each of his future children, a familiar to protect each of his lines going forward. With each egg he packed away, he marveled at the unique coloring, some black, others an emerald to a deep forest green. He had even packed away 2 eggs that were dark blue in color. He would never admit to the expressions and sounds he had made that day. Thankfully no one had been able to see it, otherwise he would have had to kill them. Chapter end notes. Like I previously stated, weddings aren't my thing. Sorry if this wasn't what you guys were hoping for, but I feel like I at least did the shit justice and didn't skip the whole thing. For the record, the story is now at February 1998. They were brought back in July 1995. I know I'm moving pretty fast. It's 'cause how I have my outline laid out. It's literally by months, so what happens in this month then the next, so if there's not a lot you get very big time skips. And seeing as I have the timeline going to 2020, time skipping isn't a bad thing. Chapter 53 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet smirked as she watched the memory of Tom entering the Wizigmont. Dumbledore looked ready to curse Tom where he stood, but he could do nothing. The old man was no longer chief warlock and was only a seat holder, so he could just sit there and watch as his enemy was sworn into a position of power where he could affect the laws in which govern the people. Harriet just laughed at the face Dumbledore had when he heard that Tom now had direct control of 4 seats. Harriet was tempted to make him her solicitor if their marriage contract didn't directly forbid it unless permission was given on a temporary basis. She was the one who put that little clause in, so she wouldn't be changing it now. It was so that they each kept their respective powers and could only use the others if they were given temporary use. Neither of them could permanently take over the other's assets unless one of them died, in which case their children would inherit their titles if they were of age. Harriet was shocked out of her thoughts by Albus trying to curse Tom in the midst of the Wizigmont meeting. Her husband had been prepared and deflected the attack, but the fact Dumbledore attacked him in front of the governing body was madness. How insane was the old man? She watched as Dumbledore was escorted out, practically kicking and screaming by Aurors. When Harriet pulled out of the memory, she was just staring at Tom in shock. Was he arrested? She asked, her voice coming out slightly choked. She had never thought Dumbledore would do something so stupid. Tom nodded. Yes, but I'm assuming he won't receive time in Azkaban for attacking me. He didn't use an unforgivable, so it could be argued the spell was non-lethal in nature, which would just be attempted assault since the spell never hit me. That's if charges are even seen through. He has a way of slipping through the cracks, Tom said, his voice exasperated as he sat back in his desk chair with a huff. They were currently in Lefay Castle in his office. They had a joint sitting room, and on each side was one of their offices. They had a similar setup for their bedrooms. Currently they each had their own, wanting to have their own space. It wasn't uncommon for husbands and wives to not share rooms in pureblood society, so there was no shame that came with sleeping in separate beds. Neither of them were particularly touchy people and didn't like touching each other in their sleep, so there was no pressure to share a bed, and truthfully both were pretty controlling with their space, and the idea of having someone in their space all the time was anxiety-inducing. Occasionally they would sleep in the same bed, in which case whichever bed they were at they would sleep in, but this way came more naturally to both of them. Harriet shook her head. No way he gets away with it. He did it in front of the Wizigmont. There will be an uproar if Dumbledore isn't punished. she said as she moved to sit down in the seat on the other side of his desk, normally reserved for minions. That hasn't mattered much in the past, Tom said doubtfully. Harriet snorted. In the past, he doesn't hold as much sway now. The only support he has is from the old crowd, and even they mostly stay neutral. The minister himself signed your pardon. I don't see the ministry backing him up on this one, she said amused. She just wished she could see it herself, but she wasn't going to take up her seats for a single meeting. If she truly wanted to, she could request the memory from her solicitor. Harriet winced at the official letter from the ICW. Now that Avalon was recognized as its own country, Harriet had regular contact with the ICW. Apparently Makusa had discovered many squibs inside of mundane mental institutions. All ministries were now being ordered to check their mundane mental institutes for anyone with magic in their blood. Thankfully Avalon didn't have any part in it, not having mundane mental institutions, but she knew there was probably going to be quite a few in Britain. She would need to make sure those people were properly cared for and helped to recover. She knew the British ministry wouldn't know how to handle this situation properly. Harriet wrote out a missive to Scrimgeour offering to take any squibs who were found in these institutes. All she could do was make the offer. Whether they accepted or not was up to them. By the end of February, the second railroad on Avalon was finished. It went from Morgana's Hallow to Asura, then Everston, to Zonda, and finally stops at Hailing Cove. For now, the railroads were lettered, the first being Railroad A, this one being Railroad B. The two connect at Everston, making moving both products and people around the island much easier. Not everyone was comfortable with the flow system, so having a way to travel through the island was a must. Harriet had even greenlit the construction of a highway that went around the border of the entire island. Currently it was in the planning phase, and once they had a solid blueprint, Harriet would green-light construction. It was getting increasingly obvious that people wanted to move to Avalon. Every day they had more people going through the Department of Immigration. So much so that Harriet had to open up the core to the department because Avalon City was beginning to overflow and they needed somewhere for people to live outside of the city. Most people found jobs in Avalon City as it was where the most companies looking for people were, but not everyone wanted to live in a city, so Vakor would be a feed-off town from the city since it was within an hour drive through the island, though currently on dirt roads, but they are roads. In March, Tom finally got to investigate his properties. Slytherin Estate was rather large but not maintained. He didn't know if he wanted to spend the money to bring it back up to par or just let it sit. He wasn't interested in renting it out like Harriet did with her properties. These properties had been kept under lock and key for a reason, and until Tom figured out why, he was cautious to bring others to the manor. Though he did need to find a new place to have meetings, Harriet had been pretty clear about no Death Eater meetings in Lefay Castle. If Tom wanted to Dark Lord, he had to do so. Elsewhere he had thought to just take over Malfoy Manor for any meetings, but having a place of his own to keep prisoners and the like was probably a good idea. Harriet would surely have a problem if one of their future children stumbled their way into the dungeons. Oh, he could hear the screeching now. The more and more he thought about it as he walked through the estate, the more he liked the idea and summoned a parchment and self-inking quill. He refused to use a Muggle pen. He began marking down ideas as he inspected the estate. Once he was done with Slytherin Estate, he had the notes put to the side and apparated to the unnamed island. He found dense jungle and from what he could see a mountain far off in the distance. As he was a betting man, he would say dragons were housing there from the smell of sulfur that almost permeated the entire island. He spent over 3 hours inspecting the island and found many plants and animals he wasn't able to identify. He might enlist the help of Severus and Harriet's second Luna to figure out everything that was here. And loath as he was, maybe the second eldest Weasley wouldn't go amiss. Tom had seen several different breeds of dragons flying overhead. He had only briefly inspected the mountain, but from what he could tell the dragons housed themselves in the caves, which were plenty. With great hesitation, Tom enlisted the help of Severus, Luna, and Charlie to catalog the island and see what could be found there. The three of them were rather eager to find what they could, and as soon as Tom had dropped them off on the island, the three of them were off. Tom would pick them up at the rendezvous spot every day for a month as they cataloged the entire island. By April they had the entire island cataloged and had found numerous species of plants and animals that haven't been seen for years. Harriet convinced him to get in contact with some preservation societies to try and see if they could bring back some of the potion ingredients at least. They didn't hold out too much hope for the animals as they already seemed to have issues from inbreeding, seeing as they hadn't had any new blood added to their lines in 800 years. Chapter end notes. Just me putting in my 2 cents with the whole sleeping in separate beds thing. I made a point of it cause it is a completely healthy and valid thing to do. Sorry, but that bitch has to be in all caps cause I have heard from so many people how they don't know if two people could love each other if they don't sleep in the same bed, and I just want to bash my head against a wall. Seriously? Do people think if I don't snore in my BF's ear for 8 hours we're not a real couple? Like if that's the glue holding you together, it isn't a good relationship. Me and my BF haven't slept in the same bed for like 3 years. When we moved in together we both realized one of us was always getting kept up by the other. This went on for like a year. We both big bitches and big bitches snore. Like screaming loud snore. Until eventually we were ready to kill the other for a good night's sleep. So now we got 2 beds, and it's nice. I have my own room that I can do whatever the hell I want in without someone else's opinion. IDK, it might be me and my BF both being on the spectrum and liking to have control of our own spaces, but that shit has been for the best. Seriously, we are both so much happier for it since we both get the sleep we need. Do you know how irritable a person gets with no sleep? Ask new parents, they will tell you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And for any of you bitches being kept up by snoring, go get your own bed. Trust me. At least get a spare bed so you got another option. If you have the space and ability. Chapter 54 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. With Tom working on his properties, Harriet continued working on Avalon. She green-lit the construction of Highway 11 that would wrap around the entire island, except La Fay Castle and Morgana's Hallow. Almost all of the property in those areas was already sold to wizarding families who either already built manors or were in the process of building. Not to mention, Harriet didn't think the old wizarding families would appreciate a mundane highway going through their properties. Once Highway 11 was constructed around the entire island, more highways would probably be built going through the middle of the island, but for now this will open up transportation around the island massively. Thankfully, Harriet wasn't directly in charge of the project as that fell to the Department of Transportation. As minister, she mostly approved projects and then sat her seats on the Council of Magic. Not to say that was nothing, because she spent most days without a moment to slow down and breathe, but it was better than when she was trying to do it all on her own. One of the better parts of the job was how easy it was to stay in contact with the other magical communities when she was part of the ICW. While some countries jumped on the Avalon bandwagon, others had ideas of their own. Already Harriet had gotten several reports of dead political figures that were at the forefront of the anti-magic movement. Currently, she was reading over the detailed plans Russia had written up to create a civilization 300 feet under the ice in Antarctica. Not the worst plan in Harriet's opinion. She was interested to see how it panned out. China, North Korea, and Japan were all working together towards finding another planet to make hospitable. Harriet would have thought it far-fetched, but they already have several options for planets that would be livable with the right modifications. Magic could achieve many things with the right motivation and preparation. Is it really done? Did we figure it out? Hermione asked in shock as she looked over the positive results. They had tested the potion 10 times now, and each time it worked. She was in shock. Without thinking, she squealed happily and jumped on Severus, wrapping her arms around his neck. He jolted in surprise but slowly wrapped his arms around her, glaring at Draco to mind his business as his godson snickered behind them. Hermione pulled away with a barely noticeable blush before jumping on Draco in a similar show of celebration. She absolutely refused to admit to how good it felt when Severus wrapped his arms around her. Yeah, Granger, get off me," Draco said playfully, or playfully for Draco anyways. Hermione huffed as she pulled away. "You must be excited to tell your mother? I know it's been hard keeping this from her?" she asked, a large smile on her face. Draco rolled his eyes. "Oh, I'm excited to tell her, all right. She has not stopped trying to get me into a betrothal contract. Even suggested Pansy," he said with a scowl. Hermione snickered as she turned away from him, not wanting to set the blonde ponce off. She may have found a common ground with Draco, but he would forever be a dramatic ponce. Severus looked at Draco fondly. "I'm sure Narcissa will lighten up after she gets another child to spoil. You know how much your parents spoiled you. Your mother called you her miracle for years when you were younger," he said, his voice serious but his eyes showing that he was teasing. Hermione couldn't contain the quiet snort at Draco's scowl. "That's if it works. There's not a 100% success rate," Draco said, desperately trying to get the subject back on track. Hermione nodded. For the first dose maybe, but we have yet to see someone take the potion a second time with no result, she said, her voice sounding proud. She was incredibly proud of what they did. She knew what it was like to suffer fertility issues. She had wanted more than 2 children but had been unable to get pregnant again. Her mother had similar issues after her own birth, so it was something she was familiar with. Hermione was also aware that fertility issues were almost 25% more likely to happen in witches than in mundanes. Something about magic made witches more susceptible to fertility issues, which didn't help the population problem the magical world was having. When do you think we can begin selling it to the general public? Hermione asked as Severus carefully began bottling the potion. I would say the end of this month. Latest mid-June. The Potion Guild will want to do testing on it and we will want to file for a patent, which should take about a month, and then we should be able to sell it through hospitals around the world. Severus answered as he sealed the last bottle. Well, this is a nice way to come home for the evening, Harriet said as she walked into the dining room, seeing the small table set with candles. Tom shrugged as he took her cloak gently and hung it up. I was in a rather good mood and thought, why not? He said before gently pulling her into a kiss. Harriet smiled as she pulled away from the kiss, her smile growing as Tom pulled out the chair for her before she sat down. What a gentleman, she said teasingly as she sat down. Tom smirked. I try, he said as he took his own seat. Harriet smirked as 2 glasses of wine popped onto the table. It seemed Tom had hoodwinked Creature into helping him. Harriet picked it up and took a sip, raising an eyebrow as she put it down. And this wouldn't be an elaborate scheme to get in my pants, would it? Harriet asked coyly, knowing that was exactly what it was and not minding it at all. Tom gasped in mock offense before shrugging, completely unrepentant. They all are, darling, he said as he looked her up and down, heat in his eyes. Harriet laughed and took another drink. Tom may be an acquired taste, but he was perfect for her. Harriet huffed out a laugh when Tom got up out of bed. Starkers. I should have figured all you wanted was to get in my bed. As soon as you get what you want, you leave, she said dramatically, mockingly flinging herself back into the bedding, smirking as feathers flew into the air. They may have ripped a few things. Tom turned back to her with a smirk. I was going to get us a snack, but if your highness would rather get one herself, I could go to my room, he said as he grabbed his robe, which had been thrown on the bedroom door. Harriet laughed, a large smile on her face. Get the treacle tart. Oh, and the brandy, she said as he walked out of the room. Tom just shook his head amused as he went to get her the snack she had demanded, and himself a rather large glass of water and a turkey sandwich. Hermione stiffened as she practically sensed him. She had just been doing paperwork in her office at the ministry when she had heard his approach. She didn't need to look up to know Ron was in front of her desk. She almost didn't want to at all, but that would be petty, so she took a deep breath and looked up to see Ron standing there. He looked about the age of 17 or 18. It was obvious he hadn't taken the aging potion. She could see as his eyes widened, taking her in. He coughed awkwardly as she just raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to say whatever he wanted to say and then leave. He shuffled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Hermione felt her back straighten as she recognized that look on his face. That's the look he gets when he was about to give some half-assed apology and act as if that made it all okay. Look, I know I was being an idiot, I'm sorry. Could we give it another try? He asked with those puppy eyes that used to make her melt. Now she looked at them and felt nothing. No, that wasn't true. She felt bitter rage. She didn't let the rage show as she burst out laughing. Her laughter sounded like Bellatrix's from how unhinged it was. When she finally got herself under control, she slowly stood up, a patronizing smile on her face. You were an idiot because you fucked up the best thing that could happen to you, me. I took care of you, held your hand through every step of your fucking life, and what thanks did I get? Abandonment over something that wasn't even my fault. But you know what? Thank you for abandoning me, Ron, because it made me take a long look in the mirror and realize that I want more out of life than you could ever give me. I want a partner, not another child that I need to mommy because he's too much of a ponce to ever take care of himself. So go run back to whatever trollop who smarted up and left you in the dust. Maybe if you're quick and beg real nice, she'll forgive you, because I never will. The only thing I want from you is to stay the hell out of my life, she said in a calm, emotionless voice, the patronizing smile never leaving her face as he rushed out of her office red-faced. As she watched him go, she felt nothing but relief, and she laughed, not hysterical, a relieved laughter, as if finally it was over. Because it was over, she felt no pain as he walked away, only relief. Chapter end notes. I'm happy you guys have liked everything so far. I will let you guys in on a little something. I haven't written for this book in like 2 weeks and have been updating the chapters I had finished ahead of time. Because I have been writing a new FIC. It's just a short FIC and I should be done with it in a few days. It's gonna be around 20k words I think. It's a time travel fix-it for the show Magicians because peaches and plums motherfuckers. Peaches and plums. If you don't get it you don't get it, but those that do are probably hyped. Lol. P.S. I do have a few more updates in advance, so don't worry. I have plenty of time to catch back up. I'm like 75% done with the Magicians FIC. Chapter 55 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet snickers as her secretary regaled her on the drama that went down in Hermione's office earlier. She was currently signing approvals to go forward with the construction of a new town. It would be named Birchwood and it would be along Railroad A, making it a great spot to build manufacturing companies. Harriet would normally sign these agreements while her secretary Amy told her about the building's gossip. She had learned a long time ago the power of staying informed, plus the entertainment value. Harriet could just imagine Ron's red face as he ran from Hermione's office. She would need to get the memory from Hermione, then maybe take the girl dancing or something. She hadn't spent much time with Hermione and it was showing in their friendship. Maybe Harriet would get all the girls to go down to one of the clubs in the city. Tom didn't care if she went out since the clause in their marriage contract was iron tight. There would be no chance of either of them cheating. Thought it might make him a tad possessive, which Harriet didn't overall mind. With that thought in mind, she sent missives to each of the girls that they were going out tonight, including Hermione. Harriet managed to wrangle the majority of the women in headquarters into getting dressed up to go clubbing. Technically they were in their 20s, shouldn't they at least try and act the part on occasion? Plus her birthday was in a few days and that got most of them to come. They used the flow to get to the private area of the club. Being minister and founder does have some perks after all. Harriet spent the night dancing and gossiping and just having a great time with the girls. She was immensely enjoying herself until she felt some asshat try and grind on her. Then she turned around and gave them a death stare till they backed away, quickly. They were lucky Tom wasn't there, otherwise he would be dead. Harriet didn't get too drunk, at least in her opinion. Though Tom had a different opinion the next morning as he had to nurse his very hungover wife back to health. Thankfully potions were miracle workers. Narcissa looked over the test results in complete shock. Her son had just handed her a parchment and told her to read it. When she saw it was for a potion, she had assumed it was something he had created. He had mentioned a potion he was trying to create with Severus. She continued to read over the paper, a smile on her face as she was always proud of her son and seeing his work was always beautiful, but it slowly fell as her hand began to shake. She continued to read over the words, her mind feeling far away before she looked up at her son, her dragon, the one she had tried for years to have. "Does it really work?" she asked, her voice brittle as tears of hope and bitter sadness grew in her eyes. Lucius grabbed her hand in concern. "Sissa, are you okay? What is it?" he asked quietly. He had never known her to lose composure like this unless something was very wrong. Draco nodded. "Yes, I know how much you wanted this. Hermione, Sev, and I have been working on it for months. It's finally up for public sale. You can go to Avalon City Hospital and get the potion today if you want. But I think you should probably fill Dad in before he has a heart attack," Draco said, his voice fond as he watched his father stress over his mother. It was very rare for Lucius Malfoy to show emotion, but his mother was the one person that got through his father's exterior. He had always wanted a marriage like theirs when he was young. Narcissa laughed, her voice cracking as she handed Lucius the test that showed positive results from the fertility potion. Harriet scowled as she signed the approval for people to begin moving into Canada. She had a pounding headache from the other night. She glared as another missive appeared on her desk. She gave it a quick glance before signing it, seeing it was for the construction of another railroad. Harriet continues going over missives, waiting for the mild pain reliever to kick in, which thankfully it did within a few minutes, making her sigh in relief. She continued looking through the missives, raising her eyebrow when she saw that the Chinese, Japanese, and North Korean magical communities were beginning construction on Planet Alpha, as they were calling it, and they had moved over their first 1,000 people to begin construction. Harriet would need to keep up to date with the project and see how it goes. She was slightly doubtful. Teddy had a sci-fi obsession as a teen, so Harriet had seen all the mundane cinemas that told her exactly why it was a very bad idea. It took only 2 days for Narcissa to have an appointment with the fertility wing of Avalon City Hospital. Lucius went with her as a show of support. He was just as eager for this to work as she. They had both always wanted more children. They had especially hoped for a little girl. During the consultation, Narcissa spoke with a medi-witch and had an exam done. After an hour of poking and prodding, they deemed Narcissa fit to take the potion and explained the way it worked. She would drink the potion when she got home, and then for the next 3 days the potion would be active, and with a deposit, it will activate and create an artificial shield around the egg that will help protect it from most things that could go wrong. By the end of the discussion, Narcissa was even more proud of her son. This was beyond anything they thought possible, and it was obvious the medi-witch believed so too. It was a very impressive creation and would create the chance for so many people to have families that thought the option gone. Narcissa took the potion that night, and by the end of July her pregnancy was confirmed. Harriet began August in a very strange way. She felt her magic reacting strangely, and it made her incredibly restless. So restless, in fact, she went to Millicent and had the scan done, only to have the woman laugh in her face. "Harriet, you bloody idiot, you're pregnant. You know, at 3 months you begin to feel the child's magic. What did you think was happening?" Millicent asked, amused, as she watched Harriet go several different shades before settling on pale white. She had figured it would take longer for her to get pregnant. Sure, her and Tom had a fairly regular sex life and never used protection, but witches were notorious for having a hard time getting pregnant. She hadn't thought it would happen this fast. She had only been married to Tom for 7 months. Harriet slowly put her hand over her stomach, feeling her magic settle as she identified what the strange feeling was. It was her child's magic. So small and bright, she could feel it, she could feel them. Millicent smiled as she handed Harriet a tissue, seeing the tears coming to the woman's eyes. Feeling the baby's magic the first time usually makes women very emotional. It was said to be a very intimate feeling. It was one of the reasons wizard children were rarely abused. Harriet spent the next hour getting the do's and don'ts from Millicent before apparating back to LaFay Manor. She walked to her office in a sort of daze, sitting down behind the desk and just staring at the positive scan results. She was so distracted she didn't hear Tom approach until he made a stifled sound, his eyes wide as they looked at the scan in her hand. Harriet snorted at the sight. "Yeah, I looked just like that an hour ago," she said with a snicker as she saw Tom's gobsmacked face. Tom stared at her with wide eyes before his ruby eyes darted to her abdomen. You're pregnant?" he asked, his voice small and filled with shock. Harriet nodded. "Yep. Thought it would take longer," she said, her voice exhausted from the emotions she had been feeling that day. Tom stood there for a few moments before he swallowed. "Me too," he forced out as he sat down, his body stiff. Harriet watched him with mild amusement before calling out, "Creature, could you get us some tea, please?" "The whole platter?" she said gently into the room. Within a minute the tea tray was on the desk. Tom quickly grabbed it, hoping for something to parch his bone-dry throat as he desperately tried to come to terms with his new reality. His eyes unconsciously settled on Harriet's abdomen as he wondered what it would look like in a few months. A kid. He was gonna be a father. Chapter end notes. That's right, we are moving fast, lol. Chapter 56. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet kept her pregnancy under wraps for a month, but there was only so long that it stayed secret when you were always running off to get sick and having regular appointments with Millicent. Mandy had clocked it within a week, and after that it wasn't long until everyone knew. Though surprisingly it took Sirius the longest to figure out. When he finally did, it was comical to say the least as he sat there stuttering, going from red-faced at the fact she and Tom had done it, and absolutely gobsmacked that his goddaughter, the little girl, was going to have a baby. Only she wasn't a little girl. She was a 21-year-old married woman who was going to have a kid with the Dark Lord. Harriet cast a quick cushioning charm as she watched Sirius fall. She wasn't surprised he fainted, just amused. She snorted behind her hand as she walked up to her bedroom office. Since she very rarely slept there anymore, she had converted her bedroom into an office and gave her office to the others to use. She spent most evenings at LaFay Castle anyways. As she passed the halls upstairs she stopped, freezing at the sight of a painting of her parents. It wasn't animated, just something Sirius had commissioned after they all came back. She looked at it for a moment as her hand went to her abdomen. Smiling slightly at the feeling of the baby's magic, it seemed content. It was hard to tell what they were feeling, but she knew when they were angry. Little thing hated carrots. As she looked at the painting, she made a decision. With a fire under her ass, she used the flow to go to Le Fay Castle and walked straight into Tom's office. He wasn't in a meeting, so Harriet didn't hold back. "Tom, I want us to get a painting done, now. I don't want to wait to get it done and think there will be time. If the worst happens, I want our kids to have something of us," she said, about to continue going into a tirade when Tom gently stood up and pulled her into his arms. He held her close and kissed the crown of her head quietly, saying, "Done. I'll send for someone later. Now, how have you been feeling?" he asked gently. Harriet smiled lightly into his chest. He had been so sweet since she got pregnant. He had always been kind and caring, but now he constantly checked up on her and made sure she had whatever she needed. At first he had been a bit shell-shocked about the pregnancy, but rather quickly he seemed to begin babying her. She was trying to enjoy it, knowing it probably wouldn't last. Not that she wanted it to. She thought it might be a bit suffocating after a while, but for now it just made her happy, so she left it alone. Harriet groaned as she laid her head against the rim of the toilet. She didn't care how gross it was, she needed the relief. This baby had been killing her lately. She was barely able to keep down anything before getting sick. She groaned loudly as she felt another wave of sick come over her before she leaned over and was sick into the toilet bowl. "This baby is gonna be the death of me," she yelled as she clutched the rim of the toilet. She felt a little twinge in the baby's magic, making her wince. "I still love you, little one, but can you please stop making mommy so sick?" she asked desperately towards her abdomen, praying to any deity that would listen to make the fuchsing morning sickness stop. Millicent was being run ragged. Why Harriet, Fleur, and Narcissa all chose to get pregnant at the same time was beyond her. She was a full-time midwife for both Fleur and Harriet, while she just worked on consulting with Narcissa. She had an at-risk pregnancy considering she was in her 40s. Not ridiculous for a witch, but still a risk, so she needed a specialized doctor. In the meantime though, she was Harriet's personal midwife, and that baby was not making it easy on her or Harriet. Fleur's baby was going rather smoothly. The woman has given birth 3 times previously and knew what to expect, while Harriet was a first-time mother and needed more reassurances. What Millicent did find amusing was that as soon as Harriet's pregnancy got out to the public in November and they found out that she was Harriet's personal midwife, her parents had been sending her letter after letter. They were very eager to suck up to her. Apparently helping to bring the Dark Lord's child to the world made all her mistakes forgive. She told them to shove it up their asses, but they seemed determined to use her as a step ladder to get closer to Harriet and the Dark Lord. Millicent, being the vindictive bitch she was, made sure to mention this to Harriet, who happily told her husband how some of his followers were trying to use their baby to climb the ranks. And to say her parents left her alone after that would be an understatement. Crickets. Her parents weren't allowed to denounce her as their child, then use her to get close to the Dark Lord now that they deemed her useful. She hoped she made her stance clear to them, and from their silence she had. Tom smirked at yet another failed attempt by Albus to block a bill he was having passed. The old man tried every time, but with each bill he lost more and more influence. He was barely permitted to be in Hogwarts grounds anymore. Sadly, he had only been given a fine for attacking him, and as Tom predicted was able to avoid Azkaban. He has however been on his best behavior in the Wizigmont chambers since, even with Tom pushing his every button. Once the meeting was over, Tom left the chamber hall, his higher-ranked allies flocking to his side. "I've heard some rather disturbing news as of late, Tom," Dumbledore said loudly, making Tom turn towards him sharply with a scowl. He raised an eyebrow. "And that is?" he asked derisively, not really caring what the old fool had to say. "I heard that young Miss Potter is pregnant. I'm surprised you would be willing to have children for fear of destroying them as you do everything you touch," Albus said, his voice sounding juvenile, but Tom could see the glimmer in the old man's eyes. Tom had to keep everything in check to keep from lashing out at the old fool. Oh, he knew what he was doing. He was trying to get a reaction. 2 could play at that game. "It's true, I have an heir on the way. But are you sure you should be making comments about ruining everything you touch, Albus, or child rearing? I think that might be calling the kettle black. At least Ariana would think so," he said, and just like he wanted, he watched the old man twitch. Tom smirked. "Go on, attack me here again in the ministry. Show them all who you are, Albus, because you were a Dark Lord long before I was, weren't you? I'm surprised someone with such a sordid past believes he has any room to stand up on a pedestal so high, Tom said sarcastically, the people around him laughing at Dumbledore's expense. And not all of them were dark wizards or witches either. Tom quickly left before Dumbledore could say anything else. He had wound him up. Now the newspapers would watch him go as the old fool ruined himself one stupid action at a time. Harriet sighed as she approved the finalized plans for both the construction of Birchwood and Railroad C, which was a small railroad between Morgana's Hallow and Birchwood. She was also looking over the reports from each of her apartment buildings. By this point she had 8 fully functioning condos, apartments and one currently being built in Jazeera. The building that were currently in use were bringing a shitload of profit every month. Together from all her buildings she made 76,750 GA a month in profits, some of which got funneled into her personal accounts, as well as an account for the business to go towards constructing new buildings. She also donated to the Ministry donation vault as well as some into the LaFay vaults. With the amount of profit she was seeing, she planned to build at least 2 more buildings next year. She was even working on a new building design after seeing the apartments which get picked first by most people. She made sure the new buildings had more of the apartments in demand as well as in general more apartments, seeing as they were filling to capacity within 2 months of opening it was needed. She had an even bigger reason to expand and grow her business. She now had a legacy to look after. Chapter end notes. I finally finished my short FIC and posted it last night, and I've caught up with chapters I had in advance, so the next chapter might take an extra day for me to get done. Hope you all liked it. Chapter 57 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As Harriet's pregnancy progressed, so did her hormones. By December she was practically throwing things at Tom's head for no reason. He took it like a champ though, which just made her apologize in creative ways, seeing as she was apparently in the horny phase of her pregnancy. Tom wasn't the only victim of her hormones. As she entered the 3rd trimester, anyone in her sightline was fair game. She had yelled at a poor clerk the other day for the shampoo he wore. It smelled horrible. Sirius thought it was all hilarious until it was pointed at him. Then he shifted into dog form and literally ran from Harriet with his tail between his legs as she screeched at him in some sick remembrance of his mother. The one good thing about being that far along was that Harriet was able to find out the gender. Millicent came to LaFay Castle and her and Tom watched eagerly as Millicent performed the scan. "You're having a baby girl," Millicent said gently, a smile on her face as she looked at Harriet. Harriet felt a small laugh leave her, a warm feeling filling her chest. She turned and smiled up at Tom, who was looking at Millicent in shock before turning to Harriet, eyes wide. Harriet smiled up at him. "We're gonna have a daughter," she said gently, the words making her smile larger. Once they knew the gender, Harriet went absolutely insane with shopping. The books all said it was normal and called nesting, but all she knew is she spent way too much money and almost bought an entire baby store. That was before everyone at headquarters threw her an impromptu baby shower, gender reveal, where she told everyone she was having a girl. Sirius had looked like he was about to cry before he went even crazier than her with buying gifts. The man bought a 5-meter-high teddy bear. Another who went insane was Molly. The woman was so excited to have babies around, and with both Harriet and Fleur being pregnant she was practically buzzing with excitement. George smiled charmingly when he found Lisa in the library. She was always doing one project or another for Harriet. "What's the boss lady got you doing this week?" George asked. Surprisingly, Lisa just looked up at him with a raised eyebrow, not at all scared by his attempt to sneak up on her. Lisa smirked up at Gorg. "This is a personal project. Everyone's got their money-making business. I should find one of my own, don't you think?" she asked as she flipped the page in the large textbook she was reading. George nodded. "I recommend it. A growing country doesn't come around every day. It's the perfect place to get started. And who doesn't love a woman that can take care of herself?" he said, his voice getting a flirty note to it. Lisa looked at him amused. "Well, if you have any pointers I'm open to suggestions," she said, a look of challenge in her eyes. She may prefer the library to most people, but that didn't make her some innocent wallflower. No one who survived as long as she had come out innocent. Harriet grumbled as she tried to get out of bed and failed repeatedly. "Come on, we lead. Armies, damn it. And now we can't get out of this fucking bed," she yelled into the air as she continued to try and get up. Eventually she resorted to rolling herself off the side of the bed with the help of Creature. The elf hadn't been very pleased with things lately, Hermione had made sure all elves got time off and pay, as well as many fair treatment laws as well. Kreacher had hated every second of time off he had, at least until Harriet started playing poker with him on his off days. The little elf brightened back up. He was excited for the new baby as well. He missed Teddy almost as much as she did. She had spent a lot of her pregnancy thinking about Teddy. She would always consider him her first child, even if others might not. She loved him and reminders hurt. Her hormones had caused her to burst into tears several times when she saw Tonks using her abilities. Something about it was just so familiar. Harriet had apologized after, knowing it wasn't exactly fair to Tonks or Remus how upset she gets. She just couldn't control it. They were both gracious about it, Remus having even backed off about the Tom issue. Seeing her 8 months pregnant really stuck the point home that he wasn't going anywhere. It helped that he had been nothing but caring for her entire pregnancy, something he wasn't exactly known for. She had feared he wouldn't really care, but the reality of having a child must have opened his eyes because he was acting completely different, always making sure she had everything she would need. It was quite the endearing quality. As February rolled around, Harriet was officially kicked out of the office and told to take bloody maternity leave. She was a walking balloon and getting around was getting impossible for her. She was so ready for this kid to come out. She spent most of her days sitting in bed, eating snacks, and watching TV since the twins were brilliant enough to find a way to make Muggle electronics work around magic. They had to run electrical lines in the castle, but it was fucking worth it to have the telly. At least during times like this where otherwise she would die of boredom. Leviathan usually stayed with her wherever she went, Nagini also sticking close. Both snakes had taken to hissing at anyone who came near her, even when she was still going into the office, probably contributing to her being put on early maternity leave. Harriet knew she was being a pest, especially with being upset over having to rest, but Harriet liked to stay busy. Sitting in a bed eating biscuits and watching the telly was not her idea of a pleasant time. When Harriet stopped feeling the babies, magic, Millicent and Lily began staying at the castle full-time. They had even set up a medical room that was sterile and had everything they would need to help her through the birth. Thankfully, magical births went much smoother than mundane ones. Harriet would have worried about the baby's magic disconnecting if it wasn't a sign of impending birth. Usually within a week of the magic disconnecting, the mother, or father in case of male pregnancy, would end up giving birth. This meant everyone was on high alert waiting for Harriet to go into labor, especially Tom, who had made sure he was home 95% of the time so he wouldn't miss it. Harriet herself was feeling incredibly anxious. She may have been a mother before, but she had never given birth. She was just thankful it wasn't a mundane birth. Fuck that. She would have some of the strongest pain potions known to magical kind, seeing as it had no effects on the baby and it made for much smoother births. Surprisingly, the mother's health and life have been prioritized heavily given the lack of fertile women in wizarding society. So birth was one of the few medical industries that continued to grow in magical Britain and looked out for the health and comfort of the bearer in all cases. There were potions that would make the delivery easier and the recovery non-existent. Honestly, when Harriet found that out, she began to understand why Molly was more willing to have so many kids. Harriet had grown up in mundane society where hearing of birth sounded like a living nightmare or a miracle, no in between. It was on the 5th day after the baby's magic disconnected that Harriet went into labor. All things considered, it was a relatively smooth birth and both mother and child were healthy and alive. Harriet could remember snippets from the birth, the pushing which had been the most painful part, though nothing compared to the Cruciatus, especially with the help of potions. The thing she remembered clearly, though, was hearing her daughter for the first time. She was screaming her head off, but it was the most beautiful sound in the world to Harriet. She remembered holding her daughter for the first time and the feeling of that little babe against her chest. She remembered seeing the look of absolute love and adoration in Tom's eyes as he held her for the first time. She could remember as Luna and Draco held her daughter. She remembered the look on Sirius's face when he held her. The man practically melted in a puddle on the floor. "What's her name?" someone asked. Harriet wasn't exactly sure. Harriet just smiled down at her daughter as she was handed back to her. "Lyra. Her name is Lyra," Harriet said as she looked down at the beautiful little thing in her arms. "Lyra Rain Slytherin LeFay. Welcome to the world," Tom said gently as he stood beside Harriet, watching both her and their daughter with more love than anyone thought capable. Chapter end notes. It's sappy as shit. I couldn't help myself. Chapter 58 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. When the announcement of Lyra's birth was made in the newspapers, Harriet was shocked by the uproar of support and love, not only from the dark sect but those living on Avalon. It really put into perspective how much the people appreciated what Harriet had been doing for them. She was both honored and incredibly overwhelmed. She never did it for any praise, she did it because someone had to. It was obvious that no one else was going to do it, so what choice did she have? If she had left it alone, the men in charge would have just continued to squabble while getting nothing done, Fudge and Dumbledore coming to mind. Not so surprisingly, the dark sect threw a massive celebration for Tom's heir, even though both Harriet and Tom had made it clear she would be the heir to the LeFay estate, not the Slytherin. They didn't seem to care. Harriet didn't bother stopping them as long as they didn't break anything. She had a newborn to worry about. She wasn't going to worry about some drunken wizards and witches throwing a few parties in Tom's honor. Tom would normally attend. Harriet and Lyra had even attended one or two of them. The one thrown by Thetis Knott had been a kind gesture from a friend to Tom, so Harriet had honored the Lord by attending. One of the nice things about the magical upper class was that no one could fault her for not attending these parties after just giving birth. Even with potions, she was not expected to do a fucking thing until a month had passed, so her choosing to go to some events and not others weren't seen as an insult. Even if some people still took it personally, she still refused to honor the sycophants vying for Tom's approval. She had only chosen to attend the one thrown by Thetis and another thrown by the Malfoys since she was related to them, and of course the one Tom threw in honor of their daughter. Tom had been obsessed with Lyra since the moment he held her in his arms. He was always offering to get up for midnight feedings and to take her so Harriet could have a break. He was also being more affectionate with her. It made her begin to see him in a new light, seeing him holding their daughter with that look on his face, and the warmth in his eyes when he looks at her now. It was more than it was before. She found herself watching him and feeling a warmth that hadn't been there before. Draco laughed as he watched his father hover over his mother, who was 8 months pregnant. She was running him ragged with planning for the ball in Lyra's honor, but even now, after the party was done, she was still hustling around making sure everything was perfect, and planning the party for his little sister's arrival. His mother had gone absolutely mad when she found out it was a girl, while his father looked both excited and worried, as if just now realizing he would have a daughter, someone who boys would one day be interested in. It was funny watching the shades his father's face could get to during this pregnancy. His mother had been incredibly emotional as of late, not that anyone blamed her. Harriet might be under the impression he insisted on the party, but his mother had planned and organized the entire thing. She had even cried when she learned that Harriet was following the black naming tradition. It also helped that they wanted to get back in good graces with the Dark Lord. While he had forgiven his parents, and anyone else who left him in his addled state, he still watched them closely, his mother especially, though he seemed to speak to her with more respect than his father these days. Apparently the bravery of his mother had impressed the Dark Lord, while his father's cowardice had brought him down in the Dark Lord's eyes. Draco found it all hilarious. He had long outgrown the need for his parents' approval. He was already bringing in enough profit to buy considerable stock in several mundane companies that he knew would become successful in the coming years. He had heard of many other well-off families doing the same, hoping if we have a foot in their economy they would be better off if magic does get exposed again. Harriet laughed as Sirius played with Lyra. She was at her office in headquarters for the day, trying to get some Council of Magic work done. She was still on maternity leave for her job, but her seats were exempt from that. Thankfully, her solicitor agreed to sit in for her on the Council of Magic as well as the Wizigmont in Britain, at least for the next month or two. Harriet just had to look over the documents and approved what she wanted to be passed and so forth. Her solicitor would vote accordingly. Lyra had been happily lying on her back under her playmat while Harriet worked when Sirius practically sniffed them out and had begun playing with Lyra immediately. "You know, Padfoot, I'm gonna think I've been replaced," Harriet said sarcastically as she continued looking over documents. She could hear the angry hisses coming from Leviathan, who was never very fond of Sirius, not that it wasn't mutual. Sirius scowled at the snake when it hissed at him again, ignoring it since he knew it wasn't allowed to bite him, at least if he didn't hurt the baby. Harriet had made it clear to anyone that the snakes were both given orders to kill if anyone tried to hurt Lyra, which Sirius wholly agreed with. It was one of the main reasons he came around to the reptile. It sure was an intimidating deterrent. Sirius continued to wave Lyra around like she was a plane, just like he used to do for Harriet as he said, "Promslet, you'll never be replaced, but unless you want me to play playing with you I wouldn't complain," he said sarcastically as he made a dramatic whooshing noise making Lyra squeal. Harriet couldn't hide her smile at the sight of Lyra so happy. The baby loved Sirius, especially when he was Padfoot. Harriet had just turned back to her work when Luna walked in. "Did you hear?" she asked excitedly as she walked past Sirius and Lyra and took a seat. She would take her turn with the baby before she left. "Hear what?" Harriet asked with a raised eyebrow, eager to know any new drama. While Lyra was adorable, she wasn't exactly the best conversationalist. "Fleur's giving birth. In just under 3 hours Molly will have her newest grandbaby," Luna said excitedly. Luna's eyes shifted to Lyra as she let out another squeal, and she smiled at the sight of 3 little girls all playing together, one with long black wavy hair, obviously Lyra, one silver blonde like Draco, and one with fiery red hair, all of them running off and causing mischief together. Luna giggled to herself as she looked away. While Bill and Fleur might have chosen to keep the gender of the baby secret, it was hard to keep these things from Luna. "Wow, the baby and Lyra will only be about a month and a half apart. You're gonna have a friend, yes, a little buddy to get up to mischief with," Sirius said to Lyra, the baby not understanding a word as she wiggled around in the air. By April the headquarters had 2 babies, though Lyra was only there when her mom was working. Molly was practically glued to baby Daniela, offering to help whenever Fleur needed a break. Everyone adored the new babies, so when Draco told everyone his mother had given birth to a healthy little girl, everyone congratulated them and sent gifts. Harriet even attended the party hosted for the baby girl. She had left Lyra with Tom for the evening while choosing to attend. A party was much too loud for a baby and Tom would rather not attend, so she went instead and was introduced to Delphine Druella Malfoy. Narcissa seemed so happy, the woman couldn't even summon her pureblood mask. She practically glowed with happiness as she held her infant daughter, something Harriet understood. Draco also seemed to adore his new baby sister, even if they had a considerable age gap between them. Harriet just hoped there was never a sibling rivalry. Knowing Draco, it could happen. As mature as he claims to be, he was still a petty bastard, and a major mama's boy. She could just imagine an adult Draco and a toddler having a glaring match over a fancy dinner. The image made Harriet have to hold back a sudden laugh as she took a drink from her champagne. Web links. Chapter end notes. Those links are the closest pictures I could find to what Harriet and Tom both look like. Tom was pretty easy as there are a bunch of variations of him, but Harriet's isn't exactly right. But it's as close as I could get. Her eyes are a bit brighter in my mind though. For the record, the girls' birthdays are Lyra, 7th of February, 1999. Daniela, 27th of March, 1999. Delphine, 14th of April, 1999. Currently we are at April 1999. Though next chapter is gonna be May, possibly even into June or July. Honestly, it's a safe assumption to make that each of those skips is at least a few weeks, if you were trying to keep track of time in the story. Oh, and I'm trying to find a place to work it in, but it's not a secret. Lyra has her father's hair and green eyes. They're not killing curse green like Harriet's, 'cause that shit ain't natural, but they're a deep forest green like Lily Potter's. And honestly, I'm not good at describing features. She looks like a baby. Chapter 59. May was when Harriet went back to work as Minister of Avalon. Some days she would bring Lyra with her, others Tom would, but they both refused to have a nanny care for her. In a pinch, they would leave her with Creature or someone at headquarters. Molly was always happy to babysit if need be. Though Tom didn't exactly like the idea of his child being cared for by Molly, not out of fear of the Weasleys, apparently out of fear of his daughter ever sounding like Molly Weasley. Which normally Harriet would get offended by on Molly's behalf, but as someone who had to listen to that woman's screech, she wouldn't say she disagreed. She loved Molly, but that woman had a damn good set of vocal cords. Right now Lyra was strapped to Harriet's chest as she went through paperwork. The baby was happily sleeping as Harriet approved the new building codes that were being put in place. They had been looked over by officials and the Council of Magic, and all they needed now was her signature. Harriet hadn't expected how much of her job would just be approving things, just signatures on paper all fucking day. Lyra being there actually kept things interesting, and her assistant was happy to take her when Mom needed to go to the loo. Gorg smiled and pulled Lee into a hug. "Long time no see, mate." he said with a friendly smile as he patted him on the back. He hadn't seen Lee for years. The two hadn't talked much after Fred died. They kept in contact occasionally until Lee died in 2009, but with everything that happened after, he had almost forgotten about his old friend until Fred asked about him. George had written to him after that and had finally heard back about a month ago. Lee had been incredibly eager to meet. Apparently he hadn't spoken to his mum in the last few years. She kind of freaked out after the awakening, as it was now being called, but apparently she had given him a bunch of his mail and he had finally gotten the letter. George had always wondered why Lee had taken Fred's death so hard. It had taken him a while to notice while he was wrapped up in his own grief, but it was obvious now as he saw the look on Lee's face. He definitely had a thing for Fred, so Gorg took the initiative and left the two of them alone, knowing he could catch up with Lee later. As soon as George left the room, Lee was walking toward Fred with a purpose. He pulled the man into a kiss, making Fred squeak in surprise before awkwardly kissing back. He was receptive but very caught off guard. He had a crush on Lee for years but thought the guy was straight as an arrow. When Lee pulled away, he closed his eyes, not wanting to face the rejection if it was coming. "I wanted to do that for years before you died and then it was too late," he whispered quietly. Fred chuckled. "Better late than never," he said before pulling the idiot into another kiss. Eventually the two made it into a broom closet where they proceeded to shag each other's brains out. No one blinked an eye when Lee moved into Fred's room. He quickly began helping the twins with their business like he used to when they were younger. Molly was happy to have Lee back with the family, missing having him around the house. Molly was begging to get a bad case of empty nester syndrome, so she started scheduling weekly Weasley dinners. Sometimes she forced Ron to attend, but other times she let him weasel out of it, not wanting to deal with the winging. She loved her son, she really did, but she was beginning to tire of his games. She had visited the burrow a few times and the place was a mess. Thankfully she had already taken any of her favorite furniture for the new house. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to their clock. That was a bloody antique. She had no doubt it would have been broken had she left it. The state of the burrow said that well enough. The sink had been full of dirty dishes, trash on every surface imaginable, and the entire place smelled like a boys' locker room. She had 6 boys and it had never gotten that bad before. The furniture was broken, and there was piss on her rug. She had screamed the bloody house down, and in the end Arthur had gotten involved and taken him to task. They had made it clear that he was at the burrow to maintain it, not treat it like a bachelor pad, and if he could not do that he would need to find an apartment elsewhere. She already made it clear he would need to find a job. He was an adult now, even if he had only barely passed his exams. Ron had thrown an absolute fit, but it was time for some tough love. At the very least they had stopped finding half-knackened trollops in the burrow when they would stop by. Molly felt horrible when she found out Hermione had heard about that incident. She loved that girl, even invited her to Weasley family dinners as well as Harriet. Though understandably on the weeks when Ron attended she chose to abstain. Molly never thought she would grow this disappointed and ashamed of one of her children. Harriet felt herself half stirred to the sounds of Lyra crying, but it was interrupted by Tom's voice. "Shush, Lil Hatchling. Your mother has to get some rest, you know. You can't keep drinking her dry," he said down to Lyra fondly as he fed her a bottle, the babe making Lil happy. "Kicks with her feet." Harriet smiled as she watched them from where she was laying in her bed. It was seeing Tom in moments like this that Harriet truly understood what Luna meant when she said Tom could make her happy. Harriet moved slightly, stretching out her arms, alerting Tom she was awake. He turned to her with a concerned frown. "I didn't want to wake you," he said quietly as Lyra finished her bottle before throwing a towel over his shoulder and sitting the baby there. He began burping her, which made Harriet laugh quietly. "Oh, and how is me burping our daughter amusing?" he asked, his voice fondly amused. Harriet snorted as she got up from bed, nothing but a silk tank top and shorts on as she approached him. "Just picturing the looks on your minions' faces if they ever saw you burping, Lyra. I don't think your reputation as the fearsome Dark Lord would last," she said, her voice amused as she sat down beside him on the small love seat she had next to Lyra's crib. Lyra had her own nursery, but for now she was being kept close for midnight feedings and security purposes. Tom chuckled. "No, I don't suppose it would, but she's worth it, as are you," he said, his eyes looking at her warmly as a blush worked its way up her cheeks. He had been saying things like that more often, just being romantic and sweet and catching her off guard. He had never done that before, even when he was trying to woo her with the engagement and betrothals. Harriet continued to watch as he put their daughter back to bed and went to leave the room once he knew she was asleep. He didn't notice Harriet follow him after summoning Creature and making sure he kept an eye on Lyra. She followed behind him silently. He didn't notice her until he heard the click of his bedroom door. He turned to her with a raised eyebrow, but she just gave him that coy little smirk as she leaned against the door, slowly pulling off her tank top, leaving her bare chest on display. Well, no one would ever call her subtle. Tom watched in astonishment as one of Lyra's favorite stuffies flew off the shelf towards her crib. She had just performed her first act of accidental magic. He smiled brightly and picked her up. Did you just do magic? Huh? Are you the smartest little baby in the world? Yes, you are. Let's go tell mommy. Maybe you'll be nice enough to show her, he said as he excitedly walked towards Harriet's office where she was doing some paperwork. He walked in holding their daughter proudly, practically strutting like a peacock. Guess who just performed magic? He asked loudly. Harriet's face broke out into a large excited grin. Oh, did you do your first magic? What did she do? She asked Tom excitedly, putting the paperwork away immediately. It was only reports from LaFay apartments and condos which could wait. Her family came first. The two parents cooed over Lyra with such pride and happiness. She was only 4 months old, but she was their world. When she was born, real love sparked in their marriage. It was no longer just a political match. They were a real family. Something neither of them thought possible, but against all odds it happened. Even if neither of them could admit it yet. Chapter 60 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As August came around, Harriet was in the full swing of it. She was running a country, a business, and raising a child. She was finding some semblance of a work-home balance as Avalon kept growing. While she was in maternity leave, 2 new towns had been established and a new one was just approved for construction. A railroad between Birchwood, Greenhaven, and Wolfsburg had begun. It would be called Railroad E, while construction of Highway 11 had finally reached Hailing Cove. Hopefully by 2000 they would have a highway that went around the border of the entire island. Construction of Highway 22 had begun. The highway would cut straight through the middle of the island between Hailing Cove, Birchwood, and Vicor. With all of this improvement with Avalon, she was also growing her business. She had begun construction of an apartment complex in Cambria while condos were being built in Birchwood. Harriet was reaching a point where she was considering hiring her own construction teams to build her buildings instead of paying per project. She was receiving a lot of profit which was going into construction, but she could begin expanding faster if she had her own construction team that knew how to build to her expectations. She had begun writing up contracts for the contractors she had now. Maybe a few of them would like to be hired on full-time. Sadly, it wasn't very likely since business was booming for construction on the island. It was upon the 3rd day in a row where Hermione willingly spent the evening brewing with Severus that she began to think she might have an attraction for him. Hermione just found his wit charming. While she used to be intimidated by it, she could appreciate the sarcasm in his humor now. She had always had a sarcastic streak, but Ron had always taken it personally, making her tone down. She hadn't realized how much she toned herself down for him until he was gone. She no longer hid how smart she was. She no longer felt bad about who she was, and who she was a woman who was attracted to Severus Snape. Shocking given he was her teacher once upon a time, not that she saw him like that now. She had far surpassed the role of student. He spoke to her as an equal, which is one of the main reasons she found herself attracted to him. She didn't act on it, of course, it would be ridiculous. Hermione kept her attraction inside for months as they brewed together, until she no longer had an excuse to come by and see him, or spend the evenings in his little potions lab. Eventually she just had to make the jump. She had spent months seeing if it was something she really wanted, and it was. Plus, she really was running out of excuses to come and see him. It was in the middle of a potion, she just sprung it on him. When he wasn't in a delicate state, of course, she wasn't a monster. Severus, would you like to go and get a drink sometime? Hermione blurted out, and seeing his stiffening back she tensed up and began to ramble. Sorry if it's too forward, I just thought I might be running out of excuses to come by, and I can only cite casual brewing so many times before you catch on. You're a smart man, Severus, one of the qualities I like best about you, she said, hoping she hadn't just put her foot in her mouth. She felt her heart sink as she saw his face when he turned towards her. That was not the face of a man who was about to agree to a date. She hardened herself, refusing to allow herself to cry in front of him. She really had made a fool of herself, hadn't she? Ms. Granger, Hermione, while I'm flattered I do not date former students. Or anyone for that matter, he said, his voice cold, but Hermione had gotten to know him well enough to tell he was uncomfortable. She tried to smile, but she was sure it came out more of a grimace. She wished she would have never said anything. I understand, have a good evening, she said awkwardly before practically bolting from the room, and his home altogether. She tried to resist the tears falling as she walked back to her home, but as her composure broke she said fuck it and apparated back to her parents' home. She went straight to her room, not wanting to explain to her parents why her mascara was running. She was so embarrassed. She had put herself out there, thinking he had an attraction to her as well. She could have sworn she had caught him staring more than a few times. Merlin, she was a fool. Okay. What the hell has been going on with you and Severus? You both have been acting strange for weeks, Draco asked, finally cornering Hermione in her office at the ministry. He had been visiting Luna, both of them being Harriet top-ranking officials and taking on more of the responsibilities now that Harriet had a kid to take care of, at least when it comes to their people. While Luna was Harriet's second and took on the things Harriet couldn't handle herself, Draco was her third. He was in charge of the others in headquarters and their actions toward the war. Covertly, of course. Draco had seen Hermione walk by and decided to get answers. Severus would never say anything. He was too good at keeping secrets. Hermione, however, would be easy enough for Draco to get information out of. Push the right buttons and Granger's mouth just couldn't stay closed. That is none of your business, Draco, Hermione said dismissively as she moved some papers around on her desk. Draco raised an eyebrow. So there is something? He asked, taking a seat in front of her desk, smirking as Hermione's shoulders stiffened. I will repeat, it is none of your business, Hermione snapped, her composure breaking slightly. Draco stiffened, straightening his back, his voice softening. Hermione, what's going on? He asked, concern coursing through him. As much as she didn't like to admit it, they were family and that did mean something to him. Hermione shook her head, putting the strands of hair that had fallen out of her tightly wound bun behind her ear. I'm sorry, I'm frazzled. I'm trying to find an apartment in the city and all the ones within 5 blocks of the office have no vacancies, she said with an annoyed huff, desperately trying to change the subject. Hermione, did Severus do something to upset you? Draco asked carefully. He could have sworn the two of them would be getting it on by now. They had way too much sexual tension the last few months, even he could see it. Hermione sighed. Apparently he wasn't going to politely drop the subject. Severus did nothing wrong. Now please drop this line of questioning. Nothing happened. I asked him to get a drink and he politely declined, she said, trying to show how pointless this conversation was. Severus wasn't interested. There wasn't anything she could do about that. She just wished she hadn't embarrassed herself. Draco raised an eyebrow, not buying it. Really? And why are you apartment hunting then? Maybe trying to avoid someone? He said pointedly, now knowing it wasn't serious. He was back to digging. Hermione glared at him, her nostrils flaring. No, I simply find it time to get out of my parents' spare room. While headquarters is nice, I want some independence, she said with a huff. Hard to have men over. Why not just go to Michael's place? He asked sarcastically. Hermione stiffened. How do you know about that? She asked, her voice going very high pitch as she glared at him, her eyes burning. Draco chuckled. He likes to brag. He's a ponce that way. Don't worry, I told him to stop saying anything about you. Couldn't have you tarnishing the family reputation, he said, his voice mocking, but what he said was true. He had beaten Michael bloody when he found out he was telling people intimate details about his and Hermione's encounter. You don't go spreading that shit around. Hermione looked at him strangely for a moment. Did you defend me? She asked, slightly shocked. Draco rolled his eyes. I would do it for anyone. Honestly, what kind of man chooses to disrespect a woman who was nice enough to fuck them? Say thank you, and shut your mouth, Draco said dramatically. I am surprised your standards dropped that low, Draco said teasingly. Hermione rolled her eyes. It was a moment of weakness, she grumbled out as she tried to go back to her paperwork. Now, please get out of my office. I will not be needed any protectors today, Hermione said as she shooed him out of her office. Draco raised his hands in surrender as he left. Okay, okay, I'm going. Oh, and call Harriet. She'll be able to find you an apartment, dunderhead, Draco said sarcastically before quickly leaving as he saw her about to throw a stapler at him. Chapter end notes. I do want to clarify something. I know I'm glorifying the whole baby thing a bit. This is literally my coping mechanism because I made the responsible choice to not have children, so this is as close as a bitch is gonna get. And while normally I wouldn't explain, I have mental issues, as made obvious by my author's notes lol. Being able to recognize my major ass control issues that come with my PDA brand autism, I know I would fuck up a kid. I helicopter mom my cats. Plus of course the financial implications of a child when we can't even afford to buy a house. So yeah, no babies for me. So we have fanfic babies so my ovaries don't force me to hog tie my BF after passing the baby aisle at a store. Lol. Chapter 61. You're an idiot. You know that, right? Draco said as he walked straight into Severus's house. Hello to you, Draco. How nice to see you stop by, Severus drawled as he continued to read his book. Draco rolled his eyes. Uncle Sev, are you crazy? No, I mean it. Who turns down a beautiful woman when you obviously have a thing for her? Draco said dramatically, not letting his godfather sass his way out of this one. Severus glared at Draco, his eyes cold. Draco, I do not want to discuss my love life or lack of one with you, he said sharply. Draco shook his head. Nope, because I know you like her. I worked with you both for months and I swear I could light a match with the tension between you two. And don't act like you aren't interested. I saw you looking on more than a few occasions, Draco said pointedly. Severus didn't move, only gave his godson a look that any one of his students could recognize. It was the look of cleaning slug mucus for 3 weeks straight. He knew that look well. Draconis, I don't think you heard me. I will not be discussing this with you, he said sharply. Draco huffed, knowing he wouldn't win. Fine, but you need to talk to someone, he said as he left the house. He knew what he needed to do. He needed to call in the big guns. Harriet was getting dressed for work while Tom fed Lyra in their shared living area. Harriet laughed to herself as she heard Tom yelp. She walked out to see what the issue is only to burst out laughing as he stood covered in orange baby food courtesy of Lyra, who was sitting in her high chair looking very satisfied. Harriet shook her head. You know she hates carrots, she said between giggles as she waved her hand, cleaning up the baby food that was splattered everywhere. Tom glowered at her as he spelled himself clean. It's all we have left and she can't sustain herself off Cheerios, he said as he looked pointedly toward the completely unrepentant baby girl. Lyra sat in her high chair kicking her little legs as her forest green eyes gleamed with vindictive happiness. No one would say the apple fell far from the tree with this one. Harriet shook her head as she went into the cabinet and stuck some strawberries into the blender with the carrot baby food. She gave Tom a pointed look as if to say, use this, before going back to finish being changed. Tom glared at her retreating form, but once the mixture was done he fed it to the much happier baby. You know, I don't know if you get your attitude from me or your mother, Tom said quietly to Lyra. I heard that, Harriet said as she came back into the living area. She had thought she wouldn't like LaFay Castle as a home, but Tom had made half of the second floor the family wing. It was almost like a large apartment where all the bedrooms are with a living room and a small dining area and kitchen in the middle. Most of the upper castle was guest rooms while the main Laval consisted of the formal areas, like the ballroom, kitchen, solarium, several fancy sitting rooms. Harriet barely entered that area, though she did like the solarium on occasion. It was bright in there and had beautiful views. The lower levels of the castle had a dueling room, potions lab, the warding hub, dungeons, and storage. Tom had kept the castle as opulent and classic as possible. The only modern area was the family wing by Harriet's request. Harriet took the baby to get her ready now that she was fed, while Tom got ready for his day. It was their normal routine. One person got up the baby and fed her while the other got ready and then they switched. They had learned the hard way that with Lyra, feeding time was always a messy job. Severus scowled at the sound of light knocking on his door. It didn't take a genius to figure out who was behind the door considering who had gone storming out of it just the other day. Honestly, after years of listening to, my father will hear about this, Severus really should have known Draco would go to his mother. He opened the door and offered her to come in politely. Hello Narcissa, are you here to call me an idiot like your son did? He asked sarcastically. Narcissa smirked as she stepped into his home and primly sat down on his couch with all the finesse of a woman from the House of Black. "Oh, I would never be so obvious. Draco is much too like his father in that way," she said as she waited for him to sit as well. Severus summoned the tea tray and sat down. "Are you here to lecture me about my love life as well?" he asked, getting to the point. Narcissa shook her head. "No, I'm here to ask why you're so determined not to have one. I've known you for a long time, Severus, and I am telling you as a friend to get that chip off your shoulder before it crushes you," Narcissa said, going for the direct route as well. It was the only way to go with Severus. "Why does no one understand this? I am not interested in any sort of romantic relationship," Severus said sharply, hating everyone's interference with his life. Narcissa narrowed her eyes. "Because it's not lack of interest. It's because of your hang-up over a woman who has been dead for almost 20 years, Severus. It's okay to grieve, but this is not healthy. You were never romantically involved with Lily, yet you act like a widower, but even widowers move on," Narcissa said, her voice sharp. She cared about Severus and considered him family, and it killed her to see him go along with life alone and depressed. Narcissa saw the tirade Severus was about to start and cut him off. "I know some people don't like relationships, but they chose not to get into one because that makes them happier. You are not exactly happy with your life. You've had attractions to people, I've seen it, yet you keep throwing away real chances at happiness for someone who will never come back. It's not as if she was still with Potter and would one day change her mind. She's dead, Severus. I know it hurts, I do. But you cannot hold this big of a torch for a woman who has been dead for almost 20 years. Live your life, Severus," she said, her voice calming as she spoke. Severus glared at her. "Don't act like this is more than you wanting to get one step closer to Hermione," he said, his voice turning acidic as his defenses went up, her points hitting too close to home. Narcissa rolled her eyes. She had thicker skin than that, especially given who her sister was. "While I admit to wanting Hermione to be closer to us, I would not say this for any reason other than because I care about you, and it hurts to see you like this. I don't care if you chose to date a Weasley, just let yourself live again, Severus. When was the last time you did anything other than survive?" she asked, her voice gentle. It took Severus a few weeks of self-reflection, harsh realities, and drinking before he worked up the courage to knock on Hermione's door, only to find out it wasn't her door. She had moved out. He then tried her office only to find her out. Eventually he got the new address from Hermione's mother after he was sure the woman was avoiding him after the fourth attempt to stop by her work only to find her desk empty. So eventually he knocked on the right door, and she finally answered the door. The look on her face confirmed his suspicions. "May I ask why you've been avoiding me?" he asked casually, surprised at how happy he was at seeing her again. It seems Draco was correct. His attraction was obvious once he pulled his head out of his ass. Hermione blinked, awkwardly bringing her robe closer around her. "I haven't been avoiding you," she said, trying to lie. That little crinkle between her eyebrows gave her away. Severus just looked at her blankly, making her glare back at him. "Fine, isn't it obvious? I embarrassed myself. Did you truly have to hunt me down to go for another round?" she asked sarcastically, her eyes piercing. Severus shook his head, both intimidated and attracted in equal measure as she glared at him, her eyes fiery as her hair cascaded wildly around her. He rarely got to see her anything less than put together. "Well, the ball is in your court with that one. I was going to see if you wanted to give that drink a chance," he asked, hoping she wouldn't just flat out reject him, somewhat hypocritical of him. Hermione gaped at him for a moment. "Is this a joke?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. Severus huffed. "No. If it helps, Draco and Narcissa pulled my head out of my ass the last few days and made me realize I was being an idiot. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect or I won't drive you crazy, but I have to stop pushing away anything good that comes into my life, and you're definitely one of those good things, so if you would like to go on a date, I would be honored for the opportunity," he said, sincerity in his voice as he looked into her eyes. Hermione felt herself thaw slightly. "Okay," she said, her voice slightly breathless as she tried to process everything that had happened in the last few minutes. Chapter 62 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. George rolled his eyes at Fred and Lee being all lovey-dovey. "I'm going on break," he said before quickly leaving the lab. He needed to get away before they got indecent. They were still in that new lovers stage where everything was fun and exciting. He was happy for them, but he didn't want to see it, at least not while he was trying to work. He shook the image of the two of them practically sticking their tongues down the other's throat out of his head. As he walked through the halls, he found himself wandering into the library. George smirked when he saw Lisa putting some books away. He walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. No one else was in the library during this time of day, so they weren't at risk of being caught. "You know, when I agreed to this I told you I expected us to be subtle," Lisa said pointedly as she put away the last book and turned around, bringing him into a long kiss. Once they pulled away, he cheekily smiled. "What's the fun in that?" he asked casually, his eyes looking her up and down as she pulled away and began collecting her stuff. Lisa rolled her eyes. "Well, seeing as we're trying to keep this casual, we should probably try and keep your mom from finding out," she said sarcastically. George grimaced at the thought. His mom had been going nuts with Lee, her newest victim, since Ginny and Cho had been dating for a while now. Though his mother had calmed down ever since Charlie and Oliver announced their engagement. She had been running around like a chicken with her head cut off planning their wedding. She really did like to get in the middle of things, but in this case, both men let her as they were. Clueless when it came to planning a wedding. He, on the other hand, wanted to keep his mother far from his love life. "You may have a point," he said reluctantly as they both left the library, heading towards Lisa's room as they normally did. Harriet's jaw almost hit the floor when she heard about Hermione and Snape dating. That was one she hadn't seen coming. Draco told her gleefully about how he got them together while in a meeting, gossip session with Harriet and Luna. Luna had just smirked, causing them both to roll their eyes because of course she knew. "Do you know everything?" Draco asked Luna sarcastically. Luna smirked at him, her eyes twinkling and a look in them that he both recognized and didn't. "I know enough," she said airily. "You know how it works, Draco. She doesn't know everything," Harriet said, warning him from going any further. Luna didn't like when people talked about her gift. Luna looked at Harriet in thanks, but also to say she was fine. She didn't need protecting, especially from Draco. "Fine, we'll talk about something else. How are you going to spend Lyra's first Samhain? I know it's never been your favorite day, but you always did the rituals with Teddy," Draco said, bringing up the elephant in the room. Samhain was only a week away and Harriet had been avoiding thinking about it. Last Samhain Tom had given her space and she had done the ceremonies on her own. She didn't want to take away Tom's first Samhain with Lyra, but she also liked taking that one day to remember her parents, and it was kind of awkward when their killer lived one room over. "I've been considering taking Lyra to my parents' grave. I don't know," she said with a shrug, feeling slightly uncomfortable, but these were her two strongest confidants, as strange as it sounded. "That's a good idea. Maybe after have a traditional Samhain with Tom," Luna suggested. Draco nodded. "I know it might be strange, but you did marry him. I don't think your parents would fault you for this. Though you might want to visit Black too," Draco said, knowing he was right. Harriet held Lyra close to her chest as she approached the two large headstones. She hadn't been back here since the awakening. She could see her parents' name carved into stone. Lyra made a small sound of discomfort, making Harriet start to gently shush her as she sat down on the leaf-covered ground, not caring if she was ruining her expensive clothes that Tom insisted she buy. She sat there for a few moments, just staring at the headstones before coughing awkwardly. "Hi Mom. Hi Dad, it's been a while. The last time I came to see you was when I placed Teddy next to you," she said, her eyes drifting to the plot that had once been her son's but now laid empty. Ever since Teddy's funeral she hadn't been able to come back to this place, not that the war left much option. It had been bombed a few years later, left decimated and inaccessible. One of her darker moments was when she found out and hunted the ones who made the orders until they were in the ground with her son. A lot's happened since then, assuming you remember and spirits can see what happened in an erased timeline. "Well, I guess I should introduce you to your granddaughter. Her name's Lyra. I know you'll probably laugh, but I followed the Black tradition. I want to continue using it in the future. Now, I know you probably have some opinions about her father, but all things aside, I do love him and he makes me happy. He's not that man anymore. I made sure he got his sanity back myself," she said in a rush. Harriet didn't realize tears were falling until Lyra made a few sounds as they got on her, making Harriet quickly wipe the tears off of them both. "I'm sorry baby. Mama's just a little sad," she said gently to the 8-month-old in her arms. She sat there and felt the wind move through her curls for an hour before standing slowly. She checked her surroundings and when seeing the coast was clear summoned some flowers. She hesitated as she was about to leave, waving her wand and making a set of flowers over where Teddy's grave once was. "Goodbye, Teddy," she said gently as she held Lyra and walked away from the cemetery. Desperately trying to keep a low profile as Godric's Hallow had become much busier since she began improving hit. Tom gave Harriet space for the entire morning, but when she came back he was surprised to be asked to join her and Lyra in the rituals. He didn't object, always wanting to spend time with his girls. He could tell Harriet was somber, but okay, she couldn't be expected to be in a bright mood on Samhain of all days, and he would never ask that of her. He was surprised she would want to be in the same room as him, but he would take whatever she was willing to give. He noticed instead of shying away from his touch like he would have expected, she would lean towards it, prompting him to bring her and Lyra onto the couch, where they proceeded to have a Muggle Halloween and watch Charlie Brown on the telly until the rituals. Tom was surprised that Harriet continued wanting him around, but happy nonetheless, though he was more excited for Yule, which would hopefully be a bit less somber in nature given it was Lyra's first Yule and his and Harriet's second wedding anniversary. As October turned to November, another town's construction began on Avalon. It had been named Scrix. This one would be a second feeder town from Avalon City, as it was only a 30-minute drive on Highway 11 from the city. Vacor, the current feeder town from Avalon City, was about a 45 to 50-minute drive from the city. Thankfully most of the wizarding population stuck to flow travel or by the trains, so there wasn't much traffic outside of the cities themselves. And with more and more people becoming comfortable using the flow network, hopefully they could keep traffic down on the island. Though Harriet supposed she was having the highways built for a reason. Most people used the trains to get around the island, which was why Harriet was relieved that Railroady was up and running. She personally felt that too many cars on the island would cause problems with their gas limitations. She also worried about finding their own source of fuel or having to outsource it from the Muggle world, which would be costly as well as a risk to their security. She was considering pushing for electric vehicles, or possibly ones run on a magical source. She had asked Fred and Gorg to begin looking into it as their company worked on these types of things. Chapter endnotes. Hope you all liked it. I am ahead again, FYI. I'm currently working on Chapter 69, so expect regular updates the next 2 weeks. Chapter 63. When Charlie pulled Percy aside a few days before the wedding, Percy was worried his brother might be having cold feet. He had not been expecting to be told that Charlie was going to pass the Pruitt title to him. "Look, me and Oliver talked about it. I'm gonna take his last name. I don't really have any political aspirations and I much prefer dealing with dragons than people. I know you've always wanted to make something of yourself, and Oliver agreed with me passing on the Pruitt title. I talked to Bill about it and Mom and Dad, and they all agreed with me. But I wanted to make sure it was something you wanted first," Charlie said earnestly. Percy smiled in thanks to Charlie. He had always been closer to Charlie than his younger siblings, his brother appreciating the aspirations he had. "I would be honored to receive the Pruitt title, if it's something you really want," Percy said, fighting to keep tears from his eyes. Charlie laughed and nodded. "Of course. I never cared about titles, you know that. Plus, now Aunt Muriel will be coming after you instead of me," Charlie said, poking fun at his little brother, who suddenly didn't look as pleased as before, making Charlie laugh as he went back to the others. Harriet smirked as she saw Hermione walk in on Severus's arm, dressed to impress. She had to hide her laughing in Tom's shoulder as she saw Ron's face go red. Surprisingly, or maybe not, he showed up with Lavender. Honestly, Harriet thought she would know better. But she supposed the girl would find out the hard way. Hermione didn't even notice him as she was talking to Severus. They actually made a rather cute couple when you got over Snape being Snape. Though that might just be Harriet. Thankfully Ron got through the ceremony without losing his cool, even if his face had been as red as his hair the whole time. Harriet smiled as Charlie and Oliver were pronounced husband and husband, their hands bound much like hers and Tom's had been. She grabbed his hand and gave him a small smile, which he returned. She was thankful he came. She knew it wasn't his idea of a good evening, but she appreciated him doing it for her. Not that he would ever say he wasn't having a good time. She knew the real issue was his own guilt, or maybe aversion to negative emotions would be better phrasing. Tom just didn't want to be in a room full of people he had at one time tried to kill, and vice versa, at least not if he could help it. So the fact he did it for her said a lot. When the ceremony finished and the reception began, Harriet sat back with Lyra and Tom at her table and watched the reactions around the room, one of her favorite pastimes. She snickered as the twins basically manhandled Ron out of the tent, Lavender following behind, not looking very happy. She could see them leaving behind a slightly embarrassed Hermione and an amused Severus. Harriet shook her head as she gently rocked Lyra, making sure she stayed calm. She was a very calm baby, if a bit too observant, with a vindictive streak. She seemed to like watching everything around her as much as Harriet did, which amused Tom endlessly. Harriet could see Fleur doing the same with Daniela at another table. She was debating going over to the other woman when Sirius came and sat at the table with them. "Give me the pup," he said, making grabby hands at Lyra. Harriet raised an eyebrow, making Sirius pout. "Please?" he asked, giving her the literal definition of puppy dog eyes. Harriet reluctantly sighed and shared a commiserating look with Tom before handing over Lyra to an excited Sirius, who immediately began playing with her, making Lyra giggle and flail her little legs and arms in the air. When Sirius tossed Lyra into the air and caught her, Tom's calm demeanor snapped. "Black, do not do that with my daughter," he said, his eyes flashing a darker red. Sirius yelped and nodded, but after a second let out a breath. "Merlin, don't go all Dark Lord on me like that, gonna give me flashbacks," Sirius said, trying to lighten the mood. Harriet snickered while Tom's glare lessened, seeing Lyra had liked it and she was fine. "Well then, do not throw my infant daughter in the air, otherwise I will be forced to throw you into the air," he said, trying to joke as well. Sirius barked out a laugh and looked at Lyra. "Your dad thinks he's scary, but someone isn't as intimidating when you've seen them covered in baby vomit now, are they?" "No," Sirius said in a baby voice to Lyra. Tom gave him a look of indignation, but Sirius was already off with Lyra. Tom looked like he wanted to follow, but Harriet put a hand on his arm. "He's fine, trust me, he's almost as protective of her as you are," she said fondly. Luna shook her head sadly as she watched Ron get dragged away by the twins. Honestly, the fact he thought he could take Severus was laughable. She could see Lavender standing there, looking lost, so Luna walked over to her. "Are you okay?" she asked gently. When Lavender met her eyes, she saw nothing but good things coming the girl's way, after she dealt with this mess, of course. Lavender nodded. "Yeah, I just wasn't expecting that. When he asked me to the wedding I was excited. I just got a new job in the ministry and I thought things were really looking up," she said, her voice taking on a brittle quality. Luna nodded. "Things are looking up, just not with Ron." "I'm assuming Ron never mentioned what his life was like before the awakening?" Luna asked, already having an idea. Lavender shook her head. "No, he just mentioned being single and wanting to give it a shot, but he spent the whole wedding glaring at Granger. It was like Hogwarts all over again," she said with a huff, glaring at where Ron was just dragged off from. Luna shook her head. "Not exactly, they were married, had 2 kids, they found out." Hermione was distantly related to the Malfoys and Ron freaked out. When he finally got his head out of his ass, Hermione was done, he said, fighting a smile as she saw Lavender dumping Ron, in every eventuality. She deserved better than to be used in that way. Lavender gasped, looking at Luna with wide eyes. "They were married? How long has it been since they broke it off?" she asked, the sinking feeling in her gut solidifying. Luna sighed. "About 2 years ago, but I think you deserve to know. Ron tried to get her back a few months ago and she turned him down hard. You don't deserve to play second fiddle to anyone," Luna said encouragingly before leaving Lavender to her thoughts. She had done her job. Harriet pulled Percy to the side. Tom had just left with Lyra and she was saying her goodbyes and would catch up with him. Lyra needed to be changed and put to bed before she got fussy. "So I heard you got a certain title today," Harriet said with a bright smile, happy for Percy. She knew how much he wanted this. Percy grimaced, but his eyes told how happy he was. "Oh yes, but Aunt Muriel had been correcting my etiquette all night. As heir to the Pruitt name I need to be respectable," he said, straightening his tie. Harriet snorted. "Oh, she must love your job title then, Director of the Department of Law Enforcement. I know it's not from the British Ministry, but it's not too shabby," Harriet said teasingly. Percy nodded. "Oh, she liked my job all right. So she moved on to finding me a proper wife," he said as he took a large gulp of his scotch. Harriet snickered at the look on Percy's face. It was a well-known fact that him and Penelope Clearwater had crashed and burned in their marriage. It was overshadowed by the whole world-ending war, but she remembered it. "Well, maybe I can offer a distraction. I only have 2 years left before re-election and I was thinking you should run for my replacement." If you begin working on your public image now, especially if you begin using the Pruitt seat in the Council of Magic, you could work on earning support. Let Muriel keep the Wizigmont seat. She enjoyed sitting those seats, and take up the seat the Pruitt name received upon the founding of Avalon. By the time you're done with 5 years on the job, you should be able to earn another seat, if you did the job properly, that is, she said pointedly. In order to gain a seat on the Council of Magic, one must put forth 5,000 hours towards Avalon's stability and growth and be able to prove as such by magical oath. Which, if one put 4 hours a day towards the job, would be 1,250 days working 4 hours a day. With a term being 5 years, meaning 1,825 days, a minister would have to be doing a piss-poor job not to earn a seat during their term in office. Someone would have had to take over a year of vacation, meaning not working towards Avalon at all, to not earn a seat on the council. And seeing as Harriet wrote into law that a minister can only gain 1 seat per term, that gave them 575 days to work on other things. In her opinion, anyone doing the job correctly should have been eligible to earn 2 seats, but it would cause an unfair bias within the ministry, which was what she didn't want. She just wanted those who put forth true effort toward the well-being of the country to be rewarded for their service. Chapter 64 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Tom, while I love Lyra and believe she deserves the world, do you think you might have gone a bit overboard? She's not even a year old? Harriet asked as she found Tom in the basement of the castle, in front of a literal hoard of presents for Lyra. Tom looked like the kid whose hand was stuck in the cookie jar. There was no hiding the massive hoard of toys behind him. It was literally enough toys to supply at least 30 homes with toys. Harriet should know. She oversaw the toy drive done by the ministry. Harriet hadn't heard of such a thing before, but her secretary was from the States and they did these things all the time in America. She thought it was a beautiful idea. While most people were thriving in Avalon, there were still those who came with nothing and didn't have the money to spend on extravagant shows of affection. Harriet had seen the looks on many parents' faces when they signed up to receive toys from the drive, the absolute relief. Most of them had spoken about trying to get the children 1 or 2 toys, something small to open, but most just couldn't afford it. Harriet might be soft-hearted, but she practically bought out the toy store that day. She remembered being that child who never got a present, even if it was well within the Dursleys' means. She never wanted any child to feel like that. Luna agreed and had run a story about the drive on the front page of Pandora's Chronicle. Now, when Harriet had bought a whole store's worth of toys, it had been for children who didn't have any. Tom, on the other hand, was just spoiling a baby that wouldn't even remember it. It's her first Yule. I want to make it special, he said sheepishly. Harriet shook her head fondly. How about this? She gets 1/3 of it, and the rest goes to the fundraiser. You know everyone is going to get her gifts. Imagine how overboard Sirius has already gone. She's not even a year old yet. She does not need this many things, not when she already has everything a baby could want in this world. Harriet said warmly. She knew her children would inevitably be spoiled, but she didn't want them to be entitled. The two do not have to go hand in hand. Tom narrowed his eyes. Half, he said, trying to see if she was in a bargaining mood. Harriet raised an eyebrow. I could have said 1/4, she said blankly. She was not going to play this game. Tom huffed. Fine, spoil my fun, he said, and Harriet could have sworn she saw a pout for a split second. Tom began sorting through the toys, and the further he went the more he realized she might have been right. Fred and Gorg had taken Harriet's request for a solution to their car problem very seriously. They knew how problems like this could grow. They also knew how much damage cars could do to the environment, so they agreed with her when it came to lowering the pollution rate. She also didn't have to do any convincing on the oil front. It was pretty clear what the mundanes will do for bloody oil. The first thing they did was buy a regular car to examine. Then they almost blew themselves up, so they asked their father to come and help, since he had already fixed up a mundane car before. Their father helped them to not blow up, but he didn't know anything besides the bare basics, so they enlisted the help of Sirius, who one day upon passing their lab and seeing a car in it started talking about the motorcycle he fixed up. Usually Sirius worked on exclusively prank products, but he was happy to help with this. Harriet made a deal with everyone who wanted to get their grubby paws on Lyra. Her and Lyra would be at headquarters for Christmas, but Yule was just going to be her, the baby, and Tom. Maybe Sirius is invited. Everyone was happy with this arrangement, seeing as the Weasleys celebrated Christmas and most others wouldn't mind seeing Lyra and Harriet, but they weren't chomping at the bit. Well, everyone except Luna. So Harriet and Tom had a small Yule with Lyra. They opened gifts, lit the Yule log, and when the baby was asleep celebrated their anniversary together. In the end it was amazing because it was theirs. Lyra had liked the toys she played with, and since the baby was happy, both parents were happy. Harriet had been right about Sirius going overboard. He had almost been worse than Tom when it came to gifts. Harriet was very thankful she had donated the majority of those toys and they wouldn't be wasted on a baby that would probably never even get to them. Lyra only needs so many toy brooms for Morgana's sake. She's gonna need a real broom before they run out. She couldn't even walk yet, how was she supposed to use a broom? Harriet grimaced as Sirius started clanging the very loud and obnoxious toy that Lyra seemed to adore, making both Harriet and Tom want to throttle Sirius. Even Molly glared at him and gave him a warning look. "One of those better not be in those gifts you got my granddaughter," she said with narrowed eyes. Sirius's eyes widened and he shook his head, though noticeably a box disappeared under the pile rather suddenly after that. Harriet already had a plan to make that forsaken toy disappear. It was already giving her a headache. "Harriet dear, why didn't you invite those Muggle family of yours?" Molly asked as she shuffled around the room. Harriet stiffened. "Because while I don't wish them ill will, the only one that I consider family is Dudley. And we both write to each other on occasion. I would never allow my aunt or uncle around Lyra," she said, her hands clenching at the very thought of her delicate baby girl anywhere near Vernon. Thankfully the subject was dropped rather quickly after that, but Sirius did have a look of confusion on his face. She hadn't spoken in explicit detail about them. Tom, sensing where her emotions were going, grabbed her hand, pulling her to his side. She smiled at him in thanks as she leaned into him, letting her body relax slightly from its coiled state. Once Christmas and Yule were over with, Harriet was back to work. She signed off on a new railroad to be built, this one between Morgana's Hallow, Canada, Vacor, and Avalon City. It was one of the smallest railroad projects yet and should only take a few months, so Harriet easily signed off on it. Harriet was excited to say Green Haven was finally out of the construction phase. The town would mainly be for farming and agricultural purposes, it having very fertile farmlands. She had made sure that the land surrounding the town was to go towards food production for the island. The island had very fertile lands, but it needed to be farmed properly. Thankfully, with the help of magic, it wasn't an issue. The biggest issue was land. They were on an island, and as such land wasn't limitless. It was why there was no outlaw on expanding charms. Though construction Laval expansion's charms need a permit, as if done wrong could cause the entire space to collapse in on itself. This being the case, land got more expensive the more you bought, as an incentive to use less. With expansion charms there was really no excuse for one manor to take up 200 acres of land, so Harriet had set a cap. No one could buy more than 70 acres, extremely reasonable given expansion charms. While large plots of land were expensive, the price of a half-acre lot was 5,000 galleons, converted to Muggle pounds, which would be around 30,000 pounds. Extremely affordable and reasonable for most families to buy and build houses on. Especially given house construction was going for about 7,000 galleons for a reasonable 3 to 4 bedroom home. Compared to the prices in most countries, it was a bloody steal. Harriet also made sure that land going towards farming or community spaces would come at a discounted rate, correcting for the added fee of buying large portions of land. This way people who were farming, their land going towards Avalon, would be given dispensations, seeing as the added cost was only there to prevent people from buying land and doing nothing with it when they were on a bloody island. It may be a big island, but it was still an island, and at the rate they were growing in 20 years it would be a pretty heavily populated island. Chapter endnotes. Okay, so I got to chapter 74, but that's it. My inspiration dried up, and now I'm on to greener pastures, but if you guys want I can start uploading the rest of the chapters once a day instead of every other day. You gonna get the same amount of chapters anyways, so let me know. Chapter 65. Fred and Gorg had tried for a month to make the car run on magic, but it just wasn't going to work. They could adapt the car, but they couldn't make it run on anything else besides gas. At least not with the technology they had now. It was then that they began looking for other solutions. If they couldn't mine their own oil, as all surveys said there was no oil deposits on the island, maybe they could transfigure it. They had already created a filter that would convert ocean water, something they had endless supply of, into clean drinking water. While technically it was marked as a filter, but it was really transfiguration. The ministry had bought the invention and installed it in all the water intake plants that then send the water to the other areas of the island. They also sell the filter for personal use and home use, but they were a one-and-done fix to the problem. Turning contaminated water into clean water was rather easy in comparison to turning water into decomposed animal carcasses that have been there for millions of years. That's a little trickier. But they had some direction now at least. Pansy scowled as she threw down yet another letter from her parents. They were not going to wait any longer. They demanded she find a suitable husband or they would cut her off. Or worse, find one for her. When she wrote back that she was currently making her own money, and not living off their dime, they threatened official disownment, meaning she would lose her name and a portion of her magic. Pansy scowled, her hands shaking as she clenched them so hard. She heard a vase shatter next to her, but she paid it no mind, waving her hand, vanishing whatever it was that broke as she glared hatefully at the letter. It really was naive of her to think her parents would be happy with her position in Harriet's ranks. She should have known they would try to pull this. They couldn't force her into a contract as an adult, but they could disown her. They were playing all their cards. Thankfully in this game she still had a full hand of cards to play, but only if she took them up now. She did not want to be disowned. The only true option was to find a bloody husband. One she could stand at the very least. Draco was out of the question. He was more to her parents' taste than hers. The only reason she had at one time tried to enter a betrothal contract with him was because of her father. No, Draco had never been the one she actually wanted. Thankfully that man probably had a similar problem with familial pressure. Pansy, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you ask for this lunch? Theo said, leaning back. Pansy had been trying to smooth this over with small talk for the past half hour, making it extremely obvious that something was going on. Pansy rolled her eyes. Fine, you're lucky your directness is one of your finer qualities, she said, her nose scrunching slightly as she put down her teacup. I would like to enter an official betrothal contract with you. My parents have made it abundantly clear that I need to find a match, and we have always been rather well suited. I'm sure your own grandfather is starting to push as well, Pansy said, approaching this as if it were a business transaction and not a marriage. Theo looked at her blankly for a moment before a look of consideration passed over his face. I can't say my grandfather hasn't pushed, but after everything with my father he's letting me make the choice. But I do agree we are well suited. We work for the same woman and understand the other rather well, Theo said, making it obvious he was open to the idea. Pansy nodded, a small smirk growing on her face. Besides, betrothal contracts don't need to turn into anything. And if they do, I would be open to finding lovers outside of the marriage after any children are born, she said, feeling more relaxed now that she knew she wouldn't be turned down. At least not without Theo considering it first. Theo nodded. I agree. Any other terms? He asked, summoning a piece of paper. Harriet watched fondly as Lyra tore into the cake Molly had made for her. It was her baby girl's first birthday. Everyone at headquarters had come to the party thrown by Luna, Lyra's official godmother. Luna took her duties very seriously and Harriet let her have this one, not seeing much importance for a big party when Lyra would never remember it. She still participated, of course. She just didn't go crazy like some of the others. While she hadn't given birth to Teddy, she had raised him, and she knew that wasting the money while they were young was idiotic. Lyra would be happy with some cake and people fawning over her. It did make Harriet wonder where the time went. It felt like yesterday she was pregnant and now here her baby was having her first birthday. Now that Fred and Gorg were working on the spell to convert water to oil, Lily began working on a new air filter. This way there wouldn't be an abscess of air pollution in 30 years. It would go in the exhaust system of the car. They were hoping it could be sold independently. That way it can be added to the cars already on the island. The oil filter, however, would be made into the car itself. They all agreed to begin making and selling their own brand of cars, though they don't fly, much to Arthur and Sirius's sadness. They weren't advertising the use of the filter, only that it would be a car run on water. This way gas costs would no longer be a problem. They were trying to find a partner who has experience in the car industry. Even they knew it was a risk to start building cars when they had no clue what they were really doing. Harriet sat in her office doing paperwork, Lyra in a playpen next to her with a few toys. Tom had meetings all day and couldn't bring her with, so Harriet had volunteered to bring her to work, not that anyone minded. Her secretary Amy adored Lyra, not to mention both Hermione and Luna being down the hall. Harriet knew they would all be in there for lunch, but right now everyone had a job to do and Lyra was very happy playing with her rubber rings and trying to stack them. Harriet was busy signing off on the start of a new town and the continuation of Highway 11, which had finally reached Zonda. All the while feeling sick to her stomach. She had started getting sick at random times. But she still had a job to do. Harriet had a feeling more and more towns would begin to crop up, especially as property begins getting more sparse. Not that they were anywhere near there yet, not even 25% of the island was occupied yet. It was why Harriet tried to promote the growth of more concentrated communities like cities and towns when she could. Currently, Harriet was planning the locations for settlements and encouraging the immigration department to sell properties in that area. But she had a feeling that wouldn't last for long. Technically speaking, a town needs 4,000 people to qualify as a town, while to be classed as a city you would need over 60,000 people as per the regulations on Avalon. So while right now Harriet was planning the towns, there were already self-made communities cropping up. Every day those smaller communities grow and will eventually be self-made towns. There was already a possibility of this happening in the next 2 years, as one of these makeshift communities was at about 3,000 people. Harriet was happy for this to be happening, but it meant that they needed to prepare for that eventuality. Usually they chose the locations for these towns carefully, but the communities cropping up normally just center around a few shops. Harriet had taken very careful consideration into the placement of each of the communities, including the newest one, which she named Phaedra, with construction begging on the foundations. She signed off for a connecting railroad to go from Phaedra to Everston, connecting it to Railroad A and B. The railroad would be very small and would only take 2 months to complete, so Harriet signed off on the plans and the transportation department would do the rest. The town would be on the coast, so Harriet was hoping to make it a larger town, possibly even a city one day. It was in a great location with wonderful views while being far enough from the water not to be at risk for storm damage. Not that it was much of a risk given the protective wards around the entire island. Chapter 66 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Fred laughed gleefully when he poured ocean water in one end and out came gasoline on the other. He could have cried when Fred tested it and it came back just as good as the original. Everyone took that night to celebrate, and after they spent the whole week making sure everything was perfect before filing the patent on it. Once the patent was in place, they worked with the manufacturing partner they had found to begin making the cars, with their new converter gas tank. They had a contract that no other car company would be able to buy this gasoline tank from their company for the next 10 years. Their company would receive 50% of the profits of all sales that include their product for the duration of the contract. And after 10 years, when their exclusivity wears off, the profit margin will drop to 20%, but they will be able to sell to other companies, even outside of the island. The manufacturing company had been happy with that and a partnership was built. While that was happening, they were also working on finishing off the air filter and getting a patent for that as well. All the while they sold a converter to the ministry, so they could begin distributing gasoline to the people without the ridiculous upcharge from the importation costs. Since it wasn't a gasoline tank, it wasn't breaking their previous contract, so the deal was struck. Really, Harriet should have picked up on it, especially since it hadn't been that long since the last time. After waking up for the 4th week in a row with sporadic sickness, she really should have caught it. No, when her breasts were more tender than usual. Honestly, she would have been happy to have figured it out before waking up and feeling that magical connection that was so familiar. It had taken Harriet a moment to figure out what the feeling was, but when she did, she couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, or both. That was how Tom found her, laughing in bed, a hand on her abdomen. "Are you all right?" Tom asked cautiously as he walked towards her. Harriet nodded and asked for his hand before placing it on her stomach. It wasn't hard for her to push her own magic into Tom and then the baby's, making his eyes go from confusion to shock. He looked down at her stomach with wide eyes before a wet laugh of his own came out. This had definitely not been in either of their plans. Once the knowledge that she was pregnant settled, Harriet had to get back to the grind. She did schedule an appointment with Millicent though. She had appointments scheduled for the day already, one of them being meeting with Percy and his aunt to discuss next steps toward bringing up Percy's political image. Muriel wasn't the most pleasant woman, but she was also very cutthroat and didn't hold back her punches, which Harriet could enjoy. She did bring the little one to soften the blow since Tom was meeting with contractors for Slytherin Manor. Lyra had a way of making the older folk much more amenable to suggestion. As predicted, Muriel was a brilliant host and Percy was on his best behavior. Would you like to hold her? Harriet asked, offering up Lyra to Muriel, who looked at the baby longingly. The older woman shook her head. No, maybe later, we have business to talk, she said sharply. Harriet nodded and pulled out the playpen from her pocket, quickly enlarging it and putting Lyra in there so she was contained. Her toys were still in place, but she seemed tired and began laying down. Once Harriet knew she would be fine, she turned back to tea. So you believe Percy could be the next minister? Muriel asked, her eyes shrewd. Harriet nodded. Of course, I know he is capable. We just need to work on his public image and he should get the vote. I suggested he take up the founder's seat the Pruitt family has on the council, work up a reputation through the system. Harriet said, complete confidence in her voice. I thought only the Weasleys had a founder's seat on the Council of Magic? Muriel asked, her eyes narrowed. Harriet smiled, slightly sheepish. I may have worked a Pruitt seat into the council. So many members of the Weasleys were integral to the building of Avalon and I felt like they deserved to have that recognized, she said, a light blush working its way up her neck. Muriel seemed to soften slightly. That was very considerate of you, I agree. Percy should take up that seat. Now, what is this he mentioned about possibly gaining another? She asked. All it takes to gain a seat on the council is to put forth 5,000 hours towards Avalon. It may sound like a lot, but that's about 3 to 4 years of working 4 hours a day, with days off included. Percy might be eligible to earn a seat before he takes up the minister position. I would actually recommend it given you can only take up one seat during your term as minister. So by the end of his 5 years term, if he plays his cards right, he could have 2 more seats on the council. Bring your number of seats up to 3 inches, Harriet explained. Harriet could see as Muriel thought over the implications before she nodded. Well, it seems we have some work to do then, she said, her eyes moving over to Percy, who had been occupying himself with Lyra while Harriet answered her questions. It was during March that it got around headquarters that Tonks was pregnant. Ever since Harriet had avoided her and Remus like the plague, it's not that she was angry, it was the fact her hormones made her burst into tears upon seeing them. The first time it had happened, everyone immediately realized she was pregnant. The only time she got upset at the sight of Tonks was when she was hormonal. She could still remember crying whenever she saw the woman's hair go from pink to blue. While she was pregnant with Lyra, she felt horrible about this. She didn't want to make Tonks feel guilty for something that isn't even her fault. In the wake of that, Harriet spent less time at headquarters and more time at LaFay Castle. Neither she nor Tonks needed the stress right now. She also spent a lot of time at work given the fact she would be going on maternity leave again. She was now trying to make sure she had as much done as possible for when that happened. Thankfully, like everything else, Avalon was also progressing and Highway 11 had finally been completed and connected to itself in Asura. Now they had a highway that went around the entire border of the island. They also began the settlement of another town, this one closer to Wolfsburg, though not too close to the area as the creatures in Wolfsburg were rather territorial. Funny enough, it had been one of the first of those small communities that cropped up on their own to be recognized as a town. Apparently a bunch of people from the States had settled in the area. As she had heard it, they were from the south and didn't give 2 shits about werewolves or creatures if the deer hunting was good. Their words, not hers. Apparently the residents of Wolfsburg liked their new neighbors as they minded their business, so Harriet saw no problem with the community turning into a full-fledged town. They had named themselves Dextera. Tom and Harriet sat together on the sofa. Lyra was lying on a blanket on the floor, playing with toys while the snakes lay curled around her protectively. Nagina was supporting the baby's back while having a nap, but Leviathan was happily entertaining the baby by nudging a ball back and forth. He still wasn't full grown but was about 4 feet in length. Why is the hatching growing so slow? You are a slow hatchling, aren't you? Leviathan hissed at Lyra, making the baby giggle. Nagini snapped at him. Human hatchlings mature slower, you idiot. She won't be ready to leave the nest for many years. She hissed angrily, showing her fangs to the younger snake. Leviathan was not deterred in the slightest. She cannot even hiss yet. Whenever she tries, it just comes out as nonsense, he said, his voice slightly mocking towards Nagini, even though the snake adored Lyra. Wait. Can Lyra speak serpent tongue? Tom asked, sitting up suddenly, jarring Harriet from where she was laid against him reading. Nagina looked at him as if he were simple. Of course, Tom. She's your hatchling. You both are speakers, meaning every child you have will be a speaker. It's a 50-50 chance for your children to have speakers of their own for hatchlings, Nagini explained patently. She may be a snake in body, but before that she was a woman who knew one day her only companions would be those that spoke the snake tongue. She had done her research. Tom picked Lyra and started talking to her in a baby voice as he talked about how proud he was that she could talk to snakes like mommy and daddy. Lyra was just happy to be receiving so much undivided attention from her favorite parent. Lyra was undoubtedly a daddy's girl. Chapter end notes. It is amusing to me that in the story we are passing the time of my birth. March 23, 00. It just made me giggle. Lol. Chapter 67 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As May turned to June, Scrix was open to the general public to move in, the town reaching 75% point in its construction and was ready for the influx of people. Harriet was still surprised at the amount of new people they see every day. She would get the reports after each day from the immigration department, and they were averaging about 2,000 new residents a day. She spent the majority of her day signing off on things while going through reports in the last 2 hours of her day. She had just signed off to begin constructing another highway. This one would be a rather large project which Harriet had signed off on. Highway 33 would go from Wolfsburg to Greenhaven, then on to Hillside, then Everston, until finally stopping in Phaedra. The highway would be Highway 33 and would intersect with Highway 22 halfway through. With the twins having a solution to the gasoline problem, Harriet had no issue with pushing for more ways to get around the island via car. The new highway would cut through the center of the island, making transportation much faster. Lisa, unlike Harriet, did put together what her symptoms were, but unlike Harriet she wasn't married, or even in a bloody relationship. Her and Gorg were fuck buddies for Merlin's sake. What was she going to tell him? What was she gonna tell Molly? Knowing her basic healing spells, Lisa performed the scan on herself and almost burst into tears upon seeing the results. She avoided Gorg like the plague after that. She had no idea what she wanted to do, and until she knew that she couldn't go to him, not with no answers. She successfully avoided him for 4 days before he found her in her bedroom. Okay. I don't know what's going on with you, but if you want to end this, can you just tell me? This avoiding me thing is sending me some weird signals, George said casually upon spelling open her locked door. Lisa looked at him with wide eyes. There he was, leaning against the doorway, suave as ever, and she was a mess. She didn't want to give up her child, not this time. Then, it had been the right choice for her, and that child. The world was not a place that would welcome another magical child, and she would be a liability to the others if she was pregnant. She had to make that choice during the war, but there was no war now. There was a safe place for this child to grow and be loved. She couldn't stop the overflow of emotions as she began hysterically sobbing. George's suave demeanor dropped in a split second as he quickly ushered her to the bed and handed her some tissues, doing whatever he could to get her to stop crying. Are you okay? What did I do? What can I do? He said frantically as he rubbed her back. She shook her head. You knocked me up, you fucking idiot, she said into his chest, as he pet her on the back of her head and held her close. George stiffened, making her slowly pull back only to see him gaping, trying to find words but ultimately failing as he stared at her gobsmacked. She felt her emotions settle as she took a deep breath. I'm pregnant, it's yours, and I'm keeping it. I'm sorry I've been avoiding you, that was shitty, but I needed to come to terms with it. If you want to be part of this kid's life, that's your prerogative. I'll do it on my own if I have to, she said, her voice becoming steady as she realized she could do this, even if he wasn't there with her. It wasn't what she wanted, but it was what she would do if it came down to it. She had a new priority. George seemed to blink back into reality as he shook his head. I don't want you to do it on your own. I want to do this, and I want to give us a shot, because I would be lying if I said I haven't started to develop feelings for you, he said, his voice sure. She looked at him and felt herself hope, because she had also been developing feelings for him, even when she actively tried not to. I would like that, she said gently. As Harriet entered her 3rd term of pregnancy, she began crafting minimum standards for education that she would push through her seats on the Council of Magic instead of her position as minister. She never wanted education to get as bad as hers once was. Her education was appalling, but the lack of safety at the school was horrendous. If the ministry hadn't been full of a bunch of corrupt idiots, she would have agreed they needed to intervene in Hogwarts during her 5th year. Instead they had sent Umbitch. Well, she was currently in headquarters dungeons being tortured every few days by whoever wanted to work out their frustration. While the new laws were being created for education, hopefully the future generations would be protected from any idiots down the line. When she wasn't working on the new education bill, she was signing more bloody approvals. Highway 33 was progressing and Highway 22 was almost complete, and the construction of Phaedra had reached 50%, meaning people could begin moving in. She was happy that everything was going so well, but it was getting very repetitive. Even her own business venture was getting to be never-ending signatures. She currently had 13 apartment buildings and condos in operation, with 2 being built currently in Phaedra and Green Haven. Harriet was considering expanding to Canada as well, as it was the closest town to LaFay Castle. She had finally gotten 2 construction teams under her employment. Both had 15 workers, one of them being a foreman, and at least 2 of them being wizards or witches certified in construction magic. Harriet made sure all the people working for her were very happy and had extremely reasonable salaries. Since these workers were doing construction, they made about 18,000 G a year, $120,000, while receiving 500 G holiday bonuses during the Yule season. While she would never ask anyone to work for an unfair wage, these particular workers were definitely making more than average for construction workers on the island, but there was no way she would get them otherwise. While most of them were new hires, a good majority were men and women who had worked for Harriet already, so Harriet knew they were reliable. She was willing to pay for good work. It was during August that Lisa, being pregnant, got around. One too many runs to a plant to vomit, and apparently people catch on. Once everyone in headquarters knew she was up the duff, she and Gorg chose to reveal they were together. They decided to keep it a secret that for most of the time they were together, they hadn't been in an actual relationship, at least from Molly. Molly, who was both overjoyed about another grandchild, and angry that their relationship had been kept a secret, not to mention the baby, while they weren't even engaged. When asked if they were getting married, everyone was met with a resounding no. They were nowhere near ready for that. When pushed, they were forced to admit the pregnancy wasn't exactly planned and they weren't anywhere near ready for marriage. Fred had jumped to their defense and made everyone back off, which wasn't surprising since Gorg had told him a month prior. Luna found Draco down in the potions lab. "Hiding from your mother?" she asked, a smirk on her face as she jumped up onto the counter that wasn't being used. Draco snorted in amusement as his nose wrinkled. "Sort of. Delphine is teething or something and hasn't stopped screaming whenever I go visit. Mother seems to be handling it well, but father is hiding in his office. I swear that kid's lungs can go through silencing spells," he said as he continued stirring the potion he was working on. Ever since Hermione and Severus had gotten serious, he no longer had an open-door policy. After almost walking in on them several times, Draco was fine with that. It just meant he would need to brew in headquarters, which wasn't really a loss since the potions lab was something to die for. Luna snickered. "Just wait. If you think your mother's going to stop at just one more child, you're deluded," she said teasingly. Draco shrugged. "It's fine. It's not as if I need to watch them, or live at the manor any longer. I have my room here and an apartment in the city. Having your own building does come with some perks after all," he said, his voice going slightly haughty. Luna snorted. "Oh, and how much do you charge for one of those extra fancy apartments of yours?" she asked, leaning back on the lab counter, her hands supporting her. Draco went to give her a look of superiority, but almost chocked when he looked up before coughing, trying to make it seem like he didn't just realize he was attracted to Lovegood. "Nothing my clientele can't afford," Draco said, his voice coming out slightly higher than normal before he corrected himself. All the while Luna was in another world, seeing the possibilities coming to her. All it took was one realization, one turning point, and entire futures get opened up to possibilities, and as Luna looked at Draco, she was seeing them all, like puzzle pieces slotting together. She had always had trouble seeing her own fate. Others were easy, but her own was foggy at best. She would get pictures, flashes. But it was like a puzzle that never could come together, but now it was forming and she was seeing a life she could have, and she wanted it. Chapter end notes for the record. Some of the towns do have stupid names, I know that. But I'm shit at naming, so I pulled up a name generator and the ones who seemed like they could actually be towns I used. It's only gonna get weirder names from here, lol. Chapter 68 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet was forced into maternity leave midway through August. She wasn't very happy about it, but at least she got to spend most of her time with Lyra and Tom. Sirius also came around a lot. Since she wasn't at headquarters often, he came to visit instead. He was the one who filled her in on all the gossip, including Gorg and Lisa. Those two had actually surprised her. She had no idea they had been together. She thought they would make a good couple, but she had never seen any inclination they were even interested in the other. Harriet was impressed. It seems neither of them had lost their touch. Annoyingly enough, all Harriet had to do was gossip, spend time with the baby, and watch TV. Though she did occasionally do work for her company and her seats on the Wizigmont and Council of Magic. It was almost a relief when she felt the magical cord disconnect during the first week of September. Millicent moved back into the castle to the same room as last time, while the medical room was ready to go. It had everything she could possibly need to give birth, even if she needed to have an emergency C-section, which was thankfully very uncommon in magical society with the help of potions. Luna took over Harriet's duties while she was on maternity leave. She didn't exactly love the job, but it was for the best. There was no one Harriet trusted more. Luna made sure the finalization for Scrix went through smoothly. Dexterra reached its 50% point in the construction as well, meaning people were now welcome to move there. Though Luna had asked the immigration department not to send too many people to Dexterra given the pre-existing population might not be too happy with it. Luna could handle this job. What she was having a hard time handling was Draco. She had never really considered him. She was so sure he would want a proper pureblood wife, but from everything Luna had seen, that wasn't true. She had always enjoyed his company and his appearance, but she had thought that door firmly shut, but apparently Draco had wrenched it open because Luna had caught him looking more than a few times, and she had begun looking herself, and flirting. It didn't help that she could see so many possibilities, a name to the blurry figure she had seen before. She could see the life she would have, one of happiness. She wanted that. She had made sure all the others went down their correct paths to get their happy endings, and now it was her turn. On the 13th of September, Eridanus Salazar Slytherin Lefay was born after 4 hours of labor. He would be the heir to Slytherin, but more importantly, loved by his parents wholly. The baby had his mother's curls in his father's shade of hair, with one blood red eye and one brown, the same shade as Merope Gaunt's once were. After his birth there was a celebration of the dark sect, much like when Lyra's birth was announced. People partied in the streets and Harriet and Tom received piles upon piles of gifts for the baby. Lyra was slightly jealous of her brother getting all the attention at first, but within a week she was sitting with her mother and just watching the infant. Harriet and Tom adored their new son and their daughter, as well as everyone else at headquarters. Luna and Draco were chosen as the boys' godparents. While Luna had expected the title, Draco had been surprised. He shouldn't have been. The only reason he wasn't chosen for Lyra's godfather was because Tom had been given the choice. That was how Lyra had a Death Eater for a godfather, which Harriet had not been very happy about and had henceforth taken over the decision of her children's godparents. For Morgana's sake, what was Tom thinking when he named Rabaston Lestrange Lyra's godfather? She knew he was the nicer brother by far, but it didn't mean he should be their daughter's godfather. She had written into her will that he would never be given stewardship of her child. While she didn't hate the man, and he actually had a rather amusing demeanor, she didn't want him taking care of Lyra in the case of anything happening. He wasn't one of hers. Not to mention he was unstable at best. He had spent 15 years in Azkaban, and unlike Sirius, he didn't have an animagus transformation to hide in, and she wouldn't exactly call Sirius a stable caregiver. It was on the recommendation of her doctor that Narcissa went through the fertility treatment a second time. She was told that while the fertility potion kept a fetus safe from complications, it did not stop time, and as her age was progressing, her ability to get pregnant at all would lessen. She was advised that if she wanted to have any more children, she should try and do it in the next 3 years, so she and Lucius tried again, and within a month she was testing positive for pregnancy. She was ecstatic. She loved her dragon, but she had always wanted at least 3 children like her mother had. Lucius was in full support. Being raised as he was, he would never deny her wanting another child. A child was security, someone to pass down your line and keep it safe. At least in the world they were raised in. They tried not to raise their own children that way, but there was no turning back their own childhoods. Once Harriet had recovered from birth, thankfully made easier with potions, she began taking the kids to headquarters to work again in October. Now that she wasn't pregnant, she could look at Tonks again without crying, and as a thank you for putting up with it, Harriet got Tonks a goodie bag for Mommy after she gives birth. It was filled with clothes and things meant for Tonks in particular. As a mother with a newborn, she had a good idea of what the woman would want. Eridanus mostly slept in the bassinet Harriet had for him while Lyra was beginning to walk and speak, so most of the time she was in a playpen unless someone came by the office to play with her. Sirius, Luna, Molly, Hermione, and Draco all being guilty of stopping by for a quick chat, and then staying for over an hour to play with the babies. Sirius had turned into Padfoot and refused to leave, making Harriet fondly roll her eyes as she continued to work. She didn't stay at headquarters for more than a few hours a day since she wasn't doing official ministry work but instead worked for her company and her seats, mainly finalizing the bill on education before it gets submitted to the council for a vote. Since she was already working on a bill on education for the Council of Magic, she also began drafting one for the Wizigmont. It was about time Magical Britain came back up to the proper education standard. After a month of flirting, it seems Draco finally worked up the courage to ask her on a date. Luna happily agreed, and since then things have been going smoothly. They had begun going on regular dates and had begun to stay over at the other place on occasion. Luna finally got a look at that new fancy apartment of his. They weren't hiding the fact they were dating, so it only took a month before Narcissa got involved and began asking about betrothal contracts. They both turned her down, saying they would not have a betrothal contract. Narcissa wasn't exactly happy about this, so the couple agreed that if it got to that point they would go through with an engagement and marriage contract which settled Draco's parents. Narcissa could be a very intimidating woman, especially while pregnant. By November Harriet was back at work. Since she was back in the thick of it, she left it to Tom to get the education bill passed in the Wizigmont. Her solicitor introduced the bill and would vote for it, but it was Tom that needed to see it through, as Harriet was doing on the Avalon side of things. Harriet would come home and hear from Tom how against the bill Dumbledore was, how hard he was trying to have it blocked only to fail. Honestly, it was laughable at this point that the old man thought he held any sway at all. Dumbledore hadn't resorted to violence again. The warning that if he fired off another spell in the chambers he would be banned was taken seriously apparently, even with Tom trying to goad the man into a reaction on a daily basis. Tom was hoping to push Dumbledore into his own downfall. Not that there was much further to fall. He wasn't exactly loved by the general public. The only ones still loyal to him were idiots and the old crowd. Even Maudie doesn't talk to the old man much. Updated map chapter end notes: the pic is what the map looked like, at least a few chapters ago with all the updates. I forgot to post it in chapter 64 like I wanted to, but here you go. Lol. Chapter 69. As November turned to December, Harriet and Tom celebrated Yule with their children. It was Lyra's second and Eridanus's first Yule, so they spent it as a family. They spoiled both children in a reasonable fashion and had a beautiful time. When Christmas came around, they celebrated at headquarters with everyone else. Molly had decorated the lounge with everything imaginable, and in the corner was a giant tree that twinked from all the ornaments. Lyra and Eridanus both loved to look at the tree. Lyra had at one point just stared at it for 30 minutes. It was at the Christmas party that Harriet finally met Tonks and Remus's newborn daughter, whom they named Bethany. A part of Harriet, that she was ashamed to admit to having, felt relief that it hadn't been a boy. The baby was already showing the metamorphagus ability which both Tonks and Andromeda seemed extremely proud of. Remus just seemed happy to have a daughter. He also adored both Lyra and Eridanus. Harriet wasn't as close to Remus and Tonks as she once would have hoped, but it was enough, and it felt right. Sirius was happy to have so many new babies to spoil. He couldn't wait till they were old enough to fly. If everything went to plan, he would have his own team in about 13 years. Harriet held Bethany while Tonks and Remus cooed over Eridanus. Tom had Lyra in his lap as he kept his eyes on Eridanus. He was always such an attentive father, and it had only doubled since Harriet gave birth to Eridanus. Harriet smiled down at the baby in her arms, laughing as its eyes glowed green to match hers. "Hello, little one," she said gently. The baby was only about a week old at this point. Harriet was surprised Tonks brought her at all. Remus had asked her to be Bethany's godmother, but Harriet declined. While she was honored, to hit a little too close to home. Remus had understood and instead named Molly, who was practically beaming when she found out. Molly was in her element as she played with the children and made sure everyone opened presents. She seemed so much happier now that she had grandbabies to spoil. Soon she would have one more, as Lisa was about ready to pop. The night continued with everyone talking and having a good time until Ginny surprised everyone with proposing to Cho. Of course Cho accepted, and then the squealing of every woman in the room commenced as they looked at the ring and began talking about the wedding. Some of the men didn't mind, but others took refuge in the corner in some kind of huddle. Tom sat on the sofa calmly talking to Severus and Draco, Lyra in his lap while Eridanus was being held by Draco. "So Severus, you thinking of popping the question sometime soon?" Draco asked, nudging Severus with his foot teasingly. Tom snickered as he bounced Lyra lightly on his knee, making her squeal happily and clap her little hands. Severus glared sharply at his unrepentant godson. "We have discussed you butting into my love life, Draco, but if you must know, I do not believe me and Hermione are ready for that as of yet," he said, his voice making it clear he wouldn't say more. Draco rolled his eyes. "Come on Severus, it's obvious you love her. Granger is a pretty pragmatic woman, don't wait too long," he said mirthfully, trying to get a rise out of Severus. Being made the godfather of the Dark Lord's son was a huge status symbol amongst the Dark Sect, meaning Draco had for all intents and purposes moved up a few ranks unofficially. He didn't fear being around the Dark Lord anymore. He gave him his due respect, but he treated him as a person, which Tom seemed to enjoy. Severus glared at Draco before a smirk made its way on his face. "Is that so? I could ask the same of you and Miss Lovegood. When are you planning to enter that engagement contract your mother keeps speaking about?" he asked pointedly. Draco went red all over, making Tom snort in amusement. "He's got you there," he said with a snicker. Now that Harriet was back to work, she was back to signing approvals. Thankfully Highway 22 had been completed while she was on maternity leave, and now Highway 33 was also complete. She also had a whole new workload since the vote for the new education department had passed, so now she needed to begin building the bloody department. It was harder than people would think. Thankfully she already had someone to run the damn thing in mind. Diana Ortiz was a Brazilian witch who participated in the spell that created the awakening. Before the war she had been a teacher for 20 years and a principal for 10. She knew the ins and outs of the educational system, and Harriet knew she was loyal. She wasn't one of Harriet's direct generals, but she was considered an ally. When Harriet reached out with the offer, Diana accepted, as she was already in Avalon. Moving wasn't an issue. The first thing they would do was set standards for all schools on Avalon, but they would need qualified people to do that, so with Diana in charge she went about finding her own staff. Like everything else, Harriet eventually just became a signer. Lisa gave birth to a healthy baby boy with bright ginger curls upon his little head. George was with her through the whole thing and stood by her side. In the end he was proud to hold his newborn son. As he held that little baby and smiled down at him, he was filled with a love he had never understood. Suddenly he could understand Harriet's never-ending grief, the rage, the anger, and the overwhelming love she had always claimed to feel for Teddy and now her other children. He would die for his son, he would kill for his son, he would make sure this baby in his arms lived the happiest life he could give, and the beautiful woman in the bed which he handed their son to would be with him through every day of it. "Look at what we made," he said in awe as he handed back the wiggling little thing in his arms so Lisa could breastfeed. She smiled tiredly at him, sweat coating her forehead as she nodded and looked down at their baby as he nursed. "He's perfect," she said, her voice awed. "Do you have a name picked out?" Millicent asked, not wanting to break the moment but currently signing the paperwork. Lisa nodded. "Spencer Weasley," she said calmly, holding her baby close. When Lyra's second birthday came around, Tom toned it down slightly, realizing that a toddler really won't appreciate eccentric decorations. Give that baby a piece of cake and a few toys and people fawning over them and they will be fine. They had it in LaFay Castle this time, on the bottom floor, of course. Harriet wouldn't want anyone they weren't close to in the family suite. Harriet had let Tom invite some of his more tame higher-ranking members, including Lyra's godfather, Sebastian Lestrange. Neville and Mandy also attended, which just made that whole situation fun, but Neville seemed to take joy in confusing the shit out of the Lestranges in some fucked up sense of mental warfare. Neville wasn't the scared boy anymore. He was one of her fiercest and bloodiest generals. While the Lestranges were once a nightmare, they were now like toys he wanted to play with for his amusement, and Mandy agreed with him. Harriet let it go as long as it didn't cause a disruption in the party and didn't happen around any of the kids, which both Neville and Mandy agreed to, and the Lestrange brothers have begun using as a sort of shield. Apparently both brothers weren't handling the lack of fear, not to mention new fears of their own, well. Neville had taken great pleasure in making it known he would love to return the favor they gave his parents back on them tenfold. Harriet wouldn't let it go that far, but she couldn't get involved heavily. This was between them and the kids had to sort it out themselves. Tom found himself both annoyed at the Lestranges and Longbottom, while also being impressed that Harriet's people could cause this much fear in some of his most bloodthirsty. It wasn't as if the Lestrange brothers feared for their life, more like they feared for their balls, which Mandy had made very clear she was coming for. Neville and Mandy had spent the entire party chasing around the Lestrange brothers and making them seek refuge with children so they could get away from the little mind games they were playing. If Neville and Mandy couldn't torture them physically, they would do it mentally, even if a 2-year-old's birthday party wasn't exactly an appropriate place to do so. Chapter 70. Oh, I'm so glad you brought the little ones. I'm sorry I missed Lyra's birthday. Phileas had a family emergency, and if my deputy is out of commission, I need to stay on the grounds. Minerva said apologetically as she cooed over Lyra and Eridanus. Harriet shook her head. I would never get mad at you for taking your job seriously, Minerva. It's how it always should have been, she said, not being subtle who she was talking about. Minerva rolled her eyes. Don't even get me started. At least he's finally out of the school. Apparently Hogwarts herself is done with his antics, she said, a scowl on her face as she thought about Albus. Harriet snickered, thinking about the old man's face when he was given the official boot from the school, no less. That will happen when you plot against its lords. While Tom and I were simply heirs, it was one thing, but now that we both have taken up our titles, him working against us, especially in the school itself, was not something she would ever tolerate, Harriet said, smiling towards the walls, feeling the magic within them. She could practically feel as the school thrummed with happiness and power. Minerva's eyes widened in understanding. That would do it, I suppose. Though I really wish you would sit your seats on the board, she said pointedly. Harriet shook her head. I wish I could, but I have way too much on my plate already. Any free time needs to go to them. At least until my term is over. Once I have more free time, I'll consider it. I would have someone sit my seats, but sadly the school board doesn't allow that. Tom taking up his own seats must have helped. She asked hopefully, truly feeling bad that she couldn't sit the seats, but she just didn't have the time. Minerva grumbled, but it was half-hearted. As reasons go, that one isn't bad, and yes, your husband has been very helpful. But with that new bill he's looking to pass, Hogwarts is going to need some serious work, she said, worry in her voice. Harriet nodded. I know, it's why I made sure to write a 2-year adjustment period into the bill. The new regulations wouldn't go into effect for 2 years, plenty of time to find teachers, and update, she said reassuringly. She knew Minerva would need time. Minerva relaxed slightly. That does help, but all those new classes aren't doable. We don't have the students to learn them. There will only be less students each year until 2006 at the earliest. There's no new wizards and witches to teach. Most of the students we have now are those who died in the battle. We don't have a single first, second, or third year in the building, she said, her voice tired. Harriet grimaced. Well, she supposed that did track. 2006 would be the first year that any new children born after the awakening would go to school. And even then it wouldn't be that many given the chaos of the first year for most people. I suppose I can talk to Tom about a special dispensation. We just want the standards passed. Honestly, Minerva, I don't think you will have a problem doing most of them. You reinstated most classes by the time Teddy went to school, she said encouragingly. Minerva didn't lose the look of stress in her eyes. That was after years of saving up the funds and correcting Albus's mistakes. I've already set most of the elves on going through the room of requirement, but it still took me 15 years to get it done before. I just don't know if I can do it, she said, her voice tired. Harriet nodded. I understand, trust me, I do. I'll speak to Tom. Make sure the regulations won't be enforced till 2005. And in the meantime I'll boost the Hogwarts vault. Harriet said simply. It was easy enough to do. Oh no dear, you don't need to do that, Minerva said, her eyes wide as she shook her head in denial. Harriet grabbed her hand from across the table. I want to. Besides, it's gonna come from the Gryffindor vault. Mid as well go towards the school. The last thing me or Tom want is to overwhelm the one woman we think can bring this school back to what it once was. The regulations were put there to make sure no one pulls another Dumbledore, Harriet said reassuringly. After her meeting with Minerva, Harriet made sure to have 2 billion galleons transferred into the Hogwarts vault. She sent the letter straight to her account manager, so she knew it would be handled within a few days. Once that was handled, she got back to work. Construction of a new town was beginning since people continued to move to Avalon, and it didn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. It had been recommended that the ministry continue constructing at least one new town a year to keep up with population growth, so Harriet had done just that. Abilene would be halfway between Hailing Cove and Green Haven. Harriet was planning to make it a smaller town, as the next town was already in the planning phase and it was set to be a rather large project that will house over 20,000 people. So Harriet thought it best to keep Apollinge a smaller, more rural area. "You know, I knew we were well suited, but I didn't realize how well suited we are," Theo said as him and Pansy looked over the engagement contract she had drawn up. Theo smirked as he saw the parts, making sure she kept her titles and her own power until her death. Pansy gave him a satisfied smile. "I always had an inkling," she said as she signed the contract, handing him the quill. "Last chance to back out," she said pointedly. Theo snorted and took the quill. "Darling, I would be a fool to back out now," he said, his eyes looking her up and down. Pansy felt her cheeks go a slight shade of red, but she kept her face impassive. Since there were no purity clauses in any of the contracts, they had both slept together more than a few times, and apparently she had left an impression. She had thought their marriage would just be political, but they were more compatible than she first thought, and she found herself enjoying their moments together. She hoped for this marriage to turn into a real one. Much how Draco's parents were, and less like her own. Theo matched her in ways she hadn't expected, and she was eager to see what their lives would be like now with each other. Her parents had been pleased with her choice, not as much with the lack of contact they had with her. They seemed to think all would be forgiven after blackmailing her. They were very wrong in their assumption. Pansy was considering not even sending them an invitation to the wedding, but that might make more of a statement than she wanted to make. Harriet was in the family room with both kids on the floor, playing with them and showing them little magical displays, making both Eridanus and Lyra clap their hands. The moment was interrupted by the doors bursting open. Harriet turned around on the immediate offensive, only to see Tom walking in, a large grin on his face. "It passed. We barely did it, but it passed by 3 votes. Oh, I wish you could have seen the look in the old fool's eyes," he said happily as he picked up Lyra and began dancing with her around the room, making her kick her little legs and squeal. Harriet shook her head fondly as she picked up Eridanus. "I assume you're talking about the education bill?" Harriet asked fondly as she put the baby into his playpen so he wouldn't accidentally get hurt. Tom nodded, the grin still on his face. "Of course. It only passed because we changed the requirements from becoming active in 2003 and instead pushed it back to 2005. The naysayers seemed to calm down at that, and we got the majority back. I was worried the old fool had done it with this one, but Daddy came out on top, didn't he?" Tom asked Lyra in a baby voice as the toddler just went along with whatever Tom said. Harriet's shoulders relaxed slightly. "I'll make sure to inform Minerva during our next tea. Now, are you going to put our daughter down?" she asked fondly. Tom shook his head as he put Lyra on his hip before pulling Harriet into his other side and kissing her. When they pulled away, Harriet smirked. "See, now that is how you greet your wife when you get home," she said jokingly before a mischievous look entered her eyes, and she grabbed Lyra before making a run for it. Harriet and Lyra both laughed as they ran from Tom. This was Lyra's favorite game, which was obvious as the toddler practically screeched in glee in her mother's ear as Tom chased them, both parents being careful with Lyra to make sure she wasn't hurt. Chapter 71. Harriet had the kids with her at work as she finalized the paperwork for Hillside since its construction was finally complete. She wasn't in the office long as she had a meeting with Minerva, but she made sure to approve the construction of Highway 44 to begin. She was slightly rushed as she could hear Eridanus getting fussy in his carrier. Thankfully Lyra was occupied with her toys, but her little brother seemed to be in a mood today. Harriet quickly tried to finish her work and was able to get out of the office relatively early. All she had left to do was go visit Minerva and then maybe headquarters before going home. Harriet had just finished tea with Minerva, who seemed much calmer now that she knew about the newest stipulations on the education bill. Minerva had been interrupted by an urgent flow call, so Harriet had taken the kids, intending to use Phileas's flow when she ran into someone unexpected. "Oh, Harriet. I wasn't expecting to find you here," Dumbledore said, the idiotic twinkle still in his eyes. Harriet instinctively pulled Eridanus closer to her chest. Thankfully the baby was in a sling and Dumbledore wasn't able to see him, but Lyra was holding her hand as she walked along with Harriet. "Hello Albus, I was visiting Minerva." "Why are you here?" Harriet said, her voice calm but inside every part was screaming at her to get her children away from this man. She had thought he wasn't allowed in the building, but he must have come to visit for some reason. Dumbledore looked too pleased as he smiled. I came to speak to Minerva as well. Are these the little ones? I've heard a lot about them, he said, his eyes gleaming. Harriet felt her stomach drop, the fake smile leaving her face immediately as she saw the look in his eyes as he looked down at Lyra, the toddler hiding halfway behind Harriet's leg. Almost sensing their mother's drop in mood, Lyra began making little fussing noises and Eridanus began screeching from where he was against her chest. Oh, I should get them home. Goodbye, Albus, Harriet said in a rush as she quickly picked up Lyra, who clung to her neck immediately. It felt wrong to turn away from Albus for even a second, but she needed to get them out of there, so with her shields all the way up, and her instincts screaming, she scooped both children up and apparated right there and then, Hogwarts being kind and letting her through. Harriet apparated straight to headquarters. Her hands shook as she tried to soothe both kids, but they both were screaming like their lives depended on it. She didn't notice that Luna had approached her until she heard the other woman's footsteps. Harriet shot a spell off on instinct, but Luna dogged it. She looked at Harriet with wide eyes. What's going on? Luna asked as she immediately picked up Lyra, helping Harriet as the other woman desperately tried to soothe Eridanus. Luna must have seen something in her expression because she walked over to the fireplace and Flo called Tom's office at home. Harriet barely noticed it as she held Eridanus close, slowly soothing the baby. She only realized Tom was even there when he brought her face into his hands. Hey, what's going on? He asked gently, but Harriet could see the panic in his eyes. Harriet felt herself relax slightly. Dumbledore, run a diagnostic on me and the kids, make sure we're clean of everything, Harriet said as she held Eridanus close, her hands shaking slightly as she shushed him gently. Tom's gentle demeanor snapped within a moment and he was waving his wand over all three of them, scowling as he slashed his wand once, dispelling whatever spell he found. Only a tracking charm, no compulsions, he said, his back stuff. Harriet felt her whole body slacken in relief as she sat back on the sofa. She hadn't experienced fear like that in so long. She hadn't had anything to be afraid of in years, but seeing that look in the old man's eyes as he looked at Lyra had terrified her. Tell me what happened, now, Tom said as he held Lyra against his chest. Harriet met his eyes and saw the same fear there as she had. Nothing really, he didn't do anything, it was the way he looked at her. He looked at her with the same look he used to give me, like she was the perfect pawn, she said, her voice cracking as she looked at her baby girl's face. Lyra looked content, wrapped in her father's arms, thinking nothing in the world could ever get to her, and nothing would. Harriet took a deep breath before she met Tom's eyes. I want him dead, she said, her voice cold. Harriet and Tom kept their plan between themselves for a few weeks, and of course Luna, but she would have known of their plans regardless as soon as they were made. They made sure the kids were at headquarters with Molly, and the majority of the adult Weasley clan, and of course Sirius, as well as both snakes, with orders to kill the old man on sight if he tried anything while they were gone. Harriet felt safe leaving the kids with this large of a group, ever since her encounter with Dumbledore. She had been working from home, and if she did need to come in she refused to bring the kids. Harriet wasn't going to give the old fool any chances before they wiped him off the face of the earth. It was at times like this that Harriet was reminded why she had her and Tom's portraits commissioned. They were hanging up in the family room, and every night Harriet and Tom share their memories with the paintings. She never wanted her children to be without a piece of her. Harriet called upon some of her highest-ranking generals to Slytherin Manor, Tom doing the same amongst the few of his ranks he trusted. Slytherin Manor was finally done with construction, and since they were planning a murder it was better done there. Harriet smirked as she saw the looks on Tom's Death Eaters' faces as Harriet's generals sat relaxed, just speaking, waiting for things to begin. Harriet had asked Luna, Draco, Pansy, Theo, Blaise, Mandy, and Neville to attend, as they were the ones in her ranks more inclined towards bloody jobs. George would have been there as well, but he had a newborn to look after. Once everyone had arrived, Harriet stood up from where she was sitting in the throne Tom had placed there. She had agreed to it as long as there were two. I'm sure some of you are wondering why you have been called, especially since there is no war to fight, Harriet said, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Her people immediately stood, looking at her, waiting for their orders. "Dumbledore has shown interest in my children," she said simply. Every one of her people standing in the room got the message clearly. He was dead. There was no debate or discussion needed. Tom watched as Harriet's people developed looks that could kill while his own were outraged. They weren't murderous. "We're here to plan the death of Albus Dumbledore. Anyone in this room will be trusted, and if word gets out of this room about what we have planned, there will be consequences beyond your imaging," Tom said sharply, remembering the days of leaks to the Order. He had chosen those in this room carefully. He would not repeat past mistakes. Most notably, Severus was absent. Even if he could be trusted with this, the choice of his new love interest made him untrustable with the likes of murder. "What are our orders?" Neville asked, his eyes dangerous. Harriet nodded in approval. "For now we observe. I want eyes on him. I want to know everywhere he goes, what he eats, when he eats it. I want to know about every bloody shit that old fool takes so that when we kill him no one will suspect a thing," Harriet said, looking pointedly towards Blaise, Theo, and Pansy. "If you see him anywhere near one of our children, I want you to get them out of there. They're the priority. Do you understand?" Tom said sharply to everyone. There were nods of understanding all throughout the room. Harriet and Tom continued to give specific orders, making sure there was always at least 2 people watching Dumbledore at all times. Luna and Draco were to have the entire team stocked with Polyjuice Potion while the others would do the spying. Chapter 72 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As May turned to June, Harriet began going back into the office a couple times a week, notably without the kids. She had work to do as construction of Highway 44 was still underway, as well as the addition of a new railroad. Not to mention Apolline was still in the beginning stages of construction, while Calvus was almost ready to begin its construction phase. Harriet still tried to do most of her work at headquarters, where she felt safer bringing the kids around. She just felt so exposed in the office as anyone could enter. While Dumbledore would never be able to get into headquarters, the wards would keep him out as she designed them to. She knew she was being slightly irrational, but she had never felt this much fear before, not since Teddy was alive. Then she had felt numb for so long, had no fear of death or pain for so long. And now here she was terrified because she was in charge of these small vulnerable little beings that she loved so much more than herself, and she had no idea if she could really keep them safe. Sure, she probably could when they were young, but what about when they get older? What about when they want to explore the world alone? She had no idea how she would handle it when they went to bloody school. Harriet sent a rather large baby gift when the announcement of Narcissus' son being born was made. They had named the baby Regulus in honor of Sirius's brother, Narcissus' cousin. Sirius had almost cried when he found out. Apparently it had been the push to cause the man to take a step towards a relationship with Narcissa, which Harriet couldn't say was a bad thing. Regulus Malfoy was born on the 16th of June, weighing about 7 pounds. Harriet and Tom had gone to the baby's announcement ball without the kids. Harriet had thought the babe adorable. What was even cuter was how much Delphine absolutely loathed her baby brother and the amount of attention he was stealing. Draco, on the other hand, seemed to adore his new siblings and seemed to be giving Luna a few rather heated looks all night. It was in July that they finally had a plan for Dumbledore. He had been watched closely for over a month, his every move logged and his patterns learned. With everything they learned, they found the best place to do the deed would be in his lemon drops. He visits too many people for them to just take him and kill him quickly. No, they needed something inconspicuous. He was rather old now. It wouldn't be strange for the old man to die due to health complications. No one had to know about the slow-acting poison he had been taking completely unaware for months. So the plan was made, the lemon drops perfected with their added ingredient, and within a week they had them in place, and from all reports the old man had been taking them more than once a day. He really was addicted to those things. It was such a bad habit. By August, Highway 44 was completed, as well as Scrix, the newest feeder town for Avalon City, as well as Dexterra, the town bordering Wolfsburg, was finally completed. On the other side of that, Harriet was busy putting together a new department in the ministry. It seems even without the mundanes to deal with accidental magic still needed a department. Already she had heard of toddlers sending cars flying into the damn sky as if they were balloons. Thankfully Lyra had been rather tame with her accidental magic, all things considered. She had blown up a few vases, but otherwise it was mostly limited to throwing food she didn't like back at them. The council had approved the creation of the newest department without any fanfare. At least they wouldn't need an obliviation office this time around. As things were moving along well in Avalon, and they were also moving along in headquarters. Fleur had recently announced her second pregnancy, and Ginny and Cho's wedding would be in the coming weeks. Harriet was actually considering bringing the children this time. She felt herself beginning to relax now that she knew her Dumbledore problem would be solved in the next few months. She still had her people watching him, and so far reports came in every day saying he was taking the poison. For thinking he was a master manipulator, he truly was easy to kill. Ginny and Cho's marriage ceremony was beautiful. Molly had gone all out for it, much like her other children's wedding, and both women looked beautiful as they stood up at the altar and had their hands bound. Harriet had brought Lyra, but left Eridanus at home with Tom. He was almost a year old at this point, and as such was in the middle of teething. The likelihood he would last the entire ceremony without screaming was non-existent. Lyra was old enough that as long as Harriet kept her distracted, she wouldn't put up a fuss. Thankfully, Lyra stayed quiet during the entire ceremony, and the baby was passed around during the reception, so she handled it fine. Harriet laughed when Lyra and Delphine began playing with blocks together. Her and Fleur joked that the two girls would be best friends one day, not realizing how close to the truth they were. Considering how protective Harriet and Tom had been of the kids the past few months, no one was surprised when they had a very small birthday party for Eridanus's first birthday. Harriet never went overboard, but even by her standards, this party was low-key. With the old man still being alive, Harriet wasn't taking any chances, and Tom agreed. She had eyes on him at all times, and by all reports he was growing weaker. Hopefully it wouldn't be long until he kicked the bucket and her children would be safe. She felt no remorse for what she was doing. In her book, that man was so much worse than Tom. He pushed children to do his dirty work. Tom never tried to involve kids until he had gone batshit insane, and even then it was because of a prophecy. Tom had to be pushed to involve children at his most insane point, while Dumbledore gladly trained child soldiers every year, like it was some sick game of his. Harriet was surprised to hear from the ICW that MACUSA had prevented the disaster that was 9/11. Harriet couldn't say she was against it, as that day had marked the changing point for American society to become much less kind-hearted. They were never exactly a friendly country in general, but after 9/11 it became something else. So Harriet was both surprised and relieved to see that get prevented. She may not agree with all of MACUSA's actions, but this one she could support, and she made that very clear. On the same day she found out about this, she also saw some amazing news in the newspaper. Albus Dumbledore had been found dead in his home after 3 days of not showing up to any of his appointments. The death was being marked as natural causes, as from all angles it seemed like old age finally got him in. Harriet had brought the newspaper home, and her and Tom had celebrated all night until they ended up in bed. Thankfully both kids were asleep and slept through the night. Harriet was busy doing paperwork, approving people to begin moving into Apolline, as construction had reached 50%, as well as the beginning of construction for Calvus, as the town was finally out of the planning phase. She was so focused as she signed the approval for Highway 55 to begin construction that when Hermione burst through her office door squealing, Harriet was actually surprised. Thankfully she realized who it was before she shot off a spell, but it still surprised her. She didn't have time to yell at Hermione though, as the other woman squealed and revealed her hand, showing the rather large ring on her finger. Severus proposed. Harriet asked loudly as she shot out of her desk to inspect the ring. Hermione nodded, her curls flying everywhere. A giant smile stretched across her face. Harriet could hear her secretary Amy squeal and enter the room as well, most likely having heard everything from outside of the room. "He surprised me. I really wasn't expecting it, but he proposed last night," Hermione said excitedly. Harriet shoved her towards the seating area in her office. "Sit down, you have to tell us everything," she said as she spelled closed the door and eagerly sat down with Amy to hear what happened. Chapter end notes. I came to the realization that 9/11 was gonna happen in the book, and as that realization came I was like, well, I'm fixing everything else. I guess I should probably do that one too. It might just be the American in me though. Also, it is very true that it was a big turning point for American society. Things have been going downhill big time ever since. Though in my personal opinion it's just the lead poisoning most of the older generations have. Chapter 73 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harriet felt it happen in the middle of the day, sitting in her office at work, her hands on her abdomen as she felt the magic connection, but this time it was different. She didn't understand what was different, but she knew it was different. She began panicking as she quickly collected her things and left, telling Amy to reschedule all of her appointments for the rest of the day as she went straight to Millicent to find out what was going on. Thankfully, Millicent wasn't with a patient, so she quickly did the scan for Harriet, her shoulders relaxing as she read it. "Well, there's nothing to worry about. I would be more surprised if it didn't feel different this time," she said sarcastically as she read over the diagnostic. Harriet felt herself relax slightly, but not completely, as she raised an eyebrow at Millicent. "And why is that?" she asked, her voice barely controlled. Millicent looked up, her eyes widening as she saw the expression on Harriet's face. "Oh, it's twins. They aren't identical, if you were wondering," she said, hoping to calm down her patient. Harriet felt herself relax before stiffening. Twins, meaning 2 babies. She already had 2 babies. That means in about 6 months she would have 4 children. Harriet went straight home after meeting with Millicent to inform Tom of the news. She knew he would most likely take it as well as her. She was excited, but she also knew the reality of 1 baby, and now they would have 2. Tom reacted exactly as she expected to the news. He practically shit a brick. Once the news they were having twins settled, both Harriet and Tom got back to life, which included work. So Harriet made sure Avalon wouldn't fall apart while Tom worked on whatever the hell it was he did. Honestly, she knew it was just boring, as he mostly went to Wizigmont, Council of Magic, and Hogwarts Board of Governors meetings, while also working in time to meet with his followers. Both of them mostly did paperwork and listened to people complain all day. Not very exciting, but someone needed to do it. Especially since this was Harriet's last year of her term, she was trying to leave an impact before she left office. She was hoping to get re-elected eventually, though she was eager to spend the next years with her kids while they were still young, especially with 2 new additions. As soon as Harriet told her she was pregnant, Luna knew. She could see as 2 little dark-haired twins ran with a little silver-blonde boy, a boy she had seen so often in fuzzy visions of her future. She knew immediately that she was pregnant. Whatever fate there was had decided that her child would grow up alongside Harriet's twins. She kept this information to herself for 2 months. She couldn't tell Draco until she had confirmation, but when she felt the magical connection in January, she pulled him to the side and told him. He was both incredibly happy and seemingly terrified, mostly of his mother's reaction. Luna knew it would be fine, as long as they got married in the next few months. Draco agreed and the wedding planning began. No one but Harriet knew the real reason for the rushed wedding. Narcissa was happy to see them married with a proper contract. She would eventually do the math when her first grandchild was born, but until then she was blissfully unaware. And by that time she would be too happy to truly make a fuss. Harriet thanked Molly again for watching the kids while she was at work. She was just so busy lately as people continued to populate the island. Asura had so many people it had been officially named Asura City, as it had reached over 60,000 people living there. Harriet would never understand why people enjoy living in a city. She much preferred privacy. Though she supposed there was some perks to having people around, she thought as she looked at Molly's living room full of small children. Molly had become an unofficial babysitter for anyone at headquarters. She just asked that parents pay for food and toys for the kids, and otherwise Molly was happy to look after them. She truly was a godsend, as Harriet felt her pregnancy more. Twice the babies meant twice the symptoms apparently, as well as her looking like a bloody whale by 5 months. For Lyra's 3rd birthday, Harriet went a bit more extravagant and ordered a small bouncy house. Lyra, Delphine, and Daniela loved it, while Eridanus and little Bethany both pouted about not being big enough to play, though were allowed for a few minutes once the older 3 were done for a bit. Spencer and Regulus were both too little to even notice as the babies circulated around the room as people cooed over them. Harriet snickered as Bill watched over Daniela nervously. He had been left alone for the day as Fleur was about ready to pop. Everyone was just waiting for the magical cord to dissipate. So Bill was on his own, though Charlie seemed to be helping as Gorg and Fred kept an extremely close eye on Spencer. George and Lisa were turning out to be great parents to the little baby, at least from what everyone else could see. George was extremely attentive to both Spencer and Lisa, which was incredibly endearing. In March, Harriet was in full swing. Her term end was quickly approaching, so she was trying to go out with a bang. She had one last month in office and it was looking like Percy would be her replacement, as he had been earning a lot of public favor lately. Harriet was pushing for a new department. It would look out for the welfare of all citizens of Avalon. It would have things like food assistance programs, ministry-run women's shelters for women who need to get out of bad situations. She also needed a department to maintain the public works she had going, like the community centers and parks around Avalon. While for the most part they were maintained by the town or city they were in, it was still a good idea to have some oversight so they don't become mismanaged. The new department would do all that and more. It would be something to make sure everyone in Avalon lived the life they deserved, even if she couldn't be there personally to make sure it happened like before. Percy had promised to push forward with the department when he came to office, so in the meantime Harriet continued doing her normal job. Calvis had reached 50% in its construction phase, meaning people could begin moving there, and Abilene had finished its construction phase completely. It was during April that Harriet spent her last day in office. She made sure to say goodbye to everyone, especially her secretary, as she would miss the woman dearly, though she would keep in contact with her. It was with regret that she left the ministry that day, giving the office to Percy, who had won the election. Apparently the people agreed with her judgment and had voted him in with a landslide, his only opponent being a mundane politician that turned out to be squib-born. Harriet was both sad and slightly relieved to be leaving. She was 7 months pregnant by this point, and it was time she focused more on her family. She had gotten Avalon up and running, and now it needed to walk on its own. She hated letting go, but it was time, so Harriet went home that night and spent it with her family. Tom understood that this was hard for her and just held her as they watched a movie with the kids on the telly together, just cuddled up on the sofa as a family. Harriet was 8.5 months pregnant when she and Tom attended Theo and Pansy's wedding. Harriet wasn't surprised to see Pansy's parents there, though nowhere close to the couple, unlike Theodus, who sat proudly with his grandson and new granddaughter-in-law. He was happy to have Pansy part of the Knott family, and he was happy to show it. The old man also seemed extremely pleased to see Tom and Harriet at the wedding. They had left the kids with Molly, who had many of the kids right now since their parents were attending the wedding. Theo and Pansy had requested it to be child-free, which everyone respected. Harriet and Tom were in the second row as the couple had their handfasting before being put at the head table during the reception. Something Tom definitely approved of, as he happily talked with Theodus, ignoring the Parkinsons completely, much like their own daughter was doing as she chatted with Harriet. Pansy had only invited her parents for appearance sake, as appearance meant a lot in pureblood society. She wouldn't want the rumor mill to start because she chose not to invite her parents, even if they would have deserved it. Chapter endnotes. Lol, I realized I basically did her entire pregnancy in a single chapter, but I'm keeping it because we're starting to get to a point in the story where I don't have too much material planned, so things will move fast. Though admittedly it's also cause I'm trying to wrap things up before I go right for something else. I don't really have anything planned plot-wise after the twins' birth except what happens with Avalon, so I'm planning on doing a few-year time skip a few months after the twins are born, and I figured that was a good time to take a break for a while. You guys know the drill. I'll be gone for a few months, then I'll be back with steady updates for a while. It's the process my brain goes through. I just follow the dopamine. Chapter 74. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was during the middle of the night on June 27th that the twins were born. Harriet gave birth to a baby boy and a baby girl, both precious in every way to their parents. Harriet named the little girl Karina Lunara Slytherin LeFay. The baby was 7 pounds 6 ounces with dark black hair the same shade as her mother's. Like her older brother Eridanus, Karina had 2 eyes of different shades, one matching her sister Lyra's forest green, the other the same shade of brown as Tom's mother. Karina's godmother was Luna, while her godfather was Draco, just like her older brother. Harriet's little boy was a different story, named Aries Sirius Slytherin LeFay. He was given Sirius's name as his middle name, making the man practically weep as he was handed the baby. He almost dropped him when he found out he was named Aries's godfather. Luna would be Aries's godmother, but Sirius was named the baby's godfather. Sirius was both honored and terrified as he looked down at the little baby in his arms. Aries looked back up at him with one blood-red eye like his father, and the other a muddy brown. It was to no one's surprise that Sirius doubted on his newest godson, not that he didn't spoil Harriet's other children, because he did, too much in her opinion, but it was even worse with Aries. Sirius had even discussed giving the black title to him, since Harriet was unable to claim it since she was a woman. Harriet accepted, and next thing they knew Aries was the heir to the black estate. Harriet indulged serious since the man was rather amusing when he was practically worshipping a newborn baby, even if he was showing favoritism. Karina would inherit any estates her siblings didn't, and in the case of any other siblings she would get to choose which of Harriet's estates to take up upon her coming of age. Harriet didn't want to show favoritism to any of her children. With that in mind, she opened an account for each of them a month after they were born and had a few grand put into them each month from the profits she received from the apartment and condos she owned. Hopefully none of her children would inherit their titles till they were old themselves, so they would need something to live off of when the time comes. She would of course give them access to their respective estates, but ultimately until she was in the bloody ground they were hers. With everyone moving forward with their lives, Ginny and Cho were also considering taking a step forward. They had already moved into their own house in headquarters, wanting to stay close but have their own space. After being married a few months, they began to discuss possibly having kids, especially with everyone around them popping out kids left and right. The problem is they would need a donor. Eventually Ginny came up with the idea of using Fred, with Cho of course. But unlike Charlie and Oliver, who had been taking the male pregnancy potion for months and had finally gotten pregnant, Fred and Lee weren't interested in that. This would be a way for them to have a family, and not be solely responsible for them. Cho had agreed, so Ginny had invited Lee and Fred over to discuss it. While both men had been apprehensive, with some discussion they realized this was exactly what they were looking for. But they wanted to have at least some say in the kids' lives, which Ginny and Cho agreed to, as long as they had the final say. Harriet smiled at the letter from Percy, informing her that the Department of Citizen Welfare was approved. She would need to visit him sometime, especially to catch up with Amy. She was distracted from the letter by Luna gasping. As she was 9 months pregnant, Harriet immediately shot up, only to see the other woman smiling with Aries in her arms. "What's going on?" Harriet asked as she walked forward, only to gasp as well when she saw it. Aries suddenly had silver blonde hair like Luna's. He had metamorphagus abilities. "He's a metamorphagus," Harriet said in awe, but Luna shook her head. "No, they're metamorphaguses," she said as she pointed to Karina, who was doing the same thing as her brother, both babies making little happy feet as they were too young to know how to smile yet. Luna gave birth to a healthy blonde-haired little boy with silver eyes on August 21st. Draco proudly presented his parents with their grandson Scorpius Draco Malfoy. Both Narcissa and Lucius adored the newest addition to the family, and Harriet couldn't help but fawn over her godson, something Luna insisted on no matter how much she protested. Hermione and Severus also met the newest addition, Hermione having brought Mom a get-well-soon bag, which Luna seemed to greatly appreciate. Luna's father also adored the baby. He couldn't stop fawning over the little thing. When he wasn't, he was fluttering around Luna, making sure she had everything she would need. He hadn't loved that she was getting married to Draco at first, but after a few months he came around, especially after seeing how caring Draco was towards her. It was after Eridanus's 2nd birthday that Harriet finally caved and hired a nanny, well, an elf nanny at least. She didn't trust new people, but elves were very loyal, especially when they were treated and paid well. Harriet had just been so overwhelmed since the twins were born. Having 4 children under 4 was not something she would recommend. Someone was always crying, and with both her and Tom having careers, there just weren't enough hands, even when they did have both of them available. Honestly, she found herself relieved to not be minister. She couldn't imagine trying to do that job and parent at the same time. She was barely finding the time to run her company as it was. The first day that Tulip was in the castle was the first day Harriet had an hour to herself without a kid screaming. She had never been more thankful for house elves. The elf was the only reason she and Tom could attend Hermione and Severus's wedding. Otherwise one of them would have had to stay home. Oliver and Charlie had not had an easy year. After trying for months to get pregnant, they had finally had success, but the pregnancy wasn't going well. Oliver had to be put on bed rest as the pregnancy was so high risk. It made both of them incredibly nervous, but Millicent had reassured them that everything was fine. She recommended one of the people she trained with who specializes in male pregnancy for them, and he had been amazing. The potion to create male pregnancy was a miracle worker, but it also went against biology and usually made for complicated pregnancies. It was fortunate that once he was put on bed rest, Oliver's pregnancy seemed to go smoother. But Charlie was still a nervous wreck the entire time. 5 months after asking Fred and Lee to help Cho get pregnant, she felt the magic connection. Both women were so excited for their future, and when they told Fred and Lee, they were similarly excited. A month after finding out she was pregnant, Ginny and Cho become aunts again when Oliver gave birth to Benedict Wood. They didn't get to meet the baby until a month after his birth during Lyra's 4th birthday party, as Oliver had a complicated delivery and needed to make a recovery before anyone could come over. Oliver and Charlie had attended the party with their newborn son, and Molly had just been delighted to welcome another grandbaby to the family. At Lyra's party, Tonks made the announcement she was pregnant again, much to everyone's surprise. Everyone was happy for her and Remus, they just had no idea the couple was even trying. Not many secrets are kept at headquarters. It was a few weeks after the twins' first birthday that Cho gave birth to a baby boy that she and Ginny named Foster Weasley. He was the first of the Weasley grandkids to be born with something other than red hair, as he inherited his mother's black hair and brown eyes, though he did receive the Weasley freckles. He wasn't the only baby born during that year, as 2 months later in August Tonks gave birth to Henry Lupin. The baby had the same gifts as his mother, much to the family's pride. 2 months later Hermione found out she was up the duff as well, leading everyone to think something was in the bloody water at headquarters. Apparently Severus had not taken the news very well, but he came around and Adela Snape was born in April of 2004. Ariana, not Theo and Pansy's daughter, was born a month later.